Chen Chang'an was an introverted recluse who traversed into a fantastical realm, bringing along his unparalleled domain. Once within this domain, he became invincible in this world. Bored and idle, he casually nurtured a few inconspicuous disciples. Unexpectedly, these apprentices not only ascended to prominence in the cultivation world, but also instigated a tumultuous transformation within this realm. The doctrines he casually mentioned, such as the Dao De Jing and the Huangdi Neijing, were surprisingly regarded as the most potent techniques in this world, coveted by celestial beings and deities alike. His cultivated fields thrived with elixirs of immortality, where a single plant could grant one transcendence. In the land of Jiuzhou, at Guizhou, on Mount Feitian, he lamented, "Old man, if you do not return soon, your precious disciple will starve." Leaning against a statue, he rubbed his deflated belly, gazing into the unending darkness outside the temple with a sense of despair. 3 years prior, he had crossed from Earth to Jiuzhou and became the heir of the Changxing Sect. The old man he referred to as the sect leader and his master. A month ago, the Changxing Sect faced annihilation, and possessing the longevity body, he became the target of countless malevolent beings. Subsequently, his master shattered the void, brought him to this dilapidated temple, and set up a barrier before hastily departing. It had been a month since, and he was left in uncertainty regarding his master's fate. Chen Chang'an sighed, "If only I were not burdened with this longevity body." In this land, a legend abounded. The longevity body nurtured longevity meat. Whosoever consumed it would ascend to immortality. Upon learning of this legend, Chen Chang'an was engulfed in panic and frustration, resembling a modern twist on the tale of the Tang Sung from Journey to the West. Moreover, despite the extraordinary nature of the longevity body, it proved to be a hindrance to Chen Chang'an, offering no assistance whatsoever. Though he possessed the longevity body, he was incapable of cultivation. His master and he had attempted various methods, all in vain. This meant that for 3 years in Jiuzhou, he remained an ordinary individual, as fragile as an ant that could be crushed by a mere hand. Thus, for the past month, Chen Chang'an had been hiding in the temple, too afraid to venture outside. After all, this place was safeguarded by his master's barrier. Unless his master perished, the malevolent spirits and demons lurking outside could not breach the temple's sanctum. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept into the temple, causing Chen Chang'an to shiver, wrapping his tattered garments tighter around himself. Another day of idleness comes to an end. I hope to awaken tomorrow to see my master again. He yawned, curled beneath the statue, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. At that moment, an icy sensation crept down his spine, as if something terrifying was approaching. His previously drowsy mind snapped to attention, and he turned to look behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a pale figure stood not far behind. Clad in white, her feet hovered above the ground, her hair cascading wildly, her face deathly pale and menacing, with sunken eyes glowing ominously. Through her disheveled hair, blood-red eyes glared at him, fixated with an intensity that seemed ready to burst. "Let me consume you," she uttered, her voice laced with a chilling coldness. Upon seeing her, Chen Chang'an's pupils dilated in terror. A wave of icy dread washed over him, rendering his spine cold, his hair standing on end, and cold sweat cascading down his brow. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. It was a ghost. A ghost. Hadn't his master established a barrier in this dilapidated temple? How did this female specter gain entry? Chen Chang'an yearned to flee but found himself frozen in place, as if petrified, unable even to move a finger. Despair filled his heart as he wondered why he couldn't move. Paralyzed by fear, his body betrayed him, and hunger drained his strength. How could he possibly escape? "Be still and allow me to devour your soul and flesh," the ghost snarled, baring her jagged teeth as she approached him step by step. Chen Chang'an's face paled, trembling in fear, utterly paralyzed. As he watched the ghost advance, his mind blanked. A single thought resonated within him. Was today the day he would perish? Just as despair enveloped him, a cold voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Detection of host encountering a vengeful spirit. Activating the Invincible Domain system for the host. Invincible Domain range. A circular area with a 2-meter diameter centered on the current statue. As he absorbed the chilling voice in his mind, Chen Chang'an was momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a peculiar sensation. At that moment, he stood beneath the statue, within the 2-meter radius. Instantaneously, everything within this domain became intricately connected to him. He held a singular thought. Within this 2-meter space, he was invincible. He was a deity. Tears streamed down Chen Chang'an's face. He had always believed that traversing to another realm would surely bestow him with a golden opportunity. After 3 long years, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 2. A single punch splits the sky. Before him stood a diminutive, yet menacing female specter, her lips twisted into a sinister grin as she approached with deliberate slowness. Her hollow eyes glimmered with a chilling light, oblivious to the transformation that had overtaken Chen Chang'an. Soon, she stood directly before him, her sharp fangs poised to sever his head. At that moment, Chen Chang'an lifted his gaze to meet the specter's, fear having completely abandoned his countenance. A slight smile graced his lips, and a surge of determination coursed through his being. In an instant, the female ghost froze in place, rendered immobile. A look of disbelief washed over her features. What was happening? Why could she suddenly not move? What have you done? She shrieked at Chen Chang'an, her voice dripping with menace. Before her stood Chen Chang'an, an ordinary man devoid of any discernible magical aura. Yet, deep within her, the ghost sensed a profound truth. Her paralysis was undoubtedly linked to him. Chen Chang'an chuckled softly. The realm of invincibility truly was extraordinary. He murmured, tightening his fist. Now, let me witness the true extent of this invincible domain. Despite the terror that gripped her heart, the ghost could not suppress her disdain for this seemingly mundane human. You, an ordinary person, cannot hurt me, she taunted. Perhaps not, he replied, and with that, Chen Chang'an unleashed all his might, delivering a powerful punch towards the specter. What appeared to be an unremarkable strike collided with her form. Initially, she wore a mask of contempt, but as their bodies met, her expression shifted dramatically to one of sheer terror. In the blink of an eye, she was obliterated by his blow, leaving not even a trace behind. Chen Chang'an blinked in surprise at his own fist. Remarkable. This invincible domain is indeed formidable. This punch seemed inconsequential, yet it has vanquished the specter. Simultaneously, high above the celestial temple, a shadow of a fist emerged, massive as a mountain, exuding a terrifying presence akin to a tempest unleashed. The heavens trembled. With a deafening roar, it punctured the sky, creating a gaping void that reached into the upper realms. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder raged, and suddenly, a torrential downpour enveloped the world. From the immense chasm, celestial light cascaded down, illuminating the 9 heavens. A divine sword soared from the abyss, aimed directly at the shadow of the fist. The brilliance of the sword was vast as the ocean, its celestial might shaking the very foundations of the world, startling countless powerful cultivators in an instant, especially among the myriad of demons and spirits that roamed the 10,000 great mountains. They were cowed by this overwhelming celestial aura, prostrating themselves in fear. In the ghostly realm, at the 9-Sword Sect, a young man clad in green robes practiced diligently, his energy surging forth like a roaring torrent. Suddenly, he felt a stirring within, his eyes flying open as he dashed forth from the confines of his sect, gazing intensely towards the 10,000 great mountains. His heart ablaze with awe. What terrifying celestial power! Could a divine treasure have fallen to the mortal realm? In the realm of spirits, at the Ghost Skull Sect, an elder clad in black stood amidst swirling clouds, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing into the distance, dark and foreboding. Heaven and earth manifest extraordinary phenomena, surely heralding the descent of celestial treasures. At this moment, numerous formidable beings direct their gazes towards the direction of the 10,000 great mountains. Above Mount Fashion, in the realm of the 9 heavens, a celestial sword cleaves the air, shattering the shadows of fists. Like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, in an instant, the entire night is illuminated as brightly as day. Yet, at the moment the celestial sword collides with the shadow of the fist, a sound reverberates through the air. Crack, crack, crack. The celestial sword shatters under the force of the fist shadow, its radiant glow dimming, as if it had lost all its might. Plummeting from the 9 heavens to the earthly realm, the terrifying celestial might that once emanated from the sword dissipates completely, as if it had never existed. As the shadow of the fist disperses, the gaping hole in the sky gradually heals, and darkness once again envelopes the land, restoring the tranquility of the 10,000 great mountains. Nearly simultaneously, as the 10,000 great mountains return to their former calm, numerous powerful factions dispatch their formidable warriors towards the site of the celestial phenomenon. Everyone is acutely aware that this is the sign of celestial treasures descending. Their singular aim is to seize the celestial treasures at any cost. Within the celestial temple, Chen Chang'an remains oblivious to the fact that his seemingly insignificant punch has shattered the heavens, creating a vast chasm. He has even inadvertently brought down a celestial treasure from the upper realm. He is still lost in the joy of having vanquished a female ghost with a single blow. Tears of happiness streaming down his face. 3 years have passed, 3 long years. At last, his golden opportunity has arrived. He always knew that the heavens would not forsake him. In this perilous world, armed with the Invincible Domain system, he is finally liberated from fear. System prompt. The host has annihilated a female ghost of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, earning 10 domain points. Domain points? What is that? Chen Chang'an is momentarily taken aback and inquires of the system. The system responds, every 100 domain points can expand the radius of the invincible domain by 1 meter. Currently, the host's invincible domain spans 2 meters. Chen Chang'an's eyes brighten. So it is. His current invincible domain is merely 2 meters. To be honest, while formidable, it feels rather limited and lacking in power. Having witnessed the might of the system, Chen Chang'an harbors a singular ambition to expand his invincible domain, to grow stronger, to become robust and powerful. Chapter 3. The 12 celestial generals descend in the upper realm, the Xuanwu celestial domain. Infuriating. My sacred celestial sword. In a resplendent palace, a roar reverberates through the cosmos, akin to a tempestuous sea, instilling terror in countless beings within a 1,000-mile radius. Inside the palace, a man clad in golden robes wears a grim expression, his fury palpable, his eyes fierce, emanating the most terrifying celestial might that distorts the surrounding space. 12 celestial generals. Come forth. The man in golden robes bellows. At once, 12 radiant celestial rainbows descend into the palace, transforming into 12 towering figures who kneel on one knee. Speaking in unison, we pay our respects to the celestial sovereign. The golden-robed man casts a cold glance over the assembly and declares in a deep voice, Celestial generals, heed my command. The innate celestial artifact I have cultivated for 10,000 years has fallen to the earthly realm. Spare no effort to retrieve it. Should there be any ants obstructing our path in the lower realm, show them no mercy. At your command. In the next moment, the 12 celestial beings transformed into 12 radiant rainbows, departing the palace for the mortal realm. Within the temple of the Immortals, Chen Chang'an inquired of the system whether there existed any means, aside from vanquishing demons and monsters, to acquire domain value. The methods for obtaining domain value must be explored independently by the host. Receiving no answer, Chen Chang'an merely shrugged, accepting the situation. It was a consolation that he had already discovered one avenue to gain domain value. Moreover, this world teemed with demons and monsters, leaving him little reason to despair over acquiring it. He then cast his gaze around the temple. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as cold as death. Clearing his throat, he called out within the temple, "Is there anyone there?" Yet, no response came. It seemed that only the female ghost encountered earlier inhabited this place, which was somewhat regrettable. Reflecting on her presence, a sense of unease began to creep into Chen Chang'an's heart. The old man had clearly stated that this temple was imbued with prohibitions, rendering it impossible for any demons or monsters to intrude. Yet tonight, a mere spirit of the Qi refinement realm had breached its sanctum. Coupled with the fact that the old man had not returned for a month, a foreboding sensation began to settle within him. Could it be that something had befallen the old man? Alas, dear elder, you must not perish outside, Chen Chang'an murmured, feeling utterly powerless. His only reliance was upon his invincible domain, but once he stepped beyond its protective embrace, he would be utterly defenseless. Venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, a grumbling sound emanated from Chen Chang'an's stomach. His face contorted in discomfort as he rubbed his belly. The rations left by the old man had been consumed the day before, and hunger gnawed at him fiercely. He glanced outside the temple. Torrential rain poured down, shrouding the world in darkness, with chilling winds howling as if a monstrous beast awaited his emergence, poised to swallow him whole. This thought extinguished any lingering desire he might have had to seek food outside. Shaking his head, Chen Chang'an slumped against the statue, squinting his eyes as he murmured, "Very well, I shall endure the night and seek sustenance on the morrow." He closed his eyes, braving the pangs of hunger as he drifted into slumber. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Chang'an awoke, his hands anxiously tugging at his hair, his expression one of utter despondency. "I am so utterly famished. I cannot bear it any longer." He had not eaten for 2 days, and now his stomach was painfully pressed against his back, grumbling incessantly. Though he possessed the invincible domain, it did nothing to alleviate his current plight of starvation. Would he truly perish from hunger? Such a fate would be most lamentable. Rising to his feet, Chen Chang'an approached the edge of his invincible domain, hesitating briefly before extending his hand beyond its protective boundary. Instantly, a wave of icy air surged toward him, his outstretched hand feeling as if it were encased in frost, causing the hair on his arms to stand on end. A shiver coursed through him, and he quickly retracted his hand. Within the confines of his invincible domain, he felt no trace of the chilling atmosphere. It was warm and inviting. Yet, the stark contrast between the outside world and the sanctuary of his domain was striking. Was it truly this frigid beyond? Is there truly a malevolent spirit lurking within the temple? Venturing outside would undoubtedly lead to my demise. Chen Chang'an gritted his teeth, suppressing the gnawing pangs of hunger within him. Exiting would mean certain doom. Starvation, at least, is a slow death. I would rather perish than step outside. Ultimately, Chen Chang'an, utterly exhausted, slumped against the statue, his expression one of despondency. I am so terribly hungry. If only someone, or perhaps a ghost, would bring me something to eat. Boom. Thunder roared outside, deafening in its intensity, while the rain poured down in torrents. Despite his hunger, Chen Chang'an succumbed to slumber within the temple, wrapped in his meager clothing. He snored, drooling, and smiled foolishly, mumbling in his dreams. Hot pot, skewers, spicy soup, barbecue. He chuckled. All of it is mine. While Chen Chang'an indulged in his fanciful dreams, two figures materialized outside the temple. One was a burly middle-aged man with a scarred face, exuding an aura of terror and formidable strength. Following closely behind was a young girl, seemingly no older than 11 or 12, barefoot and clad in a purple dress. Her large, bright eyes betraying her unease. She appeared somewhat disheveled, pouting in reluctance as she trailed after the scarred man. Upon entering the temple, the scarred man immediately spotted the sleeping Chen Chang'an beneath the statue, his surprise evident. To find a beggar in such a dilapidated mountain temple was unexpected. Chapter 4. You can kill me, but I will sing your conquest from my knees. The girl remained outside the temple, watching the scarred man's retreating figure. Her dark, glistening eyes darted around as she crouched low, attempting to sneak away. At that moment, the man inside the temple let out a cold snort. A surge of power erupted around him, generating a terrifying gravitational pull. The girl gasped, and before she could react, her slight form was drawn into the temple, crashing to the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurt. Ling Baoer, behave yourself. Do not think of escaping. If you provoke me, I will strike you down, regardless of your father being the leader of the Nine-Sword Sect. Oh, go ahead, strike me down, and see how my father will deal with you with just a finger. Ling Baoer stood her ground, unafraid, glaring defiantly at the scarred man. Furious, the scarred man moved to teach this insolent girl a lesson. Meanwhile, the commotion stirred Chen Chang'an from his dreams, prompting an involuntary shout from him. My hot pot. Just as Chen Chang'an prepared to savor his dream meal, he was abruptly awakened by the ruckus within the temple. He was furious. It was then that he noticed two new figures in the temple. The scarred man, with his fearsome visage, was glaring at him coldly. Chen Chang'an was taken aback by the man's terrifying appearance. He clearly did not look like a benevolent soul. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang up to flee. However, in the next instant, he halted, reconsidering. Something felt amiss. In the realm of his invincibility, why should he fear anyone? It seems he has been lost in slumber. Chen Chang'an shook his head, his eyes sparkling as they fixed upon the scarred man. He speculated whether this fellow might possess something to eat. If so, he could alleviate his hunger. Chen Chang'an called out, Hey, you there, scarred man. This temple is my territory. Who permitted you to enter without my consent? Most importantly, because of you, I missed out on my hot pot. If you do not offer me some food as compensation, you shall regret it. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ling Baoer blinked, regarding him with sympathy. This beggar certainly had an audacious spirit, but alas, he was merely an ordinary man who had provoked the scarred man. Given the latter's temperament, it was certain he would not spare Chen Chang'an. Indeed, the scarred man snorted derisively at the notion of compensation, exclaiming, You seek your own demise. He had no intention of wasting breath on a beggar. With a flick of his fingers, a cloud of black mist surged forth, transforming into a grotesque skull that aimed to consume Chen Chang'an. However, as the menacing skull breached Chen Chang'an's invincible domain, it disintegrated into nothingness. Once the skull dissipated, Chen Chang'an finally grasped the situation, his fury igniting. How dare you attempt to kill me when I had not even contemplated your demise? Do you think I am still the easy target I once was, someone anyone could manipulate? Reflecting on the past 3 years, during which his longevity had forced him into a life of constant fear and sleepless nights, he felt a surge of anger. Now, with his invincible domain, he vowed never to live in trepidation again. As for the scarred man, he was momentarily taken aback. He was acutely aware of his own power, and logically, that attack should have annihilated Chen Chang'an. The sudden collapse of his assault left him bewildered, especially since this beggar appeared to be an ordinary person who had not even attempted to defend himself. What was happening? Ling Baoer was equally stunned. She had initially believed that the scarred man's attack would surely spell doom for Chen Chang'an. To her astonishment, he had managed to withstand it. It was well known that the scarred man, Li Xiao, was the elder of the notorious evil dragon cave, possessing formidable golden core cultivation, capable of annihilating Chen Chang'an with a mere finger. This unforeseen turn of events left both Li Xiao and Ling Baoer in utter disbelief. Chen Chang'an, filled with rage yet finding humor in the situation, addressed Li Xiao, Scarred man, you are not fit to kill me. I stand here, come forth. If you can slay me, I shall kneel and sing your praises. Boom. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted from Li Xiao. and a blood-red curved blade materialized in his hand, radiating lethal intent. No matter who you are, you shall die, and I shall grant you that. With those words, Li Xiao charged at Chen Chang'an, the blood-red blade aimed directly at his head. Yet, Chen Chang'an remained undaunted, his smile intensifying. For Li Xiao had already stepped into his invincible domain. He had no intention of provoking trouble. However, Li Xiao sought to end his life, courting death. And Chen Chang'an would not show any mercy. Now, Li Xiao had stepped into his realm of invincibility, where life and death lay within his grasp. Li Xiao sneered, swinging the blood-red curved dagger towards Chen Chang'an's head. Soon, this beggar would be drenched in his own blood, and his head would roll. Yet, at that moment, Chen Chang'an surprisingly extended his right hand to grasp the blood-red dagger. What was he attempting? Both Li Xiao and Ling Baoer were perplexed. This blood-red dagger was a third-tier magical artifact, incredibly sharp. The beggar dared to grasp it with his flesh and blood. This was tantamount to seeking his own demise. But in the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. Chen Chang'an's index and middle fingers miraculously caught the incoming blood-red dagger. This spectacle was utterly inconceivable. My goodness. Chen Chang'an emitted no aura of cultivation. He appeared merely as an ordinary man. How on earth had he achieved this? Li Xiao's pupils contracted, unable to comprehend. Not far away, Ling Baoer was also stunned. She had anticipated Chen Chang'an's demise, yet he not only survived, but effortlessly pinched Li Xiao's lethal strike between his two fingers. You. Li Xiao wanted to say something. Chen Chang'an interrupted him, speaking earnestly. In your next life, be modest. Refrain from incessantly calling for bloodshed. Is it not better to thrive in harmony? With that, he exerted force with his fingers. With a crack, the seemingly indestructible blood-red dagger was shattered between his fingers. Subsequently, with a flick of his finger, the dagger's fragments shot forth with a whoosh, piercing directly through Li Xiao's brow and killing him instantly. System notification. The host has slain a golden core third-level cultivator, earning 500 domain points. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. It appeared that in addition to slaying malevolent spirits, killing cultivators also granted him domain points. Coupled with the points garnered from vanquishing ghosts, his total domain points had reached 510. With every 100 points expanding his domain by 1 meter, this 510 points would suffice to extend it by 5 meters. Without hesitation, Chen Chang'an expanded his invincible domain by 5 meters. His domain now nearly enveloped the entire immortal temple. Chen Chang'an laughed heartily, feeling invigorated. 3 words encapsulated his joy, utterly delightful. It seemed that in addition to vanquishing monsters and ghosts, killing cultivators also yielded domain points. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of the slain, the more points one would accrue. Chapter 5, Taking Disciples? A reliable tool. Ling Baoer stared with wide eyes. Her youthful face filled with incredulity. She gazed blankly at Li Xiao's corpse, her mind a void. This was the Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave. A terrifying powerhouse of the Golden Core realm. Had he truly perished just like that? Chen Chang'an did not turn to look at Ling Baoer. Instead, he began to rummage through Li Xiao's corpse. Soon, he discovered a storage ring. Alas, lacking any cultivation, he could not open this storage ring. Chen Chang'an turned his gaze towards Ling Baoer. He could not unlock the ring himself. He would have to rely on her. At that moment, Chen Chang'an finally took notice of Ling Baoer's appearance, which dazzled him. She was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. Could she be the daughter of that scar-faced man? What is your connection to that scar-faced man? Chen Chang'an's inquiry jolted the astonished Ling Baoer back to reality. She blinked and pouted, saying, "How could someone so ugly possibly be related to me? His name is Li Xiao, the Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave, while I am Ling Baoer, a disciple of the Nine-Sword Sect. Tonight, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and our sect suspected the emergence of a celestial treasure. However, we were ambushed by Li Xiao. Every disciple sent by the Nine-Sword Sect perished at his hands, except for me." As she spoke, a trace of melancholy clouded her eyes. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude to Chen Chang'an. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. If it weren't for your intervention, I would surely have been captured and taken to the Evil Dragon Cave." She gazed at Chen Chang'an with curiosity. Though he appeared disheveled and dirt-streaked, Ling Baoer had witnessed everything that transpired. In her eyes, Chen Chang'an's image had transformed into that of an otherworldly expert. The fact that even the Golden Core cultivator Li Xiao had fallen so easily at his hands left her astounded. How powerful could Chen Chang'an truly be? Could he be a terrifying Yuaning stage cultivator? The thought made her gasp in astonishment. In Yuzhou, it was said that no formidable Yuaning cultivators had emerged for hundreds of years. Even her father, Ling Qingshan, the current sect master of the Nine-Sword Sect, had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Golden Core for centuries, with no sign of breaking through. To think she had encountered a Yuan-ing expert here on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Unaware of Ling Baoer's thoughts, Chen Chang'an handed her Li Zhao's ring. Now that the scar-faced man is dead, can this storage ring be opened? Ling Baoer, looking somewhat bewildered, was unsure of Chen Chang'an's meaning but replied, after Li Zhao's death, the imprint dissipates. This storage ring is now unclaimed and can certainly be opened. Chen Chang'an sighed in relief. Can we retrieve some food from this storage ring? The temperament of a Yuan-ing expert was often unpredictable. Ling Baoer nodded slightly, of course. Before long, she found food within the ring. The sight of the treasures and medicinal pills piled within astounded her. The wealth contained therein was truly dazzling. Confirming Li Zhao's status as the Grand Elder of the Evil Dragon Cave, a powerful golden core cultivator. However, Ling Baoer felt no greed. She was well aware that all these treasures rightfully belonged to the senior before her. As Chen Chang'an munched on the rations retrieved from the storage ring, Ling Baoer stared at him. What are you looking at? Just as the words left his mouth, with a sudden thud, Ling Baoer unexpectedly knelt before Chen Chang'an. What are you doing? The sudden kneeling of Ling Baoer took Chen Chang'an by surprise, leaving him utterly bewildered, rendering even the food in his hands tasteless. Ling Baoer spoke earnestly. Senior, you have saved my life, which signifies one thing. What is that? He inquired. It is that our fates are intertwined, destined to meet. Chen Chang'an took a bite of his provisions, his expression one of disbelief. Is this truly destiny? Ling Baoer nodded with conviction. Of course. In this vast sea of humanity. To encounter you and be saved by you, doesn't that exemplify destiny? Chen Chang'an pondered her words, sensing a hint of truth in them. Senior, since we share such a profound connection, would you take me as your disciple? You wish to be my disciple? Chen Chang'an was genuinely astonished, never anticipating such a declaration from Ling Baoer. Senior, you have bestowed upon me the gift of life. Even if you do not accept me as your disciple, please allow me to remain by your side. I promise to serve you diligently. Ling Baoer spoke with unwavering seriousness, fully aware that a Yuan-ing powerhouse rarely traverses the mortal realm, representing one of the most formidable presences on the Jiuzhou continent. If she could become his disciple, it would be an immense fortune. Therefore, she was resolute in seizing this opportunity. Chen Chang'an scratched the back of his head, unable to fathom Ling Baoer's desire to become his disciple. Truth be told, being alone in this dilapidated temple was exceedingly dull. Having a companion would certainly be preferable, especially one as endearing as a charming young girl. He was more than willing to accept Ling Baoer as his disciple. However, he sighed deeply, contemplating the reality of the situation. While he was indeed powerful, his strength was predicated on the invincible domain he commanded. Once he stepped outside that domain, no matter how weak Ling Baoer might be, she could easily deliver a few punches and teach him a lesson. What could he possibly teach her? Chen Chang'an couldn't help but reflect on his past life. Alas, what a failure it had been. At over 20 years of age, aside from lounging at home playing video games, fiddling with his phone, or engaging in card games and mahjong, he seemed to possess little else. Noticing his furrowed brow and serious expression, Ling Baoer felt a twinge of anxiety. Would the senior truly not accept her as his disciple? After all, he was an unparalleled master. How could he easily take her under his wing? Chen Chang'an had not intended to take on a disciple, as he believed he had little to impart. Yet, upon further reflection, he faced a pressing dilemma. Though he resided within the Invincible Domain, he still needed to procure food and drink. The outside world was fraught with danger. What if he ventured out in search of sustenance and met his demise? Chapter 6. Dear disciple, do you understand? He had to remain a turtle, retreating into the safety of his invincible domain. Moreover, in this desolate wilderness, encountering another person was no easy feat. A thought struck him. Why not accept her as a disciple? Ling Baoer could serve as a useful assistant, helping him find food and drink. With this notion, accepting her as a disciple seemed to bear no detriment to him. If she wished to learn something, he could always teach her how to play mahjong or cards. If things went awry, it would not be his fault, for she was the one who had sought him out as a master. Chen Chang'an contemplated for a moment, then cleared his throat twice, adopting an expression of inscrutable profundity. Young lady, I have traversed the immortal realm for countless years. Those who seek to be my disciples have crossed the 6 paths of reincarnation. What qualifications do you possess that would compel me to take you as my apprentice? Under Chen Chang'an's gaze, Ling Baoer felt her cheeks flush, left speechless. To traverse for eons, and the notion of the 6 paths of reincarnation surpassed her wildest imagination. Alas, she was merely an ordinary cultivator among the multitude, possessing mediocre talent. It was only natural for a venerable elder to decline her request. She had been naive to entertain such thoughts. Just as Ling Baoer was about to concede defeat, Chen Chang'an spoke again, yet her eyes sparkled with sudden anticipation. Elder, what do you mean? You have mentioned that we are fated. Therefore, I shall grant you a chance. I will reluctantly accept you as a registered disciple. After you pass the test, I will formally take you as my apprentice. Chen Chang'an declared, his voice low and imbued with a sense of profound melancholy. Ling Bauer was overwhelmed with excitement, her eyes shining brightly. Disciple Bauer pays her respects to master. With successful initiation into apprenticeship, she firmly believed that under her master's guidance, her strength would surely soar. Very well, rise. Chen Chang'an replied slowly. Though his expression remained impassive, his heart was filled with joy. Having a beautiful young disciple by his side was indeed a delightful prospect. If only he had a mobile phone, he would certainly capture a photo of Ling Bauer to share with friends and boast about his newfound disciple. System notification. The host has established a master-disciple bond with Ling Bauer, rewarding 100 domain points. Chen Chang'an was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that accepting a disciple could yield such rewards? Now, with a total of 110 domain points, his invincible domain could expand by 1 meter. Without hesitation, he expended 100 domain points to extend his invincible domain. Indeed, his domain grew larger, bringing him even more joy. With ambitious aspirations, he believed that one day he would expand his invincible domain to encompass the entire world. Seeing Chen Chang'an suddenly burst into laughter left Ling Bauer perplexed. What is Master laughing about? Disciple, do you see that large jar beside us? Chen Chang'an inquired. Ling Bauer turned to find a dilapidated jar nearby. Take that jar outside the temple. With the impending downpour, it should fill with water, he instructed. Understood, Master, she replied, not questioning his intent, cautiously cradling the large jar. She stealthily made her way outside the temple. Although she was young, as a cultivator, lifting a jar weighing nearly 100 pounds was a trivial task for her. Watching Ling Bauer's petite and delicate figure as she carried the jar, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of having a disciple. Indeed, a perfect aid. After spending a month in this dilapidated temple, he was on the verge of becoming unbearable. Once the jar was filled with water, he would finally be able to enjoy a refreshing bath. The rain poured heavily outside, drumming relentlessly against the dying leaves of the ancient Bodhi tree with a cacophony of sound. Ling Bauer hummed a tune as she moved the jar into the downpour. Preparing to return, a deep, resonant roar suddenly emanated from the darkness ahead, the malevolent aura surging forth like a colossal wave, overwhelming all in its path. Ling Bauer gazed into the shadows, where a pair of menacing, vertically slit eyes glimmered with a greenish light, fixating intently upon her. The oppressive presence of the beast filled her with an acute sense of peril. Roar! The tiger's roar reverberated through the mountains, sending shivers down the very soul. A towering black tiger, standing nearly 3 meters tall, burst forth from the gloom, lunging towards Ling Bauer with ferocity. Its gaping maw, ghastly and terrifying, seemed capable of swallowing her whole. It was a tiger demon. Ling Bauer was taken aback, swiftly turning to flee back into the temple. Master, something terrible has happened. A tiger demon has appeared outside. She hurriedly relayed the news to Chen Chang'an. The oppressive aura emanating from the tiger demon was palpable, undoubtedly akin to Li Shao. Having endured the third tribulation and ascended into the formidable realm of the Golden Core, with her cultivation at merely the 6th level of foundation establishment, she was no match for such a foe. Chen Chang'an, having heard the tiger's roar from outside, remained unfazed within the invincible domain. Disciple, come closer to me, he instructed calmly. Ling Bauer, not daring to linger, rushed to his side. She blinked, her delicate, petite nose detecting a rather pungent odor emanating from Chen Chang'an, reminiscent of someone who hadn't bathed in quite some time. Yet, she paid it little mind. What astonished her was that even standing so near her master, she could still sense no fluctuations of cultivation emanating from him, as though he were an ordinary person who had never practiced the arts. Had she not witnessed his prowess firsthand, she would never have fathomed that Chen Chang'an was a reclusive master, a powerful being of the nascent soul. Ling Bauer's expression did not escape Chen Chang'an's notice, causing him a slight embarrassment, yet he maintained his composure, speaking softly. To immerse oneself in the mortal realm and experience the myriad facets of life is to grasp the supreme path. Do you understand, my dear disciple? Chen Chang'an's words instantly instilled in Ling Bauer a profound respect. Truly, a master speaks with such depth and wisdom. Master, I shall earnestly strive to comprehend and internalize your teachings. Chen Chang'an nodded in approval. Excellent. Chapter 7. Slaying the Tiger Demon. A tiger is truly a precious being inside the temple. A sinister wind swept in as the formidable black tiger strode confidently into the sanctum. Ling Bauer was astonished to find that standing beside her master shielded her from the terrifying malevolence that the tiger had previously exuded. Little tiger, this is not a place for you, Chen Chang'an addressed the demon. The tiger's fierce, slitted eyes locked onto Chen Chang'an and Ling Bauer, glinting with a bloodthirsty light. It had ventured from the depths of the vast mountain range, drawn by the allure of heavenly treasures, yet despite its exhaustive search, it had found no trace of such artifacts. Clearly, the treasures had not manifested in this mountain. The flesh of beggars is sour and unpalatable. The flesh of cultivators, however, is sweet and delectable, the tiger demon growled, sauntering closer with deliberate steps. Chen Chang'an scoffed inwardly, thinking, this country bumpkin truly has no discerning taste. What I possess is the flesh of immortality. Here, within this dilapidated temple, stood the two individuals. One was a beggar, devoid of any aura of cultivation, as insignificant as an ant. The other was a female cultivator, her strength negligible, easily capable of being slain with a mere palm strike. Licking his lips, he realized it had been quite a while since he had tasted human flesh. A smile crept across Chen Chang'an's face, unperturbed. This demon tiger presented itself as an opportunity for both domain value and sustenance. He had never savored the taste of tiger meat before. With this thought, Chen Chang'an also licked his lips, extending his right hand, his index finger beckoning provocatively. Come here, little tiger. Roar. The demon tiger glared at Chen Chang'an with fury. A filthy beggar dared to provoke him. It was nothing short of a death wish. Observing the enraged tiger, Chen Chang'an chuckled. This was precisely the reaction he desired. The tiger, with bared fangs and claws, lunged forward, transforming into a massive shadow that enveloped both Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao'er. Chen Chang'an remained motionless, a smile on his face. Ling Bao'er, beside him, turned pale, summoning the scant magical energy within her, ready to confront the tiger demon at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, the tiger demon charged into Chen Chang'an's invincible domain. Instantly, it was met with an overwhelming, terrifying force, akin to an endless, towering mountain pressing down upon it. In the presence of Chen Chang'an, it felt as diminutive as an ant. It was as if a mere finger from Chen Chang'an could crush it to oblivion. The once arrogant tiger demon was now stricken with sheer terror. It quickly realized a horrifying truth. It could not move. Disciple. Ah, master. Ling Bao'er was astonished to see the tiger demon frozen in place. She could hardly comprehend how Chen Chang'an had not even lifted a finger. What was happening? How could the tiger demon suddenly be immobilized? The unfathomable power, under Chen Chang'an's command, was exclusively directed at the tiger demon, and thus, Ling Bao'er felt no trace of that force. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Chang'an exuded an air of superiority. Go and slay this little tiger. Ling Bao'er nodded, her heart brimming with joy. Indeed, becoming his disciple was the right choice. This formidable tiger demon was subdued effortlessly. Her master was truly powerful. Eagerly, Ling Bao'er retrieved a pristine sword from her storage ring, her face alight with excitement as she aimed it at the tiger demon. This was a demon of the Golden Core realm. She had never killed one before. She vowed to cling tightly to her master's coattails. The tiger demon quaked in fear, yet could not utter a word. As the sword struck, it emitted a metallic clang, sparks flying. However, Ling Bao'er's strike failed to slay the tiger demon, leaving no wounds upon its form. Instead, the sword bore a significant crack. Awkwardly, Ling Bao'er's face flushed with embarrassment. How could she appear so foolish before her master? Unable to even vanquish a mere demon? Master, this tiger demon's cultivation far exceeds mine. Its fleshly defenses are astonishing. I cannot slay it. Chen Chang'an sighed. It seemed his disciple was rather weak. Give me the sword. Ling Bao'er promptly handed the sword over to Chen Chang'an. The tiger demon, with all its might, found itself utterly immobilized, its heart brimming with fear and despair. My heavens, just who is this beggar? How terrifying! How dreadful! Chen Chang'an cast a fleeting glance at the tiger demon before casually slicing with his sword. That strike seemed to harbor the power of creation itself, an embodiment of sheer horror. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. It's over. Subsequently, his world was engulfed in darkness. With a single stroke, Chen Chang'an vanquished the tiger demon and tossed the sword to Ling Bao'er. She foolishly caught the precious blade, resembling an innocent child, alternating her gaze between the sword in her hand and the bisected demon tiger. A formidable creature of the Golden Core realm had been slain by her master with such ease. Chen Chang'an yawned, feeling somewhat fatigued after the night's events. Disciple, do you know how to butcher a pig? Ling Bao'er nodded eagerly. Yes, master. Your master is tired, so you shall take care of the demon tiger's remains. Remember, just as you would with a pig, cut the meat properly. Ling Bao'er's eyes sparkled. This tiger demon, being of the Golden Core realm, possessed flesh imbued with immense power essence, which could greatly enhance a cultivator's prowess when consumed, especially since this powerful demon had survived 3 tribulations. Even as the daughter of the Nine-Sword Sect's leader, she had only tasted it once in the past 2 decades. After all, slaying a Golden Core demon is no small feat, understood, master. Oh, and don't forget the tiger whip. It's quite a treasure. Be sure to keep it safe. Don't lose it. Ling Bao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head. Master. Stealing a glance at Chen Chang'an, she dared not inquire about his intentions for the whip. Chapter 8. All Beings. The profound and mysterious Master Chen Chang'an paid no heed to Ling Bao's thoughts as he reclined against the stone statue, lost in contemplation as the system's notification echoed in his mind. After slaying the Golden Core 8th layer Tiger Demon, he had unexpectedly acquired 800 field points. He had initially intended to expand his Invincible Domain. However, the system indicated that he possessed sufficient points to upgrade the Invincible Domain system instead. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. So, the system could be upgraded. System notification. The current version of the Invincible Domain system is 1.0. Functionality. Invincible strength. It has detected that the host possesses sufficient field points. By consuming 800 field points, the Invincible Domain system can be upgraded to version 2.0. Unlocking a new feature. All Beings. The system provided no explanation regarding the new feature's purpose, merely informing Chen Chang'an that he would understand it naturally upon upgrading to version 2.0. Presently, after previously expending 600 field points to expand his Invincible Domain by 6 meters, he still retained 810 field points. Without further deliberation, Chen Chang'an opted to forego the expansion of his domain and instead pursue the upgrade to version 2.0. He was eager to discover what the new functionality of the Invincible Domain 2.0 would entail. System notification. The host is consuming 800 field points. The system is upgrading. Please wait. After a brief moment, a familiar prompt echoed in Chen Chang'an's mind. The system announced, System upgrade successful. Current Invincible Domain System version 2.0 activated. Introducing a new feature, all living beings. The sound of the system's notification stirred Chen Chang'an's spirit. All information regarding the new feature, all living beings, flooded his mind, now fully grasped by him. As the name suggests, it could infuse vitality into all things, granting them consciousness. Furthermore, it allowed the most delicate control over everything within the Invincible Domain. For instance, lying on the ground was quite uncomfortable. As an invincible individual, his standards were elevated. Thus, he required a bed. With a mere thought, the earth undulated and swiftly transformed under Chen Chang'an's will into a stone bed. Beside him, Ling Bao excitedly sliced pieces of tiger meat. However, the hide of the fierce beast was tough and thick, demanding considerable effort from her. Nonetheless, Ling Bao expressed no complaints. Instead, she relished the endeavor, pondering how to prepare the tiger meat deliciously. Observing her enthusiasm, Chen Chang'an contemplated for a moment and said, Disciple. Ling Bao, clutching a massive tiger leg, turned to him. Master, what is it? Venture outside and pluck a couple of small herbs. Okay. Ling Bao obediently set down the tiger leg. She encountered no danger beyond the temple and returned with 2 small herbs, presenting them to Chen Chang'an, curious about their purpose. Without further thought, she resumed her diligent task of butchering the tiger meat. This was far more engaging than cultivating at the Nine Swords Sect. A grand demon at the Golden Core stage was beyond even her father's capabilities. Her master truly was remarkable. As he gazed at the 2 small herbs, Chen Chang'an activated the new feature of the Invincible Domain System 2.0, all living beings. He murmured, eager to discover the extent of its power. Upon invoking the feature, a surge of vibrant life energy emanated from the seemingly ordinary herbs in his hands. The vitality was so potent that the 2 humble plants transformed into entities of medicinal grade in an instant. How fragrant! Ling Bao, diligently slicing the tiger meat, lifted her gaze and beheld the 2 herbs in Chen Chang'an's grasp. They shimmered with a crystalline luster, radiating brilliance and exuding immense life energy. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Master, is that the same 2 herbs from earlier? Chen Chang'an smiled and nodded. Good disciple, watch closely as I perform a magic trick. He focused on one of the herbs, a dogtail grass, and activated the all living beings feature once more. Suddenly, the grass glimmered with green light and began to move, swaying as if filled with wisdom, resembling a wagging dog's tail. Ling Bao was taken aback, gasping, Master, that dogtail grass seems to be alive. And therein lay the true marvel of all living beings. A humble blade of grass, infused with a spark of spirituality by him, has transcended its ordinary existence. It is no longer merely a common weed, but rather a mystical entity, poised to transform into something even more enchanting in due time. The dogtail grass gently swayed, as if playfully tickling the palm of Chen Chang'an. With a smile, he chose not to respond. Instead, he pinched the remaining sprout that had also been imbued with spirit. In the blink of an eye, this ethereal grass metamorphosed into a spiritual pill. Chen Chang'an flicked it with his finger, and the pill gracefully landed in Ling Bao's hands. The life essence contained within this elixir served as a token of apprenticeship from her master. Ling Baoer, filled with delight, gazed up at Chen Chang'an with boundless admiration. "Thank you, master, for this pill." Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, his voice imbued with earnestness. "My dear disciple, strive diligently. Do not let my expectations go unfulfilled." "Indeed." Ling Baoer nodded earnestly. "I promise I will not disappoint you, master." Overwhelmed with emotion, she consumed the spiritual pill. It dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, flooding her body with a tremendous surge of life essence. A tremor coursed through Ling Baoer, awakening her magical powers. To her astonishment, this was a sign of breakthrough. She wasted no time, swiftly settling into a meditative posture to channel her cultivation techniques. In just a breath or two, she ascended from the 6th level of foundation establishment to the 7th. Ling Baoer was utterly astounded. She could hardly believe that a mere weed had transformed into a spiritual pill in the hands of Chen Chang'an, and that the potency of this elixir had enabled her to transcend a realm. This revelation was more astonishing than Chen Chang'an's defeat of the formidable Li Xiao. His stature in Ling Baoer's mind grew ever more enigmatic and profound. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an remained oblivious to Ling Baoer's thoughts. A glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes, for he had just received a reward of 50 domain points from the system due to Ling Baoer's breakthrough. This was utterly astonishing. "Is this truly possible?" The system explained, as the host is bound to Ling Baoer in a master-disciple relationship. Any breakthrough she achieves will yield a portion of domain points as a reward. The higher her cultivation, the more domain points will be acquired. Chen Chang'an rejoiced. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous benefit. Henceforth, if he were to take on more disciples, their continuous advancement would further expand his invincible domain. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen Chang'an awoke feeling invigorated. After 3 long years, he had finally enjoyed a restful slumber. The temple was tranquil, with neatly prepared tiger meat set aside. Ling Baoer lay curled up nearby, wrapped in a tiger pelt, peacefully asleep. Chen Chang'an smiled, reassured that the events of the previous night were not mere dreams. His invincible domain was indeed a tangible reality. He had not only vanquished 2 formidable golden core experts overnight, but had also gained a spirited and obedient little disciple. Beside him, a dogtail grass swayed its head, seemingly greeting Chen Chang'an. This was the weed he had whimsically named Little Tail the night before. Stretching his limbs, Chen Chang'an rose from his slumber, refraining from waking the peacefully sleeping Ling Baoer. His invincible domain, which initially spanned 2 meters, had now expanded to 8. The celestial temple he inhabited measured merely 5 meters, signifying that his invincible realm had extended 3 meters into the outside world. Stepping out of the celestial temple, he paused at the edge of his invincible domain, gazing into the distance from the mountain's peak. Before him lay an endless expanse of verdant mountains, bathed in the soft glow of dawn, with birds soaring gracefully across the sky. Thus began a beautiful day. Suddenly, a brilliant light sliced through the heavens, descending into the flying immortal mountain with a thunderous roar, embedding itself into the earth before Chen Chang'an. His eyes widened in astonishment. The sudden occurrence had taken him completely by surprise. The resounding boom roused Ling Baoer from her slumber within the temple. Rubbing her eyes, she emerged, bleary-eyed. "Master, what has transpired?" Chen Chang'an's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the light had vanished. As the brilliance faded, a broken copper sword stood embedded in the ground. It was a sword that had fallen from the sky. A chill ran down Chen Chang'an's spine, his complexion paling slightly. Fortunately, he had not ventured beyond his invincible domain. Had he taken a few more steps forward, that descending copper sword could have claimed his life. Indeed, the outside world was perilous. A sword? Ling Baoer, now fully awake, was struck by the thought of its celestial descent. Her eyes widened. "Master, could this sword be the divine treasure that descended last night?" "What divine treasure?" Chen Chang'an inquired. Puzzled. "Are you unaware, master?" "Let me explain." Ling Baoer nodded and recounted the events of the previous night. Chen Chang'an listened, intrigued. A terrifying fist shadow had shattered the sky, and a celestial sword had fallen. He was astonished that such a momentous event had unfolded in the 10,000 great mountains. Regrettably, he had missed it while in the temple. It was a small disappointment. Unaware that all of this chaos was a consequence of his own uncontrolled power while slaying a female ghost. The 10,000 great mountains were indeed mysterious and perilous. Aside from formidable beings like his master, there must be other hidden powers. Chen Chang'an imparted wisdom to his young disciple. "Dear apprentice, you speak the truth. Though I am powerful, there are always those stronger, and one must remain humble and discreet." As long as Ling Baoer remained within his invincible domain, he need not worry for her safety. However, beyond that realm, he could not guarantee her protection. "Master, I will remain humble," she promised. Observing the broken copper sword, Chen Chang'an remarked, "You claim this is the divine treasure, yet it appears otherwise." No sooner had he spoken than Ling Baoer hopped out of the Invincible Domain. Approaching the broken copper sword, Chen Chang'an gasped in alarm. Baoer, come back. Should the sword pose any danger, he would be unable to safeguard her. He had only just taken on this apprentice. He could not afford to lose her so soon. Master, what is it? Seeing that the broken copper sword remained still and did not harm Ling Baoer, Chen Chang'an exhaled a sigh of relief. It's nothing. As soon as the words fell, Ling Baoer had already grasped the broken copper sword and waved it. Master, this sword is likely not the celestial treasure from last night. It appears quite ordinary and lacks any inherent power. Chen Chang'an, whose taut nerves had begun to relax, replied, bring it here for me to examine. Ling Baoer returned to the Invincible Domain with the broken sword and handed it to Chen Chang'an. Although she did not sense any extraordinary qualities in the sword, Chen Chang'an could palpably feel its essence. He detected a faint power within the blade. However, it was so feeble that he could easily snap it with a mere exertion of strength. Master, what do you think? Chen Chang'an activated the second function of the Invincible Domain, the vitality of all living things. In his grasp, the broken copper sword began to mend at a visible pace. Soon, it transformed into a brand new copper sword, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Wow, what a beautiful sword! Ling Baoer's eyes sparkled with delight. The copper sword had undergone a remarkable transformation from its previous state. The bronze shimmered, one side adorned with engravings of the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains and flora, exuding an extraordinary celestial aura. The hilt bore the inscription Holy Immortal, and thus the sword was named the Holy Immortal Sword. After employing the vitality of all living things to restore the Holy Immortal Sword, the power contained within was significantly amplified. Of course, if Chen Chang'an wished to break this sword, he could still do so with minimal effort. The sword held no value for him. He regarded it with disdain. If this is what a celestial treasure is, then it is rather lacking, he remarked. If you like it, then it is yours. Chen Chang'an tossed the Holy Immortal Sword to Ling Baoer. She received the restored sword with joy and exclaimed, Master, you are truly wonderful. Thank you, Master. Chapter 10. The Bodhi Blossoms. Two forces arrive, however. When Ling Baoer grasped the restored Holy Immortal Sword, she was utterly moved. What an overwhelming power. This sword is far from the simplicity Master described. Master, this sword must indeed be the celestial treasure that descended last night. Chen Chang'an shook his head, asserting, the power is far too weak to be a celestial treasure. Ling Baoer, absorbing Chen Chang'an's words while feeling the immense energy within the Holy Immortal Sword, appeared bewildered. Is this power truly so weak? Chen Chang'an waved his hand, indicating that the water vessel outside the temple was now full. Bring it inside the temple, then prepare breakfast. Ling Baoer carefully stored the Holy Immortal Sword, dismissing further thoughts. Since Master had stated it was not the celestial treasure from last night, it must indeed not be. Master, what would you like for breakfast? Chen Chang'an's eyes brightened. Let us stew a tiger leg from that demon tiger we encountered last night. And remember to add the tiger whip as well. Master, do we really need to stew the tiger whip too? Ling Baoer asked timidly. Of course. I have been overworked lately and need proper nourishment. Noticing Ling Baoer's cheeks turning crimson, Chen Chang'an playfully tapped her on the head. Ouch! Master, why did you hit Bao? Ling Baoer clutched her head, looking quite aggrieved. What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry and prepare the meal. Okay. Ling Baoer scampered back to the temple, her bare feet pattering on the ground. Chen Chang'an shook his head, for he held no associations with Ling Baoer. She was merely in her early teens. And though she possessed a charming and delicate beauty, she was not to his taste. He preferred voluptuous figures, the epitome of allure, which was far more appealing to his palate. Shaking off such thoughts, Chen Chang'an surveyed his surroundings. Outside the temple, wild grass thrived amidst the rubble, while a dilapidated and dying Bodhi tree stood at the entrance. Such an environment was far from his liking. With a wave of his hand, he invoked the essence of life. Within a mere 3 meters outside the temple, green light flickered, and in an instant, the wild grass transformed into spiritual herbs, turning the celestial temple into a veritable paradise. Then, he approached the ailing Bodhi tree, which was precisely 3 meters from the temple's entrance. He placed his hand upon it, and with the touch of spring, the tree revived, bursting forth with vitality, its branches swaying and rustling as flowers blossomed, filling the air with a rich fragrance that enveloped the entire temple. Chen Chang'an smiled in satisfaction. This was much better. Such an environment was indeed suitable for a reclusive sage like himself. Meanwhile, Ling Baoer, who was about to move the water vat, was taken aback by the changes outside. Her bright eyes widened in astonishment as she stood frozen in place, petrified by the shocking transformation. Was this merely an illusion? How could the outside world change so dramatically after entering a temple? At the foot of Feixian Mountain, a dark wind arose. As it dissipated, a group of figures emerged. cloaked in black robes and adorned with ghostly masks, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. At the forefront stood a man with a golden ghost mask, gazing up at the mountain's peak. Through the mask, his eyes gleamed with a sinister coldness. The earlier flash of light must have been an omen of the celestial treasure descending. They had come to seize it. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he prepared to ascend the mountain. Just then, 3 ethereal rainbows streaked across the sky, swiftly approaching. As the rainbows faded, 3 burly men appeared, their rugged features marred by scars, exuding a fierce and menacing presence. They too were drawn to the majestic Faxian mountain. The leader among them, brimming with formidable energy, was none other than Li Batian, the lord of the evil dragon cave, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. The 2 men following him were esteemed elders of the evil dragon cave, also powerful practitioners of the golden core realm. Upon seeing the approaching figures, Li Batian's eyes widened in surprise, and he halted, bellowing a challenge. The leader of the group was none other than Chen Chang'an, the master of the Skull Sect. The man in the golden ghost mask sneered, addressing Li Batian. It seems you 2 have come to contend for the celestial treasure that descended last night. Indeed, Master Qiu. If you can come, why should I not? Li Batian retorted with a hearty laugh. Chen Chang'an replied coolly, I presume the Nine-Sword Sect has also sent their people. Li Batian chuckled heartily. The fellows from the Nine-Sword Sect will not be coming. Why do you say that? Chen Chang'an inquired, puzzled. Last night, the group sent by the Nine-Sword Sect was ambushed and slaughtered by my elder. As such, they are not qualified to vie for the celestial treasure this time. Is that so? Chen Chang'an mused. Have you, Master Qiu, found any trace of the celestial treasure? Li Batian asked. Li Kuzu, aware that the celestial treasure had descended upon this mountain, felt no need for further words. The competition between the 2 factions would determine who would claim the treasure, reliant solely on their respective fortunes. Chen Chang'an responded with indifference. Ha ha ha, Master Qiu speaks wisely. Li Batian laughed heartily 3 times, but suddenly clapped his hands, unleashing a surge of magical energy. A grand seal materialized before him. With a commanding shout, he sent it forth. The seal burst forth, radiating blood-red light, transforming into a towering crimson mountain that bore down upon the disciples of the Ghost Cave sect. Master Qiu, this celestial treasure is mine to seize, and you shall bear the consequences. With that declaration, Li Batian led his followers into the mountain. Chen Chang'an braced against the crimson mountain. His teeth clenched in fury as he bellowed, You wretched scoundrel. Without a moment's hesitation, he rallied his forces and surged into the mountain as well. Both factions entered flying Immortal Mountain, traversing from the foot to the peak in search of the celestial treasure's whereabouts. It wasn't long before they reached the summit, discovering a dilapidated temple before them. Li Batian was the first to arrive, with Chen Chang'an and his men closely following. They had scoured the entirety of flying Immortal Mountain, but had yet to uncover the treasure. Undoubtedly, it must be hidden within this temple. Chapter 11. Obedient disciple. As dawn broke, Chen Chang'an hummed a light tune while bathing in warm water within the temple. Outside, Ling Baoer sat before a makeshift stove, diligently fanning the flames as she stewed tiger leg meat, the crackling fire producing lively sounds. Nearby, a tuft of foxtail grass swayed gently in the breeze. The pot bubbled with boiling water, and an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing Ling Baoer to gaze with starry eyes, occasionally swallowing her saliva. She remarked to the foxtail grass beside her, Littletail, this tiger meat is truly fragrant. Littletail seemed to understand her words, nodding vigorously. What a pity, though. You have yet to transform, and you cannot partake in the meat of this formidable demon. Ling Baoer chuckled, her face brimming with mischievous delight. Why are you here? Ling Baoer, where is Li Xiao? Suddenly, a cold voice questioned her. 3 ethereal figures appeared at the temple, led by none other than Li Batian and his companions. Particularly, Li Batian's expression was exceptionally grim. Ling Baoer, the daughter of the Nine-Sword Sect's leader, had supposedly been captured by the elder Li Xiao and brought to the evil dragon cave, intended to be used as leverage against the Nine-Sword Sect's leader, Ling Qingshan. Why, then, was she present here? The sudden appearance of Li Batian and his companions startled Ling Baoer. Seeing their fierce countenances made her pale with fright. With a startled cry, she dashed toward the temple, exclaiming, Master, Master, it's bad, it's bad. People from the evil dragon cave are here for revenge. Soon, her panicked cries echoed within the temple, and 2 hands covered her eyes as she stumbled out. In her haste, she tripped over the threshold. Bang! The blindfolded Ling Baoer fell backward. Li Batian and his companions. Oh dear! Ouch, that hurts! Ling Baoer whined, rising with a pitiful expression. However, the scene she witnessed in the temple caused Ling Baoer's delicate face to flush. Ling Baoer, it was Li Xiao in the temple. Summon him forth. Li Batian's expression darkened ominously. Given Li Xiao's prowess, Ling Baoer could not possibly escape. It was evident that Li Xiao had brought her here. And he even harbored suspicions that the celestial treasure might have already been seized by Li Xiao. Ling Baoer pouted, opting not to respond. She recognized Li Batian, the master of the evil dragon cave, whose cultivation level matched that of her father. While formidable, he was certainly no match for her master. Master, are you ready? The people from the evil dragon cave have come seeking vengeance. Ling Baoer called out loudly towards the temple. Li Batian furrowed his brow. Could it be that this temple was not under Li Xiao's control? Meanwhile, Qiu Qiantua had arrived with members of the Ghost Skull Sect. Ling Baoer's expression grew timid. Master, please come out quickly. The evil dragon cave has summoned reinforcements. This was a situation far beyond Ling Baoer's capability to handle. Anxiously, she felt a rising sense of dread. As Qiu Qiantua and his entourage arrived, they immediately sensed a transformation in the celestial temple, causing his pupils to constrict. Outside the temple, spiritual grasses flourished, particularly a Bodhi tree, imbued with ethereal resonance and vibrant life, truly a treasure trove, naturally formed. Qiu Qiantua was astonished to discover such a sacred site within the Faxian mountain. It was the essence of spiritual herbs. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise upon spotting a cluster of dogtail grass. The dogtail grass, intimidated by the aura of these cultivators, fled in fright, hiding behind Ling Baoer. Qiu Qiantua's gaze burned with intensity, and he made a resolute decision. The spiritual herbs possessed remarkable potency. This land was undoubtedly of 5th grade or higher, and he was determined to relocate the entire Faxian mountain back to the Ghost Skull Sect. Beside him, Li Batian unleashed his magical prowess, exuding an aura of slaughter. This treasure belongs to me first. It is mine. Leave. Qiu Qiantua, undeterred, unleashed his own formidable power, filling the air with a heavy pressure as he coldly retorted. Li Batian, the ownership of this land is not yours to decide. Just as the two factions faced off in a tense standoff, a languid voice emerged from the temple. Who will claim this treasure without consulting its true master? Both parties turned their gaze towards the celestial temple, eager to ascertain the identity of the one who dared to assert such authority. Ling Baoer sighed in relief. Her master had finally emerged. Chen Chang'an stepped out from the temple, clad in a loose Taoist robe, the distinctive attire of the Chongqing Sect's disciples, which he typically refrained from wearing. However, circumstances had changed. Now possessing the Invincible Domain system, he had no cause for concern. Master, you've come out. Ling Baoer rushed to hide behind Chen Chang'an. He gently pressed his hand atop her little head. I instructed you to wait outside. What compelled you to enter? Ling Baoer's cheeks flushed as she weakly replied, Master. I forgot. With a playful flick of his finger, he tapped Ling Baoer on the head, warning her that if she continued to disobey, he would no longer want her. Ling Baoer, resembling a chick pecking at grains, responded with a determined humph. In the 12th chapter, as they suppressed their cultivation, everyone stood in disbelief. I thought he was some divine being, but he turns out to be just an ordinary person, scoffed Li Batian. Qiu Qiantu cast an indifferent glance at him, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Ling Baoer, dissatisfied, retorted with pride, Humph, my master is no ordinary person. Li Xiao met his demise at my master's hands. I advise you to flee while you can. Alas, no sooner had she spoken than she received a light smack on the head from Chen Chang'an. Ouch! Master, you hit me again, she exclaimed. Chen Chang'an, exasperated, replied, If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Oh dear, he added, these are living domain values. What if they get scared off? Qiu Qiantu frowned, scrutinizing Chen Chang'an. From every angle, he appeared to be just an ordinary man. How could someone like him have defeated the golden core cultivator, Li Xiao? Impossible. Chen Chang'an chuckled. You are correct, esteemed one. How could I possibly have slain that Li Xiao? It was merely the foolish prattle of a child. Behind him, Ling Baoer pouted, insisting, I am not a child. Master, you are a great deceiver, speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open. Where is Li Xiao? Is the celestial treasure in his possession? Li Batian, dismissing further conversation with Chen Chang'an, directed his question at Ling Baoer. She blinked, yet before she could respond, Chen Chang'an interjected, Li Xiao is resting in the temple, and the celestial treasure is indeed in his hands. Ling Baoer, hearing this, frowned again. Master, you are lying. Li Xiao is clearly dead. His body has become nourishment for the flowers and grasses outside the temple. Li Batian laughed heartily, unaware of the truth. He could not believe that Chen Chang'an would dare deceive him. That fellow Li Xiao did quite well. Qiu Qiantu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Damn it. We are too late. Master Qiu, why not return to your Ghost Skull Sect? Li Batian jested, waving his hand as he led two elders into the temple. Chen Chang'an glanced at Qiu Qiantu and his companions, who were just a few meters away from his invincible domain, and asked, Are you not curious about that celestial treasure? Xiao Qiantu's face grew grim as he fell silent. He had not anticipated that the evil dragon cave would send Li Xiao first. With Li Xiao now present, there were 4 golden core cultivators from the evil dragon cave, while he had only 3, with the rest being foundation establishment practitioners. The celestial treasure had already fallen into the hands of the evil dragon cave, and seizing it from Li Batian would not be an easy feat. Yet, Xiao Qiantu's heart brimmed with unwillingness. The celestial treasure lay within arm's reach, once taken back to the evil dragon cave, reclaiming it would be utterly impossible. Was he to give up just like that? Chen Chang'an lamented inwardly. If the members of the Ghost Skull sect did not step into his invincible domain, he would be powerless against them. But then, with a commanding voice, Xiao Qiantu declared, at any cost, seize the celestial treasure. As his magical power surged, transforming into a tempest of black wind, Xiao Qiantu led his men into the temple. A smirk curled on Chen Chang'an's lips. The fish has taken the bait. Master. What fish? Ling Baoer inquired. Isn't it evident that these 2 groups are the fish? Ling Baoer shook her head, unable to comprehend. With Li Batian and Xiao Qiantu both stepping into his invincible domain, Chen Chang'an felt no further concern. He approached the stove, inhaling the savory aroma wafting from the pot, and swallowed. Baoer, your culinary skills are quite impressive, he remarked. Ling Baoer beamed, clinging to one of Chen Chang'an's arms playfully. Master, my dear disciple's cooking is certainly commendable. I shall prepare delicious meals for you every day. Chen Chang'an felt a twinge of embarrassment, gazing at Ling Baoer intently. Flattery with no purpose is often suspect. What are your intentions? Master, she replied earnestly. You are so formidable. Could you assist your devoted disciple in avenging her fallen comrades? Last night, Ling Baoer had accompanied disciples from the Jiujian sect in search of celestial treasures, but all except her had perished at the hands of Li Xiao. Although Li Xiao was slain, Li Batian remained the true mastermind. Ling Baoer yearned to exact revenge on Li Batian and his cohorts for the fallen disciples. Yet her own strength was insufficient, leaving her hopes pinned on Chen Chang'an. Avenging them must be done by one's own hand for it to hold true significance. Oh, Ling Baoer murmured timidly, but they are cultivators of the golden core realm. I cannot fathom when I might achieve my revenge. Just as she spoke, Li Batian and Xiao Qiantu emerged from the immortal temple, their faces dark and filled with murderous intent. They had scoured the temple without finding Li Xiao, nor had they located any celestial treasures. It was evident that Chen Chang'an had deceived them. Damn it, how dare a mere mortal trick us? Li Batian seethed, intent on decapitating him. While Xiao Qiantu harbored resentment towards Chen Chang'an, he felt a sense of relief. As long as the celestial treasures had not fallen into Li Batian's hands, there remained a chance to contest for them. Li Batian glared at Chen Chang'an and bellowed. You wretched cur, how dare you deceive me? I shall twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. Ling Baoer was frightened and quickly hid behind Chen Chang'an, only to be gently pulled back by his reassuring presence. Baoer, do you not seek vengeance? Master, I wish to, but it feels utterly unattainable, Ling Baoer lamented, on the verge of tears. To confront them directly would be tantamount to seeking death. Not necessarily. Do you not believe in your dashing and charming master? Ling Baoer pouted. But master, you are merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Ah, a trivial matter. If you are a mere foundation establishment cultivator, then they are but fledgling chi refinement practitioners. Chen Chang'an chuckled, snapping his fingers with a flourish. Ah, my cultivation level. Li Batian's anguished wail echoed through the air. Suddenly, he and the 2 elders from the evil dragon cave found their cultivation suppressed from the golden core realm down to the chi refinement realm. Li Batian and his companions were left dumbfounded. Xiao Qiantu's group was equally stunned. Ling Baoer was utterly speechless. Chapter 13. Revenge is at hand. The mighty saintly immortal sword Xiao Qiantu trembled, engulfed in dread. He was well aware of Li Batian's strength. A pinnacle cultivator of the golden core 9th layer in the ghost state. The ancient Yuan Ing does not emerge. Yet with his cultivation at the 9th level of the golden core, Li Batian could easily traverse the ghost state. Suddenly, however, his cultivation was inexplicably suppressed to the chi refinement stage. He gazed in terror at the smiling Chen Chang'an. This individual seemed utterly unremarkable, devoid of any cultivation, appearing entirely as an ordinary mortal. Unless, Xiao Qiantu's expression shifted dramatically, as if a realization struck him. He gasped in horror, instinctively retreating. Master, what is the matter? An elder of the Ghost Skull sect behind him quickly supported him, only to find Xiao Qiantu trembling uncontrollably. Impossible, impossible, Xiao Qiantu muttered, cold sweat beating on his forehead. If this young man before him was not an ordinary person and could instantaneously suppress Li Batian's cultivation, then there could only be one truth. Chen Chang'an's cultivation had surpassed both him and Li Batian, rendering them incapable of discerning his true strength. Thus, he must surely be a Yuaning powerhouse. Heavenly heavens. A mere flying immortal mountain harbored a Yuan-ing cultivator. He had foolishly contemplated seizing the treasures in the young man's possession. Was he not courting death? He understood. Li Batian was finished. Conversely, Li Baitian's visage twisted into a ferocious mask, consumed entirely by rage. What have you done to me? What do you think? Chen Chang'an replied with a smile to Ling Baoer. Now that their cultivations have been suppressed to the qi refinement stage, surely your prowess is more than sufficient for revenge? He, Master, you are truly formidable. Their cultivation is a whole realm beneath mine. If I cannot exact revenge, I might as well throw myself against a wall. With a flash of cold light, the sacred immortal sword appeared in Ling Baoer's hand, pointed directly at Li Batian. Li Batian, your evil dragon cave has slaughtered so many of my fellow disciples from the Nine-Sword Sect. Today I shall avenge those who perished. Li Batian scoffed derisively. Your father couldn't kill me. What makes you think you can? As the lord of the evil dragon cave, he possessed numerous defensive treasures, even with his cultivation suppressed. He believed that Ling Baoer, at the Foundation establishment stage, could not hope to harm him. Ling Baoer, however, merely snorted in disdain, choosing not to waste words. With a sharp cry, she charged forward with her sword. I stand here for you to strike, so you may grasp the vast gulf in strength between us. Li Batian brimmed with confidence, channeling his thoughts as golden light enveloped him, manifesting a suit of golden-scaled treasure armor. This was a fourth-grade defensive artifact, capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from a peak golden core cultivator. He believed that with the golden-scaled armor protecting him, Ling Baoer would not even be able to harm a single hair on his body. However, as Ling Baoer swung the sacred immortal sword, its power surged forth like a raging river, erupting in an instant. The fourth-grade golden-scaled armor could not withstand the blow, shattering under a single strike. Li Baitian's expression shifted dramatically. My golden scales. Before he could finish his sentence, his body was cleaved in half by the sacred immortal sword. Blood spattered forth, splashing onto the 2 elder disciples of the evil dragon cave beside him, leaving them in shock and terror, mouths agape, yet unable to utter a single word. With a single stroke, Li Batian was cleaved in 2, leaving Qiu Qiantou utterly astonished. His eyes widened as he fixated on the sword held by Ling Baoer. He could sense the terrifying celestial might emanating from the holy immortal sword. A mere ordinary sword could never hope to shatter the fourth-grade defensive artifact that Li Batian wore. More importantly, even though Li Baitian's cultivation was suppressed, the strength of his physical form remained undiminished, comparable to that of a magical artifact. Yet, he was still bisected by a single strike. It was unfathomable for someone of Ling Baoer's cultivation to achieve such a feat. It was the sword in her grasp. Could it truly be the celestial treasure that had descended upon the world? To think that the celestial artifact they had tirelessly sought had fallen into Ling Baoer's hands. Cursed be it. He even contemplated snatching the holy immortal sword from her. But the enigmatic presence of Chen Chang'an beside her quelled his desires. After all, if Li Batian, a figure stronger than himself, had met such a humiliating end at the hands of a single sword, then his own attempt to seize the celestial treasure would likely result in a fate akin to that of Li Batian. Ling Baoer, having slain Li Batian, appeared immensely elated. Although she sought vengeance against Li Batian, she had not truly believed she could accomplish it. Yet, she had indeed succeeded. With eyes gleaming with ferocity, she turned her gaze toward the 2 elders of the evil dragon cave. Though both were golden core cultivators, they too had been suppressed to the qi refining realm. If she could kill Li Batian with a single sword strike, how could these 2 elders hope to withstand her? At the sight of Ling Baoer's fierce demeanor, the 2 elders turned pale, their hearts quaking, and fled in terror. Do not flee, Ling Baoer cried, charging forward with her sword. Soon, 2 anguished screams echoed through the air. The 2 golden core elders had perished beneath the holy immortal sword, their lives snuffed out in a tragic end. Chapter 14. Escape. Chen Chang'an's intention system prompt. The disciple of the host, Ling Baoer, has slain 3 golden core cultivators, earning 1,500 domain points. With a thought, Chen Chang'an consumed the 1,500 domain points, expanding the Invincible Domain by another 15 meters. Master, how should we deal with the members of the Ghost Skull Sect? Ling Baoer's voice reached Chen Chang'an's ears. Having avenged herself by killing Li Batian and 3 golden core cultivators, she was filled with unparalleled joy. The fact that she had slain 3 golden core elders made her excitement palpable, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Grateful to her master, she resolved to serve him well, preparing delicious meals for him daily as a token of her gratitude. In summary, with the addition of Li Xiao, who had perished at Chen Chang'an's hands the previous night, the evil dragon cave had suffered the loss of 4 significant golden core cultivators, a devastating blow indeed. Once this news spread, it would not be long before the evil dragon cave faced annihilation at the hands of other forces. Ling Bao's words reached the ears of Qiu Qiantu and the others, causing their expressions to drastically change. At that moment, Chen Chang'an's gaze turned towards them. Their bodies shivered involuntarily, their souls trembling. In an instant, the suppression of golden core cultivators could only be achieved by a nascent soul expert. At this moment, one could assert that their very lives were grasped tightly in the hands of Chen Chang'an. Qiu Qianlu was filled with fear, trepidation, and profound regret. Had he known that such a formidable being resided within the flying immortal mountain, he would never have dared to ascend in search of the celestial treasures, even at the cost of his life. Quickly, he commanded his elder subordinates, and with a resounding thud, he knelt on both knees. Esteemed senior, we were blind to your greatness and have trespassed upon your sacred abode. Please grant us mercy. As the leader of the Ghost Skull Sect, Qiu Qianlu held a position of high authority, yet now, he found himself brought low by fear, kneeling before Chen Chang'an. Should this scene come to the attention of outsiders, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar. However, Qiu Qianlu understood all too well the terror of a nascent soul expert, whose moods are as unpredictable as the winds. Kneeling in contrition might offer a sliver of hope. To flee? That was simply inconceivable before such a powerful being. The sudden display of submission from the Ghost Skull Sect was entirely unexpected for Chen Chang'an. Initially, he had intended to eradicate these individuals to acquire domain value, but now he found himself hesitating. Ling Bao blinked her large eyes. Master, this sacred immortal sword must be the celestial treasure that descended last night. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot be revealed to outsiders. We should eliminate them. After all, the Ghost Skull Sect, known for turning the living into ghostly slaves, was indeed an evil sect and not a virtuous one. Upon hearing Ling Bao's words, Qiu Qianlu nearly spat blood in outrage. Ling Bao, do not slander. My Ghost Skull Sect is upright and proper. When have we ever been labeled as an evil sect? Ling Bao huffed. Oh, you dare deceive my esteemed master? You are doomed. Qiu Qianlu's expression paled, leaving him unable to counter her assertion. Ling Bao spoke the truth. This was common knowledge among the people of Ghost State. The Ghost Skull Sect was indeed a malevolent cult, notorious for killing and refining souls, with each disciple's hands stained with blood. Given Chen Chang'an's vast abilities, he was undoubtedly aware of their notoriety. Deceiving Chen Chang'an would surely lead to a dead end. Despair washed over Qiu Qianlu. Observing the expressions of Qiu Qianlu and his cohorts, Chen Chang'an recognized the validity of Ling Bao's claims. He snorted coldly. Bao, you are correct. Those of an evil sect deserve to perish. As soon as the words left his lips, a murderous intent surged forth, filling the air with palpable tension. This overwhelming aura of death sent chills down the spines of the members of the Ghost Skull Sect, plunging them into the depths of fear. Qiu Qianlu, kneeling in supplication, gritted his teeth, fully aware that Chen Chang'an's heart was set on slaughter. No matter how he pleaded for mercy, his fate was sealed. Damn that Ling Bao. If I am to die, then you shall pay dearly for it. Qiu Qianlu roared, issuing commands to the elder beside him. I refuse to believe he is truly a nascent soul expert. Let us strike together and kill him. Channeling his overwhelming power, Qiu Qianlu surged forth with the elder towards Chen Chang'an. Just as Qiu Qianlu was about to reach Chen Chang'an, he opened his mouth and expelled a surge of black mist that enveloped him entirely. Chen Chang'an waved his hand, dispersing the black fog. Yet Qiu Qianlu had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a group of bewildered elders from the Ghost Skull Sect. Where has the sect leader gone? Chen Chang'an spoke to them with a faint tone. It seems he has abandoned you and fled. The disciples of the Ghost Skull Sect were filled with despair. They no longer dared to confront Chen Chang'an and instead scattered in a chaotic flight for their lives. Chen Chang'an had no intention of letting this group of Ghost Skull disciples escape. With a mere thought, the spiritual herbs growing on the ground radiated with ethereal light, and the Bodhi tree at the temple entrance began to sway, seemingly transforming into a weapon. The branches of the Bodhi tree lashed out with terrifying force, reducing the Ghost Skull disciples to a mist of blood. The splendid spiritual herbs morphed into mighty dragons and great pythons, devouring the fleeing disciples. In this invincible domain, no one escaped except for Qiu Qiantu's. Soon, all the disciples of the Ghost Skull Sect lay dead. Unsurprisingly, he gained another 450 points of domain value. Meanwhile, Ling Bao anxiously fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. Master, the leader of the Ghost Skull Sect has escaped. What should we do? Chen Chang'an smiled and replied. Let him flee. What else can we do? Ling Bao sighed, gazing at the holy immortal sword in her hand. Master, his escape is trivial, but the leakage of news regarding the immortal treasure is a grave concern. If he has escaped, he will undoubtedly inform others that the treasure is in our possession. I fear the number of people who will come to seize it. Indeed, we cannot predict how many will seek the immortal treasure. Let us hope they do not disappoint me, Chen Chang'an remarked, yet his words bore no trace of fear or concern, but rather an air of anticipation. Ling Bao'er widened her beautiful eyes, seemingly grasping something profound. Could it be that Master intentionally let Xiao Qiantu go? Master you. Chen Chang'an interrupted Ling Bao'er, gently patting her little head. What absurd thoughts are you conjuring? I am hungry. Go fetch me a bowl of tiger's paw soup. Chapter 15, Master. I do not wish to die. Outside Feixian Mountain, black mist swirled like the wind, revealing the figure of Xiao Qian Tuesday. His face was as pale as death, filled with terror, and he gasped for breath. He glanced back at Feixian Mountain, his eyes brimming with fear. It felt almost surreal to him that he had managed to escape from the hands of a nascent soul powerhouse. As for the elders of the Ghost Skull Sect, Xiao Qiantu suspected they had perished at Chen Chang'an's hands. He had not anticipated that within this small Feixian Mountain, there was a nascent soul expert. But the matter of the immortal treasure would not be left unresolved. His gaze, filled with resentment and unwillingness, withdrew as he merged back into the black mist, fleeing into the distance. Within the immortal temple, Chen Chang'an savored the tiger's paw soup, while behind him, Ling Bao'er used her tiny fists to massage his back. Master, is it delicious? Quite good, but a bit bland. Remember to add some salt next time. I will remember, Master. Chen Chang'an squinted, gazing into the distance. He had deliberately allowed Xiao Qiantu to escape so that the news of the immortal treasure would spread. This way, he could seize the opportunity to accumulate more domain value. And this was the true purpose behind Chen Chang'an's actions. He was indeed looking forward to it. The current Invincible Domain had expanded by over 20 meters, and this was merely the result of eliminating golden core cultivators. He was curious about how much domain value he would gain after slaying a nascent soul cultivator. Though Bao'er was obedient and well-behaved, her strength was somewhat lacking. Chen Chang'an pondered within himself. Indeed, Bao'er's cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage, which was still too weak. While within the Invincible Domain, he could still protect her. However, once they ventured outside, he would be unable to ensure her safety. There was a risk that she might be harmed while he was preoccupied, and he wouldn't even know it. If only he could elevate her cultivation level, he mused quietly. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Chen Chang'an's eyes. He seemed to have stumbled upon something significant. Since all living beings could infuse vitality into the world, advancing ordinary grass into spiritual herbs, even endowing them with intelligence. Perhaps he could similarly enhance Bao'er's cultivation. He was uncertain of the outcome, yet he resolved to give it a try. Chen Chang'an felt a surge of anticipation. If he could indeed elevate Bao'er's cultivation through the essence of all beings, how many realms might she transcend in an instant? Could she leap to the golden core stage, the nascent soul stage, or even beyond? Bao'er, come to the courtyard with me, Chen Chang'an beckoned her. Bao'er, perplexed, followed him out of the temple. In the small courtyard, spiritual herbs flourished abundantly. The fragrance of Bodhi flowers permeated the air, and the spiritual energy was exponentially denser than that of the outside world. For a cultivator, practicing here would yield remarkable results. Chen Chang'an remained silent, his hands clasped behind his back, simply observing her. Bao'er, under his gaze, felt a bit shy and fidgety. Master, what is it? She inquired. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an appeared before her. With his right hand, he placed it gently upon her head and invoked the essence of all beings. A radiant golden light flowed from his palm, enveloping Bao'er entirely. Bao'er, how do you feel? She blinked her eyes and replied, Master, I feel warm and quite comfortable. Do you feel anything else? No, nothing else. Could it be that this ability cannot enhance her cultivation? Chen Chang'an refused to concede defeat, and the golden light in his palm grew even more dazzling, surrounding Bao'er as if she were a sun, blinding to behold. Simultaneously, the sky above flying Immortal Mountain darkened, and a fierce wind began to howl, causing both Chen Chang'an and Bao'er's hair to dance wildly and their garments to flutter dramatically. Chen Chang'an continued to observe Bao'er. He did not notice any signs of her cultivation improving, yet he did perceive other changes. Her physical form was undergoing a profound transformation. Her aptitude was being enhanced. Chen Chang'an understood aptitude all too well. It was categorized into 9 grades. For instance, despite possessing an immortal body, his aptitude was completely unremarkable, rendering him incapable of cultivation throughout his life. The higher the aptitude, the swifter the progress in cultivation. Various martial arts and magical techniques would be grasped with ease and learned quickly. Thus, by elevating Bao'er's aptitude, he could undoubtedly facilitate her tremendous advancement in cultivation. The day she breaks through to the golden core stage would soon be at hand. Master, I am in great pain. Ling Bao'er bit her red lips. Her face contorted in agony. Enhancing her physical constitution was no trivial endeavor for her. In fact, should she falter, it could cost her life. Just like now, Chen Chang'an had already sensed that Ling Baoer's life force was beginning to wane. If this continued, she would perish. Chen Chang'an's expression grew grave. He must not inadvertently cause harm to his beloved disciple. Baoer, I am elevating your potential. You must endure this transformation, rising to become an unparalleled prodigy. Master. But it hurts so much, Ling Baoer cried, feeling as if her very organs, along with her flesh and sinews, were shattering. Chen Chang'an spoke sternly, if you cannot endure, it will lead to your demise. Ling Baoer was frightened, tears brimming in her eyes. Master, I do not wish to die. If you wish to live, then persevere. This pain is but a trifling matter. Chapter 16. The Three Demon Kings. The thunder tribulation refinement. The sky was shrouded in dense black clouds, heavy and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared down, transforming into colossal lightning dragons, annihilating all in their path. The terrifying aura made one's very soul tremble. From the direction of the 10,000 great mountains, many demons and spirits gazed toward flying Immortal Mountain, their expressions awed and apprehensive. The fearsome shadow of the fist from the celestial treasure last night, coupled with today's cataclysmic thunder tribulation. What on earth transpired within that mountain? Master, I will surely persevere. In the small courtyard before the Immortal Temple, Ling Baoer's complexion was pale. She exerted every ounce of her strength to withstand the agony brought on by the enhancement of her constitution. Golden light coursed through her body. She was still young, yet to experience the beauty of this world. She did not wish to die. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder descended, unleashing a devastating force. However, as soon as the thunder entered Chen Chang'an's invincible domain, it was instantly obliterated. Within his realm, the thunder tribulation that accompanied Ling Baoer's enhancement posed no threat to her whatsoever. Gradually, Ling Baoer's breathing became steady, her aura elongated and serene. Particularly, her physique radiated a brilliant glow. A profound transformation was occurring, both internally and externally. Chen Chang'an withdrew his hand, stepping back, curious as to what heights Ling Baoer's constitution would reach through the essence of all living beings. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder tribulation descended, summoned by Ling Baoer, seemingly seeking to erase her from existence due to her enhanced constitution. One bolt after another, they wreaked havoc, obliterating all. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation caused the demons and spirits within the 10,000 great mountains to tremble in fear, paralyzed with dread. From the depths of the mountains suddenly erupted three overwhelming demonic presences. In quick succession, three beams of demonic light shot forth, heading toward flying Immortal Mountain. Half an hour later, the three beams of light arrived at the mountain's exterior. As the light dissipated, there stood two men and one woman, gazing intently at the majestic flying Immortal Mountain before them. A robust man, bare-chested, adorned with horns atop his head and flowing red hair, exuded an aura of malevolence. His expression was grave as he spoke. The tribulation lightning is assaulting this great mountain. Could it be summoned by the celestial treasure from last night? Beside him, another man chuckled. Tuoba Yi, the celestial treasure must surely be within this mountain. Why not hasten forth to claim it? Humph. The might of this tribulation lightning is dreadfully formidable. Although I have attained the third level of the nascent soul stage, I can still sense the peril within. Entering would be akin to courting death. As for the woman, clad in red, her long legs gracefully stood beside them. She possessed an enchanting beauty, complete with fox ears and waist-length hair, and a delicate yellow tail that swayed gently behind her. She smiled, saying, Shizi and I, Tuoba Yi desires that celestial treasure. Do you not as well? As the two foremost demon kings of the 10,000 great mountains, are you truly afraid of such trivial tribulation lightning? Why not join forces and venture into the mountain to seize the treasure? Shizi and I, slender and possessing serpent-like vertical eyes, responded with a sinister smile. Huangdi, you too are a demon king. Let us unite as the three of us to effortlessly acquire that celestial treasure. Huangdi stifled a laugh, her voice melodious. Shizi and I am merely here to observe the excitement. I have no interest in the celestial treasure. Shizi and I scoffed, clearly disbelieving her words. At that moment, Tuoba Yi sensed something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted, Retreat quickly. The three demon kings hurriedly withdrew, just as they distanced themselves 1,000 feet. The majestic flying Immortal Mountain was struck by an onslaught of relentless thunder. It was as if the heavens had ruptured, unleashing a torrent that transformed the entire mountain into a sea of lightning. Such a terrifying spectacle of tribulation lightning sent shivers down the spines of even these powerful beings. Shizi and I swallowed hard. What manner of dreadful tribulation lightning is this? Tuoba Yi and Hong Yi exchanged no words, yet their expressions betrayed their profound gravity. They had no doubt that should they be struck by that lightning, they would meet their demise. They also harbored no illusions that the entire flying immortal mountain would soon be reduced to ashes. Just as they believed the mountain was destined to be obliterated by the tribulation lightning, they beheld a figure. "What is that?" Shizi and I pondered. Hongyi replied. "It appears to be a human silhouette." The figure emerged atop the mountain, emanating a brilliant golden light, resplendent like the sun, commanding the boundless sea of lightning. The endless torrents of lightning swirled around this figure, seemingly transforming into the gentlest of forces, no longer violent or destructive, but instead refining the essence of the figure. Simultaneously, the entire flying immortal mountain remained untouched by the dreadful tribulation lightning, contrary to the three demon kings' expectations of it being reduced to cinders. Time passed. Though its measure was uncertain, the sea of lightning receded, the ominous clouds dispersed, and the terrifying phenomena of the tribulation lightning vanished, as though they had never occurred. It was a young girl. Tuoba Ye's eyes widened with astonishment as he recognized the figure atop the mountain, filled with both shock and disbelief. He could never have anticipated that such a terrifying thunder calamity was summoned by a mere girl. Could it be that the girl was the embodiment of the celestial treasure? With the thunderstorm now dissipated, let us venture into the mountains to uncover the truth. The three transformed into beams of demonic light, swiftly entering the Feishin mountain. Chapter 17. Setting a small goal for oneself, Chen Chang'an voraciously savored the tiger paw meat, casting a curious glance at Ling Baoer. After enduring the thunder calamity that tempered her body, Ling Baoer's physique gleamed like jade, her form reborn, especially as the magical energy coursed through her meridians. Surging like the ocean, the alterations within her body filled Ling Baoer with boundless joy. "Master, I feel so light." Chen Chang'an smiled faintly. Although he was unaware of the extent to which Ling Baoer's innate talent had ascended among all living beings, it was undoubtedly impressive. "Shall we test how it feels to cultivate?" Ling Baoer nodded, settling cross-legged on the ground, channeling her technique. Instantly, it was as if Ling Baoer's body transformed into an abyss, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Foundation establishment, 8th layer. Foundation establishment, 9th layer. Golden core, 1st layer. Golden core, 2nd layer. The terrifying constitution, combined with this extraordinary locale, enabled Ling Baoer to undergo a complete metamorphosis as spiritual energy flooded her body, elevating her cultivation. Ultimately, her cultivation stabilized at the golden core, 3rd layer. Who could have imagined that merely a moment of cultivation would allow Ling Baoer to leap across 5 realms and break through to the golden core? For her, this advancement felt as effortless as eating or drinking. Ling Baoer was utterly astonished. "Heavens, I actually broke through to the golden core." It is worth noting that within the Nine-Sword Sect, achieving the golden core realm is already tantamount to elder status. Her father, Ling Qingshan, stood at the pinnacle of the golden core, 9th layer. Now, she found herself merely 6 minor realms away from him. Perhaps even surpassing her father was not beyond the realm of possibility. Ling Baoer beamed with delight, pondering, "Master is truly remarkable. Having elevated my potential to such a terrifying degree, my current cultivation is infinitely easier than before. Such an ability, is it something only a nascent soul expert can possess?" At this moment, a hint of uncertainty flickered in Ling Baoer's heart. Could it be that Master's realm extends beyond that of the nascent soul? Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, who was unaware of Ling Baoer's thoughts, he witnessed her cultivation soar as she effortlessly broke through to the golden core, 3rd layer, instantly earning him hundreds of domain points. He could not help but feel elated and contemplative. Could this truly be the epitome of a prodigious talent? The breakthrough was as easy as drinking water. Chen Chang'an felt a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment, for this extraordinary prodigy was molded by his own hands. Regrettably, the capabilities of all living beings could not be applied to himself, preventing him from experiencing the sensation of being a peerless genius. "Master, you are incredible." The exuberant Ling Baoer dashed forward, throwing herself into Chen Chang'an's embrace. He smiled, gently ruffling her little head. "Now, you can truly be called my disciple." Ling Baoer gazed at Chen Chang'an, her eyes sparkling like a myriad of stars. "Hee, Master, does this mean I have successfully passed the test?" Chen Chang'an shrugged slightly. "Otherwise, why would I enhance your qualifications? By the way, what is your current rank, Bao?" Ling Baoer shook her head, saying, "Master, my previous qualification was of the 4th rank, and I am uncertain of my current rank. I only feel that, compared to before, it is a world apart." She was certain that even if her current qualification was not at the 9th rank, it must surely be at least at the 8th rank. Now, Ling Baoer felt nothing but boundless gratitude and admiration for Chen Chang'an. "Baoer, diligently cultivate." Although your qualifications have improved and you have become an extraordinary talent, do not let pride lead you astray. Remember, there are always others beyond oneself and realms beyond this one. It is essential to remain humble. Master, I will remember this. All right, continue your cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough into the Yuanying stage. Saying this, Chen Chang'an tossed the storage rings he obtained from Li Xiao and others to Ling Baoer. The items within should be of use to you in your cultivation. Take them. Master, are all these for me? Ling Baoer was somewhat taken aback. It is known that these few storage rings belong to the golden core elders of the Evil Dragon Cave, including that of Li Baxian, the master of the Evil Dragon Cave. The wealth and cultivation resources contained within were vast, almost comparable to half of the Nine-Sword Sect. She never expected that master would so casually hand them over to her. Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. He had no interest in such trivial possessions. Unable to cultivate himself, as long as he remained within the domain of invincibility, he was a deity, invulnerable. The mountains of wealth and cultivation resources were of no use to him. Why not pass them to Ling Baoer, allowing them to manifest their true value? He was rather eager to see how long it would take for Ling Baoer to break through to the Yuanying stage and how much domain value she would provide him afterward. Presently, Chen Chang'an also set a modest goal for himself. Before considering expanding his realm of invincibility to encompass the entire continent of Jiuzhou, he would first extend it to the entirety of Fixiantian. Chapter 18. A Salted Fish Without Dreams. Fair competition upon returning to the Immortal Temple. Chen Chang'an continued to savor the tiger paw meat. It must be said, this tiger paw meat was quite delectable. The skin was tender and fragrant, rich yet not greasy, with the tendons providing a satisfying chew without getting stuck in the teeth, truly a delicacy. At that moment, the dogtail grass pitifully leaned against the wall. Chen Chang'an noticed and chuckled. Little tail, what is it? Does even a plant wish to indulge? The little tail wagged and pointed towards Ling Baoer, seemingly expressing, Boss, I also wish to enhance my qualifications. Chen Chang'an smiled. This little tail had just gained wisdom last night and already aspired to improve its qualifications. Quite ambitious indeed. After all, the dogtail grass was merely an ordinary plant, had it not been for Chen Chang'an's intervention. Who knows when it would have absorbed the essence of the sun and moon to attain intelligence. Chen Chang'an flicked his finger, and a beam of golden light descended upon the dogtail grass. He was curious, after enhancing its qualifications, would the dogtail grass also be able to provide him with domain value once it achieved successful cultivation? Indeed, he would not hesitate to completely transform the spiritual herbs in the courtyard, even that Bodhi tree. The dogtail grass melded into golden light, encasing it in a golden cocoon, enhancing its quality while succumbing to slumber. Chen Chang'an paid no further attention to the little tail and continued to indulge in his meat. As for Ling Baoer, she was diligently cultivating in the courtyard. Chen Chang'an harbored a modest ambition, while Ling Baoer aspired for a grander goal, to break through to the nascent soul stage. Her master urged her to expedite this breakthrough, and she certainly would not disappoint him. Not long after, as Chen Chang'an feasted heartily, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He sensed a shift in Ling Baoer's aura, astonishingly advancing from the third layer of the golden core stage to the fourth. A prompt echoed in his mind, awarding him an additional 100 domain points. A smile crept upon his lips. Taking on disciples was indeed a shortcut to expanding his invincible domain. If one disciple could yield such rewards, what if 10, 100, even 1,000, or tens of thousands? The potential increase in domain value from their breakthroughs was beyond Chen Chang'an's imagination. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. After all, he had already attained an invincible domain. There was no need to be insatiably greedy. The process of accepting disciples required rigorous testing to qualify as his apprentice. Chen Chang'an remained unhurried. He had no grand aspirations and was not keen on extending his invincible domain across the entire 9 provinces. He was merely a saltwater fish without dreams. Meanwhile, the 3 great demon kings from the 10,000 Great Mountains, Tuoba Yi, Shizini, and Hong Yi, had quietly arrived outside the Immortal Temple. They concealed their auras and hid in the shadows, gazing at the temple. Instantly, they gasped in awe. Spiritual herbs flourished abundantly. Such a treasure trove existed within Fei Xian Mountain. Is that the girl undergoing the Thunder Calamity body refinement? Tuoba Yi communicated. Could she be a descending immortal treasure? Shizini inquired. Hong Yi scrutinized the scene, her enchanting eyes shimmering with mysterious power, as if trying to see through the girl. The faintly pink foxtail behind her swayed gently, her brow furrowing in contemplation. This girl did not resemble an immortal treasure. She seemed to possess a corporeal form, especially given the magical fluctuations emanating from her, indicating she was a golden core cultivator of the human race. At that moment, Ling Baoer, immersed in her cultivation, keenly sensed something amiss and cast a puzzled glance toward the hiding place of the three demon kings. Oh no, this girl has an exceptionally strong perception. She has discovered my gaze. Hong Yi was taken aback, her expression shifting slightly as she hastily withdrew her attention. Ling Bao shook her head, wondering why she felt as if someone were watching her from the shadows. Could it be an illusion? She reasoned. She is not an immortal treasure. I observe her root bone is 11, and her cultivation is at the golden core stage. This girl possesses extraordinary talent. She must be a peerless prodigy of the human race. Hong Yi's eyes gleamed with fervor, adding, I shall not contend for the immortal treasure. But this girl, I must have her. Beside him, Tuoba Yi scoffed coldly. This woman, possessing a refined aura and a flawless physique, had survived that terrifying thunder tribulation. In the realms of Yugui and Liangzhou, she undoubtedly qualified as an exceptional prodigy. How could he allow you to take such a significant advantage? I desire her as well. I would relinquish the celestial treasure for her. In disdain, Hong Yi retorted, You, a brutish bull demon, what could you possibly teach her? The cultivation of my ancient fox clan is far more suitable for her. As for Shizi and I, he remained silent, transforming into a streak of demonic light. Rushing towards the immortal temple. Shizi and I, you despicable creature. Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi exclaimed in anger, realizing that Shizi and I aimed to seize the opportunity and take the woman away. Such an extraordinary talent, once cultivated, would undoubtedly become a formidable force, potentially surpassing even the value of the celestial treasure. They could not allow Shizi and I to carry her away. Before Shizi and I could reach the immortal temple, he was intercepted by the two great demon kings, Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi. Have some dignity, Shizi and I. Hong Yi fumed. Shizi and I chuckled, spitting out a serpent's core. If I can obtain this woman, what does it matter if I lose face? Tuoba Yi murmured, I do not believe she would willingly take a serpent as her master. Tuoba Yi, I am a python, not a mere snake. Besides, are you not a wild bull yourself? Hong Yi shot back, rolling her eyes at him. The two demon kings were speaking so vulgarly. Tuoba Yi spoke solemnly, Hong Yi, Shizi and I, it has been centuries since the three of us last clashed. Let us compete fairly. Whoever is stronger shall have the right to take this woman as a disciple. What do you think? Agreed. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Hong Yi and Shizi and I concurred. In this instance, Hong Yi, Shizi and I, and Tuoba Yi did not conceal their auras, allowing Ling Bao, who was in the midst of her cultivation, to sense them. She lifted her head and beheld the three great demon kings standing in confrontation against the distant sky. A terrifying aura, boundless magical power radiated forth, causing the void to quiver incessantly. They are demons. Ling Bao gasped in astonishment. With a resounding moo, Tuoba Yi transformed into a colossal demon bull, his horns piercing the heavens. The enormous demon bull resembled a dark, looming mountain as it charged towards Hong Yi and Shizi and I. Naturally, Hong Yi and Shizi and I were not willing to be outdone. With a flash of golden light, Shizi and I morphed into a golden giant python. Hong Yi's beautiful eyes glimmered with crimson light as she transformed into a nine-tailed demon fox. The three demon kings, all formidable beings at the Yuaning realm, engaged in a terrifying battle, causing the ground to tremble and the mountains to shake. The entire Faxian mountain quaked under the intensity of their clash. Inside the immortal temple, Chen Chang'an, savoring tiger paw meat, felt the tremors and assumed an earthquake was occurring. He hurriedly rushed out of the temple, only to witness the three colossal beings locked in combat within the mountain. Goodness! Three great demon monsters! Exclaimed Chen Chang'an, astonished. A demon bull, a demon python, and a demon fox stood before him, their massive forms resembling three small mountains. He had never encountered such imposing demons before, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Master! Three great demon monsters have appeared in Faxian Mountain. Ling Bao hurriedly approached Chen Chang'an. Despite her breakthrough into the Golden Core realm, the terrifying surge of magical power unleashed during the battle between the three formidable demons left her shaken. She was acutely aware that even in her current state, she remained no match for those three malevolent beings. Chen Chang'an, regaining his composure, adopted a nonchalant demeanor, dismissing the threat. Do not panic, they are merely three minor demons. He reassured her. Ling Bao was astonished. The demons exuding such overwhelming power were, in her master's words, mere trifles. Her admiration for her master grew, and in her heart, Chen Chang'an had unknowingly become an invincible figure. Being by his side, she felt an immense sense of relaxation, her fears dissipating. Then, noticing the grease on Chen Chang'an's lips after he had eaten tiger's paw meat, she promptly took out a handkerchief to delicately wipe his mouth. However, being shorter than him, she had to stand on tiptoe to accomplish the task. After she finished, a fragrant scent lingered. Chen Chang'an felt a bit embarrassed about his appearance. Yet he was quite pleased with Ling Bao. Though she was still young, her thoughtfulness was commendable. She could cook and care for others. He had indeed chosen a remarkable disciple. Master, what are those three great demons doing? Ling Baoer inquired. Chen Chang'an shrugged, indifferent to their activities. As long as they do not trouble us, their affairs are of no concern. What if they do seek trouble with us? She pressed. Then we can enjoy snake soup, beef hot pot, and roasted fox. Sounds delightful, he replied, licking his lips. Master, I can make snake soup and roasted fox, but what is beef hot pot? I am not familiar with it, she asked. Beef hot pot is incredibly fragrant and spicy. It is quite delightful. One day, I shall prepare it for you myself. Chen Chang'an smiled. Ling Baoer's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the thought of her master cooking for her. Are you hungry now? Chen Chang'an asked. I am. She replied eagerly. Then let us dine together. Yes, yes. Following this, neither Chen Chang'an nor Ling Baoer paid attention to the fierce battle among the three demon kings. Instead, gathering around the earthen stove in the courtyard to enjoy the stewed tiger's paw meat. The conflict among the demon kings was intense, with flying sand and shifting stones. The earth trembling and mountains shaking, as countless rocks crumbled and rows of trees toppled, leaving the entire flying immortal mountain in disarray. However, the disparities in strength among the three demon kings were not vast, and despite sustaining injuries, they could not determine a victor at that moment. They were compelled to revert to their human forms and cease combat. Continuing like this is futile. We cannot ascertain a winner in such a short time. The serpent demon declared. What do you propose we do? Responded Tuoba Yi, his voice heavy. The one in red chuckled. It is a rare opportunity to encounter such an extraordinary talent. We do not wish to miss it, yet we have not inquired about her wishes. Why not allow her to choose whom she would like to accompany, and whom she wishes to take as her master? The serpent demon and Tuoba Yi pondered this, then nodded in agreement. Very well, since we cannot determine who is stronger, let us allow her to decide and see with whom she wishes to go, and whom she desires to serve. The three great demon kings descended from the heavens, arriving at the entrance of the immortal temple. Despite their previous fierce battle, they remained ever vigilant of Ling Baoer and Chen Chang'an, who emerged from the temple. However, they paid little heed to Chen Chang'an, for they sensed no fluctuation of cultivation from him. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal. In the face of such intense combat, any other great demon or cultivator would have likely fled in terror. Yet, to their astonishment, Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer were leisurely feasting in the courtyard. This unexpected sight left the three demon kings utterly bewildered. Master, those three demons are coming over, Ling Baoer exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed with tiger paw meat. Her words barely intelligible. Chen Chang'an chewed a few morsels before swallowing, pondering if the three demons had come in search of the celestial treasure. However, upon catching sight of the demoness in red among the trio, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. This woman was curvaceous and alluring, truly a captivating beauty. Chapter 20. No need. I already have a master. As the three demon kings approached the immortal temple, observing the two gluttons in the courtyard, their brows furrowed in disbelief. They were demon kings. After all, did these two not fear them? The demoness in red smirked slightly, her gaze fixed on the pair. What brings you to my abode? Chen Chang'an patted his full belly, letting out a contented burp, and responded with a calm yet assertive inquiry to the three demon kings. Ling Baoer looked on with curiosity. The substantial aura of spiritual power they exuded was certainly not characteristic of a mere golden cord demon. Could they be demon kings of the nascent soul realm? Regrettably, the trio ignored Chen Chang'an's question, their attention solely on Ling Baoer. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Chang'an scratched his nose. Ling Baoer, confronted by the unwavering stares of the demon kings, felt a twinge of apprehension, even with her master by her side, and hid behind Chen Chang'an. Master, why are they staring at me? She whispered. Chen Chang'an shot her a sideways glance. How would I know? At that moment, Tuoba Yi could no longer contain himself. My dear girl, would you consider taking me as your master? He spoke, and as he finished, a jade box appeared in his hand. Upon opening it, 3 radiant golden pills lay nestled within, shimmering with a celestial light. These are the essence of 3 great demons condensed into golden pills. If you agree to become my disciple, consider these 3 pills as your initiation gift. The serpent demon let out a scoff, surprised by Tuoba Yi's lavish offer of 3 golden pills. Yet, he was not one to be outdone. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson fruit appeared, glowing with a mesmerizing red light. This is the everlasting beauty fruit, which blooms once in a millennium and bears fruit after 10,000 years. Consuming it ensures eternal youth and everlasting beauty. In the realm of Jiuzhou, such a fruit is practically non-existent, making this one truly unique. If you become my disciple, I shall bestow this fruit upon you. Undoubtedly, the serpent demon's proposition was quite enticing. The world seeks immortality, yet aging remains an inevitable reality, particularly for female cultivators who hold beauty in the highest regard. Even among the exalted saintesses of the 9 provinces, the allure of the longevity fruit proves irresistible. In the eyes of Shizi and I, Ling Baoer too would find it difficult to resist such a treasure. Huangdi cast a sidelong glance at Shizi and I, surprised to discover this cunning individual had concealed such a valuable item in their possession. With a smile, Shizi and I remarked, Huangdi, I had intended to present this longevity fruit to you, but alas, it seems fate has favored this extraordinary maiden. It appears you are destined to part ways with this fruit. Huangdi chuckled lightly, shaking her head. To trade a longevity fruit for the chance to have a remarkable disciple like her is indeed a bargain. She then turned her gaze to Ling Baoer, stating, I possess no gifts to offer you, but I can extend a promise. If you choose to become my disciple, my clan, the ancient fox of Tianyao, shall spare no effort in nurturing your talents. With your innate gifts, your ascension to immortality is assured. Upon hearing Huangdi's words, both Shizi and I and Tuoba Yi gasped in astonishment. They were well aware that the ancient fox of Tianyao boasted a legacy spanning millennia, with a profound heritage that has produced several formidable beings who ascended to immortality. They never anticipated that such a powerful entity would be willing to invest their resources in a human girl. Such a grand gesture was beyond their imagination, and even they could not match it. To take me as your mentor and seize the opportunity for ascension, what do you think? He asked with a smile. Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer were left bewildered by the series of actions from the 3 demon kings. Chen Chang'an thought to himself, what? Ling Baoer echoed his confusion. Chen Chang'an was taken aback to realize that the demon kings were not drawn by the allure of immortal treasures, but rather by Ling Baoer herself. His irritation grew as he noted their audacity to attempt to win her over in his presence. Did they not understand that she was his newly accepted disciple? Ling Baoer was equally perplexed. The prospect of being courted as a disciple by 3 demon kings was beyond her wildest dreams. The thought of 3 demon cores, the longevity fruit, and even the opportunity for ascension felt surreal, something even the 9-sword sect could not provide. Upon hearing Huangdi's pledge, the expressions of Shizi and I and Tuoba Yi soured. The opportunity for ascension rendered their offerings rather inadequate. As long as Ling Baoer was not foolish, she would undoubtedly choose to become Huangdi's disciple. With a smile that radiated confidence and beauty, Huangdi awaited her answer. However, in a turn of events that none of the 3 demon kings could have anticipated, Ling Baoer, without a moment's hesitation, declined the tempting offer. She shook her head, stating, No, thank you. I already have a master. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly, no longer feeling angered. Truly, she was a clever disciple, successfully resisting temptation and not disappointing him. This was an opportunity for ascension. Had it been genuine, he believed few would have the strength to refuse such an offer. Chapter 21. Is it that the master is too powerful, or the demons too weak? Indeed, as the favored daughter of heaven, how could Ling Baoer possibly lack a master? Inquiringly, the figure in red asked, Who is your master? The 3 great demon kings were eager to discern the identity of the one who could instill in Ling Baoer the strength to resist the allure of ascension. Could it be that her master was also a formidable being at the nascent soul stage? Chen Chang'an chuckled softly, reflecting on how these 3 had previously underestimated him. What would their reactions be upon learning that he was indeed Ling Baoer's master? Ling Baoer, grinning widely, hid behind Chen Chang'an and proclaimed, This esteemed figure before you is my master. What? Him? Tuoba Yi, Shizi and I, and the figure in red were momentarily taken aback. A seemingly ordinary individual, devoid of any cultivation, whom they had completely disregarded, turned out to be the master of this extraordinary daughter of heaven, who had endured terrifying tribulations to refine her body. This was beyond the imagination of the 3 demon kings. Their gazes toward Chen Chang'an were laden with profound skepticism. Just him? He hardly seems worthy to be Ling Baoer's master, remarked the figure in red, shaking her head in disbelief. Tuoba Yi nodded in agreement, muttering that it was a sheer waste. Shizi and I glared at Chen Chang'an with icy disdain, contemplating the possibility of eliminating him, as he might have deceived the young girl. Defending Chen Chang'an, Ling Baoer retorted, My master is certainly not an ordinary person. Without him, there would be no present-day me. Chen Chang'an remained unfazed, calmly asserting, I believe I am quite qualified to be her master. Very well, if you believe you possess the qualifications to be her master, let us see if you truly have the capability. Watch as I suppress you with but a single hand. Tuoba Yi's internal energy surged like a raging river, a formidable force radiating through the air. Do you truly think you can suppress me with just one hand? Chen Chang'an chuckled lightly, showing no regard for Tuoba Yi. Without further ado, Tuoba Yi transformed into a beam of demonic light, rushing into the courtyard, swiftly entering Chen Chang'an's realm of invincibility. You think to suppress me with a mere hand? Do you not wonder if you can withstand even a single finger of mine? Tuoba Yi scoffed. viewing Chen Chang'an as arrogant and oblivious. Never had he encountered anyone so audacious before him. More importantly, this Chen Chang'an was merely an ordinary person. The figure in red and Shizi and I observed from the sidelines. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's proclamation, they deemed him excessively presumptuous. Yet, what intrigued them was that despite his arrogance in proposing to confront Tuoba Yi with a singular finger, there was no trace of panic or fear on Chen Chang'an's face. Instead, he appeared calm and composed, giving the impression that he regarded Tuoba Yi with utter indifference. This sentiment struck them as utterly absurd. Tuoba Yi was a great demon king at the nascent soul stage, ruling over vast territories. Could it be that Chen Chang'an truly possessed the means to contend with him? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. At this moment, Tuoba Yi had surged before Chen Chang'an. With a thunderous shout, he brought his right hand down in a crushing blow. This strike contained terrifying power. Should it land on Chen Chang'an, Tuoba Yi had no doubt it would reduce him to a mere mist of blood. A single strike from a nascent soul master could easily overwhelm a golden core practitioner, let alone an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Of course, Tuoba Yi cared little for Chen Chang'an's life or death, since he was so audacious and dared to deceive the proud daughter of heaven. He would naturally have to pay the price for his actions. Before long, the strike descended upon Chen Chang'an. Tuoba Yi expected him to be obliterated into a sanguine vapor. The same expectation was held by Huangdi and Shizi and I. However, to the astonishment of the three demon kings, Chen Chang'an remained unscathed. The blow that landed upon him caused no damage whatsoever, and the notion of him turning into a blood mist was utterly unfathomable. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary strike. Tuoba Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Chen Chang'an glanced at him, remarking casually, "Is that all? Did you skip breakfast?" Without waiting for Tuoba Yi to respond, he flicked his right index finger lightly. The gesture seemed trivial, yet it contained an unfathomable force. When Tuoba Yi's chest was struck, his powerful demonic form was pierced, resulting in a gaping wound. With a wretched cry, he was sent hurtling through the air for several dozen meters, almost breaching the boundaries of the Invincible Domain, but halted by an unseen force. Since this great demon king had entered his invincible realm, leaving was not an option. Crashing to the ground, Tuoba Yi gasped for breath, teetering on the brink of death. As for Shizi and I and Hong Yi, their eyes widened in shock, as if petrified, rendered utterly speechless by the scene they had just witnessed. Ling Baoer blinked curiously at the severely injured Tuoba Yi, pondering, is my master truly that formidable, or is this great demon simply too weak? For a moment, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Chen Chang'an's lips curled upwards as he regarded the astonished, petrified faces of Shizi and I and Hong Yi. It seemed he had indeed dispatched Tuoba Yi with just a single finger. He wondered if these two could withstand the same. As soon as Chen Chang'an's words left his lips, the color drained from Shizi and I and Hong Yi's faces. Although the three demons possessed similar strength, Tuoba Yi's physical form was the mightiest. They had not anticipated that Chen Chang'an could inflict such grave injury with a mere finger. Would they too become casualties of his finger? Under Chen Chang'an's gaze, they felt an icy chill run down their spines, gripped by fear. Clearly, they were having an ill-fated day, having encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Do you still believe I am unworthy of being her master? Exchanging glances, Shizi and I and Hong Yi fell silent, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Faced with this seemingly unremarkable Chen Chang'an, they were at a loss for words. Their thoughts were in complete disarray. Just how powerful must Chen Chang'an be to injure Tuoba Yi with a mere finger? In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, the hierarchy of cultivation is rigidly defined, with each realm exhibiting a staggering disparity in strength. The stages of cultivation are as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. Logically speaking, in the 9 provinces, a cultivator at the nascent soul realm commands a territory and is referred to as a king, possessing combat prowess that can undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. As for those who transcend the nascent soul, the divine transformation beings are rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Naturally, as demon kings, they have encountered such formidable beings. Could it be that the seemingly unremarkable Chen Chang'an before them is one of those divine transformation experts? Observing the silent and dazed figures of the red-clad woman and the serpentine creature, Chen Chang'an chuckled. Would you care to emulate your companion and attempt to subdue me? The red-clad woman and the serpent, however, dared not follow in the footsteps of Tuoba Yi to confront Chen Chang'an. Their sole thought now was to flee. Yet, inexplicably, their bodies became rigid, paralyzed with fear. Even beings as powerful as themselves, demon kings, found themselves intimidated by Chen Chang'an. They feared that should they attempt to escape, their lives would be forfeit to him. After witnessing Chen Chang'an's terrifying strength, they had no doubt. Even though they were demon kings with nascent soul cultivation, A single thought from Chen Chang'an could obliterate them. They were somewhat aware of the terror that divine transformation experts could instill. At this moment, they finally comprehended why that heavenly prodigy would choose Chen Chang'an as her master. It was clear. They had foolishly desired to take Ling Baoer as their disciple. But it was not that Chen Chang'an lacked the qualifications. Rather, it was they who were unworthy. Chapter 22. Digging a pit to plant an immortal tree. The red-clad woman and the serpent were filled with trepidation. Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to the fact that while Chen Chang'an was indeed powerful, he currently had no means to act against them. After all, the serpent and the red-clad woman had yet to step into the realm of Chen Chang'an's invincibility. Chen Chang'an pondered how to draw these two mighty demons into his domain of invincibility. Especially the longevity fruit held by the serpent was a coveted treasure that Chen Chang'an yearned to possess. And the red-clad woman was a stunning beauty, both enchanting and alluring. Keeping her by his side as a maid to warm his bed would be delightful. Ahem, what am I thinking? That is rather lewd. Hey, why have you both fallen silent? The serpent and the red-clad woman snapped back to reality, flustered and unsure of what to say. Gently ruffling Ling Baoer's little head, Chen Chang'an continued, "Do you still wish to take her as your disciple?" The serpent and the red-clad woman hurriedly shook their heads. No, we wouldn't dare. It is a tremendous honor for her to be a disciple of an esteemed elder. We have no right to claim her as our own. The serpent smiled awkwardly in an attempt to appease him. The red-clad woman was visibly anxious, treading carefully, fearful of inadvertently offending Chen Chang'an. "Oh, it seems you are beginning to understand," Chen Chang'an remarked suddenly, directing his gaze at the serpent. "Do you wish to die?" The serpent's smile froze, fear coursing through his heart. "If you remain silent, does that mean you desire death?" The serpent, terrified to the core, quickly replied, "Esteemed elder, no, I do not wish to die." "Oh, I thought you wanted to perish." Ling Baoer couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing to see such a formidable demon king exhibit such timidity before master. The sight was undeniably humorous. Shizini's face was ashen, bent over with cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Meanwhile, in her crimson attire, Huangdi found no humor in the situation. If Chen Chang'an were to eliminate Shizini, she would likely be next. Despite her beauty, she did not delude herself into thinking Chen Chang'an would show her any mercy. What if he were to ruthlessly extinguish her life as well? "If you wish to survive, surrender the youth-preserving immortal fruit you possess," Chen Chang'an commanded. "Senior, here it is," Shizini replied hastily, without a moment's hesitation, handing over the youth-preserving immortal fruit. Chen Chang'an examined the fruit, which emanated a delightful fragrance and glistened like rubies. "Is this the renowned youth-preserving immortal fruit?" "Indeed, senior," Shizini responded, beads of sweat dotting his brow as he spoke respectfully. Beside them, Ling Baoer's eyes sparkled, captivated by the alluring aroma of the fruit, her mouth watering in anticipation. "You mentioned this youth-preserving immortal fruit is one of a kind?" Chen Chang'an had heard of the youth-preserving immortal tree from his master. It was said to have descended from the celestial realm, with the fruit not only bestowing eternal youth and beauty but also rumored to aid cultivators in undergoing a transformative rebirth into celestial beings. However, the veracity of such claims remained uncertain to Chen Chang'an. Yet, now that he held the fruit in his hand, he contemplated the possibility of attempting the transformation. If it truly granted him a celestial physique, it would be splendid news indeed. To report back, this youth-preserving immortal fruit was obtained by my ancestors of the Golden Python clan 3,000 years ago from the Bronze Ancient Mountain. On that day, celestial beings descended and took the youth-preserving immortal tree, leaving behind this singular fruit, Shizini recounted. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He was aware that the Bronze Ancient Mountain was located in Fengzhou, where the Chongqing sect also resided. It was a perilous zone of life, infamous for its treacherous nature. Rumors suggested that even those at the nascent soul stage met certain death upon entering. It was astonishing that Shizini's ancestors had ventured into such a dangerous realm. Clearly, the forebear of the Golden Python clan possessed profound cultivation, likely surpassing the nascent soul stage, perhaps even a transformation god. By stating this, Shizini aimed to convey a message to Chen Chang'an. "Do not underestimate my clan's capabilities, for we too have formidable beings." Chen Chang'an discerned the underlying tone in Shizini's words, but paid it no mind. Hearing Ling Baoer swallow hard, he realized she was fixated on the youth-preserving immortal fruit in his hand. With a smile, he teased, "Would you like to eat it?" "Master, can I truly?" Ling Baoer asked, her throat dry with anticipation. "Go ahead, but leave the seed for me," he replied. This youth-preserving immortal fruit was indeed a precious item, and he wondered if it were possible to cultivate a youth-preserving immortal tree from the seed through the essence of all living beings. If so, the fruit would no longer be unique in his possession. He chuckled to himself. Pondering how many female cultivators across the Jiuzhou continent would go to great lengths for the youth-preserving immortal fruit he now held. Thus, Chen Chang'an, of course, had no qualms about allowing Ling Baoer to consume the rejuvenating celestial fruit. However, Ling Baoer was unaware of this. She felt deeply touched, her lips curving into a crescent smile. Hee, Master, you are truly wonderful. Master, would you like some? Chen Chang'an shook his head. I shall not partake. A smile graced his lips. If he could cultivate the rejuvenating celestial tree, he would have an abundance to enjoy. Very well then, Ling Baoer replied cheerfully, proceeding to indulge in the fruit herself. Nom nom. The red-clad serpent Zini, nearby, watched with envy, yearning for a taste of the rejuvenating fruit as well. Master, this rejuvenating celestial fruit is incredibly sweet. Ling Baoer's eyes sparkled with delight. Soon, she devoured the fruit entirely, her body radiating a luminous glow, even emanating a delightful fragrance. And her appearance transformed remarkably. Chen Chang'an observed intently. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. He keenly sensed a transformation occurring within Ling Baoer's physical form. As an ancient, profound radiance emerged from her very flesh. Previously, such a phenomenon had not been present within her. This led him to ponder whether the rumors his master spoke of were indeed true. The rejuvenating celestial fruit could genuinely facilitate the metamorphosis of an ordinary body into that of an immortal being. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure from the celestial realm. In mere moments, Ling Baoer had finished the rejuvenating celestial fruit, her visage evidently altered. Seeing this, the red-clad girl sighed with envy. How fortunate. Master, here is the pit of the rejuvenating celestial fruit. Ling Baoer presented the remaining seed to Chen Chang'an. As for Serpent Zini and the red-clad girl, they were puzzled by Chen Chang'an's intentions with the seed. Not far away, Tuoba Yi had managed to rise. He was gravely injured, his chest a ghastly sight. And recovery would not come easily. Having witnessed Chen Chang'an's formidable prowess, as imposing as a towering mountain, he realized that even the strength displayed in their recent confrontation was merely the tip of the iceberg. Thus, he no longer dared to act arrogantly, behaving instead with the meekness of a child, curling up in a corner, too timid to utter a sound. Chen Chang'an held the seed in his hand. The faint vitality contained within it surely held promise. Without hesitation, he activated the capabilities of the Invincible Domain system, version 20, invoking the essence of all living things. Accompanied by a flash of green light, a mysterious and profound energy flowed from his palm into the seed. Finding a suitable spot in the courtyard, Chen Chang'an buried the seed within the earth. Ling Baoer blinked in curiosity. Does Master intend to cultivate the rejuvenating celestial tree from this seed? Although Serpent Zini felt a twinge of fear, he timidly reminded, Senior, the rejuvenating celestial tree is of the celestial realm. Its growth environment is crucial. Even this is a blessed land. It may not be suitable for the tree's cultivation. Tuoba Yi and the red-clad girl concurred with Serpent Zini's words. After all, this was a celestial tree. One could not simply dig a hole and expect it to flourish. Was this not a bit of a fanciful notion? Yet, no sooner had Serpent Zini finished speaking, the soil where Chen Chang'an had buried the rejuvenating celestial fruit began to undergo a transformation. Soon, tender sprouts broke through the surface of the earth, emerging into the light. Tuoba Yi, Serpent Zini, red-clad girl, Nanny. Chapter 23, The Growing Immortal Beauty Tree. Senior, we were mistaken. No one anticipated that the immortal beauty fruit, which Chen Chang'an had just planted, would sprout. This revelation was utterly unbelievable, transcending their understanding, and evoked an immediate sense of embarrassment. Ling Baoer, of course, was oblivious to the immense difficulty of the fruit's seed germinating. Thus, she felt no shock, merely a curious notion that the blooming of this fruit seemed to occur rather swiftly. The master had only just placed it in the soil, and in mere moments, it had blossomed. Truly, the master was remarkable. Only the three great demon kings comprehended the sheer madness and astonishment of the immortal beauty fruit's sprouting and growth. They could not fathom the depths of Chen Chang'an's abilities. How had he achieved all this? In this fertile land, one reaps what one sows. Having planted the immortal beauty fruit, it was only natural to yield the same. As soon as the words left his lips, the tender sprout began to thrive, rapidly growing to 2 inches in length, unfurling lazily, vibrant with life. The three demon kings widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this growth truly so rapid? They even rubbed their eyes, suspecting an illusion, but alas, it was no mirage, but reality. In the blink of an eye, the immortal beauty fruit had grown yet another inch, and judging by its current state, it showed no signs of halting its growth. Next, the three demon kings exchanged no words, merely staring in bewilderment at the continuously growing sapling before them. The celestial radiance was resplendent, and soon the tender shoot of the immortal beauty tree transformed into a small, serpentine tree. This small tree, with its delicate branches and leaves, was already half the height of Ling Baoer. Observing the growth of the immortal beauty tree, the three demon kings were rendered numb, staring blankly. For what lay before them had utterly surpassed their comprehension. This mysterious and formidable Chen Chang'an had indeed succeeded in cultivating the immortal beauty tree. Ling Baoer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, does this mean that once the immortal beauty tree matures, we will have an abundance of immortal beauty fruits to enjoy? Chen Chang'an nodded, assuring her that she could indulge as much as she desired. The flavor of the immortal beauty fruit was exquisite, leaving her feeling invigorated and ethereal. She had initially believed she would never taste a second fruit, yet the current circumstances suggested that perhaps she still had a chance. At last, under the watchful gaze of all, the immortal beauty fruit had grown to a remarkable height of over 3 meters, its branches lush and shimmering with celestial light. Particularly striking was the trunk, where mysterious celestial patterns flickered and flowed. Among the leaves, 7 or 8 flower buds were visibly developing. Witnessing this, the serpent could not help but twitch its lips in disbelief. Did not the ancestors claim that the immortal beauty tree blooms once every millennium and bears fruit every 10,000 years? The immortal beauty tree, which thrived in the forbidden zone of life, was already a significant challenge to cultivate. Logically, it should be impossible for it to flourish on the continent of Jiuzhou. How did it come to this? In such a brief span, a mere seed has taken root, sprouted, and grown to maturity, seemingly on the brink of blooming. The beguiling eyes of the red-clad figure sparkled with anticipation. Is the enchanting tree of youth about to blossom? For her, the flowering of this magical tree heralds splendid tidings. Perhaps it bestows upon her a chance to obtain the coveted fruit of youth. This is what she yearns for. Chen Chang'an gazed placidly at the unfolding scene before him. Indeed, it was not beyond his expectations. Through the vitality of all living beings, the seed has truly transformed into the tree of youth. Now this tree has bloomed, and it will not be long before it bears fruit, a harvest of youth destined to come. But how has this been achieved? The serpent was utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the revelation. At this moment, having resolved the matter of the tree, Chen Chang'an shifted his focus to the 3 great demon kings. His gaze, though ordinary, struck the demon kings with the precision of a sharp blade, making it difficult for them to meet his eyes. A bull, a python, and a fox stood before him. A smile crept upon Chen Chang'an's lips. He had once contemplated eradicating these 3 demon kings to gain their domain value. Yet now, he found himself reconsidering. After all, these are 3 formidable beings of the nascent soul stage. To eliminate them would be a lamentable loss. The 3 demon kings fidgeted nervously, and had there been a corner nearby, they might have curled up in fear. The young man in the Taoist robe exuded an air of inscrutable depth. Although they had encountered and interacted with powerful beings before, none had instilled such profound dread within them. This fear permeated their very essence, from soul to flesh, rendering them utterly intimidated by Chen Chang'an. Amused by the terrified countenance of the demon kings, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle. Just yesterday, he would have been the one trembling before them. Such is the might of his Invincible Domain system. You have intruded upon my sanctum, wreaking havoc upon flying Immortal Mountain, leaving it in disarray. What do you believe should be done now? The serpent spoke, his tone tinged with respect and trepidation. Senior, it is entirely our fault. We did not realize this was your sacred ground. We are willing to accept your punishment. Even if you choose to end our lives, we harbor no resentment. We ask for your forgiveness for our ignorance. Both Tuoba Yi and the red-clad figure were taken aback, never anticipating such words from the serpent. What if Chen Chang'an truly decided to kill them? What do you think? Chen Chang'an inquired, directing his gaze toward Tuoba Yi and the red figure. Their souls trembled, and they dared not contradict the serpent's plea. Senior, we implore you to show mercy. Please, grant us a chance for redemption. Chen Chang'an nodded. Observing the sincerity in your acknowledgement of wrongdoing, I shall spare your lives and grant you an opportunity for redemption. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, the 3 great demon kings felt an immense weight lift from their hearts. They had genuinely feared that Chen Chang'an might take offense and end their lives on the spot. The one in the red attire timidly inquired, Senior, may I ask what this opportunity for redemption entails? Ling Baoer, too, was intrigued. For these were the 3 great demon kings. In the realm of Jiuzhou, they stood at the pinnacle in both power and status. Even her father could not compare to the 3 before her. To be chosen as the disciple of her master felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Surely, it was the result of several lifetimes of accumulated blessings, she mused. As for the red-clad one's question about the opportunity for redemption granted by Chen Chang'an, he offered no reply, but instead approached Tuoba Yi. Tuoba Yi, gripped by trepidation, felt a surge of panic. Senior, he stammered. genuinely fearful that Chen Chang'an might deliver another finger strike, one that could very well spell his demise. Chapter 24, Submission. The astonished three demons Chen Chang'an surveyed Tuoba Ye's injuries, then plucked a spirit herb from the ground. In his hands, the herb transmuted into a spirit pill, consuming it. This transformation of herb into pill was nothing short of miraculous, further astonishing the three great demon kings. Tuoba Ye accepted the spirit pill, sensing the overwhelming essence of life contained within. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. After all, if Chen Chang'an had intended to kill them, he would not have gone to such lengths. Yet, he could not fathom the reason behind the senior's insistence that he consume the pill. However, once Tuoba Ye ingested it, the purpose became abundantly clear. The spirit pill transformed into the purest essence of life, merging seamlessly with Tuoba Ye's severely wounded body. Miraculously, his injuries began to heal before the naked eye. Soon, the gaping wound in his chest, inflicted by Chen Chang'an's finger, had completely mended. There was no trace left of the grievous injury, as if it had never occurred at all. It was but an illusion. Not only had Tuoba Ye's wounds fully healed, but his aura also grew significantly more robust. Suddenly, as the profound life essence from the spirit pill coursed through his veins, his body trembled, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted. He had actually broken through. It is worth noting that Tuoba Ye had remained at the pinnacle of the third level of the nascent soul stage for 3 centuries without any sign of advancement. He had believed that a breakthrough to the 4th level would take him at least another 200 to 300 years. Yet, he could never have imagined that consuming this spirit pill from the senior would propel him forward. This was no ordinary spirit pill. It was akin to an elixir of immortality. As for the red-clad figure and the serpent child, they distinctly felt the shift in Tuoba Ye's energy. This was indeed a breakthrough. To comprehend the prowess of the 3 formidable demons, one must acknowledge that they reside at the pinnacle of the 3 realms of the nascent soul. As cultivation levels rise, the path to transcendence becomes increasingly arduous. Even the slightest advancement within each minor realm is akin to scaling the heavens. Thus, they are acutely aware of the daunting challenge faced by Tuoba Ye in his endeavor to ascend from the peak of the nascent soul's 3rd realm to the 4th. Gratitude surged within Tuoba Ye as he clasped his fists in appreciation, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for bestowing upon me this elixir of immortality." Having accomplished this, Chen Chang'an finally spoke. "I offer you a chance for redemption, that is, to submit to me." His gaze was remarkably calm, exuding an air of tranquility. However, within the depths of Chen Chang'an's heart, the surface serenity belied a tempest of thoughts. After all, these were 3 sovereign demon kings of the nascent soul realm. Subjugating them would not only enhance his prestige, but also facilitate his endeavors beyond the realm of invincibility. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of his master, who had been absent for a month. The barriers he had set in place had dissipated, leaving Chen Chang'an uncertain of his master's fate. Perhaps he could enlist the aid of these 3 demon kings to glean information regarding his master's status. Be it life or death, knowledge would be invaluable. His gaze swept across Tuoba Ye, Shizi and Huangdi. Without hesitation, Tuoba Ye responded, "I am willing to submit to you, esteemed elder, and serve you with utmost devotion." As a demon king who had lived for millennia, witnessing Chen Chang'an's extraordinary power, healing him from grave injuries, and even facilitating a breakthrough merely with a single spirit herb, was unprecedented. Even among the most powerful, he had never encountered such prowess. An instinctive sense told him that this opportunity could be a pivotal moment that would transform his fate. Thus, Tuoba Ye was determined to seize this chance. It is noteworthy that Tuoba Ye, a descendant of the chaotic devil race, held a noble lineage. While he may have appeared unassuming, he possessed an immense pride. However, neither Huangdi nor Shizi could fathom that such a haughty individual as Tuoba Ye would willingly submit to Chen Chang'an. Was it truly the elixir that swayed him? Chen Chang'an inquired. "One demon has already pledged allegiance. What of the 2 of you?" Submitting to him was their only chance of survival. Otherwise, Chen Chang'an would eliminate them, as they would be of no use to him, and thus he would gain domain value. Huangdi, casting a glance at the imminent blooming of the radiance tree, declared, "Esteemed elder, I too am willing to submit and serve you. Your wisdom and prowess are unmatched, and I shall dedicate my future demon life to you." Witnessing both Tuoba Ye and Huangdi pledge their loyalty, Shizi, no longer daring to hesitate, promptly responded, even flattering Chen Chang'an. Remarkably, even before entering Chen Chang'an's realm of invincibility, both Shizi and Huangdi had already submitted to him. The acquisition of 3 demon kings of the nascent soul realm was an unexpected boon. "Since you have all pledged allegiance to me, henceforth, do not refer to me as esteemed elder, address me as master." The 3 demon kings responded with utmost reverence, "Master." Yet, despite their status as great demon kings, elevated above others. They never anticipated that they would one day submit to another, nor did they foresee calling Chen Chang'an their master. Thus, they found themselves somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound dynamic. Chen Chang'an was certainly aware of this fact. Although the three great demon kings expressed their willingness to submit to him, it was primarily due to their intimidation by his formidable power. Chen Chang'an did not wish to secure their allegiance through mere fear. Otherwise, once they departed, he would find himself powerless against them. The optimal approach was to earn their heartfelt submission. How could he achieve this? Chen Chang'an had already formulated a plan in his mind. Since you have all pledged your loyalty to me, I shall ensure you are not wronged. With that, Chen Chang'an invoked the function of all living beings upon the three great demon kings. Indeed, having learned from the experience with Ling Bao'er, he intended to offer these three demon kings a modest enhancement of their innate qualities. It is essential to understand that every being, even demons and spirits, possesses fixed innate qualities that are immutable. Although these three demon kings were exceptionally powerful, they had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation at the nascent soul stage, primarily due to their innate limitations. Once their qualities were elevated, they would no longer face such a stagnation in their cultivation. This was precisely why the three great demon kings were willing to pay such a high price to take Ling Bao'er as their disciple. They recognized her extraordinary potential. At merely 11 years of age, she had already attained the golden core stage, and a breakthrough to the nascent soul was undoubtedly within reach. The prospect of her eventually achieving the transformation stage was not beyond the realm of possibility. In contrast, the innate qualities of these three demon kings paled in comparison to Ling Bao'er's, rendering their chances of breaking through to the transformation stage exceedingly slim. Upon activating the all-living beings function, the three demon kings distinctly felt transformative changes occurring within their bodies. There was a clear sensation. Their innate qualities were being improved. As they realized the enhancement of their qualities, the three demon kings were utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Their innate qualities had been fixed. How could they be elevated? Chapter 25. Enhancement. 3 8th-rank qualities. The elevation of their innate qualities brought about monumental changes for the three demon kings. Their terrifying magical power surged forth like an endless, torrential river, cascading from within them. Particularly, Huangdi and Neijing, who had long established a solid foundation at the peak of the third level of the nascent soul stage, along with Dugu, experienced a significant breakthrough. Consequently, the bottleneck in their cultivation vanished. Two streams of powerful demonic energy erupted into the heavens. Huangdi and Neijing simultaneously broke through to the fourth level of the nascent soul stage. At the same time, the heavens transformed, fierce winds arose, dark clouds gathered, and a terrifying thunder calamity descended upon the world. During the process of enhancing their qualities, the three great demon kings, much like Ling Bao'er before them, attracted the wrath of the celestial thunder. Especially Huangdi, Neijing, and Dugu, all being nascent soul experts, found themselves facing a far more formidable thunder calamity than that which Ling Bao'er had previously encountered, likely due to their recent encounter with a thunderstorm. The heavens shattered, and thunder rained down, wreaking havoc across the world. This terrifying thunder calamity, it is not merely capable of reducing the flying immortal mountain to ashes, but could easily obliterate the entirety of the 10,000 mountains. Fortunately, this dreadful thunderstorm is solely aimed at the three red-clad demons. Yet, even for them, it is utterly impossible to withstand, let alone the nascent soul stage. They even harbor doubts about whether a transcendent being could endure it. The three demons' faces turned pale, engulfed by a sense of impending doom. Concentrate, one urged. With me here, there is no cause for concern regarding the thunder calamity. Ling Bao'er, having previously endured such a trial, remained unperturbed. Rest assured, with Master around, nothing will befall us. The three demons, Huangdi, Dugu, and Neijing and I, were consumed by a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Their astonishment stemmed from the realization that their innate talents had indeed ascended. They understood all too well what this signified. Their future cultivation was now illuminated, and achieving the transcendent stage was no longer a mere fantasy. However, their fear was palpable. Such an elevation of talent had summoned a thunder calamity of terrifying proportions. If they could not withstand it, death would be their only fate. They were left with no recourse but to place their faith in Chen Chang'an, their master. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens shattered, and the thunder raged. Chen Chang'an maintained an unflappable demeanor, dismissing the thunder calamity as inconsequential. Let it be fierce, let it be wild, let it be destructive, he thought. As it descended upon him, no matter how violent or devastating, once it entered the realm of Chen Chang'an's invincibility, it transformed into the gentlest of forces. Like a trickling stream or a gentle breeze in the mountains, it enveloped the three demons. during this elevation of their talents. Their physical forms would also endure refinement beneath the thunder calamity. The three demons' bodies were already formidable, and after this tempering, they would undergo a metamorphosis, emerging even stronger than before. For them, this was an extraordinary fortune. The terrifying thunder calamity presented a scene that seemed to herald the end of the world, stirring all manner of monsters and demons throughout the 10,000 mountains, once again instilling fear within their ranks. Yet, this fearsome thunder calamity was once again withstood by Chen Chang'an. It must be noted that this was a thunder calamity, unyielding and fierce, exceedingly violent. Yet, with a mere gesture from Chen Chang'an, it was entirely transformed into the most gentle of powers. Such a display of skill was both astonishing and awe-inspiring. One could assert that the three demons had completely succumbed to Chen Chang'an's influence. Time drifted by, and as the thunder calamity dissipated, the three demons underwent a transformation. They were beside themselves with excitement. "Thank you, Master, for elevating our talents," they expressed with reverence and gratitude. Chen Chang'an smiled, for this outcome had not taken him by surprise. It appeared that the three demons had genuinely submitted to him. "By how many grades has your talent been elevated?" he inquired, as he had not fully utilized the function of nurturing all living things upon first accepting them. Were they aware of their current standing? Shizi and I produced a stone. This stone, roughly the size of a fist, glimmers with a translucent brilliance. It is known as the Talent Stone. Ling Baoer's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing it. The Talent Stone is specifically designed to assess one's aptitude, which is categorized into 9 grades, each corresponding to a unique attribute that manifests on its surface. The 9 grades, from 1 to 9, are represented by 9 distinct colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold. With Chen Chang'an's assistance, Ling Baoer had enhanced her aptitude. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what grade her aptitude now possessed. With the Talent Stone at hand, she could ascertain her true potential. It is noteworthy that both Shizini and Tuoba Yi possessed similar aptitudes, hovering around the 6th grade. And when the Talent Stone was tested, it revealed an indigo hue. Shizini, suppressing his excitement, prepared to examine his own aptitude. The Talent Stone shimmered with radiant light. And soon, the colors began to shift, transforming the once transparent stone into a deep black. The pupils of the three demons dilated in shock. Shizini's hand trembled as he clutched the Talent Stone. Black, an 8th grade aptitude. It was astonishing, black signifying an 8th grade aptitude. Tuoba Yi swallowed hard, while the beauty in red widened her eyes in anticipation, eager to discover her own aptitude. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He had not employed the true capabilities of all living things to enhance Shizini's aptitude, yet it had ascended to the 8th grade. This led him to ponder. If he were to fully harness all living things, elevating their aptitude to the 9th grade would be an inevitable outcome. Even Chen Chang'an felt a twinge of surprise. An aptitude of the 9th grade denotes a prodigy, a rarity in the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. Among millions, only a scant few could attain such an honor. Yet here he was, capable of artificially creating a 9th grade aptitude. This ability was nothing short of miraculous. Shizini was overwhelmed with excitement, his hand shaking as he held the Talent Stone, still in disbelief that his aptitude had surged 2 grades to reach the 8th. It is important to note that within the Golden Python clan, the Holy Sun is of the 8th grade aptitude, a status he had once revered. He never imagined he would attain such heights himself. Next, it was time to investigate Tuoba Yi and the beauty in Red's aptitudes. They, too, did not disappoint. Their aptitudes had also reached the 8th grade. Observing the astonishment on the faces of the three demons, Chen Chang'an calmly remarked, "Since you have chosen to serve me, consider this a boon. An aptitude of merely 8th grade is nothing. Work diligently, and I shall elevate even the 9th grade aptitude for you." The trio's gazes fell upon Ling Baoer. Having achieved 8th grade aptitude, they sensed a deeper connection with the cosmos, recognizing Ling Baoer's extraordinary potential. Could it be that she possessed a 9th grade aptitude? Now they understood why Ling Baoer's talent was so remarkable, igniting their desire to compete for it. All of this was orchestrated by their master. The three demons' eyes burned with fervor and anticipation. Chen Chang'an's words signified that they too had the opportunity to possess a 9th grade aptitude. The trio vowed to seize this rare chance and dedicate themselves to Chen Chang'an's service. Following Chen Chang'an, savoring soup and meat. Chapter 26. Generosity towards one's own master. Their talents have surprisingly ascended to the 8th rank. I wonder what rank my own talent has reached. Ling Baoer eagerly yearned to ascertain her own capabilities. Could it be that she too has attained the 8th rank? If so, she would indeed be a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Huangdi promptly handed the Talent Stone to Ling Baoer. The three of them were filled with curiosity regarding the rank of Ling Baoer's talent. Chen Chang'an, too, was intrigued. After all, he had diligently utilized every resource at his disposal to enhance Ling Bao's talents. Even the three monsters had reached the 8th rank. It was entirely plausible for Ling Bao to achieve the 9th rank. As the talent stone lay in Ling Bao's hands, it shimmered with brilliance. The colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and gold flashed in succession. They all assumed that Ling Bao's talent would indeed be of the 9th rank, and that the stone would radiate a golden hue. However, after the 9 colors danced in a dazzling display, the talent stone surprisingly reverted to its normal state, remaining transparent without any tint. The three monsters were left dumbfounded. Ling Bao was taken aback. Even Chen Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Where was the gold? Master, what is happening? Ling Bao gazed at the talent stone, her expression one of utter bewilderment. The three monsters turned their eyes towards Chen Chang'an, awaiting his explanation. Surely, the talent stone was not defective, as it had been previously used by the three monsters. Yet, why did it show no change in Ling Bao's presence? They were perplexed. Although they did not comprehend the situation, they had faith that Chen Chang'an would possess the answers. Chen Chang'an, too, felt a sense of confusion, pondering, why did the talent stone remain unchanged? Could it be that Bao lacks talent? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. It was impossible, for he could distinctly sense the transformations occurring within Ling Bao as her talents were enhanced. Though the reason eluded him, he decided to fabricate an excuse. He calmly stated, the world knows that the 9th rank is the limit of talent, yet they are unaware that beyond the 9th rank, there exists an even higher realm. It is entirely normal for the talent stone to be incapable of discerning this. Upon hearing these words, the three monsters were astounded, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. This was indeed explosive news. So there was talent beyond the 9th rank. They had lived for thousands of years and had never heard of such a thing. Ling Bao paused for a moment, then was filled with excitement. If there is a talent beyond the 9th rank, Master, does this mean that my talent has already surpassed the 9th rank? Precisely, Chen Chang'an nodded, uttering this falsehood with an unwavering heart and a composed demeanor. Both Ling Bao and the three monsters completely believed him. Chen Chang'an's profound cultivation and formidable strength, capable of making the immortal tree blossom with a mere gesture, along with his ability to enhance their talents, led them to question whether he was a celestial being from a higher realm. Simultaneously, they marveled internally. Had it not been for Chen Chang'an, they would have remained oblivious to all of this, akin to frogs in a well. Observing the three demons and Ling Bao being utterly bewildered, Chen Chang'an smiled gently. My dear disciples, though your talents are indeed remarkable, one must remain humble and patient. There are always those beyond your capabilities, and countless individuals possess greater gifts than you. The three demons sat up straight, pondering Chen Chang'an's words, convinced that those with superior talents must surely be the unparalleled prodigies of the higher realms. This only reinforced their belief that Chen Chang'an hailed from the upper world. A figure of such stature was not someone they could afford to provoke. Simultaneously, they willingly submitted to him, for their own capabilities had now reached the 8th tier, and they longed to elevate their talents even further. The glances the three demons cast at Chen Chang'an transformed. Their eyes now brimmed with reverence, a sentiment previously absent. Witnessing this, Chen Chang'an felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he sought to elicit. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that these three were formidable demon kings of the nascent soul realm. Yet they now bowed to him. With their presence, even if he did not leave the realm of invincibility, he could command their assistance in the outside world. As long as you follow me diligently, ascending to immortality in the future is not beyond the realm of possibility. Chen Chang'an painted a grand vision for the three demons, igniting their excitement to an exhilarating degree. Logically, as great demon kings of considerable intelligence, they should not be so easily swayed. However, the circumstances were unique. The elevation of their talents, breakthroughs in their cultivation, and the flourishing of the rejuvenating immortal tree, each occurrence was profoundly astonishing, beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Not even a formidable transformation stage expert might accomplish such feats. Having just enhanced their talents, now Chen Chang'an confidently spoke of their future ascension to immortality. If uttered by another, such words would be met with skepticism. Yet, coming from Chen Chang'an, an inexplicable certainty took root in their hearts, leaving no room for doubt. It seemed as though his words carried an undeniable promise. Immortality. Though Ling Bao was still young, she understood the immense significance of such an aspiration. In the 9 provinces, be they demons, monsters, or human cultivators, they all shared a singular aim: to ascend to immortality. Yet, how many would dare to proclaim such confidence as Chen Chang'an did? Of course, Chen Chang'an was unaware whether the realm of invincibility could indeed facilitate such an outcome. His intent was merely to ensure the unwavering loyalty of these three nascent soul demons to serve him. A glimmer of hope for ascension to immortality would surely invigorate their spirits. In the ensuing moments, Chen Chang'an did not impose upon the three demons further. Toba-yi, Shizi and Hong-yi curiously lingered in the courtyard, surrounded by an abundance of spiritual herbs. The atmosphere was imbued with a profound and serene essence, evoking a sense of tranquility and ease. Remaining in this place bestowed upon them an extraordinarily comfortable feeling. They marveled inwardly at this extraordinary land. Hong-yi's gaze once again fell upon the rejuvenating immortal tree, captivated by its presence. The immortal beauty tree is flourishing, its buds poised to bloom, seemingly on the verge of bearing fruit. This prospect fills Hong-yi with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, she respectfully inquires of Chen Chang'an, Master, how long until the immortal beauty tree bears fruit? Chen Chang'an looks at Hong-yi and replies with a smile, it should be a while longer. When the immortal beauty fruits ripen, if you wish to partake, you may pluck them yourself. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, her beautiful eyes shimmer with delight. Master, is this truly so? You are now under my care, would I deceive you? He continues, as for the immortal beauty fruits, consuming them is merely a matter of enjoyment. They will continue to blossom and bear fruit. Moreover, I shall be generous with my own. Chapter 27. The Dragonfire Chicken King and the nascent soul elder of the evil dragon cave on a fine day beneath the Bodhi tree. A square stone table is set where Chen Chang'an and the three great demon kings each occupy a side. The table is adorned with numerous jade tiles, arranged in 4 rows. Upon closer inspection, they are engaged in a game of mahjong. Tuo Ba-yi holds a tile, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, seemingly pondering whether to play it. Beside him, Hong-yi lazily supports her head with one hand, complaining, Tuo Ba-yi, you thick-headed fool. Why do you take so long to think? You keep Master and us waiting endlessly. Are you going to play or not? Do not rush me. Let me think. Snake Z counters, tapping the table. Hurry up. I'm waiting so long the flowers are wilting. Tuo Ba-yi, feeling pressed, finally declares, what are you two rushing me for? 1 bamboo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I apologize. It's a pure hand. I win. Chen Chang'an chuckles as he reveals his tiles. Tuo Ba-yi grumbles, see? It's all your fault for hurrying me, causing Master to win again. I was about to play the 9 of circles. Blame your own clumsiness, not us. Hong-yi retorts with a roll of her eyes. Chen Chang'an, amused by the playful banter among the three demons, revels in the delightful experience. For them, this is their first encounter with mahjong, which they find exceedingly novel. More importantly, through their engagement in the game, they become acutely aware of the essence of the Tao, drawing them closer to the understanding of the universe. This realization surprises them, and they even sense an intuitive notion that perhaps, through playing mahjong with Chen Chang'an, they may soon break through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Master, let us continue. Chen Chang'an glances at the time, noting that it is nearly noon. Let us take a break. We shall resume after lunch. By this time, Bayer will likely be returning. The Dragonfire Chicken King resides in Chicken Chop Mountain. With Miss Bayer's strength, capturing one should be a breeze. There is no need for concern regarding Miss Bayer's safety, he reassures. Indeed, Chen Chang'an nods slightly. From the three demons, he learns that Chicken Chop Mountain lies several thousand miles from Feishan Mountain, with no significant threats nearby. Even the Dragonfire Chicken King is merely at the foundation establishment stage. From Snake Z, he gathers that the Dragonfire Chicken King possesses a trace of celestial beast bloodline within, rendering its meat exquisite, a true delicacy among mortals. Chen Chang'an had initially intended to send the three demons to capture a Dragonfire Chicken King for roasting. However, Ling Baoer stepped forward with determination, and after a moment's contemplation, Chen Chang'an consented to her request. At this moment, several dozen miles away from Feishan Mountain, Ling Baoer soared through the skies on her sword, carrying a Dragonfire Chicken King, significantly larger than herself, as she made her way back to Feishan Mountain. It was nearing noon, and Master must be hungry. I must hasten my pace, she murmured, channeling her inner energy to accelerate her speed. Meanwhile, as Ling Baoer journeyed towards Feishan Mountain, she noticed a radiant arc of light slicing through the heavens. In an instant, this arc of light obstructed her path. Suddenly, a figure emerged, startling Ling Baoer considerably. It was an elderly man, his visage aged and grotesque, clad in a black robe with a bald head. His eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, fixated coldly upon Ling Baoer. Little girl, you bear the aura of the Overlord. Did you slay him? His chilling words sent a shiver down her spine, and Ling Baoer sensed an overwhelming murderous intent. Her current situation was perilous. This was bad. Members of the evil dragon cave. A wave of dread washed over her. She had not anticipated that a hunting excursion for her master would lead her to confront individuals from the evil dragon cave. Although Ling Baoer had attained golden core cultivation, the old man before her exuded an immense power that pressed heavily upon her. A pressure she had previously experienced from the 3 formidable beasts subdued by her master. This indicated that the old man was likely a formidable yuaning expert. It was astonishing that the evil dragon cave had concealed such a powerful being. No wonder they had been so audacious over the years. Despite recognizing the potential danger posed by this yuaning expert, Ling Baoer remained undaunted. She spoke boldly, all the while contemplating her next move. Humph. At such a tender age, you have already achieved golden core cultivation. It is no wonder you are so arrogant. Yet you are not qualified to have slain the overlord. Tell me, who was responsible? His voice remained as frigid as ever, suffused with a palpable intent to kill. Particularly, the resonance of his voice bore a weight that struck at Ling Baoer's very soul, leaving her pale and struggling to withstand it. Indeed, yuaning experts were truly terrifying. Fortunately, at that moment, the holy immortal sword sensed the looming threat and unleashed an astonishing celestial might, transforming into a protective sword barrier around Ling Baoer. It is worth noting that this holy immortal sword had been subdued by Chen Chang'an within the realm of invincibility. As the sword's master, Ling Baoer would be safeguarded in times of peril. With the holy immortal sword's protection, Ling Baoer exhaled in relief. The old man, upon noticing the holy immortal sword, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. This sword, he felt the celestial power emanating from it. Could it be that legendary celestial treasure? The old man was the supreme elder of the evil dragon cave, named Li Feihong, a terrifying yuaning expert at the 4th level, and the father of Li Batian. He had ventured to the 10,000 Great Mountains not only to avenge his son, but also to seek opportunities to acquire celestial treasures. Little did he expect that after an exhaustive search, the treasure would present itself effortlessly before him, in the hands of this young girl. Ling Baoer, with a hint of pride, declared, "Indeed, this is a celestial treasure. I advise you not to provoke me, or you shall find no good fortune awaiting you." As soon as her words fell, Li Feihong charged towards her with sudden ferocity. Ling Baoer felt a surge of panic and began to retreat. "Child, do you truly believe you can escape?" Li Feihong obstructed her path. His terrifying magical power surged forth like a tumultuous sea, and then his right hand extended, transforming into a ghastly claw. This claw, with its icy fingers emanating an eerie glow, aimed to seize the sacred immortal sword from Ling Baoer's grasp. Fortunately, Ling Baoer's innate talent had significantly improved, rendering her spiritual awareness remarkably keen. As Li Feihong lunged for the sword, she clutched the Dragonfire Chicken King in one hand and the sacred immortal sword in the other, then struck with a swift cut. Despite being at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, the disparity between Ling Baoer and Li Feihong was akin to a chasm. Logically, she should have been incapable of withstanding any of Li Feihong's attacks. A single strike from him could easily suppress or even annihilate her. He intended to seize the sacred immortal sword, believing it would be a trivial task. Yet, in the next moment, to his astonishment, he found that he had utterly failed to claim the sword from her. Ling Baoer had parried his ghastly claw with a strike of her sword, targeting its vulnerable point with formidable precision. Li Feihong was taken aback, though the girl lacked immense power. The assistance of the immortal weapon coupled with her precise attack on the claw's weak spot left him questioning whether it was mere coincidence or if she had discerned the flaw in his assault. He murmured, his gaze fixed on her, eyes flickering with uncertain light. If it was chance, he would dismiss it. However, if Ling Baoer had indeed discovered the weakness in his attack, it would be truly terrifying. For her to identify such a flaw in a short span suggested her aptitude for cultivation had reached an impressive level, beyond the 7th rank. Ling Baoer's complexion paled as she gasped for breath. Although she had successfully blocked Li Feihong's assault, it had nearly drained her magical energy. The sacred immortal sword, while immensely powerful, also demanded a substantial amount of magical energy. It seemed prudent to refrain from utilizing the sword's power unless absolutely necessary. The strength of a nascent soul expert was overwhelmingly formidable. Despite her master enhancing her abilities, she was still merely at the Golden Core stage, and the gap between them could not be bridged by talent alone. Regrettably, although she possessed the sacred immortal sword, the energy it consumed was vast, and her reserves were limited. She realized she must devise a plan to return to Mount Feitian. Ling Baoer pondered her strategy. Though she was not a match for Li Feihong, she understood that once she returned to her master's side, his might could easily obliterate the old man with a mere finger. "Child, did your father not advise you to remain focused during battle?" Li Feihong attacked once more. Showing no mercy due to her youth or weaker cultivation, he unleashed a powerful punch. This time, Ling Baoer was caught off guard and was struck, crashing into the mountainside. Chapter 28. Seizing the sacred immortal sword, pursuit approaches. Boom. Ling Baoer burst forth from the mountainside. She appeared somewhat disheveled, yet fortunate to have the protection of the sacred immortal sword. Her injuries were not severe, at least for the moment. Li Feihong raised his eyelids slightly, preparing for another attack. Ling Baoer, acutely aware of the danger, dared not let her guard down. With unwavering focus, she exerted all her strength to counter him, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to flee. After successfully deciphering several of Li Feihong's assaults, he was indeed taken aback. This was no mere coincidence. As a nascent soul cultivator, he was astonished to discover that his attacks had been discerned by a mere golden core practitioner. Such a revelation was utterly incredulous. Even for the seasoned Li Feihong, this moment was nothing short of shocking. It became evident that it was fortunate for him that Ling Baoer remained within the confines of the golden core realm. Were she to transcend to the nascent soul stage, he might not stand a chance against her. This girl, despite her tender age, exhibited such formidable combat prowess. Her innate talent was surely no less than that of an 8th grade or even a 9th grade cultivator. Such a being could not be allowed to remain alive. Li Feihong's gaze turned cold, and murderous intent brewed within him. Ling Baoer sensed the malice, her heart sinking further. No, this old man seeks to kill me. I must escape swiftly. Yet, facing a nascent soul expert, fleeing was no simple task. However, Ling Baoer devised a plan. With a surge of determination, she shouted, "You vile old man, even if I perish, I shall never surrender the sacred immortal sword to you." The magical energy within her surged violently into the sacred immortal sword, causing it to radiate brilliantly. Rather than directing its energy towards Li Feihong, it transformed into a streak of light, shooting off in the opposite direction. The speed of the sacred immortal sword was akin to lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Li Feihong's expression changed dramatically. Although he intended to kill Ling Baoer, the sacred immortal sword was of greater importance. This was an artifact bestowed from the upper realms. It must not be lost. Once I seize the artifact, I shall dispose of you. With that proclamation, Li Feihong abandoned his intent to slay Ling Baoer and pursued the sacred immortal sword instead. Ling Baoer breathed a sigh of relief. The abandonment of the sacred immortal sword presented her with a sliver of hope. She needed to seize this moment to escape back to Feishan Mountain. Fortunately, she was now quite close to her destination. Yet, her strength was nearly depleted, preventing her from fleeing far. This was precisely why Li Feihong chose to pursue the sword first before returning to eliminate her. While Ling Baoer possessed remarkable talent and boundless potential, her current limitations rendered her insignificant in Li Feihong's eyes. Meanwhile, in her possession, the Dragonfire Chicken King had not been discarded. It remained with her, a task entrusted by her master that must be fulfilled. Drawing upon her dwindling strength, she fled toward Feishan Mountain. On the other hand, Li Feihong quickly closed the distance to the sacred immortal sword. Upon encountering the celestial treasure, his gaze ignited with fervor as he reached out to seize it. However, the sacred immortal sword, having recognized Ling Baoer as its master, was constrained in power, especially in her absence. Consequently, it was utterly incapable of resisting Li Feihong's full-on assault to claim the sacred immortal sword. Despite this, Li Feihong exerted considerable effort to seize the sacred immortal sword. Grasping the hilt, he marveled at the terrifying power contained within, realizing that this was indeed a celestial treasure. No wonder that girl could contend with him solely wielding this sword. He even felt an instinctual certainty. Should he manage to tame the sacred immortal sword, he might stand a chance against even those stronger than himself, such as those in the nascent soul or transformation stages. Having acquired the sacred immortal sword, Li Feihong turned his attention to another pressing matter, eliminating Ling Baoer. The sword was of immense significance, attracting numerous formidable foes. By silencing Ling Baoer, he ensured that no one would learn of the sword's presence in his possession. In the blink of an eye, Li Feihong vanished without a trace. Ling Baoer, her complexion pale, soared through the air, yet her injuries and the nearly depleted magical energy within her caused her to sway precariously, as if she might plummet at any moment. Fortunately, she had spotted the majestic mountain ahead. She was almost back to flying Immortal Mountain. In the secluded courtyard of the Immortal Temple, Tuoba Yi, Shizi and I, and the scarlet-clad trio of demons keenly sensed Ling Baoer's aura. However, they noted a significant weakening of her presence, which caused their expressions to darken. Shizi and I had intended to play a card, but found his hand frozen mid-air. After all, Ling Baoer was the disciple of their young master. Her quest to the Chicken Chop Mountain in search of the Dragonfire Chicken King was connected to them. If anything were to happen, they would undoubtedly share in the blame. Who could dare to harm the young master's disciple? The fury within the three demons was palpable. Yet so too was their anxiety, fearing retribution from Chen Chang'an. Shizi and I, have you decided what card to play? Observing Chen Chang'an's serene demeanor only deepened their concerns. Given the young master's formidable strength, he must have been aware of the external circumstances. Ling Baoer's weakened presence implied she had suffered injuries. would he not be enraged? Or was he waiting for them to admit fault? Shizi and I hastily exchanged glances with Hong Yi and Tuoba Yi. The trio promptly confessed, "Young master. Regarding Miss Bauer's injuries, it is entirely our fault. We beseech you to grant us an opportunity to atone. Whoever dared to harm Miss Bauer will surely pay the price." Listening to their admission, Chen Chang'an's expression turned bewildered. Something had happened to Bauer, within the realm of invincibility. He had been oblivious to the outside world. However, the words of the three demons darkened his countenance. It seemed they had indeed sensed Ling Bauer's presence. He had not anticipated that her first venture down the mountain would end in trouble. Fortunately, according to the three demons, she had merely sustained injuries and had not perished, which offered Chen Chang'an a slight reprieve. It was no wonder she had yet to return after all this time. He did not wish for anything ill to befall her. Bring her back. At once, the trio of demons transformed into beams of light and surged forth from flying Immortal Mountain. Soon, they located Ling Bauer, who was desperately fleeing back to their sanctuary. "Miss Bauer, how are you faring?" Upon encountering Ling Bauer, who appeared utterly disheveled and feeble, Hong Yi's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to inquire urgently. "Sister Hong Yi, the people from the Evil Dragon Cave seek to take my life." Ling Bauer felt a sense of relief upon seeing the three demons, yet simultaneously, her internal spiritual energy had finally been depleted, causing her to plummet from the heights. In a swift motion, Hong Yi caught Ling Bauer in her embrace. "Let us return." The expressions of Tuoba Yi and Shizi and I were grim. "Damn it! How dare they lay a hand on the young lady?" Shizi Ni's eyes gleamed ominously. "Do not let me find him." Shortly thereafter, the three demons departed with Ling Bauer. Not long after their departure, Li Feihong, wielding the holy immortal sword, followed the trace of Ling Bauer's aura. He scoffed, astonished that the girl, despite being utterly drained of energy and gravely injured, had managed to escape so far. However, he could sense that Ling Bauer was drawing closer. He sneered, "In this world, there is no one I cannot capture." With that, Li Feihong transformed into a streak of spiritual light and sped towards the direction of Feishan Mountain. Chapter 29, Stunned. "Beat him to a pulp, my lord. We have brought Miss Bauer back." Hong Yi cradled Ling Bauer as they returned to the Immortal Temple. Observing the unconscious Ling Bauer in Hong Yi's arms, Chen Chang'an furrowed his brows and spoke coldly. "How did this happen?" Hong Yi shook her head. "My lord, we are also unaware, but before fainting, Miss Bauer mentioned that the people from the Evil Dragon Cave wanted to kill her." Chen Chang'an's gaze turned even icier. So, it was indeed the Evil Dragon Cave that had acted. Ling Bauer was now his disciple. How dare they lay a hand on her? Of course, this was not the time for reflection. He needed to tend to Ling Bauer's injuries first. Within the realm of invincibility, Chen Chang'an utilized the function of nurturing all living beings, transforming a spiritual herb into a medicinal pill to administer to Ling Bauer. The injuries she sustained began to heal, and her pallid complexion regained its rosy hue. Her eyelashes fluttered as she gradually awoke from her slumber. Simultaneously, as Ling Bauer regained consciousness, a streak of spiritual light arrived at the foot of Feishan Mountain. The light dissipated, revealing Li Feihong, the Yuanying powerhouse from the Evil Dragon Cave, who had pursued Ling Bauer relentlessly. Li Feihong surveyed Feishan Mountain with a cold gaze. "Humph. That girl's aura is within this mountain. Do you think you can hide from me?" He dashed into the mountain, soon arriving at the Immortal Temple atop the peak, from which Ling Bauer's aura emanated. Li Feihong sneered, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual power, and bellowed, "Girl, come out of the temple at once." Inside the temple, Chen Chang'an and the three demons heard Li Feihong's voice from outside. Just as Ling Bauer had awakened, she felt a surge of anger. "Master, that wicked old man outside wants to kill me." Chen Chang'an affectionately patted her head. "I shall see who dares to harm my disciple." He stepped out of the Immortal Temple, with Ling Bauer, her injuries healed, following closely beside him, her expression one of indignation and irritation. With her master's backing, she felt unafraid of Li Feihong. The three demons trailed behind them. The gaze of the three demons was frigid, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. To dare to lay hands upon the disciple of the young master was tantamount to courting death. Li Feihong stood resolutely, sword in hand, awaiting Ling Bauer to emerge obediently from the temple of the Immortals. Due to the barriers of the Invincible Domain, he was blissfully unaware of the presence of Chen Chang'an and the three great demon kings within the temple. At this moment, Li Feihong harbored a plan. Once he eliminated Ling Bauer, he would depart this place and enter seclusion to refine the sacred immortal sword. He was confident that upon mastering the sword, he would be worthy of pursuing the position of the Lord of Ghost State. While Li Feihong was lost in his daydreams, Chen Chang'an emerged from the temple, followed closely by Ling Bauer and the three great demon kings. No wonder they had taken refuge in this desolate mountain temple. It was evident they were not alone. Li Feihong smirked coldly, though a flicker of surprise danced in his heart. A glance at the leading figure, Chen Chang'an, revealed no fluctuations of cultivation. He appeared to be an ordinary person. However, when Li Feihong's gaze fell upon the three great demon kings, the derisive smile on his face abruptly froze. The overwhelming aura of demonic power emanating from them signified they were formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. Not just one, but three great demon kings. Li Feihong was rendered utterly speechless. The thought of slaying Ling Baoer vanished from his mind, replaced solely by the instinct to flee. Though he held a sense of pride, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. While he might contend with a single demon king, facing three was an insurmountable challenge. Cursing under his breath, he was horrified at the realization that this girl was accompanied by three great demon kings, sending him into a panic. Though he possessed the sacred immortal sword, he had yet to subdue and refine it, rendering its power useless in his hands. Humph, to injure Miss Baoer and still dare to escape, hissed Shizi, his eyes glinting with malice. He had anticipated such a scenario and had secretly conspired with Tuoba Yi and Hongyi to prevent Li Feihong from fleeing. Just as Li Feihong prepared to make his escape, three beams of demonic light converged, creating a triangular encirclement that thwarted his intentions. Damn it! Why are there three great demon kings here? Li Feihong's face darkened, anxiety creeping into his heart. Chen Chang'an cast a cold glance at Li Feihong, taken aback to discover he was a nascent soul cultivator. Baoer, I cannot believe you managed to escape from the grasp of a nascent soul powerhouse. Chen Chang'an felt a surge of satisfaction. Ling Baoer, however, felt a pang of guilt and softly replied, Master, I only used the sacred immortal sword as bait to distract him, allowing me the opportunity to flee. It was merely a sword. Your life is far more precious. Chen Chang'an brushed off her concerns, recognizing that a sword's might was limited and paled in comparison to the value of a disciple. Especially since Ling Baoer was his first disciple, her significance was profound. Losing her in such a manner would be a source of great regret. After all, Chen Chang'an had every intention of nurturing Ling Baoer into a peerless powerhouse. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ling Baoer felt deeply moved and embraced him warmly. Thanks to the esteemed Master's sacred sword, my dear apprentice, I would have never had the privilege of meeting you. Chen Chang'an affectionately ruffled Ling Baoer's hair and chuckled. Isn't everything fine now? This old fellow sought to harm you, and now he is merely providing you with an opportunity to release your anger. Although Li Feihong did not step into his invincible realm, Chen Chang'an held him in utter disregard. After all, he now commanded the allegiance of three formidable demon kings. Moreover, he had enhanced their innate abilities. Each of these demon kings possessed strength that rivaled Li Feihong's. Together, they could easily contend with him. With a commanding voice, Chen Chang'an declared, You old scoundrel, dare to bully my beloved apprentice? You must be tired of living. Despite his apprehensions, Li Feihong stood resolute, gripping his sword and clasping his fist in salute. I am Li Feihong, the elder of the evil dragon cave. May I inquire your name? Although Li Feihong perceived Chen Chang'an as a mere ordinary individual devoid of any cultivation, the three demon kings clearly regarded Chen Chang'an with great respect, preventing him from underestimating him. Call you what? You intend to harm my apprentice? What are you three waiting for? Dismantle him. Upon Chen Chang'an's command, Tuoba Yi, Shizi and Hongyi wasted no time, unleashing their full power in an assault against Li Feihong. The magical energy emanating from the three demons surged like a torrential flood, overwhelming Li Feihong. Chapter 30. Brave old man, you are truly daring. Boom, boom, boom. The three demons unleashed a terrifying wave of magical power. Especially when they attacked with all their might, Li Feihong quickly found himself at a disadvantage, suffering a relentless onslaught. With their cultivation elevated to the 8th grade, their strength experienced a qualitative leap. Each blow landed with brutal force, leaving Li Feihong in a state of agony, crying out in despair. He had never anticipated that three formidable demon kings would back Ling Baoer. Had he known, he would never have dared to pursue them. The battle between nascent souls was fearsome, as magical energy poured forth, annihilating all in its path. The earth trembled, stones flew, and mountains crumbled. Yet, within the confines of the immortal temple, there was an eerie calm, untouched by the violent forces outside. Ling Baoer watched the beleaguered Li Feihong with excitement, waving her tiny fists. You bullied me, you old scoundrel. Under the relentless barrage from the three demons, Li Feihong's injuries grew increasingly severe. Their attacks were akin to a tempest, completely overwhelming him. With urgency, Li Feihong summoned one defensive artifact after another, but to no avail. The three demons were simply too powerful. His defenses shattered one by one. Before long, with a heart-wrenching scream, Li Feihong was struck by Tuoba Ye's fist, crashing to the ground. The force behind that punch created a deep crater in the earth. Now, Li Feihong was battered and bruised, his breath shallow and weak. He lay on the ground, gasping for air, a visage of fear and despair. How could this be happening? And then, the beating resumed. Ling Baoer looked on, feeling a sense of relief. Humph, let that wicked old man think he can kill me. Let's see how arrogant he remains now. Bring him over, instructed Chen Chang'an. Tuoba Yi effortlessly lifted Li Feihong and presented him before Chen Chang'an. Huangdi picked up the sacred immortal sword from the ground and returned it to Ling Baoer. Thank you, Sister Huangdi, Ling Baoer said. Huangdi chuckled lightly. It is our duty. This old rascal dares to bully you. There's no need for the young master to intervene. We will teach him a proper lesson. Li Feihong was in Tuoba Ye's grasp. Resembling a lifeless dog, the Demon King truly lived up to his title, possessing immense strength and cruelty. He had nearly shattered all of Li Feihong's bones, leaving him drenched in blood. However, despite his weakened state, Li Feihong's vitality remained remarkably strong. After all, he was a Yuanying level expert. It was not so easy to be killed outright. Young master, how should we deal with this old fellow? Tuoba Yi inquired. Li Feihong was gripped by terror. His face bruised and swollen, his eyes reduced to mere slits. His vision blurred as he gazed at Chen Chang'an. Still unable to perceive any aura of cultivation emanating from him, he appeared to be merely an ordinary person. He could not comprehend why the three formidable demon kings treated Chen Chang'an with such deference. Could he be a disciple from an ancient and prestigious family? Yet, he did not seem to fit that mold. However, for Li Feihong, pondering such matters was no longer feasible. He had to worry for his life. He thought to himself, it is impossible for me to escape from the hands of these three demon kings, yet they also cannot easily kill me. If I am pushed to the brink, I will self-detonate my Yuanying and take them down with me. But that is my last resort. A card I cannot play unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps I can find a glimmer of especially that Ling Baoer, who gazed at him with a pair of sympathetic eyes. How bold of you, old man, to threaten the esteemed master. Tuoba Yi knelt on one knee in contrition, realizing that this old rascal had escaped from his subordinates and now dared to offend the young master. His subordinates deserved punishment. Li Feihong felt perplexed. Was Tuoba Yi truly a fool? Chen Chang'an had already fallen into his grasp. Why was he apologizing instead of devising a plan to rescue Chen Chang'an? Without further thought, Li Feihong barked, do not attempt to deceive me with your tricks. If you hand over the holy immortal sword and allow me to leave, I shall not harm him. Should you refuse, I will slay him with a single stroke. Li Feihong threatened the three demons with a cold voice. Old man, I wonder from where you derive the audacity to utter such words, Chen Chang'an said, shaking his head gently. Are you not afraid of death? Li Feihong glared at Chen Chang'an. Now that he had him in his clutches, he was taken aback by the young man's calm demeanor. Fear death? Of course I do. However, with your capabilities, you cannot take my life, Chen Chang'an replied. With that, he made his move, extending his right hand. He snapped the treasured blade that hung around his neck with a resounding crack. Li Feihong's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be possible? This blade was his life-bound treasure. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage would struggle to destroy it. Why was it that this Chen Chang'an, with just one hand, effortlessly shattered his life-bound treasure? As shock coursed through him, Li Feihong was consumed by rage, his eyes turning crimson. You dare to destroy my life-bound treasure? You shall die? He clawed at Chen Chang'an's crown with fingers poised like talons, intent on crushing his skull. In response, Chen Chang'an struck back with a palm. With a resounding thud, the blow, imbued with overwhelming force, struck Li Feihong, who could not even muster a scream before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Ling Baoer and the three demons were left dumbfounded, their hearts racing in terror. Just how much terrifying power lay behind that strike to obliterate a nascent soul cultivator into mere blood mist? The blood mist lingered in the air for quite some time before finally dissipating. The entire immortal temple was engulfed in an eerie silence. Chen Chang'an clapped his hands, somewhat disappointed. He had initially intended to torment Li Feihong, but he had proven too fragile, unable to withstand even a single slap. System notification. Congratulations, host, for slaying a nascent soul fourfold cultivator, earning 1,200 domain points. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Chen Chang'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. The last time he had slain 3 golden core cultivators in the Evil Dragon Caves, he had garnered 1,500 domain points. To his surprise, today's kill of Li Feihong, a nascent soul cultivator, had netted him 1,200 domain points. If he were to eliminate the 3 demons, would he not gain 3 to 4,000 domain points? With this thought, his gaze fell upon the 3 demons. For some reason, when faced with Chen Chang'an's gaze, they felt an unsettling chill, instilling within them profound fear. Chapter 31. Alright, I admit I'm envious. A campfire blazed within the courtyard, where Chen Chang'an meticulously roasted the dragonfire chicken king. The flames danced, causing the chicken to glisten with fragrant oil, its golden skin radiating an enticing aroma that filled the air. leaving the three demons and Ling Baoer salivating. After vanquishing Li Feihong, Chen Chang'an had commenced his culinary endeavor, certainly not intending to slay the submissive demons for a mere few thousand domain points. Such an act would be far too unprofitable, merely a fleeting thought. Master, the scent of your roasted chicken is utterly delightful, Ling Baoer exclaimed, astonished by Chen Chang'an's culinary prowess, as the aroma was simply mouth-watering. Your Excellency, Snake Xianai praised. Though I have tasted the Dragon Fire Chicken King before, I have never encountered such an alluring fragrance. Flattered by the compliment, Chen Chang'an smiled subtly. This was indeed essential. His grilling skills were unparalleled. Having spent 3 years in the longevity sect, despite being an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation, he wielded a roasting stick and occupied a significant position. He even speculated if his master had taken him as a disciple solely for his culinary talent. With a month having passed since his master's departure and the temple's restrictions now lifted, he sensed something must have transpired. Reflecting on his master weighed heavily on his heart. As an ordinary individual, surviving 3 years in the Jiuzhou continent was largely due to his master's guidance, for which Chen Chang'an held profound gratitude. Previously, he could only remain in the celestial temple, resigned to fate. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. Armed with an invincible domain system, and having subdued 3 formidable demon kings, he could send them to search for his master while also investigating the current state of the longevity sect. As he pondered, the Dragonfire Chicken King was finally ready. Extinguishing the flames, Chen Chang'an smiled, inviting, "Come, everyone, and savor the flavors of my roasted Dragonfire Chicken King." "Delightful. Thank you, Master," they chorused. Before long, the chicken was devoured by the trio of demons and Ling Baoer. She licked her fingers and remarked, "Master, your roasted chicken is truly exquisite." Snake Xianai, Tuoba Yi, and the scarlet-clad demon all concurred, having never tasted such delicious roasted chicken before. Regrettably, the portions were insufficient, leaving them unsated. "Master, tomorrow I shall venture to Chicken Claw Mountain to fetch 10 Dragonfire chickens," Ling Baoer declared. "However, you are not permitted to descend the mountain until your cultivation surpasses the nascent soul stage. Let Tuoba Yi retrieve them instead," Chen Chang'an instructed. "As you command," Tuoba Yi replied, while Ling Baoer nodded in agreement. Having encountered danger shortly after descending, she nearly lost her life. Had she not escaped back to Flying Immortal Mountain in time, she might never have seen her master again. Her cultivation, indeed, remained too feeble. Subsequently, Ling Baoer began to cultivate. Snake Xianai, Tuoba Yi, and the scarlet-clad demon. "Who among you is familiar with Yunzhou?" Chen Chang'an inquired. "Your Excellency, I hail from the Golden Python clan of Yunzhou and am quite well acquainted with the region," Snake Xianai replied respectfully. "The Golden Python clan," Chen Chang'an exclaimed, astonished. He had heard of the Golden Python clan during his time at the Eternal Life Sect, known to be a premier demon clan in Yun Province. It was unexpected that this Serpent Zini originated from such a lineage. "I had no idea you possessed such an affiliation." Serpent Zini smiled awkwardly, "Young master, I no longer have any ties to the Golden Python clan." "Oh?" Chen Chang'an inquired with curiosity. The figure in the red attire beside him chuckled and clarified, "Young master, Serpent Zini was once a contender for the position of the Holy Son of the Golden Python clan, but unfortunately, he was defeated and had to flee to the 100,000 Great Mountains after being dealt with by the current Holy Son. Now I understand." Serpent Zini then asked, "May I inquire what instructions you have for me?" "I initially intended for you to investigate the Eternal Life Sect in Yun Province and also seek out a certain individual. However, since your relationship with the Golden Python clan has soured, it seems best to assign this task to Tuoba Yi instead. Young master, allow me to undertake this mission. With my current capabilities, I am still qualified to contest for the position of Holy Son upon returning to the Golden Python clan. Even their current Holy Son would not dare to act against me," Serpent Zini insisted. Moreover, the Eternal Life Sect, being a first-rate sect in Yun Province, was obliterated almost overnight. There must be significant events unfolding. Tuoba Yi is unfamiliar with the people and terrain of Yun Province and may not accomplish the task you set forth in a timely manner. How dare you slander me? Who says I cannot complete the mission promptly?" Tuoba Yi retorted angrily. The figure in red shrugged slightly, laughing. Tuoba Yi has a tendency to lose his way. Even within the 100,000 Great Mountains, he sometimes struggles to find the path, let alone in Yun Province. "Young master, it would be prudent to assign this task to Serpent Zini." Tuoba Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. "Very well, Serpent Zini. You shall proceed to Yun Province and investigate which faction annihilated the Eternal Life Sect. Additionally, seek information regarding Feng Qian. Feng Qian. He is the leader of the Eternal Life Sect. Any news of him must be relayed back immediately. Should he encounter any danger, spare no effort to protect him." "Understood." Chen Chang'an picked up several spiritual herbs from the ground. channeling their essence to transform them into 10 spiritual pills. Take these. Serpent Zini's heart soared with joy as he accepted the pills, expressing his gratitude to the young master. The figures in red and Tuoba Yi looked on with envy, fully aware of the immense power these pills possessed, especially Tuoba Yi, who had consumed one and had miraculously recovered from a grave injury, even breaking through a minor realm. It is known that each minor realm in the nascent soul stage presents considerable challenges, akin to ascending to the heavens. Yet, these pills derived from spiritual herbs could facilitate such breakthroughs. What a marvel! These pills were not merely spiritual pills, but truly celestial elixirs. It was astonishing that the young master had bestowed upon Serpent Zini 10 of them. How could it not invoke envy in red attire and Tuoba Yi? All right, I admit I am envious. Serpent Zini, should you successfully complete this task, I shall not treat you unfairly, Chen Chang'an added. To encourage Serpent Zini in fulfilling this mission, Chen Chang'an painted a promising picture of rewards. Upon hearing this, Serpent Zini felt an exhilarating fervor, eager to set off for Yun province without delay. I shall not disappoint your expectations, young master. Time is of the essence. Depart at once. Snake Zini, no longer hesitating, transformed into a beam of enchanting light and swiftly departed from Feishan Mountain. Observing Zini's receding figure, Chen Chang'an was filled with myriad emotions, silently reflecting, Master, I have already dispatched someone to seek you. Please, do not perish. After Zini's departure, Chen Chang'an turned his gaze towards Huangdi and Tuoba Yi. Huangdi, Tuoba Yi, I have a task for you. Both Huangdi and Tuoba Yi's eyes brightened with renewed vigor. Please, give your orders. This dilapidated temple of the Immortals requires restoration. Now that Zini has ventured to Yunzhou, do not forget to capture some dragonfire roosters on your way back. Chapter 32. The Ancestor Reveals Divine Presence. The little tail becomes a demon in the evil dragon cave. Within a stone chamber, a disciple stood guard. Inside the chamber, soul lamps flickered, illuminating the space with a radiant glow. Suddenly, the foremost soul lamp extinguished. This lamp was, astonishingly, the soul lamp left by the esteemed elderly Fei Hong in the evil dragon cave. When one dies, the lamp goes out. The disciple guarding the chamber was struck with terror. He hurriedly exited the stone chamber. The master of the evil dragon cave has perished, and now even the esteemed elder has met his end. What on earth has transpired? It is known that the esteemed elder is a master of the nascent soul stage, a top-tier powerhouse in Ghost State, each one a priceless asset to the evil dragon cave. Now, the esteemed elder has unexpectedly died outside without a sound. This will surely cause an uproar throughout the entire evil dragon cave. Meanwhile, Qiu Qianta had returned to the Ghost Skull Sect. Having failed to seize the celestial treasure and nearly lost his life, he was consumed with resentment, vowing to kill Chen Chang'an. That youth must be of the nascent soul. Does he think our Ghost Skull Sect lacks such power? Qiu Qianta declared fiercely. He would immediately seek an audience with the esteemed elder. He urged the elder to personally eliminate Chen Chang'an and recover the celestial treasure. Suddenly, a disciple of the Ghost Skull Sect rushed in. Sect Master, you have finally returned. Why the urgency? What has transpired? Qiu Qianta inquired. Sect Master, the ancestor who ascended to immortality 5,000 years ago has revealed his divine presence today and is meeting with the esteemed elder. We are merely awaiting your arrival. Qiu Qianta was taken aback. What did you say? The ancestor has revealed his divine presence. Without hesitation, he hurried to the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, he found 3 esteemed elders of the Ghost Skull Sect kneeling on the ground. A towering figure stood with his back to the 3 elders. Qiu Qiantu's heart raced with excitement as he approached and knelt, saying, Qiantu arrives late. Please forgive me, ancestor. A deep and powerful voice resonated throughout the ancestral hall. I, your immortal, have come to the lower realm at the behest of the celestial sovereign. Immortals descending to the mortal realm. Both the 3 esteemed elders and Qiu Qiantu were moved by the ancestor's words. They were filled with exhilaration. The ancestor's descent would surely sweep across the state. The Ghost Skull Sect dominating Ghost State was no longer a mere dream. How could they not be thrilled? Sensing their intentions, the ancestor coldly stated, I descend to seek the lost life-bound celestial treasure, the holy immortal sword, belonging to the celestial sovereign, before I reach the Jiuzhou continent. Your task is to locate the whereabouts of the holy immortal sword. Heed my command. The 3 esteemed elders promptly responded. Meanwhile, Qiu Qiantuan was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, Ancestor, I know where the lost life treasure of the immortal revered by you is. The ancestor turned to face Qiu Qiantuan, his visage obscured by an enigmatic force, rendering it difficult to discern his features. However, Qiu Qiantuan was acutely aware that the ancestor was gazing at him, inducing a palpable sense of tension. Where is it? He inquired. When the celestial treasure descended and the world transformed, I led a group to the 10,000 Great Mountains, ultimately discovering the treasure on Flying Immortal Mountain. Can the treasure be retrieved? The ancestor pressed on. Qiu Qiantuan shook his head, responding, the sacred sword fell into the hands of the daughter of Ling Qingshan, the leader of the Nine-Sword Sect. On that day, apart from my Ghost Skull Sect, there were also individuals from the Evil Dragon Cave. However, all others perished. Especially near the girl from Ling Qingshan, where a young man in white robes was present. I suspect he is one of the esteemed elders of the Nine-Sword Sect. The ancestor nodded approvingly, saying, well done. You shall go to the Nine-Sword Sect to retrieve the sacred sword. If they refuse to surrender it, inform them that failure to comply will lead to their annihilation. The possessions of the immortal revered by us are not to be trifled with by mere mortals. Understood. With that, the ancestor said no more, his figure gradually dissipating. The celestial aura that had pervaded the ancestral hall vanished, alleviating the pressure on the four individuals, who collectively sighed with relief. They dared not neglect the ancestor's command and, after a brief discussion, proceeded to the Nine-Sword Sect. In the afternoon, Ling Bei'er sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, absorbed in her cultivation, while Tua Bei was busy reconstructing the immortal temple. Chen Chang'an, on the other hand, lounged leisurely on a wooden chair in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight and admiring the graceful figure of the maid in red as she tidied up the yard. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in his mind. System notification, the dogtail grass spirit has transformed into a demon, granting you a reward of 100 domain points. Startled, Chen Chang'an sat up, exclaiming, the little tail has become a demon. Meanwhile, Tua Bei, engaged in the reconstruction of the immortal temple, sensed a sudden trace of weak, demonic energy within. To his astonishment, he discovered a dogtail grass beside the statue in the temple. Ah, look at this. The little tail waved a tiny hand, greeting Tua Bei. His eyes widened in disbelief. This dogtail grass can actually transform into a demon. This common plant possesses no superior bloodline. Logically, it should never attain such a transformation in its lifetime. Without a doubt, it was the work of the young master. Young master, there is a dogtail grass in the temple that has become a demon. He relayed the news. Ling Bei'er, who had been cultivating, heard this and immediately ceased her practice, running barefoot into the temple to see the little tail. Wow, little tail, you've actually become a demon, Ling Bei'er exclaimed, her bright eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the little tail. The little tail emitted unintelligible sounds, and then, with a flash of green light, transformed into an adorable girl the size of a fist, who rushed forward to hug Ling Bei'er's leg. Unfortunately, she was far too small to grasp it properly, causing Ling Bei'er's leg to tickle, prompting her to giggle uncontrollably. Little tail, you are making me so ticklish. Ling Bei'er laughed, gently cradling the little tail in her palm. I shall take you to meet the esteemed master. Ah, indeed. The little tail nodded eagerly. Master, the little tail has transformed into a creature. Ling Bei'er presented the little tail before Chen Chang'an. So diminutive, he remarked, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the tiny tail nestled in Ling Bei'er's palm. The fact that such an ordinary plant could attain spiritual essence is already a remarkable fortune. To transform into a creature and yet remain so small is truly astonishing. The girl in red blinked her beautiful eyes, utterly fascinated by the little tail. She had never before encountered a plant taking form, nor had she witnessed such a petite creature. Chapter 33. Creating one's own method of monster cultivation. The little tail babbled happily, flailing its limbs in excitement. Although it had successfully taken form, it was evident that it remained in the nascent stage of development. Chen Chang'an entrusted the little tail to the girl in red for guidance. After all, she was a formidable demon king of the nascent soul realm and possessed profound insights into the path of monsters, making her the most suitable mentor for the little tail. Of course, it was primarily because Chen Chang'an himself lacked the ability to cultivate, leaving him ill-equipped to teach. In the small courtyard, Chen Chang'an and Ling Bei'er roasted a chicken while the little tail followed the girl in red in its training. The first step on the little tail's journey into the realm of monsters was to perceive the changes in the world, absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and integrating the quintessence of the sun and moon into its being. The girl in red had anticipated that the little tail would require some time to embark on its path, as her own journey had taken several years. Among the ancient celestial foxes, she had been regarded as a prodigy. However, upon encountering Ling Bei'er and the little tail, she realized the true meaning of genius. This little tail absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth and integrated the quintessence of the sun and moon into its being, stepping onto the path of monsters in merely a day. Such extraordinary talent was unparalleled among the demon race. The girl in red and Tuoba Yi were deeply moved. Could it be that this little tail, like Ling Bei'er, was a peerless prodigy with a potential that surpassed the 9th rank? witnessing the little tail's astonishing aptitude. The girl in red became increasingly exhilarated, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to its instruction. The little tail, in turn, diligently followed her teachings, endearing itself to her. Bower, why has the master of the Ghost Skull Sect not sent anyone to contest for the holy immortal sword now that he has departed? Chen Chang'an inquired as they tended to the roasting meat. Ling Bower, sprinkling seasonings over the chicken, replied with a cheerful smile, Master, the Ghost Skull Sect dares not send anyone to contest the holy immortal sword, surely out of fear of you. However, I heard from Brother Nyo that many cultivators and demons have been moving about the 10,000 great mountains lately, likely in search of the holy immortal sword. Chen Chang'an's eyes brightened. Then why have they not yet found their way to Facian Mountain? I require domain value to expand my invincible domain. If those cultivators and demons seek to contest the holy immortal sword, I regret to inform them that I shall have to eliminate them to obtain the domain value. Ling Bower shook her head, continuing to respond. He. Master, rest assured, they would not dare approach Facian Mountain. What do you mean? Chen Chang'an asked, bewildered. Tuoba Yi and Sister Huangdi are powerful demon kings. In the presence of such formidable auras, those demons would not dare to draw near, and of course, the cultivators are not fools either. Upon hearing Ling Bower's words, Chen Chang'an's lips twitched in realization. Indeed, within the realm of invincibility, he could conceal the demonic aura emanating from Tuoba Yi and Huangdi. However, once they ventured beyond the confines of his invincible domain, it was inevitable that their demonic presence would be unmasked. Especially among the demon kin, hierarchy was strictly observed. Weaker fiends dared not trespass into the territories of the mightier ones. It was no wonder that no one dared to step foot on Facian Mountain. Chen Chang'an felt a sense of helplessness, acutely aware that he had incurred significant losses in his domain value. It seemed imperative for Huangdi and Tuoba Yi to reign in their demonic auras. At that moment, Huangdi approached with the little tail. Young master, she chirped. The little tail clambered onto Ling Bower, gazing longingly at the golden, oil-dripping roasted chicken. Humph, little tail. I can't help but suspect that your desire to seek Master's guidance in transforming is merely to indulge in delectable treats. Chirp chirp, the little tail responded. Chen Chang'an inquired of Huangdi, what brings you here? Reporting to the young master, the little tail has embarked on the path of demons. And I wonder if you possess any suitable cultivation techniques for her? In Huangdi's eyes, Chen Chang'an was formidable and unfathomable, undoubtedly possessing techniques befitting the little tail. This posed a dilemma for Chen Chang'an. It wasn't that he lacked suitable techniques. Rather, he had none at all. He coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment and earnestly advised. Huangdi, I entrust the little tail to you for her training. As for the cultivation techniques, it is your responsibility. Moreover, do not the Tianyao ancient fox possess demon cultivation techniques? They seem quite fitting. Huangdi was momentarily taken aback, confusion evident in her expression. Young master, but the little tail is transforming from a plant. Can she truly cultivate the Tianyao ancient fox's techniques? Chen Chang'an remained unperturbed and replied nonchalantly. I merely suggest you impart the cultivation techniques to her. I am not asking you to have her practice them. Given the little tail's innate talent, I believe she can derive her own techniques from the Tianyao ancient fox's teachings. Huangdi's astonishment was palpable. Ah, I see. Indeed. The little tail's talent surpasses the 9th rank. She shall surely be able to comprehend techniques suited to her essence. How foolish of me. Young master, your foresight is admirable. Surely, the most fitting techniques are those one discovers for oneself. She speculated that the reason Chen Chang'an did not impart the techniques directly was perhaps to instill resilience in the little tail. With this realization, Huangdi's respect for Chen Chang'an deepened. Young master, I understand now. Chen Chang'an was puzzled and inclined to ask what she had understood. After a moment's hesitation, she continued. Young master, if I am to impart the cultivation techniques to the little tail, I must return to the Tianyao ancient fox to seek the elder's approval. Do you not have any here? Huangdi shook her head, replying, Young master, the demon cultivation techniques are the foundation of the Tianyao ancient fox. Although we practice, we are bound by restrictions and cannot impart techniques. However, given the little tail's potential, I believe the clan will not refuse her. If possible, I would like to take the little tail back to the Tianyao ancient fox with me. Chen Chang'an pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. You may go. With Huangdi by his side, he felt no concern for the safety of the little tail. The little tail shook her head, stepping forward to grasp a corner of Chen Chang'an's robe, clearly reluctant to part from him. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Little tail, did you not ask me to transform you precisely to gain strength? Ling Bower added. Little tail, do not disappoint Master's expectations. The little tail pouted but reluctantly released her grip on the robe. You should go with Huangdi now. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return, Chen Chang'an instructed. Young master, we shall return as swiftly as possible, Huangdi replied as she departed the immortal temple with the little tail. Once they had left, only Chen Chang'an, Ling Baoer, and Tuoba Yi remained in Feishan Mountain. In the courtyard, the rejuvenating immortal tree was blossoming with vibrant flowers, infusing the surroundings with an ethereal charm. Tuoba Yi was diligently reconstructing the immortal temple, which now stood in stark contrast to its former dilapidated state, appearing completely revitalized. Chen Chang'an was quite pleased. Residing in such an immortal temple surely uplifted one's spirits. Tuoba Yi, Chen Chang'an called out. Young master, I am here, Tuoba Yi responded, appearing before Chen Chang'an. His muscular form exuding a formidable presence, particularly with the overwhelming aura of a demon king emanating from him. From this moment onward, you are to completely conceal your aura here in Feishan Mountain. No one is to know of your strength without my permission. As you command, Tuoba Yi acquiesced, suppressing his aura to the extent that unless someone was stronger than him or he chose to reveal it, no one would be aware of his cultivation level. Chen Chang'an felt a sense of satisfaction with this arrangement. With Huangdi gone and Tuoba Yi's powers concealed, surely those seeking the sacred immortal sword would soon arrive at this temple. Chapter 34. Mission, My Beloved Initiation System Notification. The host has slain a 5th-tier golden core cultivator, gaining 280 domain points. System notification. The host has transformed the Bodhi tree into a demon, gaining 100 domain points. System notification. As Tuoba Yi's powers receded, certain demons and malevolent beings began to converge upon Feishan Mountain in search of the sacred immortal sword. Naturally, they encountered the sword in Ling Baoer's possession, leading to a fierce contest for its acquisition. Subsequently, they all met their demise upon the mountain. Thus, Chen Chang'an reaped a substantial harvest of domain points. In just 2 short days, his domain points had amassed to 2,200, and his invincible domain had expanded to a radius of 50 meters. However, rather than extending his domain further with the remaining 2,200 points, he chose to conserve them. Indeed, he was saving them. Now, a new section had appeared in his mind, a system interface for the Invincible Domain. Current version, 20. The next version required a consumption of 5,000 domain points to unlock the new feature, True Understanding of Immortal Dao. Chen Chang'an was uncertain of the utility of this feature, but judging by its title, it seemed likely to be quite formidable, perhaps not inferior to the functionalities of version 20. Thus, Chen Chang'an is not in a hurry to expand the Invincible Domain. Rather, he wishes to upgrade the system first. Currently, he possesses 200 domain points, and with an additional 800 points, the system can be upgraded. He anticipates this with great enthusiasm. Why hasn't a nascent soul appeared here to seize the holy immortal sword? Chen Chang'an lamented. Beside him, Tuoba Yi replied, reporting to you, young master, nascent souls rarely emerge. As most remain in secluded cultivation, striving to attain immortality, they likely have not received news of the celestial treasure's emergence. Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly, pondering. The leader of that wretched skull sect is also a coward, fleeing without making a sound. Does he truly not desire the holy immortal sword? It appears that Xiao Qianlu is indeed fearful of death. Tuoba Yi, are there any nascent soul demon kings remaining in the 10,000 great mountains? Tuoba Yi paused for a moment, his mind racing. Does the young master intend to confront the demon kings? I am speaking to you. Why are you in a daze? Tuoba Yi nodded. The 10,000 great mountains are vast, housing many demon kings of the nascent soul realm, yet they seldom emerge. Currently, this territory belongs to me, Huangdi, and Shizi and I, and other nascent souls would not easily trespass into our domain. That makes sense, Chen Chang'an mused. It is no wonder that the most formidable beings he has encountered recently are merely golden core level demons. Although the holy immortal sword resides within your territory, would other nascent soul demons truly relinquish their claim to it? Chen Chang'an inquired. Tuoba Yi shook his head solemnly. Young master, it is not so straightforward. The primary reason is that we possess 3 nascent souls. Other demon kings dare not act recklessly. However, I have received news that within the 10,000 great mountains, several nascent soul demons have allied, their objective being the holy immortal sword. Chen Chang'an's eyes brightened instantaneously, and he exclaimed, now, that is splendid news. He eagerly awaited those nascent souls to deliver domain points to him. Observing Chen Chang'an's expression, Tuoba Yi silently mourned for the other great demons in the 10,000 great mountains. If you dare to contest the holy immortal sword, it will only lead to your demise. Young master, you are unparalleled, and none can withstand your might. Tuoba Yi, I entrust you with a task. Please, young master, speak. Go to the 10,000 great mountains and leak the information that the holy immortal sword is located on Feishan Mountain. As he spoke, Chen Chang'an's gaze fell upon the enchanting flowering tree known as the Immortal Youth Tree. It would not be long before the blossoms withered, giving way to the immortal youth fruit. He mused inwardly. This fruit is a celestial treasure of the immortal realm. It's worth rivaling that of the holy immortal sword. It is sure to attract many. He then instructed Tuoba Yi, also spread the news that there is an immortal youth tree on Feishan Mountain. Young master, what is the intention behind this? Tuoba Yi asked, perplexed. Chen Chang'an shot him a look of exasperation. I told you to go, so do not ask unnecessary questions. As you command. Tuoba Yi hurriedly departed. Under the Bodhi tree, Ling Baoer sat cross-legged in meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, exuding a powerful wave of magical energy. It would not be long before Ling Baoer experienced another breakthrough in her cultivation. Chen Chang'an felt quite satisfied. This Ling Baoer is indeed a well-trained disciple of mine, truly remarkable. He then thought of his master, Feng Qiyun, murmuring to himself, Master, it has been 2 more days. Yet you have not returned. Could it be that you are truly finished? Suddenly, Chen Chang'an recalled something that brightened his eyes. He remembered the storage ring his master had hastily entrusted to him before leaving, instructing him to keep it safe as a token. He retrieved the ring, its ancient bronze surface gleaming with a radiant light. Master, you believed I could not unlock this storage ring, but times have changed. Chen Chang'an called for Ling Baoer. Disciple, cease your cultivation and come here. Master, what is it? Ling Baoer approached. Open this storage ring, Chen Chang'an instructed. Ling Baoer took the storage ring, saying, Master, if this ring belongs to someone, I cannot open it. Indeed, it is unclaimed. It once belonged to my master. However, before departing, he erased the markings within, leaving it for me to guard. He told me that if he does not return, I should take this ring to Longhu Mountain in Ghost State, for it would offer me protection. Chen Chang'an had heard of Longhu Mountain, the foremost power in Ghost State, even during his time in Yun State. Yet, he had never considered going there. As an ordinary person without cultivation, it would be akin to courting death. Now that Chen Chang'an had awakened the Invincible Domain system, such a notion was further from his mind. He was merely curious about what his master had left within this storage ring that warranted protection from Longhu Mountain. After all, he possessed the immortal body, coveted by countless demons and spirits. He believed that if his immortal body were to be revealed, it would attract even more attention than the holy immortal sword or the youth-preserving fruit. Thus, he was intrigued by the contents of the storage ring that could invoke Longhu Mountain's guardianship. Very well, let me give it a try, Ling Baoer said. Her spiritual consciousness entered the ring effortlessly, and she soon succeeded in opening it. A flash of light appeared in her hands, revealing a letter. Confused, Ling Baoer remarked, Master, there is a letter in the storage ring. Is there anything else? Nothing else, just this letter. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He had not expected his master to leave behind only a letter. The old man had led him to believe there would be something of great significance. It seemed he had overestimated. Ling Baoer handed the letter to Chen Chang'an, who took it and noticed the writing on the outside. The characters were unmistakably his master's handwriting. However, when he read the words, he was left in shock. To my beloved, personally addressed, Chen Chang'an. What the hell? Did that old man not proclaim himself a lifelong bachelor? What is this nonsense? Chapter 35. Master S. Old Flame, I am your father. Upon finishing the letter, Chen Chang'an wore a complex expression, filled with myriad emotions. The letter mentioned a person named Mingyi, presumably the old man's old flame, recounting their poignant love story, which was truly touching. Indeed, the most significant mention in the letter pertains to him. As anticipated, the old man hastily departed to attend to matters concerning the everlasting sect, his current fate shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, he entrusted Chen Chang'an to the care of his old acquaintance, Mingyi. This old fellow had consistently deceived me, claiming to be a solitary bachelor, yet had concealed his true circumstances quite adeptly. Chen Chang'an tucked away the letter, muttering to himself. Nearby, Ling Baoer inquired with curiosity, Master, what does the letter say? Why do you seem so pensive? Chen Chang'an gently tapped her on the head. What would a child understand? It recounts the love story of your esteemed ancestor. Ling Baoer's eyes brightened. Wow, I have an esteemed ancestor. Master, where is he? Chen Chang'an cast a sidelong glance at her. He is unaccounted for, his fate unknown. Ah, Ling Baoer exclaimed. Chen Chang'an shot her a glare. What do you mean, ah? Shouldn't you be focusing on your cultivation? If you fail to break through to the 5th level of the golden core in the next 2 days, you shall face 3 days without food. Ling Baoer, feeling aggrieved, pleaded, Master, please, I don't want to starve. Then you ought to hurry, he replied. At that moment, Ling Baoer keenly sensed 2 familiar auras approaching Feishan Mountain. Upon recognizing these energies, her expression shifted, and she quickly scampered from the courtyard into the temple, barefoot. Master, my father is coming. Please do not tell him I am here. Echoed her voice from within the temple. What did you say? Chen Chang'an hadn't quite caught her words. However, Ling Baoer remained silent within the temple. This little girl, he sighed, shaking his head, dismissing the matter. Soon, two ethereal rainbows streaked across the sky, drawing nearer to face Yin Mountain. As the rainbows dissipated, two figures emerged. One was a handsome middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to Ling Baoer. He was none other than her father, Ling Qingshan. Beside him stood an elderly man, the venerable elder Ling Hai of the Nine-Sword Sect. Though his hair was entirely white, he exuded a vigorous aura, his lean frame embodying a certain celestial grace. The formidable energy radiating from Ling Hai clearly indicated that he was a nascent soul. Ahead lies Face Yin Mountain, and the dilapidated temple mentioned by Qiu Qiantuan is at its summit. Ling Hai spoke slowly. Ling Qingshan, with a profound gaze, failed to detect Baoer's presence. What that rascal Qiu Qiantuan said about the celestial treasure being in Baoer's possession, how could that be? The matter of the celestial treasure is of utmost importance. We must not allow any connection to the Nine-Sword Sect. We must find Baoer. Come, let us first investigate the ruins of the temple for any trace of her. Shortly thereafter, Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai arrived at the temple atop Face Yin Mountain. Inside, Ling Baoer was filled with anxiety and trepidation, murmuring to herself, "Why has father come? He must be here to take me back. I want to stay with master. I refuse to return with father." At this moment, she sensed that Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai had arrived at the temple. She held her breath, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell, suppressing all her energy as she cautiously observed the outside world from within the temple. Outside the temple, Chen Chang'an reclined leisurely on a wooden chair, basking in the sun and humming a soft tune, completely oblivious to the arrival of Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai. Was he the enigmatic youth spoken of by Qiu Qiantu? Upon encountering Chen Chang'an, Ling Qingshan's gaze grew icy. Ling Hai surveyed the garden, adorned with blooming flowers and a thriving Bodhi tree, as the entire temple emanated an extraordinary aura. Astonished, Ling Hai remarked, "Qingshan, this place is remarkable." However, the young man exhibited no signs of spiritual power. It seemed that Qiu Qiantu had not spoken the truth about his capabilities. Let us proceed with caution and uncover the truth. As Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan entered the temple, they stepped into Chen Chang'an's realm of invincibility. The tranquility of Chen Chang'an's sunlit reverie was abruptly interrupted as he sensed the presence of the two newcomers. Stretching lazily, he regarded them with curiosity. "Are you here to seize the celestial treasure?" You bear a striking resemblance to my disciple." Ling Qingshan snorted coldly. "I am her father." Inside the temple, Ling Baoer listened intently to the exchange, covering her face in embarrassment. "Master, I told you not to reveal to my father that I am here," she thought, mortified by his admission. "Ah, so you are the father of my disciple," Chen Chang'an sighed, feeling a sense of disappointment. "Regardless of who you are, hand over my daughter. Or do not blame us for being ungracious." Ling Qingshan's voice was sharp and confrontational. Although he could not sense Ling Baoer's presence, he was convinced she was nearby. Ling Hai remained silent, observing Chen Chang'an with curiosity. To him, Chen Chang'an appeared to be an ordinary man. Indeed, Qiu Qiantu had lied. Chen Chang'an shot a glance at Ling Qingshan and remarked, "You are rather fierce. It is no wonder Baoer hides from you upon learning of your arrival." Ling Qingshan threatened, "Humph, if you dare lay a finger on my daughter, do not expect mercy." Within the temple, Ling Baoer, overhearing her father's menacing words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Father, you are merely at the 9th level of Golden Core. My master can easily dispatch a nascent soul expert with a single strike. Do you truly wish to provoke him?" Hearing Ling Qingshan's threats, Chen Chang'an shrugged nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. "What of it? I have not merely touched a hair on your daughter's head. I wonder what you intend to do about it?" "You." Ling Qingshan's anger erupted, unleashing the full force of his 9th level Golden Core cultivation. Ling Baoer realized she could no longer remain hidden. If her father truly confronted her master, it would spell disaster. "Father, please do not act rashly. Master has treated me well." Pouting, Ling Baoer emerged from her hiding place, displeased, and took refuge behind Chen Chang'an. Ling Hai, glancing at the temple, felt a tremor of surprise. He had previously scanned the area with his spiritual sense and had not detected a hint of Ling Baoer's presence. He had assumed she was not there. Yet she had skillfully evaded his scrutiny. Could it be that there exists a nascent soul cultivator within this temple, equal to him? "Baoer, do not delay. Return to the Nine-Sword Sect with me." Ling Qingshan, upon spotting Ling Baoer, felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his demeanor remained unchanged as he commanded. Ling Baoer hid behind Chen Chang'an, instinctively feeling a sense of trepidation towards her imposing father. "Master, I wish to accompany you and not return to the Nine-Sword Sect with father," she declared. Chen Chang'an smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Do not worry. You are my disciple. I shall not permit you to leave. No one can take you away from me." Replied Ling Baoer, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Observing the affectionate interaction between Ling Bao'er and Chen Chang'an, Ling Qingshan's displeasure grew. Despite being her father, he had never received such warmth from her. And he felt a pang of jealousy. "Bao'er, I am your father," he exclaimed. Yet I still regard my esteemed master with greater admiration," she retorted. Chapter 36. A new perspective. Shocking both in the small courtyard outside the temple, sunlight poured down, a gentle breeze wafted through, and tranquility enveloped the scene. Ling Hai and Ling Bao'er exchanged no words, their gazes fixed on Ling Qingshan and Chen Chang'an, who were locked in an intense stare-off. How could the disciple he had painstakingly nurtured simply be expected to return? "With your meager abilities, how dare you aspire to be my daughter's master?" Ling Qingshan scoffed. He could not fathom where Ling Bao'er had gone awry in her judgment. Why choose to apprentice under someone devoid of any cultivation? As her father and a figure of high status as the sect leader of the Nine-Sword Sect, he felt utterly humiliated. "Master, please do not take Father's words to heart. He is merely blunt," Ling Bao'er interjected, startled, as she rushed to plead for Ling Qingshan. She feared that his words might provoke her master, leading to dire consequences. Chen Chang'an smiled gently, dismissing Ling Qingshan's words. "Your master is not so petty. Especially when it concerns your father," he reassured her. Ling Qingshan, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation, his frustration evident as he fumed silently. How could he have worried for Ling Bao'er's safety, only to find her siding with this fellow? As the saying goes, a daughter grows up too quickly. It seemed his daughter was set to follow this man before he had even finished raising her. Noticing Ling Qingshan's rising anger, Ling Bao'er timidly remarked, "Father, master is not a mere fool. With a single strike, he could vanquish a nascent soul. If you truly provoke him, I fear there will be no saving you." Ling Qingshan found her words absurd, prompting him to laugh in exasperation. "Bao'er, you must be out of your mind. Do you understand how formidable a nascent soul is? If he could slay one with a mere slap, why not just blow a breath and annihilate them?" Chen Chang'an, touching his nose, replied nonchalantly, "It is not entirely impossible. Within his domain of invincibility, a breath could indeed extinguish a nascent soul." Intrigued, he considered the prospect. He had yet to experiment with such a method. Next time a nascent soul crossed him, he might just test that theory. Ling Bao'er felt exasperated. "Father, every word I speak is the unvarnished truth. Why do you not believe me? This cannot be tolerated. You dare to deceive my daughter. I shall teach you a lesson." Ling Qingshan was furious, drawing his sword to confront the scoundrel who had misled his daughter. At that moment, a sinister light streaked across the sky, descending into the courtyard. As the light dissipated, it revealed the formidable Tuoba Yi. He had just returned from the 10,000 Great Mountains, his aura unabated. The overwhelming presence of a demon king surged forth like a raging river, instantly putting Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai on high alert. A demon king at the nascent soul stage. How did he arrive here? The celestial treasure. He must have come for the celestial treasure. Ling Hai's apprehension deepened. His cultivation was at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, and this demon king was equally matched in strength. Furthermore, the demon king exuded an intense sense of danger. Ling Hai had a gut feeling that despite their equal cultivation levels, he was likely no match for this formidable foe. The 10,000 Great Mountains were indeed, as rumored, teeming with hidden dangers. He even contemplated fleeing with Ling Bao'er at once. "Esteemed friend, we are here to seek someone. Not for the celestial treasure," Ling Hai hastily proclaimed with cupped hands. Demons are notoriously unreasonable, especially powerful demon kings. It was wise to issue a warning to avoid provoking an unprovoked attack. Ling Qingshan, equally wary, cupped his hands and said, "Esteemed senior demon cultivator, I am Ling Qingshan, the sect master of the Nine-Sword Sect, and beside me is Elder Ling Hai." Amidst the conversation, he couldn't help but worry for his daughter's safety. If that young man perished at the hands of the demon king, it would be inconsequential, but his daughter must not come to harm. Fortunately, they had announced their identities. The demon king should not act against them, right? However, the demon king spoke in a deep voice, "Young master, these two must certainly be here for the Saint Celestial Sword. Should I send my subordinates to deal with them?" Chen Chang'an chuckled. "There is still a nascent soul among them. Can you handle him?" "Rest assured, young master. Although our cultivation levels are the same, my subordinate's innate talent far surpasses his. I am no longer the same as before," Tuoba Yi confidently asserted about his capabilities. Ling Bao'er, in a panic, exclaimed, "Brother Niao, one is my father and the other is my grandpa Hai. You cannot harm them." Tuoba Yi, taken aback, blinked in confusion. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw a resemblance between Ling Qingshan and Ling Bao'er. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his horn and said, "Miss Ling, I initially thought you were here to seize the Saint Celestial Sword. My apologies, my apologies." Ling Bao'er rolled her eyes at him. "Young master, what shall we do now?" Tuoba Yi inquired of Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. It has nothing to do with you. Have you completed the task I assigned you? Tuoba Yi thumped his chest proudly. Young master, absolutely. You can rest assured of my diligence. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai exchanged bewildered glances, both still processing the situation. What had the Demon King just said? He referred to Ling Baoer as Miss Baoer and called that boastful young man young master. He even referred to himself as a subordinate? Were they imagining things? One must acknowledge that this is the formidable Demon King ruling over a vast domain, not merely some insignificant creature. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai were filled with astonishment, shock, and bewilderment, rendered momentarily speechless. It felt somewhat awkward. Just moments ago, they had regarded this great Demon King with trepidation, hesitant to provoke him. Yet, here stood the Demon King, exhibiting utmost reverence towards Chen Chang'an and Ling Baoer. Chen Chang'an turned to Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, offering a subtle smile as he inquired, "By the way, where were we in our discussion?" Ling Baoer giggled, "Master. Daddy just said he would teach you a lesson." Ling Qingshan shot her a sharp glance, to which Ling Baoer playfully stuck out her tongue. "Humph. Now you see the prowess of Master." For Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, it became evident that they had grossly misjudged the seemingly ordinary youth before them. The fact that even the great Demon King showed him such deference suggested that Chen Chang'an was far from simple. Ling Qingshan felt a wave of embarrassment. Should he dare reprimand Chen Chang'an, it was likely that the first to reprimand him would be the Demon King himself. What an insensible daughter he had, speaking so foolishly. However, had they known that it was not only the Demon King Tuoba Yi who was subservient to Chen Chang'an, but 3 Demon Kings in total, they would have been utterly astounded. At that moment, Ling Hai spoke up. With the appearance of Tuoba Yi, his tone bore no hint of disdain toward Chen Chang'an. "Friend, although I am unsure of the reason behind Baoer becoming your disciple, we must take her with us today. I kindly ask for your understanding." Before Chen Chang'an could respond, Ling Baoer, anxious, interjected, "Grandpa Hai, I don't want to leave Master. He treats me very well, providing me with exquisite food and enhancing my abilities. Before long, I will catch up to Daddy's cultivation level." Seemingly fearing that Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan might doubt her words, Ling Baoer allowed her cultivation aura to surge forth, no longer concealing it. Upon sensing the powerful aura erupting from within Ling Baoer, both Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Gasping in astonishment. The 4th level of the Golden Core. How is this possible? As Ling Baoer's cultivation burst forth, it dazzled the eyes of both men. "Baoer, I recall that just a few days ago, when you left the sect, your cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Foundation establishment stage. How could you have broken through to the Golden Core stage in such a short time?" Ling Qingshan took a deep breath, striving to suppress his inner shock as he posed the question. Beside him, Ling Hai, despite being a Yuanying expert, was equally astonished. To achieve such a rapid advancement in cultivation within mere days was unprecedented. Yet, he could feel the potent and substantial aura emanating from Ling Baoer. Confirming the authenticity of her cultivation, there was not a trace of deception. It was utterly incredible, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Ling Baoer, filled with pride and satisfaction, declared, "I told you, Master is truly remarkable, yet you did not believe me." Beside him, Tuoba Yi remarked, "My lord is unparalleled in the world, an extraordinary powerhouse. Assisting Miss Baoer in enhancing her cultivation would be a mere trifle for him. As for me, I too have received his benevolence." Breaking through from the 4th layer of the nascent soul to the 5th layer, the fact that Tuoba Yi, a great Demon King, expressed such sentiments left Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai genuinely astonished, rendered speechless in the moment. Chen Chang'an responded with a calm demeanor, "You have seen Baoer. She is thriving under my guidance. Should she wish to return with you, I would not impose my will. However, if she chooses not to return, I kindly ask that you refrain from pressuring her." Ling Baoer beamed with joy, feeling bolstered by her master's support, exclaiming, "Father, Grandpa Hai, I wish to stay with Master and will not return." Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai exchanged glances. Clearly, what Xiao Qianlu had stated was not mere fabrication. Everything appeared to be true. They, in contrast, had misjudged Chen Chang'an's character. Ling Qingshan sighed and said, "Though your words hold weight, for Baoer's safety, she must accompany us." Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, questioning, "What prompts this assertion?" Ling Hai interjected, "The leader of the Ghost Skull Sect, Xiao Qianlu, has come to our 9-sword sect seeking the immortal treasure. If my suspicion is correct, that treasure should be in your possession." "Grandpa Hai, you mean the sacred immortal sword," Ling Baoer said as she produced the sword. The sword emanated an imposing aura, its power captivating the attention of both men. This was indeed the treasure that Xiao Qianlu had spoken of. The two were taken aback. Ling Baoer nodded proudly, stating, "Indeed, Master gifted me this sacred immortal sword. I even used it to duel with an elderly foe from the evil dragon cave. Chen Chang'an shot her a disapproving glance, wishing to expose the truth. Yes, she had fought against a nascent soul, but regrettably, she had fled in utter disarray. The nascent soul from the evil dragon cave. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai frowned. The significance of the immortal treasure was indeed immense, having already attracted the attention of a formidable adversary from the evil dragon cave. Father, what do you mean by life and death? Ling Baoer inquired curiously. Ling Qingshan cast a glance at Chen Chang'an, his opinion of him having shifted considerably. This was an immortal treasure, a coveted item sought after by countless powerful beings. He never expected Chen Chang'an to bestow it upon Baoer. It was evident that he genuinely cared for her, which softened his earlier tone. He continued, Qiu Qianlu arrived at our nine-sword sect, believing that the immortal treasure was in our possession. He came to demand it, even threatening that if we do not surrender it within 3 days, our sect will face annihilation. Ling Hai's expression turned grave. This matter was of utmost importance. Accompanying Qiu Qianlu were 3 supreme elders, and the balance of power between the Ghost Skull sect and our nine-sword sect was evenly matched in Guizhou. Logically, the Ghost Skull sect could not possibly extinguish our sect. Yet, to audaciously declare such a threat suggested they possessed some form of leverage. Subsequently, I dispatched individuals to gather intelligence and learned that a celestial being from the Ghost Skull sect had descended to the mortal realm, likely with intentions regarding the immortal treasure. Thus, we hastily arrived at the 10,000 Great Mountains, drawn by the words of Qiu Qiantu, who claimed that the celestial treasure resided with you, only to discover that the treasure was indeed within your possession. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai wore expressions of helplessness. Were it not for this situation, they would have been elated to see the celestial treasure in the hands of Ling Baoer. However, the circumstances had changed. The celestial treasure had attracted the attention of celestial beings from the upper realm, which posed a significant threat to their sect. This treasure had become a metaphorical hot potato, and no one wished to be entangled with it. Celestial beings descending to the mortal realm? Chen Chang'an was taken aback. It was no wonder they sought to take Ling Baoer away. Meanwhile, Tuoba Ye's expression was grave. Young master, the celestial beings have come for the sacred immortal sword. What shall we do? Celestial beings, being exalted and beyond their reach, instilled fear in Tuoba Ye's heart. Why fear? You have me here. Chen Chang'an scoffed at the notion of a mere celestial being striking fear into the heart of a nascent soul. Young master, but they are celestial beings. Tuoba Ye whispered. Chen Chang'an replied nonchalantly, regardless of whether they are celestial beings or not, I am the one in charge here. His calm words carried an undeniable air of dominance, leaving all present feeling somewhat inferior. While Chen Chang'an remained unperturbed by celestial beings, the others were filled with dread, not solely due to their exalted status, but also because of their formidable power that surpassed the 9 provinces. Even a nascent soul cultivator would likely find it impossible to withstand a single strike from a celestial being. How could they not be afraid? If the 9-sword sect provoked celestial beings, they would indeed face the obliteration of their sect, just as Qiu Qiantu had warned. Naturally, they believed that despite Chen Chang'an's strength, he could not possibly contend with a celestial being, dismissing his bravado as mere bluster. Fellow Taoist, celestial beings are unfathomably powerful. I believe it would be wise to hand the sword over to Qiu Qiantu, Ling Hai suggested hesitantly. Ling Qingshan nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Observing her father and grandfather Hai, as well as even Tuoba Ye, all wary of celestial beings, Ling Baoer felt a twinge of concern. Despite her belief that her master was the strongest. Master, perhaps we should consider presenting the sword, she suggested. Chen Chang'an gently patted Ling Baoer's head. Baoer, this sword has been entrusted to you. Unless I willingly take it back, no one can snatch it from your grasp. Whoever dares to claim it shall meet their demise. His words remained calm and composed, yet exuded confidence and a chilling intent. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's declaration, Ling Baoer's worries dissipated, replaced by a joyful smile on her youthful face. Yes, I trust you, master. Chen Chang'an then turned his gaze towards Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai. Since Baoer refuses to accompany you, you may depart. Return and inform Qiu Qiantu and the celestial beings from the upper realm that the sacred immortal sword rests upon Feixian Mountain. Should they desire it, let them come and claim it. Ling Hai sighed, saying, Fellow Taoist, you truly underestimate the power of celestial beings. It would be best not to provoke them. Ling Qingshan said in a deep voice, Senior, we are grateful for your care of Baoer in recent days, but she must return with us today. Chen Chang'an snorted coldly. Were it not for your relationship with Baoer, you would have long since become 2 lifeless corpses. It seemed that his temper was still too lenient. He no longer regarded Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan with any warmth. A thought flitted through his mind. A terrifying aura erupted like a slumbering volcano, casting a pall over heaven and earth, rendering all things devoid of light. Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan turned ashen. It felt as though mountains were pressing down upon them. This overwhelming terror rendered them incapable of even daring to breathe. Chapter 38. Compromise. The 10 demons surround Fei Xian Mountain. How terrifying. What kind of formidable existence could wield such oppressive might? Their flesh, even their souls, trembled in fear. Especially for Ling Hai, it was even more profound. As a nascent soul, he found himself utterly powerless against such overwhelming pressure. The Chen Chang'an before him now felt unfathomable. He had come to truly believe in what Bauer had said about Chen Chang'an being capable of slaying a nascent soul with a mere slap. This was no mere friend. He was clearly a revered elder. Could he be a transformation god? Or perhaps an even more powerful entity? Ling Hai was at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet now, it seemed that Chen Chang'an was not exaggerating. He might truly be able to contend with immortals. The terrifying pressure that had erupted in the air came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan's faces were pale, gasping for breath. Drenched in cold sweat, utterly drained of strength. "Father, Uncle Hai, what is wrong with you?" Bauer asked, her face filled with confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Although Tuo Ba Yi did not understand the situation, he sensed it was undoubtedly related to his master. Indeed, the master was inscrutable. He had perceived nothing amiss. Yet Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan now appeared in such a state. Especially Ling Hai, a nascent soul powerhouse of equal standing. At this moment, the gaze Ling Hai directed at Chen Chang'an was no longer one of curiosity or caution, but rather filled with dread. Chen Chang'an smiled. "Your father and the others are fine. They must have had some bad food on the way. However, I believe they will not be taking you back now." Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan could not utter a single word, their hearts filled with helpless sighs. This Chen Chang'an was no ordinary person. He was clearly an elder in disguise, playing the role of a fool to ensnare the tiger. To be honest, it was indeed a stroke of fortune for Bauer to have him as a mentor. They found themselves at a loss for words. Bauer exclaimed with delight, "Father, is what master said true?" Ling Qingshan nodded earnestly. Especially after witnessing Chen Chang'an's might, he had come to terms with the situation. The senior's profound cultivation must surely grant him insights into immortals. Since the elder was unafraid, there must be a reason behind it. Moreover, the elder treated his daughter exceptionally well, achieving a breakthrough to the golden core stage in mere days. Who else could do that? Now, Ling Qingshan had come to understand. And he spoke. "Dear Bauer, we shall not take you back. The opportunity to learn from a senior is a tremendous blessing. You must cherish it." Ling Hai respectfully stated, "Senior, we have caused you offense with our previous words and actions. Please do not take it to heart." Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am not so petty, yet." He could not help but marvel internally. He had not anticipated that a mere display of the power from the Invincible Domain would intimidate Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan to such an extent. Indeed, in this world, strength reigns supreme, and everything is dictated by power. Had he known earlier, he would have dispensed with idle chatter and revealed his prowess directly. Ling Bauer, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Father, I will seize this opportunity and diligently cultivate under my esteemed master." "Very well," Ling Qingshan replied, turning to Chen Chang'an with respect. "Senior, we entrust you with Bauer's matters. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave." Chen Chang'an smiled. "Go ahead, but remember to convey my message to Qiu Qian too. If they desire the sacred immortal sword, they must come personally to Fei Xian Mountain to retrieve it. Senior, we shall certainly deliver your words." Just as Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan prepared to depart, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura sweeping through the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire Fei Xian Mountain, causing their expressions to change dramatically. "What is happening? Why are there so many demonic presences here?" I have heard that the immortal treasure lies within this mountain." The Red Flame Ghost King remarked, "Your information is outdated. Not only is the immortal treasure here, but there is also a celestial tree within this mountain." "Indeed, I am aware of this as well. Regardless, we cannot allow the likes of Tuo Ba Yi, Shizi and I, and the Scarlet-Robed Demon King to monopolize such treasures." 10 great demon kings descended upon Fei Xian Mountain, surrounding it entirely, determined to seize the immortal treasure and celestial tree. This domain belonged to the trio of Tuo Ba Yi. Thus mere demons could never hope to wrest these treasures from them. Consequently, the many demon kings from the depths of the 10,000 mountains united against Tuo Ba Yi and his companions, leading to the current situation. Tuo Ba Yi sensed the presence of the 10 demon kings, his expression growing solemn. The allure of the immortal treasure and celestial tree was indeed profound, drawing the attention of 10 demon kings. Fortunately, the young master was present. Otherwise, even with Shizi and I and the scarlet robe, he would be unable to defend the immortal treasure and the rejuvenating celestial tree. "Young master, 10 demon kings have arrived. Tuoba Yi relayed to Chen Chang'an. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's eyes brightened, giving Tuoba Yi a thumbs up. You've done well to attract 10 demon kings. It is the duty of a subordinate, Tuoba Yi replied. With 10 demon kings surrounding Feixian Mountain, Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, who had initially intended to leave, found themselves in a precarious situation. Staying was not an option. Yet leaving was even more impossible. The presence of 10 demon kings was a rare sight, even for Ling Hai. After all, which demon king was not proud and arrogant? It was a rare occurrence to see them unite. The Ling Hai conjectured that these demon kings had united in pursuit of the celestial treasure. Despite being momentarily subdued by the overwhelming aura exuded by Chen Chang'an, they had yet to witness his prowess firsthand. Now presented with an opportune moment, they were eager to observe how he would contend with these 10 demon kings. After all, if he could not manage to subdue 10 demon kings, how could he possibly confront the celestial beings from the lower realms? The pressure radiating from the 10 demon kings was formidable and overwhelming, transforming the very fabric of the surrounding heavens and earth. The atmosphere grew oppressive and dim, particularly atop the mountain, where fierce winds howled. The 10 demon kings descended upon the celestial temple, exuding arrogance and hubris, their demeanor embodying the very nature of those who had achieved the rank of demon king. Before long, these 10 demon kings laid eyes upon the rejuvenating celestial tree in the courtyard, as well as the sacred celestial sword held by Ling Bao'er. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with desire, for this must surely be the famed celestial tree. The presence of a celestial aura emanating from the young girl indicated the treasure was indeed within reach. The celestial treasure and tree had been found in this mountain. The 10 demons engaged in fervent discussion, their gazes fixed upon the celestial tree and treasure, their greed palpable. Especially after witnessing the celestial treasure and tree with their own eyes, their determination to possess them intensified. Chapter 39. The Rebellious Blood Pill. Will you all attack together? Tuoba Yi. Where are Shizi and I and Hong Yi? Surely they haven't fled upon seeing our arrival, have they? Ha ha ha. A demon king with the head of a pig jeeringly questioned Tuoba Yi, drawing forth a chorus of laughter from the other 9 demons. As for Chen Chang'an, Ling Bao'er, and Ling Qingshan, they were disregarded by the 10 demons, who deemed them unworthy opponents given their failure to reach the nascent soul stage. Only Tuoba Yi and Ling Hai garnered their attention. However, even the 2 nascent souls were insufficient to contend with all 10 demon kings. Tuoba Yi snorted in disdain. Shizi and I and Hong Yi have left for other matters, not fled, he retorted coldly. I could not care less whether those 2 are escaping or attending to other affairs. Tuoba Yi, do you honestly believe that you and that old man beside you can safeguard the celestial treasure and tree? If you know what is good for you, you should hand them over peacefully, and we shall grant you a swift death. Alas, what a pity for that little vixen Hong Yi. I had hoped to enjoy myself today, yet she is absent. A demon king with a crocodilian visage lamented with a sinister grin. Then, noticing Ling Bao'er by Chen Chang'an's side, his expression twisted into an even more malevolent smile. Without Hong Yi, this little girl will suffice. Ha ha Janeo. This little girl cannot withstand your torment. The insults hurled at Ling Bao'er ignited a surge of fury in Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, their murderous intent palpable. Chen Chang'an, upon hearing their taunts, retracted his smile, his gaze growing cold as he fixed it upon the demon kings present. Is my disciple a subject for your discussions? Chen Chang'an's words incited a hearty laugh from the 10 demons. One demon king, licking his lips and revealing sharp fangs, exclaimed, Boy, let this king savor the taste of your flesh. As he spoke, the demonic king's figure flickered and rushed towards Chen Chang'an, opening its fearsome maw, intent on devouring him whole. Unfazed, Chen Chang'an let out a cold snort, displaying no trepidation before the menacing creature. With a swift motion, he reached out towards the demon king, invoking the essence of all living beings. The demon king let out a wretched scream, blinding bloodlight engulfing its entire form. The other 9 demon kings were taken aback, staring at the searing radiance, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. In the blink of an eye, the blinding light dissipated, revealing the demon king transformed into a blood-red elixir, suspended in the air. The 9 demon kings were struck with horror. What had transpired? How had the gluttonous sky demon king become a blood elixir? For a moment, the other 9 demon kings fell silent, entranced by the blood elixir before them. The courtyard was enveloped in a brief stillness, as they could no longer sense the presence of the gluttonous sky demon king. It was highly likely that he had perished, and that his death was intricately linked to the blood elixir. What have you done to the gluttonous sky demon king? One of the demon kings inquired gravely, his voice laced with tension. Previously, they had dismissed Chen Chang'an, considering him inconsequential. Yet now, they were awestruck by his enigmatic powers, unable to regard this seemingly ordinary youth with disdain any longer. What he had done was, of course, Transform the Demon King into this blood elixir. Chen Chang'an smirked. With a simple flick of his finger, the blood elixir soared into his palm. Do not underestimate this elixir. It contains the essence of the Demon King. A potent tonic indeed. For you, Tuoba Yi, he declared, tossing the blood elixir to Tuoba Yi. Tuoba Yi, taken aback by the favor, recalled the astonishing efficacy of the previous spirit herb elixir. Now, this blood elixir, a distillation of a Demon King's essence, surely surpassed the former. Thank you, my lord, for this gift, he exclaimed, promptly consuming the blood elixir. Upon ingestion, it transformed into an overwhelming surge of vital energy, flooding Tuoba Yi's being. The essence derived from a Demon King was truly immense, leaving Tuoba Yi in utter astonishment. His aura began to swell, his cultivation rising. The 9 Demon Kings present, along with Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, distinctly sensed Tuoba Yi's cultivation surging. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within Tuoba Yi, akin to the sound of a mountain torrent. A breathtaking scene unfolded before them. Tuoba Yi's cultivation had surged from the 4th level of the nascent soul to the 5th level. By my word, Tuoba Yi has actually broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul. They knew well that the path of cultivation was akin to ascending to the heavens. Each realm was a significant challenge, particularly for nascent soul cultivators. Achieving even a minor breakthrough could take a century of arduous training. Yet here was Tuoba Yi, accomplishing this feat in mere breaths. How could they not be astounded? If it were not for their own eyes witnessing the astonishing reality before them, they would scarcely dare to believe it. For a moment, they were led to think it was merely an illusion. Yet, the truth revealed itself. All of this was indeed real, not a figment of their imagination. The gathered Yuanying, including Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, were utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the event. Tuoba Yi expressed his gratitude to the young master, overwhelmed with excitement as he respectfully addressed Chen Chang'an. It was unfathomable that within just a few days, he had ascended from the 3rd to the 5th level of Yuanying. This was a feat Tuoba Yi had never dared to dream of. Yet, thanks to the blood pill bestowed upon him by the young master, he had accomplished it. In Tuoba Yi's heart, aside from immense gratitude, there blossomed an unwavering admiration for Chen Chang'an, a reverence that surged like the waters of the Yellow River, flowing unceasingly towards the sea. Chen Chang'an gestured dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further. His gaze remained icy, fixed upon the other 9 Demon Kings. Moments ago, he had slain the greedy Sky Demon King, acquiring 1,200 domain points in the process. Truly, the Demon Kings were a rich source of domain value. It appeared that with the demise of just 2 more Demon Kings, he would effortlessly elevate his Invincible Domain system to version 30. Clearly, exterminating these 9 Demon Kings would not only yield sufficient domain points for the upgrade, but he would likely retain a considerable surplus. Chen Chang'an had no intention of sparing the remaining 9 Demon Kings. Their greed for the sacred immortal sword and the everlasting beauty fruit, coupled with their audacity to speak of his beloved disciple in his presence, would not go unpunished. Apologies, but I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Under Chen Chang'an's penetrating gaze, the 9 Demon Kings felt an unsettling anxiety, their expressions tinged with trepidation. The aura of murderous intent radiating from Chen Chang'an was palpable, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of peril, one that seemed insurmountable. Particularly, the memory of his earlier feat, transforming a Demon King into a blood pill, was a sorcery none could withstand. It was evident that their quest to seize the celestial treasures and trees from Feishan Mountain would not unfold as simply as they had envisioned. After all, we are Demon Kings. Can we truly fear this individual? Surely, he is employing some trickery or dark sorcery to have slain him. We shall vanquish him. Indeed. Let us first eliminate this fellow. The Demon Kings suppressed their apprehension, reminding themselves that they were 9 formidable beings. Even if Chen Chang'an was powerful, could he truly withstand the combined assault of all 9 of them? I refuse to believe it. Listening to the words of the Demon Kings, Chen Chang'an remained expressionless, nodding as he replied, "Well said, then come at me together. It's the perfect opportunity to escort you all to meet the King of Hell." His words dripped with arrogance. These 9 Demon Kings, each a figure of extreme pride and audacity, had not anticipated encountering someone even more brazen than themselves in Chen Chang'an. Instantly, their fury ignited. Underestimating his capabilities, the crocodile-faced Demon King bellowed, charging forth as the vanguard. Chapter 40, Transcending the Void. The 8 demons tremble and plea for mercy. Chen Chang'an, in his audacity, had provoked the ire of the 9 great Demon Kings. Unable to contain their fury any longer, they unleashed their formidable powers. The 9 nascent soul entities erupted with a force reminiscent of a torrential flood, sending terrifying waves coursing through flying Immortal Mountain. Such a tumultuous energy sent shivers down the spines of Tuoba Yi, Ling Baoer, Ling Qingshan, and Ling Hai, making them feel like mere driftwood amidst a raging sea, on the verge of being engulfed. Yet, amidst this chaos, only Chen Chang'an remained composed, his demeanor serene and unperturbed in the face of the 9 demon kings. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai harbored deep concerns. Although they had just witnessed the terrifying pressure Chen Chang'an could exert, they had yet to see him engage in true combat. Now, as he stood against the 9 demon kings, could he truly withstand their might? If he faltered, it seemed certain that they would all meet a grim fate. What are you all hesitating for? You aren't a bunch of cowards, Chen Chang'an remarked, his impatience palpable as the 9 demon kings still refrained from attacking. Seeking death, the crocodile-faced demon king was the first to charge forward. Chen Chang'an shot him a fierce glare before delivering a swift slap. Crack! The crocodile-faced demon king's head shattered like a watermelon, leaving behind only a headless corpse. Chen Chang'an had exerted considerable restraint. Yet he had not anticipated that his strike would be fatal. Sighing, he examined his palm and shook his head, muttering in resignation. The sight of the demon king's head reduced to pulp lay before him, leaving the remaining 8 demon kings, along with Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, utterly dumbfounded. If previously, when Chen Chang'an had demonstrated his ability to transform a demon king into a blood pill, it had evoked a sense of awe and mystique. Now, with a single slap that obliterated a demon king's head, the visual shock was profound and staggering, leaving them in a state of mental upheaval. The courtyard fell into a deathly silence. The remaining 8 demon kings could only replay the image of their comrade's demise at Chen Chang'an's hands in their minds, rendered speechless. How formidable, Ling Qingshan murmured, his expression one of astonishment, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He recalled his earlier bravado in confronting Chen Chang'an, even labeling him a fool, and felt a surge of gratitude that Chen had not taken offense, perhaps out of consideration for his daughter. Otherwise, he might have already met his end. Reflecting on his daughter's words about Chen Chang'an obliterating a nascent soul expert with a mere slap, he realized it was no mere exaggeration. Ling Hai's expression mirrored that of Ling Qingshan, equally astonished. The demon kings present were all immensely powerful, and he doubted his own ability to defeat even one of them in combat. Yet, 2 had already perished at Chen Chang'an's hands. More astonishing was that when Chen Chang'an had made his move, he had sensed no fluctuations of power emanating from him. Had he encountered Chen before this moment, he would have dismissed him as an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation. However, the reality had shifted dramatically now. Chen Chang'an must undoubtedly be an extraordinary recluse, capable of extinguishing a nascent soul with a mere palm strike. Such a master is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Ling Hai's expression was complex. Ah, Qingshan, it seems your daughter has indeed found an exceptional mentor. Ling Qingshan nodded. To have such a venerable figure accept Bao Bao as a disciple is an immense fortune and blessing. The elder shows no fear of celestial beings from the upper realms. It appears he speaks not in vain, but possesses genuine strength to contend with them. Elder Hai, what do you perceive of his prowess? Ling Qingshan inquired. Ling Hai shook his head, expressing uncertainty. I cannot ascertain his true strength. To slay a nascent soul with a single strike is rare, even among those who have attained the transformation stage, yet it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Perhaps he is a formidable being of the transformation stage, or perhaps. Ling Hai paused momentarily, his tone grave. Beyond the transformation stage lies the refinement of void into immortality, capable of discerning the subtleties of celestial mechanics, possessing profound insights into immortality. Such individuals are referred to as beings of the semi-immortal realm, traversing 9 levels of refinement, encompassing all of heaven and earth, their ethereal radiance boundless, allowing their corporeal forms to bear celestial power, drawing near to ascension into the upper realm. This was the first occasion Ling Qingshan had heard Ling Hai speak of the realms beyond the transformation stage. Such realms seemed utterly elusive to him. Those who achieve semi-immortal status certainly exist in the 9 provinces, yet they remain elusive and seldom spoken of. They have forsaken worldly matters, seeking only the path to immortality. Ascension is their sole aspiration. Returning to Chen Chang'an, he effortlessly dispatched the crocodile-faced demon king with a casual strike, then turned his fierce gaze upon the remaining 8 demon kings, glaring menacingly. I said to come at me together, yet only that ugly creature dared to approach. Are you all looking down on me? At these words, the 8 demon kings trembled in fear, their hearts gripped by terror. A single slap that obliterated the crocodile-faced demon king. My heavens! What manner of existence is this young man in white? Gazing upon the corpse of the crocodile-faced demon king, they envisioned their own demise. This assembly of demon kings felt an overwhelming urge to weep, even as they stood still. Their legs quaked in the face of Chen Chang'an's gaze. Mama, I'm scared. I want to go home. Didn't you all intend to kill me? Why do you linger there? Chen Chang'an's voice rang out. Beside him, Ling Baobao placed her hands on her hips and huffed. Weren't you all so arrogant just moments ago? Now you understand my masteress might. Tuoba Yi remained silent, secretly relishing the moment. They dared to covet celestial treasures and the youth-preserving celestial tree, even plotting his demise. But I have the support of my lord. Do you truly believe this celestial treasure and tree belong to you? Now you understand fear. The 8 demon kings, filled with dread, no longer dared to challenge Chen Chang'an. Even in their combined efforts against him, they lacked the confidence to prevail. One demon king wore a sheepish grin, attempting to placate him, shedding all prior arrogance. Esteemed elder, we were blind to your greatness and offended you. We beseech your forgiveness and humbly request you spare our lives. Chen Chang'an regarded them with disdain. A group of cowards, begging for mercy before the battle has even begun. The celestial treasures and divine trees they desire are all right here. Do they not wish to seize them? The 8 demon lords were at a loss, tears of despair welling in their eyes. The celestial treasures and divine trees were beyond their reach. How could they dare to covet them? Was that not an invitation to death? Chen Chang'an snorted coldly, weary of exchanging words with these 8 demon lords. He spoke with calm authority. You may either come at me together to kill me, or I shall come at you to end your lives. Since you have come to seize the celestial treasures and divine trees, you must be prepared to face death. In summary, even if the demon lords begged for mercy, Chen Chang'an had no intention of sparing them. Where else could he find such valuable domain? Chapter 41. Astonishment, the legendary celestial strike? The 8 demon lords were engulfed in despair. It was evident from Chen Chang'an's demeanor that he would not relent. Damn it, they thought. If we are to die, then let us die fighting. They could not believe that Chen Chang'an possessed the prowess to contend with their combined might. Gritting their teeth, the 8 demon lords declared, let us attack together and bring this fellow down. You foolish imbecile, we show you mercy out of respect, and you dare to think you are invincible? Shouted one of the demon lords, his wrath boiling over. You wretched turtle, if you have the ability, then wipe us out. True to their nature as demon lords, their capacity to beg for mercy was unparalleled, but when that failed, their skill in hurling insults was equally formidable. Chen Chang'an felt a vein throbbing in his forehead. Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai were rendered speechless, while Ling Baoer fumed. Master, they are insulting you. I spit on them. He is a great turtle, and you, my dear, are merely a little turtle. 2 wretched turtles, perish, roared a demon lord with a turtle's head and a human body. The 8 demon lords charged forward. Chen Chang'an scoffed, you old turtle, even your insults have backfired on you. You truly seek a death wish. He was ready to strike down all 8 demon lords with a single blow, but reconsidered. Such a bloody display before his obedient disciple would be unwise. Instead, he decided to transform them into blood elixirs. With a wave of his hand, the essence of all living beings surged forth. A crimson light enveloping the bodies of the 8 demon lords. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing the blood light turning demon lords into blood elixirs. They hastily attempted to evade the oncoming crimson beams. Stop dodging and remain still, Chen Chang'an commanded, furrowing his brow. A terrifying force materialized out of thin air, pressing down upon them like a mountain. The demon lords, who had been evading, suddenly found themselves immobilized, their faces filled with horror. What is happening to my body? I can't move, they exclaimed, realizing it was undoubtedly the work of that formidable turtle. Anger and fear coursed through the demon lords. Ling Hai, witnessing the scene, was suddenly shaken to his core. With a single command, these demon lords are rendered motionless. Could it be the power of the laws? The power of laws? Ling Qingshan questioned, bewildered. Ling Hai inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and gravely stated, it is said that only celestial beings can wield the laws. Their every word and action embodying the power of the laws. The elder's utterance has halted the demon lords. This is clearly the application of law's power. Ling Qingshan gasped in realization. Could it be that the elder is a celestial being? Ling Hai shook his head, his expression growing even more serious. Immortals must ascend to the upper realms, as the laws governing the Jiuzhou continent do not permit their existence. Even if an immortal descends, they would be subject to the constraints of these laws, resulting in a significant reduction of their powers and a limited duration of stay. However, observing the elder effortlessly wield the power of these laws, it is evident that he holds little regard for immortals. He must be the legendary, overwhelming immortal. The mention of the overwhelming immortal puzzled Ling Qingshan, for he had never heard of such a being. Even I had only heard whispers of the overwhelming immortal a millennium ago. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the Jiuzhou continent unknowingly provoked the upper realms, drawing down an immortal intent on erasing it from existence. Yet, It was unexpected that such a defiant being as the overwhelming immortal existed within Jiuzhou, possessing terrifying strength that rivaled that of the Immortals. With all those who descended meeting their end on this continent, Ling Qingshan could not help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing Ling Hai's words. All the descending Immortals had perished. Could the overwhelming immortal truly be that fearsome? This was the first time he had heard such secrets, revealing that Jiuzhou had narrowly escaped devastation a millennium ago. Old Hai, does this mean the Elder is the overwhelming immortal? Ling Hai shook his head, merely speculating, as he too had only heard of the overwhelming immortal but had never witnessed him firsthand. At that moment, the desperate cries of the 8 demon kings echoed, halting their conversation. The 8 demon kings were enveloped in a sanguine light, transforming into blood pills under the influence of the life force of all beings. Observing the 8 blood pills, Chen Chang'an wore a satisfied smile. This was the outcome he had desired. By vanquishing these 8 demon kings, he not only accrued domain points, but also obtained these extraordinary blood pills. Each of these pills encapsulated the essence of the demon king's powers. Just a single one had already aided Tuoba Yi in breaking through a minor realm. The potency of these blood pills was formidable. Should they circulate into the outside world, the commotion it would cause is unimaginable. Every cultivator would likely yearn for such a treasure. Thus, the value of these blood pills is truly incalculable. The 8 demon kings had all transformed into these blood pills, astonishing both Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan, who had previously witnessed the efficacy of these pills. Now, there were 8 additional ones. After slaying the 8 demon kings, Chen Chang'an was thoroughly satisfied with his acquisition of domain points. He currently possessed a total of 13,400 domain points. Subtracting the 5,000 required for upgrading to system version 30, he had 8,400 domain points remaining. With this, his invincible domain could expand an additional 84 meters. With a casual sweep of his hand, he gathered the 8 blood pills. The Elder's unfathomable power left Ling Hai deeply impressed. Ling Hai, filled with utmost respect, stepped forward and cupped his hands in reverence. Chen Chang'an yawned, stating that they had already witnessed his strength, and thus should no longer worry about Baoer's safety. Not worried at all, Ling Qingshan replied sheepishly. Ling Baoer felt immense pride for her master. Indeed, her master is undoubtedly the most formidable being in this world. Very well, there are no more monsters to contend with. So you may depart without worry, Chen Chang'an added. Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan gazed longingly at the blood pills in Chen Chang'an's hand. These are exceptional treasures for enhancing one's cultivation. If only they could possess even one. Ling Hai firmly believed that if he had a single pill, he would surely break through from the 4th realm of the nascent soul to the 5th, sparing himself centuries of arduous training. As for Ling Qingshan, possessing a blood pill would undoubtedly enable him to ascend from the 9th level of the golden core to the nascent soul realm. He had lingered at the 9th level of the golden core for quite some time. It is no wonder, then, that his daughter was able to advance to the golden core stage. Perhaps it was indeed due to consuming this blood pill? Chen Chang'an naturally noticed the covetous glances from Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai. Humph, you two aspire to the blood pills in my possession. You certainly have lofty ambitions. Do not presume that your kinship with Baoer will earn you my generosity. However, given Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai's status, they possessed enough decorum not to be overly presumptuous. Senior, since there is nothing more to discuss, we shall take our leave, they said, their faces adorned with awkward smiles, ready to depart. Wait, Chen Chang'an called out after a moment's contemplation. What is it, senior? Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai inquired respectfully. Take this. With a flick of his finger, 2 blood pills fell into the hands of Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai respectively. Ling Baoer beamed with delight. Master, you are truly wonderful. Daddy, Grandpa Hai, isn't my master just the best? As for Ling Qingshan and Ling Hai, upon receiving the blood pills, their expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes widening in disbelief. Senior, this. Though they were fervently envious of the blood pills, they were acutely aware of their immense value and dared not harbor excessive hopes. Chen Chang'an gently ruffled Ling Baoer's hair and remarked, since you are Baoer's family, accept them. He continued, furthermore, the matters concerning Feishan Mountain are not to be disclosed without my permission once you leave. Should the Immortals descend to seek trouble with the Nine-Sword Sect, let them come to Feishan Mountain. I shall be waiting for them. Chapter 42. I truly am an utterly useless wretch outside Feishan Mountain. The vast landscapes were swiftly traversed by 2 ethereal rainbows, the forms of Ling Hai and Ling Qingshan. At this moment, both held their blood pills, their spirits soaring with excitement. The senior is so generous, having gifted us 2 blood pills. Indeed, these 2 blood pills are invaluable. With them, you, Elder Hai, shall surely break through to a new realm. Ha ha ha, Qingshan, you too may be on the verge of reaching the nascent soul stage. You have raised a remarkable daughter. Hee hee. My daughter is indeed diligent. With the senior's careful guidance, it won't be long before she surpasses me. Ling Hai nodded, his expression turning serious. Qingshan. I suspect the senior is very likely an existence capable of contending with immortals. This descent of the immortals is of great significance. The senior seems unwilling to involve our nine-sword sect in this matter. What are your thoughts? Ling Qingshan pondered for a moment and said, The divine treasure rests in Baoer's hands. With the presence of our esteemed elder, even if celestial beings descend to seize the treasure, it would not be an easy endeavor. Although the elder's intention in gifting us the elixir may appear to extricate the Zhejian sect from this conflict, I perceive it more as a test of our resolve. Ling Hai's gaze was sharp, affirming, indeed. I share the belief that this is a trial set forth by our elder. After all, Baoer is currently the elder's disciple, and we must not bring shame upon her. Regardless of the circumstances, how could the Zhejian sect be accused of cowardice? If the Ghost Skull sect dares to act so brazenly, we shall first hold them accountable. Leading the charge for our elder. Precisely, Hai Lao, I harbor the same intentions. However, prior to that, let us return to the sect and allow the other elders to witness the effects of this blood elixir. Otherwise, they may hesitate to confront the Ghost Skull sect. Ling Qingshan nodded in agreement. Their conversation ceased as they quickened their pace. Within the celestial temple, Chen Chang'an toyed with the remaining 6 blood elixirs, deep in contemplation. Who would have imagined that all living beings could serve such a purpose, transforming cultivators into medicinal pills? It begs the question, if celestial beings arrive, could I perhaps convert them into celestial elixirs as well? The prospect of celestial elixirs. Master, what are you pondering? Beside him, Ling Baoer observed Chen Chang'an's distraction with a curious smile, playfully waving her hand in front of him. Chen Chang'an returned to the present with a slight smile. I was contemplating how long it will be until the celestial beings arrive. Can Master truly contend with celestial beings? Ling Baoer inquired. Why, do you doubt your master? Ling Baoer shook her head. Not at all. Then why pose such a question? With her head lowered, her fingers nervously tapping together, she expressed her concern softly. Celestial beings must be incredibly powerful. Though I believe in you, Master, what if you were to be injured? Chen Chang'an smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Baoer. No matter how formidable the celestial beings may be, they shall not lay a finger on a single hair of your master. He then produced 2 blood elixirs and handed them to Ling Baoer. These 2 elixirs will be beneficial for your cultivation. Thank you, Master. Ling Baoer exclaimed joyfully. Her spirits lifted. Now, go and cultivate. Yes, Master. With that, Ling Baoer dashed off to her training, her heart buoyed by the promise of the elixirs. Confident that her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage would not be far off. In Chen Chang'an's possession remained 4 blood elixirs. After providing one to Tuoba Yi, he had no intention of offering him another. The remaining 4 were intended for himself, 1 for his own use, while the other 3 were designated for the missions of Shizi and I, as well as for Hongyi and Xiaowei, who were visiting the Tianyao ancient fox clan. Tuoba Yi. Young master, I am here. The 10 demon kings perished here, which is certain to stir considerable commotion. I need you to venture into the depths of the 10,000 mountains to gather intelligence and see if there is any further activity. If the opportunity arises, lure some demon kings back. Tuoba Yi felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine, thinking to himself. It sounds as if the young master considers the great demon kings of the 10,000 mountains as mere cabbages by the roadside. My dear son, this is indeed a formidable demon king, each reigning over their own territory within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Now, they have all met their demise at your hands. The remaining demon kings in these mountains are few and far between. With the tragic downfall of these 10 demons, the others are surely deterred from making any rash moves. However, Tuoba Yi refrained from voicing such thoughts, for uttering them would only reveal his own inadequacy. He mused inwardly. With both Hongyi and Shizi absent from the presence of the master, I must strive to make a splendid impression. Without hesitation, he respectfully declared, Master, I shall attend to this immediately. Excellent. Tuoba Yi departed once more. Chen Chang'an stretched lazily and reclined back into the wooden chair. Little Bodhi, the sun is rather intense. Could you draw the leaves closer? He addressed the Bodhi tree. This tree had been imbued with intelligence by Chen Chang'an and had even transformed into a demon. Yet it retained its original form. Upon hearing his words, it rustled its branches, creating a gentle sound as it swayed to shield Chen Chang'an from the sun's rays. Very obedient. Splendid. Chen Chang'an praised the Bodhi tree. The branches swayed in response, as if to express gratitude for the compliment. Tuoba Yi had benefited from consuming the blood elixir. Though I have yet to experience the effects of spirit herbs turned into elixirs, I wonder if this blood elixir, derived from the essence of the Yuanying, possesses any efficacy? Chen Chang'an pondered as he lay back in his chair. Without further thought, he tossed a blood elixir into his mouth. The elixir dissolved instantly upon contact, flooding Chen Chang'an's body with pure energy. A warmth enveloped him, prompting a flicker of delight within him. If I cannot cultivate, could this blood elixir still hold some value? Yet, this comforting warmth dissipated after only 2 or 3 breaths, leaving him devoid of any sensation. Looking up at the sky, he felt like a despondent fish, lamenting, "Alas, this blood elixir is of no use to me. I am still the same useless wretch." At that moment, a crisp sound suddenly resonated from within Chen Chang'an, akin to something shattering. In an instant, a golden beam of light erupted from his body, piercing through the clouds. Following this, an extraordinarily rich and unique fragrance began to emanate from him. Chen Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically as he sat upright in the chair. Oh no! Could it be that the blood elixir has disrupted the concealment barrier that Master placed within me to mask my longevity? However, he soon slumped back into the chair once more. Reminiscent of a lifeless fish, let it be broken. With the system, what do I have to fear, even if my longevity is exposed? As long as I remain within the realm of invincibility, those demons and monsters cannot possibly devour me. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden howl pierced the air. Ling Baoer, having appeared unbeknownst to him, clamped her silver teeth onto Chen Chang'an's right arm. Chapter 43. Baoer, are you a dog? Ouch, ouch, stop. No, no, please cease. Chen Chang'an exclaimed, delivering a playful flick to Ling Baoer's head with his left hand. Oh dear, that hurts. Ling Baoer clutched her head, wearing an expression of utmost grievance, with a small bump adorning her little noggin. Hoo, Baoer, why did you bite me? Chen Chang'an inquired, cradling his right arm and blowing on the wound, examining the row of teeth marks that made tears well up in his eyes. Master, why did you hit your disciple? Ling Baoer's small face was a picture of indignation and dissatisfaction. Chen Chang'an glared at her, seething with frustration at her misbehavior at such a tender age. Not only did she bite, but she also had the audacity to play the victim. What do you mean? Why did I hit you? I want to ask why you bit me. Chen Chang'an could hardly resist the urge to deliver a sharp rap to Ling Baoer's head. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, flesh and blood, not a golden core cultivator. A bite from a golden core would be quite painful. For heaven's sake, my dear disciple. It hurts. Don't you know that your master is most afraid of pain? He added, if it weren't you who bit me, I would have given you a resounding slap. Please, master, no. Ling Baoer quickly shielded her head and scampered away on her little feet. Feeling guilty, are we? Chen Chang'an rolled up his sleeves, preparing to give Ling Baoer a good lesson. Master, I truly had no idea. Just now, while I was cultivating, I suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, and then I lost all sense of awareness. Ling Baoer looked pitiful and distressed, fearing Chen Chang'an's reprimand. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. An enticing aroma? He sniffed the air. Why didn't I notice? Suddenly, his expression froze. Could that fragrance be emanating from him? Ling Baoer delicately sniffed with her petite nose and nodded earnestly. Yes, master. It's indeed coming from you. It smells so delightful that one cannot help but want to take a bite. Having said that, Ling Baoer quickly clamped her hands over her mouth. Master, I didn't say anything. Yet, Chen Chang'an experienced an epiphany. It was due to the blood elixir he had consumed that the restrictions within his body had faltered, revealing his longevity physique. This unique physique exuded a mysterious fragrance, which was irresistibly alluring to cultivators, and even to demonic creatures. They would be driven to madness or a trance just for a taste of him. Chen Chang'an had never truly encountered such a phenomenon before. He had merely heard whispers of it from his master, almost forgotten in the recesses of his mind. Now it seemed all too real. No wonder Ling Baoer had bitten him so suddenly. He turned his gaze toward her, pondering whether she might succumb to madness due to his longevity physique. Ling Baoer, feeling uneasy under Chen Chang'an's scrutiny, timidly remarked, Master, I truly know nothing. Please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Chen Chang'an rolled his eyes. Fear? Please, your master may scold you but would never harm you. He sighed. All right, I won't pursue the matter further. Do you still wish to bite me? Ling Baoer nodded vigorously, then shook her head. No. How could I ever wish to do such a thing? Observing her reaction, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but twitch his lips, yearning to voice a retort. Your esteemed master is not blind. Just now, you clearly nodded. He covered his face with his right hand, rendered speechless. This cursed immortal being, when Tuoba Yi returns, will he also take a bite? Tuoba Yi is not like Ling Baoer. A mere nibble on the arm could lead to an entire gulp without hesitation. Ling Baoer is frightened. Master, please. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an smiled, beckoning the timid Ling Baoer, who was keeping her distance. Come here, Baoer, I promise I won't harm you. Master, please don't do this. I am scared. Ling Baoer shook her little head in denial, resembling a rattling drum. Is your master truly that fearsome? Chen Chang'an wore a warm and inviting smile. If his dear student wished to bite him, he would naturally choose to indulge her. No, no, I don't want to. Yes. Yes, you do. Once this opportunity passes, it will be no more. Chen Chang'an had already devised a plan in his mind. Those who dared to bite their master must face the consequences and learn a lesson. As he contemplated, the entire courtyard filled with the mysterious fragrance of the immortal being, completely enveloping Ling Bao'er. She drooled profusely, as if a waterfall cascaded down. So fragrant, Bao'er, do you truly not want any? Chen Chang'an's voice was laced with temptation. Master, this doesn't seem right. Ling Bao'er wiped her drool, surprisingly losing her fear, and approached Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes. Little girl, though you claim to refuse, your body speaks otherwise. Humph, you shall see soon enough. He quietly plucked a bright red fruit from a spirit herb. This fruit resembled a chili pepper from earth, spicy yet vibrant. Chen Chang'an often added its juice to roasted chicken for flavor. Then, he harnessed the essence of all living things to amplify the fruit's spiciness, making it glow like a small sun. Chen Chang'an chuckled inwardly and discreetly smeared the juice on his arm. This juice was colorless and tasteless, and in her fragrant days, Bao'er would not detect it. Soon, Ling Bao'er stood before Chen Chang'an. He generously extended his left arm, which had been treated with the spirit fruit juice. As his right arm had already endured the previous bite, Ling Bao'er gazed at the arm before her, drooling uncontrollably, her delicate tongue licking her lips as she cautiously poked Chen Chang'an's arm with her slender finger. Master, is it really okay? Chen Chang'an smiled nonchalantly and replied, what harm is there in a bite? Does your master fear pain? Before he could finish, a sharp owl escaped him as Ling Bao'er's gleaming white little tiger teeth sank into his arm. Ouch, that hurts. Chen Chang'an exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. Ha ha ha, it's so spicy. Master's arm is so hot. Ling Bao'er bit down and quickly released, fanning her mouth with her hands, panting heavily. In the blink of an eye, her face flushed, particularly her lips, swollen like sausages. Witnessing this scene, Chen Chang'an felt no pain, only amusement. Dear disciple, does it taste delightful? Shall I tempt you for another bite? He extended his arm before Ling Bao'er once more. Oof. Ignoring the spicy sensation, Ling Bao'er took another bite. Beneath the Bodhi tree, her cheeks rosy, she sank her teeth into Chen Chang'an's arm, locking eyes with him. She emitted a soft whimper, seemingly pleading, Master, do not hold this against me. It was you who encouraged me to bite. Chen Chang'an replied earnestly, Bao'er, may I pose a question for your consideration? With a nod, despite the lingering heat, Ling Bao'er remained steadfast, her grip unyielding. Are you perhaps born under the sign of the dog? Chapter 44, The System's Reward, the Salty Fish Gift Package. In the courtyard outside the temple, Ling Bao'er, with her sausage-like mouth, applied medicine to Chen Chang'an's arms. Master, does it still hurt? Glancing at her, Chen Chang'an replied coolly, you know well the strength of your master. Had I not restrained my physical prowess, even if your teeth were like diamonds, you could not have pierced my flesh. A mere bite mark could hardly cause me pain. Observing the imprints left on his arms, Chen Chang'an's lips twitched in annoyance. How foolish of him to allow Bao'er to bite him. Truly, he had spoken too freely. Master, what is a diamond? Ah, a particularly sharp celestial artifact. Oh, I see. Not long after, having tended to Chen Chang'an's wounds and wiped away the glistening drool at the corner of her mouth, Ling Bao'er declared, Master, I shall now return to my cultivation. Chen Chang'an waved her off. Go on, go on. Oof. Ling Bao'er nibbled lightly at him. Though this bite was gentle and did not inflict pain, Chen Chang'an felt a sense of disillusionment. Bao'er, you may not be human, but you indeed possess the nature of a dog. All right, Master, I only bit a little. Tonight, I shall prepare a delicious meal for you. Please don't be upset. With that, she scampered off to cultivate. Chen Chang'an shook his head in resignation, glancing at the numerous bite marks adorning his arm, feeling a sense of gratification. Bao'er had finally learned to temper her bite. The mysterious aroma exuding from the longevity body was, for Chen Chang'an, a source of vexation. Regrettably, unlike his master, he could not employ secret techniques to conceal his longevity body. With a sigh, he felt fortunate to possess his invincible domain. Within this realm, he feared nothing. If his restraints held firm and the longevity body remained undisclosed, even upon leaving this invincible domain, as long as he did not encounter formidable and terrifying beasts, he would not meet his demise. Yet, the situation had changed. The longevity body was now exposed. It was akin to a bright beacon illuminating the night, glaringly conspicuous. A certain harbinger of doom. Oh heavens, why grant me the longevity body in this world, a physique so troublesome? As a gentle breeze wafted beneath the Bodhi tree, Chen Chang'an began to hum a tune. Ba ba ba, do not be fooled by my appearance as a mere sheep. All can sense my exquisite fragrance. Ling Bao'er, engrossed in her cultivation, murmured softly, could it be that master is a sheep demon? After humming a tune, Chen Chang'an momentarily forgot about the burdensome longevity body he possessed, placing his focus instead on his invincible domain. It was time to attend to serious matters. First, he would upgrade the Invincible Domain system, and then expand the domain itself. Seated on a wooden chair, Chen Chang'an casually crossed his legs. Is the system at home? Can I proceed with the upgrade? The system prompted. Do you wish to consume 5,000 domain points to upgrade the Invincible Domain system to version 30? Surprised, Chen Chang'an muttered. What on earth is that? The system inquired. What does the host mean? It seemed to be a locally produced system. Chen Chang'an nodded and affirmed. Yes, upgrade the system. The system responded. Upgrading for the host. Please hold on for a moment. After several breaths, the voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. System prompt. Consumed 5,000 domain points. System upgrade successful. Current Invincible Domain System version 30. New feature true understanding of the immortal path activated. Soon. Chen Chang'an grasped the workings of the new feature. True understanding of the immortal path. I embody the immortal. My words and actions reflect the essence of the immortal way, encompassing the truths of the great Tao. In simpler terms, this new feature was rather ostentatious. However, its true worth would depend on how Chen Chang'an chose to wield it. The system continued. Current system version 30 detected. The host receives a salted fish gift pack. Would you like to open it? The voice in his mind invigorated Chen Chang'an, prompting him to spring up from his chair in excitement. Wow, a gift pack. What a stroke of luck. He declared, open it. The system confirmed. Host has received the salted fish gift pack, which includes a functional card mirage and an experience card eternal immortal path. Will the host use them? Use them, he replied eagerly. The system announced. Host has acquired the functionality mirage. The host has utilized the experience card eternal immortal path, which can only be used once. Please select the target for its application. Eternal immortal path can transform mortals into immortals, turning ordinary objects into true immortal artifacts. Alas, it is but an experience card, usable only once. After some contemplation, Chen Chang'an inquired, System, can this experience card be applied to my invincible domain? Yes, came the reply. With this, he could transform his invincible domain into a realm of immortality. Wow, a domain of immortality. I would become its master. Yet, Chen Chang'an had another question. System, if the invincible domain expands, will it also contain the functionality of eternal immortal path? Principally no. So, that means yes, Chen Chang'an countered. I am not one to adhere strictly to principles. The system coldly responded. The host must consume an additional 5,000 domain points for the expanded invincible domain to encompass the functionality of eternal immortal path. Chen Chang'an rolled his eyes. So, that's what principles mean. It's simply about spending more money. Sensing his reluctance, the system's voice echoed again. The host may forego the additional 5,000 domain points and simply transform the existing invincible domain into a realm of immortality. No, that would be far too unwise. In the future, Chen Chang'an's invincible domain is destined to expand to encompass the entire flying immortal mountain, and even the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou continent. At that point, the entirety of Jiuzhou will belong to him. Investing 5,000 domain points for sustainable development of the invincible domain is, in truth, quite a bargain. With a smile, Chen Chang'an remarked, System, 5,000 domain points seems a bit excessive for me at this moment. Could you possibly reduce it? The system responded, 5,000 domain points, an investment that guarantees no loss or deception. Do not miss this opportunity as you pass by. Cunning indeed. Chen Chang'an found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 45. Illusions of Flowers and Reflections of Water. A clone strolls out thus. Chen Chang'an naturally opted to invest more. After upgrading the system, he was left with 8,400 domain points. Now, by spending 5,000 domain points, he could further enhance the functionality of the experience card for eternal immortality. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an found himself with 3,400 domain points remaining. Upon utilizing the experience card for eternal immortality, profound changes began to manifest within the invincible domain. In an ethereal manner, a celestial aura emerged, radiant and resplendent, with boundless celestial power. The entire invincible domain had transformed into a realm of immortality. Ling Bauer, who was in the midst of her cultivation, instantly sensed the alterations in this world. With widened eyes, she surveyed her surroundings, enveloped by the pervasive celestial essence, feeling as if she were situated in an infinite realm of immortality. The overwhelming celestial energy surged into her body, bestowing a delightful sensation that was beyond her comprehension. As for the rejuvenating celestial tree, it was inherently an immortal tree. Now that this celestial land had come into being, the tree had completely adapted to its surroundings. Its blossoms bloomed vibrantly and were exquisitely translucent. Meanwhile, the other spiritual herbs growing in this domain naturally began to transform, and the benefits were self-evident. There was a significant possibility that these spiritual herbs could evolve into celestial herbs. Chen Chang'an observed the transformations occurring in his invincible domain under the influence of the experience card for eternal immortality. He murmured, "It appears somewhat different from before, yet not significantly changed." Indeed, the invincible domain was markedly distinct from its prior state. However, being an ordinary person without any cultivation, he was unable to perceive these changes. A practitioner, however, would undoubtedly sense the formidable nature of this celestial realm. Cultivating here would yield rapid progress, and prolonged residence in this celestial land would nourish lower realm cultivators, subtly transforming them from mortals to immortals. Unbeknownst to him, the transformation of a mortal body into an immortal body was entirely plausible. More crucially, cultivation within this celestial realm could enable one to attain immortality without the necessity of ascension. If the cultivators of Jiuzhou were to discover that such a celestial land existed atop the flying immortal mountain, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy throughout the entire continent, attracting countless individuals vying for a chance to partake. Chen Chang'an remained unaware of this, yet he understood that his invincible domain had indeed evolved into a celestial land, a feat incomparable to any previous state. In summary, he was about to explore another new feature, the illusions of flowers and reflections of water. Regarding the newly acquired ability, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Chen Chang'an was filled with exuberance upon discovering its functions. "Ah, so this is the nature of its power. How delightful!" he exclaimed. The essence of Mirror Flower, Water Moon resembles the ephemeral beauty of flowers in the mirror and the moon reflected in the water. By expending a certain amount of domain energy, one could conjure a doppelganger. The strength of this doppelganger bore no relation to the original's prowess, but rather depended solely on the amount of domain energy consumed, determining the level of cultivation it could possess. Should the energy be depleted or subjected to destructive forces, the doppelganger would dissipate immediately. Currently, the doppelgangers produced by Mirror Flower, Water Moon could only sustain themselves for a maximum of 1 day. However, the consumption of domain energy was considerable. For instance, to create a doppelganger identical to himself, devoid of any cultivation, would require a staggering 500 points of domain energy. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but express his astonishment. "This is quite costly," he mused. Even with a substantial amount of domain energy at his disposal, he feared that he might not withstand the expenses of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Nonetheless, he found himself quite satisfied with this ability. Although he was a laid-back individual, content to remain at home for a lifetime, he would seize any opportunity to venture out. It seemed that such an opportunity had now presented itself. After all, the doppelganger was intrinsically linked to him. He could easily control its movements without concern for his own safety. Life is gradually improving, he chuckled. Currently, he possessed 400 points of domain energy. Should he spend 500 to create a doppelganger through Mirror Flower, Water Moon? 500 points, is it? I can afford that, he thought. His resolve firm. With a determined mind, he activated the function of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Before him, a mirror appeared, polished and luminous, flowing like a gentle stream. Within it, his reflection emerged. Curiously, Chen Chang'an observed as the image in the mirror came to life. With a soft pop, the doppelganger stepped forth from the mirror, materializing right before him. This was indeed Chen Chang'an's doppelganger, an exact replica with identical consciousness. Presently, he wore a peculiar expression, as he was witnessing himself through the doppelganger's eyes. Such a strange sensation, two beings, yet both were him. Amused, Chen Chang'an reclined back onto a wooden chair to rest while his doppelganger strolled about the courtyard. Soon, he found himself at the training ground of Ling Baoer. Upon sensing his arrival, Ling Baoer opened her eyes and looked at him with curiosity. "Master, what brings you here? Do I still smell good?" Chen Chang'an laughed. Ling Baoer sniffed the air and, astonished, remarked, "Master, the delightful fragrance you once had. Where has it gone?" Chen Chang'an grinned with pride and pointed towards his resting original self in the courtyard. The original waved, greeting Ling Baoer. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "How can there be two masters? This is my created doppelganger," Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Ling Baoer suddenly understood. "Greetings, Master, you are truly remarkable. This is the first time I have heard such a thing." Ling Baoer playfully poked Chen Chang'an, exclaiming, "Oh, it feels so real." Chen Chang'an cast a sidelong glance, replying, "What did you expect? Now, continue your cultivation while I take a leisurely stroll." "Master, I wish to accompany you," Ling Baoer declared, wrapping her arms around one of Chen Chang'an's. "Ah, dear Baoer, I neglected to inform you that this region has been transformed into a celestial realm by me." "Celestial realm?" Ling Baoer blinked, puzzled. Chen Chang'an pondered for a moment before explaining, "You may understand it as the realm of immortals, a place where the celestial beings reside." Ling Baoer's eyes widened. "Master, are you saying this is where the immortal beings live?" Chen Chang'an nodded. smiling as he playfully pinched her smooth cheek. My precious disciple. This is something the cultivators of the Jiuzhou continent cannot fathom. Just imagine, cultivating in the celestial realm, achieving immortality is merely a matter of time. Do not bring shame upon your master. Cultivate diligently and strive for immortality. The benefits of cultivating in the celestial realm are beyond imagination. You must cherish this opportunity. Ling Baoer released Chen Chang'an's arm, her face brimming with excitement as she nodded eagerly. Master, I shall cultivate well, and next time, I will join you on your outings. After soothing Ling Baoer, Chen Chang'an finally exhaled in relief. With a nascent avatar lacking cultivation, this was merely a first attempt. There was a significant risk of failure outside. If this avatar were to perish, it would not matter, but he certainly did not wish for his dear disciple to meet the same fate. Thus, Chen Chang'an had no intention of taking Ling Baoer with him. He would embark on this journey alone. Upon reaching the edge of the Invincible Domain, Chen Chang'an smiled, feeling an exhilarating anticipation rather than the previous fear of stepping beyond its confines. After 3 years at the Chongqing Sect and a month in the Immortal Temple, he was finally free to explore. With that thought, he stepped forward, leaving the Invincible Domain behind. Chapter 46. The Tiger Falls in the Lowlands, the white-clad demoness moments ago. As I emerged from the Invincible Domain, I inhaled the fresh air of the outside world for the first time, unable to contain my admiration. Oh, the air outside is so fresh, so sweet, it feels almost indulgent. Even a mere flatulence smells delightful. The sun shone brightly, and the landscape was picturesque. Having exited the Invincible Domain, Chen Chang'an was in high spirits, experiencing a liberating sensation. Though his avatar lacked cultivation, Chen Chang'an felt no fear. If death were to occur, so be it. Even if the avatar did not perish, it would fade away in due time. Within Feixian Mountain, thanks to the 3 demons, there were no malevolent creatures to be found. Chen Chang'an felt quite safe within these mountains. As he descended the mountain, Chen Chang'an took in the sights. Surrounded by lush greenery, the echoes of tigers roaring and monkeys chattering, with birds and beasts bustling about, a scene of serene tranquility. This peace was largely due to the influence of the 3 demons, particularly Tuoba Yi. Originally, Feixian Mountain was home to numerous fiends, but Tuoba Yi had driven them away, fearing they might disturb the young master. Otherwise, Chen Chang'an was uncertain if he could survive the descent. Finally, he had reached the foot of the mountain. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reflected on how arduous the journey had been. The path was fraught with thorns, and his clothes were tattered, rendering him in a state of utter disarray. Fortunately, he had made it down, leaving Feixian Mountain behind. Chen Chang'an continued traversing the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In truth, he had no intention of returning after employing his doppelganger to descend. The 10,000 Great Mountains were indeed a sanctuary for demons and monsters, a stark contrast to the serene environment of Feixian Mountain. Here, malevolent creatures roamed freely, and towering trees obscured the sky. The distant roars and howls of these beasts echoed ominously through the air. As Chen Chang'an navigated the dimly lit forest, he swallowed hard, his legs trembling slightly. It was undeniably perilous outside. Perhaps he should conjure a powerful doppelganger using the mirror flower water moon technique, at the very least. One with the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, a faint sound behind him sent a chill down Chen Chang'an's spine. Surely, it couldn't be another ghostly encounter? He shuddered at the thought and turned around. Not far off, on the trunk of a towering tree, coiled a mottled serpent, its eyes coldly fixed on him, as if regarding him as its next prey. This creature, although possessing a weak aura, was a 5th-tier Qi refining stage demon, far beyond Chen Chang'an's capability to confront. Damn it! What a disastrous start, he lamented, having just left Feixian Mountain only to be accosted by a monster. With a swift motion, the serpent transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards him at an alarming speed, its massive jaws agape, revealing fangs glistening with a chilling sheen. Chen Chang'an was taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. While he might have been formidable within the realm of invincibility, outside of it, he was as vulnerable as a novice. The small serpent was more than capable of ending his life. Indeed, it was true what they said. Even a tiger can be bullied when it falls to the plains. Though merely a doppelganger, Chen Chang'an was unwilling to meet such a dismal fate so soon. He sprinted desperately through the 10,000 Great Mountains, the serpent in relentless pursuit, its growls echoing behind him. In his current state as an ordinary human, it was only a matter of time before the serpent caught up with him. Get away from me. If you keep chasing, I'll have Tuoba Yi capture you and turn you into snake soup. He shouted in vain. The serpent, undeterred, was not about to let its prey escape so easily. What a pitiful quarry, it mused, a mere ordinary human without any cultivation. Serendipitously encountered in these mountains, a stroke of luck indeed. Chen Chang'an was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face, as the serpent drew nearer. This is hopeless. I can't run anymore, he gasped, bending over, feeling as if his very core might give way. He could run no longer. The serpent halted before him, raising its head high, towering over Chen Chang'an. It swallowed the serpent's core, gazing down at Chen Chang'an with a mocking glint of human-like derision in its eyes, as if to taunt him for his audacity in attempting to flee. Chen Chang'an cursed vehemently, challenging, "Come on, if you dare to devour me, I shall turn you into a serpent stew tonight." He relinquished any futile thoughts of escape. "Huh, you, a mere earth python, dare to consume my primordial avatar? Your doom is imminent." The earth python regarded Chen Chang'an with the same disdain one might reserve for a fool. Then, with a wide gaping maw, a foul stench assaulted the air. Chen Chang'an's face turned green, hastily covering his nose. "How repugnant! To perish in your belly would utterly tarnish my brilliance." He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that only he and the python were present, sparing his beloved disciple from the shame of being swallowed by this beast. Indeed, it was wise to have left Bayer out of this encounter. Chen Chang'an watched in horror as the python's rancid mouth approached. Determined not to meet his end within the creature's belly, he resolved to self-destruct. Fortunately, despite his avatar's lack of cultivation, it possessed the ability to explode. Just as the gaping maw drew near and he prepared for his self-sacrifice, a flash of red light appeared. "What is this?" The crimson aura wrapped around Chen Chang'an's waist and yanked him away. With a startled cry, he was propelled backward, landing securely atop a tree branch. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice graced his ears. It was then that Chen Chang'an noticed a woman standing not far away. The sight of her left him utterly captivated, illuminating his senses. She held a red thread, poised gracefully upon the branch, surrounded by swirling demonic energy. Clad in white, she appeared as pure as snow, flowing with the breeze like a celestial being ready to take flight. Yet, the aura of demonic energy hinted that she was indeed a demoness, akin to the one in red. Her pointed, fluffy white fox ears and a delicate white tail gently swayed behind her. She stood there, breathtakingly beautiful. If the woman in red exuded sultry allure, this one embodied the tranquil elegance of an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley, harmoniously blending with her surroundings, her demeanor transcending worldly concerns, radiating an extraordinary grace. Was she a demon or an immortal? Chen Chang'an found himself in a daze, uncertain how to discern. However, despite his appreciation for beauty, he remained unenchanted, brimming with self-assurance. After all, he possessed an invincible domain system. He was the most striking figure in this realm. As he momentarily lost himself in thought, he quickly regained composure. The earth python quivered in terror at the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from the woman, prostrating itself on the ground, unable to move. "You may leave," she spoke, her voice as soothing as divine music. The python, feeling as if granted a reprieve, expressed its gratitude with tears and scurried away in defeat. "Huh, you coward. If you have the guts, don't run." Chen Chang'an fumed as he watched the python flee, his frustration palpable. Yet, perched atop a tree branch 8 meters high, jumping down would be tantamount to seeking death, let alone pursuing the retreating beast. Despite being a notable figure on the flying immortal mountain, I find myself in an unprecedentedly dire situation. A lifetime of reputation cannot be tarnished in such a manner. It is imperative that I eliminate the serpent to silence it. Chen Chang'an has already devised a plan. Upon returning, he will instruct Tuobayi to locate this earth serpent, skin it, and prepare a serpent stew. Chapter 47. Baiwe. "I am Jiang Xiaobai. You are not a match for that earth serpent. Why entertain thoughts of killing it? Is this not a pursuit of futility?" Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Chen Chang'an, the woman in white spoke softly to him. Chen Chang'an regarded her with admiration. The woman in white offered him a gentle smile, seemingly awaiting his response. Chen Chang'an marveled internally. Truly, this is a fantastical realm. Such women do not exist on Earth. Even here, this is the first time he has encountered someone so exquisitely perfect. He clasped his fists and spoke. "The earth serpent sought to take my life. Thus we are bound by karma. It sows the seeds of fate. Naturally, I must repay it in kind. This is the cycle of cause and effect, leading us to a conclusion." The woman in white blinked thoughtfully, reflecting on Chen Chang'an's words. The cycle of cause and effect, leading to a conclusion. Who would have thought that an ordinary person could articulate such profound thoughts? She regarded Chen Chang'an with curiosity. While she had encountered many human cultivators, they either gazed at her with greedy malice or were overwhelmed by inferiority, too timid to meet her gaze. Yet this young man, lacking in cultivation, possessed a pure gaze devoid of any sinister intent. He treated her as an equal. More importantly, the woman sensed a fleeting essence of ethereal pride emanating from him. Initially, She had no intention of intervening during her passage through this area, yet inexplicably, she chose to save him. Chen Chang'an expressed his gratitude. I am indebted to you for saving my life from the earth serpent. The woman in white smiled lightly. Though I am not a cultivator, I find it remarkable that you refer to me as a fellow cultivator. I have never encountered a human quite like you. There is no need for thanks. I merely acted out of convenience. In a flash of crimson light, the red thread in her hand vanished. The 10,000 great mountains are rife with malevolent beasts. A realm not suited for ordinary folk. Fortunately, your luck was favorable, encountering only a minor demon. Had you faced a more powerful creature, you would likely have met your demise. Chen Chang'an sighed. Indeed, the 10,000 great mountains are perilous. It seems my decision to remain in the Immortal Temple for the past month was indeed wise. You lack cultivation. Do you wish for me to escort you away from the 10,000 great mountains? The woman in white inquired. Chen Chang'an shook his head. No need. This incarnation does not concern itself with life or death. Any destination is the same. However, perishing at the hands of the earth serpent would be somewhat displeasing. The woman in white regarded him with curiosity, and Chen Chang'an returned her gaze with equal intrigue. I have a friend named Huangdi, who bears a striking resemblance to you. Are you of the celestial demon ancient fox lineage? The woman in white was taken aback. You know my sister Huangdi? Indeed. I hail from the celestial demon ancient fox clan. Her expression carried a hint of peculiarity. Huangdi is a demon king. I am surprised to hear that you are acquainted with her. Though he appeared ordinary, his eloquence was remarkable, exuding an air of mystery that rendered him extraordinary. Curiosity stirred within, akin to an itch in the heart, compelling one to unravel the essence of such an individual. Indeed, Chen Chang'an silently mused. Simultaneously, he contemplated the purpose of the white-clad woman's presence here. Could it be related to the red-clad figure and the little tale from the Tianyao ancient fox clan? Otherwise, what could have brought her to this place? Maintaining his composure, Chen Chang'an pondered. The white-clad woman then spoke. I am Bai Yu, the elder sister of Huangdi. Since you are acquainted with her, do you know the way to Feishan Mountain? Are you headed there? Chen Chang'an, filled with intrigue, nodded. Bai Yu confirmed her intentions to journey to Feishan Mountain, explaining that though her sister had provided her with the location, traversing the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains was no simple task. If you possess knowledge of the way, I would be grateful for your guidance. Bai Yu implored. This Bai Yu, indeed, was the sister of Huangdi, and her cultivation must be formidable. To his surprise, she exhibited such gentleness and humility, treating him with respect despite his lack of cultivation. This compelled Chen Chang'an to regard Bai Yu with newfound respect, altering his perception of demons. He gestured towards a towering mountain in the distance. There lies Feishan Mountain. Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. So close. Thank you, my friend. Chen Chang'an smiled. It was merely a small gesture, a trifling effort. Yet, a sense of unease brewed within him. Bai Yu's journey to Feishan Mountain was undoubtedly connected to him. Though the purpose remained unclear, she must have witnessed his embarrassing encounter with the earth python. What should he do? In front of Huangdi, he was an aloof figure, a transcendent being. If she informed Huangdi, he would face immense humiliation. Perhaps, next time he should don a mask before venturing out. Bai Yu smiled gently and inquired. By the way, may I ask how to address you? Real names were not to be revealed, so a pseudonym was in order. Chen Chang'an scratched his nose. Call me Zhang Xiaobai. Xiaobai, I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave, Bai Yu replied. Chen Chang'an nodded. Though the title of Xiaobai felt somewhat awkward, Bai Yu did not linger, transforming into a beam of white light as she departed towards Feishan Mountain. Chen Chang'an gazed at her retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Soon they would meet again, but how would he explain this? Yet, he was confident he could navigate the situation. At worst, he could obscure his face during their encounter, and she would not recognize him. Oh, what a clever little trickster he was. However, in that moment, a chilling aura enveloped him. Unbeknownst to him, the earth python that had previously fled now stealthily reappeared behind Chen Chang'an. It had hidden at a distance, quietly observing Bai Yu's departure before returning, intent on not letting its prey escape. With its foul maw agape, the earth python prepared to swallow Chen Chang'an whole. Just then, the Chen Chang'an before it suddenly exploded into a splash of water, drenching the python in the process. The earth python was left bewildered. What just happened? Where has its prey vanished to? In the courtyard outside the temple, the irate Chen Chang'an rested. You foul serpent, dare you return for a sneak attack? Just wait and see. He exhaled deeply, contemplating how to confront the impending arrival of Bai Yu. He must not reveal his true countenance, for it would lead to recognition. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Chang'an. He recalled the upgraded system's version 30 feature, the true solution of the immortal path. How simple it was. With a sweep of his right hand across his face, he activated the true solution and approached Ling Baoer. Can you see your master's visage? What is happening? Master? I cannot see your face, Ling Bao exclaimed. To her, it was as though Chen Chang'an's face was shrouded in a veil of ethereal mist, obscuring it from view. Even with her spiritual perception, she could not penetrate this obscurity. Chen Chang'an smiled, realizing its effectiveness. This true solution was indeed a marvelous tool for creating an air of mystery. He then enveloped himself entirely in the true solution. What about now, Bao? Ling Bao's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, I cannot see you anymore. You are enveloped in a layer of enigmatic mist. Such extraordinary skill only deepened her sense of Chen Chang'an's profound and inscrutable nature. He then lifted the true solution. The ethereal essence dissipated, and his figure reappeared before Ling Bao. Master, can you tell me how strong you truly are? She inquired. Chen Chang'an playfully pinched her cheek, replying, very strong. But how strong is very strong? Ling Bao pressed. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, even your master does not know. Invincible, meaning no one can stand in my way. It is a power beyond words. Ling Bao pouted. Master, you are deceiving me. How could you not know? Meanwhile, as Chen Chang'an conversed with Ling Bao, Bai arrived. Chapter 48. The slap in the face from the ancient Fox clan. Is this Face Yin Mountain? The immortal temple my sister in red spoke of, and the esteemed gentleman she reveres. Could he be within? Bai mused. Upon arriving at Face Yin Mountain, she quickly beheld a temple atop the peak. Master, look, there are more visitors. Bai's arrival did not go unnoticed, and Ling Bao remarked. Chen Chang'an spotted a white demonic light. Without a doubt, it was Bai, whom he had encountered in the 10,000 Great Mountains. With a thought, he activated the true solution, ensuring his true form remained concealed. Ling Bao, curious, wondered why her master chose to hide himself. As the demonic light faded, Bai arrived at the Immortal Temple. Her gaze swept across the courtyard, landing on Ling Bao, who stood beside a man. Bai noticed him, but was perplexed. She could not discern his features, as if a layer of mysterious mist enveloped him. Could he be the esteemed gentleman her sister spoke of? Bai pondered internally. Certainly, Bai did not foolishly use her spiritual sense to probe. Since the esteemed young master mentioned by the red-clad sister possesses profound strength and is an extraordinary being, she must refrain from offending him. Wow, master, she is so beautiful. Could she be a celestial being? Ling Bao was captivated by Bai's beauty. Chen Chang'an cast a glance at Ling Bao. Although Bai's beauty was striking, it primarily manifested in her demeanor. Bao was still young. As she matured, she might not necessarily fall short in appearance compared to Bai. However, as for her demeanor, Chen Chang'an's lips twitched as he recalled the 2 rows of bite marks on his arm. It seemed that Bao would not be easily underestimated in the future either. Bai clasped her hands respectfully and spoke. I am Bai, and I extend my greetings to you, esteemed predecessor. Master, is she here to seize the sacred immortal sword as well? Chen Chang'an shot a disapproving glance at Ling Bao. Bao, have you mistaken something? Those cultivators and great demons who come to claim the sword are all brazen and arrogant. None would approach it with such humility. Master, you are truly remarkable. You can see through this, Ling Bao exclaimed, her admiration evident. Chen Chang'an felt a swell of pride within and replied nonchalantly. Your master not only knows she isn't here to claim the sword, but also comprehends her origins. Wow. Ling Bao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Master, I truly look up to you. Bai listened to their exchange with a perplexed expression, feeling as if she had heard Chen Chang'an's voice somewhere before. Yet she could not place it. While Bai pondered, Chen Chang'an continued, Bai, you hail from the ancient Fox clan of the celestial demons, and have come to my flying immortal mountain due to matters concerning the red-clad one and the little tail. Bai was taken aback. The predecessor was indeed unfathomable. She had not uttered a word, yet he had discerned her purpose. Nevertheless, Bai maintained a respectful yet unyielding demeanor towards Chen Chang'an, recognizing his status as a profoundly skilled elder deserving of her reverence. Moreover, the red-clad sister had repeatedly advised her to avoid provoking the young master, whose might could easily obliterate a nascent soul. Angering him would lead to dire consequences for Bai. Esteemed predecessor, it is true that I have come regarding their matters. May I inquire why they have not returned? Chen Chang'an asked. After a moment of silence, Bai replied, regarding the red-clad one and the little tail, I kindly request the young master's understanding before I speak. Please do not take offense. Chen Chang'an frowned slightly. What has transpired? The red-clad one and little tail returned to the ancient Fox clan to seek demonic cultivation techniques. But the matriarch was unwilling to impart the teachings to outsiders. However, upon witnessing Little Tail's exceptional talent, she wished to retain her within the clan. The red-clad one had no choice but to ask me to convey this to you. Oh, does it mean that Sister Huangdi and Little Tail have been detained within the ancient Fox clan and cannot return? Ling Bao's face fell. Her expression filled with distress as she looked earnestly at Chen Chang'an. Master, what shall we do? Chen Chang'an's brow furrowed upon hearing the red-clad one's words, his voice turning cold. So, it seems that Huangdi and Littletail are already imprisoned within the ancient Fox clan. Bai Yu could only nod helplessly. Ultimately, this situation was a wrongdoing on the part of the ancient Fox clan. However, the innate talent of the Littletail is remarkably high, if nurtured with full devotion. It is destined to ascend to immortality. Thus, the celestial demon ancient Fox clan would undertake such actions. Even Bai Yu is astounded by the Littletail's innate gifts. Nevertheless, upon encountering Ling Baoer, the enchanting young girl beside Chen Chang'an, Bai Yu senses that her extraordinary aura is likely on par with that of the Littletail. More importantly, upon arriving at this celestial temple, Bai Yu can distinctly perceive the astonishing essence contained within this realm, seemingly infused with the most formidable celestial energy coursing through the heavens and the earth. While the celestial demon ancient Fox clan possesses exceptional sacred grounds, Bai Yu is acutely aware that even their finest locations pale in comparison to the splendor of this very place. If Bai Yu were to realize that she stands before a celestial territory, one can only imagine her astonishment. "Senior, may I inquire about your intentions?" Bai Yu asks. In her eyes, Chen Chang'an exudes an immense strength, his abilities unfathomable and enigmatic. She firmly believes he must possess a means to rescue Huangdi and the Littletail from the clutches of the celestial demon ancient Fox clan. Although Bai Yu belongs to the clan, she perceives their actions as unjust, prompting her to ally with Huangdi and seek Chen Chang'an's assistance at Facian Mountain. Chen Chang'an remains silent, unsure of how to respond to Bai Yu. "What are your plans?" He muses internally. "Just a casual approach, really. I am powerful. Yet my strength is confined to the realm of invincibility. Outside, I am quite weak, easily bullied even by a mere earth python." Bai Yu has witnessed this firsthand. Naturally, Chen Chang'an refrains from voicing such thoughts, choosing instead to internally grumble. Regardless, he has made a resolution. The imprisonment of Huangdi and the Littletail is a matter of personal pride. The audacity of the celestial demon ancient Fox clan to confine his people is a direct affront to him. Chen Chang'an despises being publicly humiliated, which dampens his spirits. No matter what, he must devise a plan to rescue them. The celestial demon ancient Fox clan must be dealt with accordingly. Chapter 49. Striking from afar, teaching a lesson. Damn it! How dare they imprison his people? Chen Chang'an is filled with discontent. Meanwhile, Ling Baoer harbors deep concern for Huangdi and the Littletail. Bai Yu reassures him, "Senior, both Huangdi and the Littletail are safe within the celestial demon ancient Fox clan. Grandmother has not harmed them." However, the ethereal mist surrounding Chen Chang'an obscures his expression, leaving Bai Yu feeling anxious. Previously, while she had gathered information about Chen Chang'an from Huangdi, she only gleaned that he was formidable. The extent of his strength remained a mystery to her. Prior to this encounter, Bai Yu had not taken it to heart, believing that regardless of Chen Chang'an's prowess, he could only be a transformation god-level expert at most. After all, the celestial demon ancient Fox clan has its own transformation god-level beings, which is why grandmother would not regard Chen Chang'an with trepidation, even abducting the exceptionally gifted Littletail from his side. Yet now, upon meeting Chen Chang'an, Bai Yu's perspective begins to shift. Only now do I realize how naive her previous thoughts were. The seniors, like ancient wells, are unfathomable, instilling a profound sense of reverence. This feeling of awe is something even my grandmother, despite being a formidable being, has never experienced. Could it be that the senior is even more powerful than my grandmother? Bai Yu is now deeply concerned that her grandmother's actions regarding the Littletail might provoke Chen Chang'an's wrath and incite the ancient Fox clan of the heavenly demons. This is a scenario she wishes to avoid. Yet, Bai Yu cannot find a suitable solution at present. Chen Chang'an gazes at Bai Yu, and she can feel the weight of his stare. Although her expression remains composed, a twinge of anxiety stirs within her. The sensation of being observed by a senior is rather unsettling. Bai Yu, return and inform the ancient Fox clan of the heavenly demons. Within 3 days. Release Huangdi and the Littletail, or I shall annihilate your clan, Chen Chang'an states, his voice chillingly calm, evoking an atmosphere akin to an icy abyss that sends shivers down one's spine. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the very heavens and earth seem to shift, casting an apocalyptic scene where the sun and moon lose their light. Bai Yu's complexion pales, and an overwhelming fear engulfs her. This is the true power of a senior. Merely in anger, he can provoke such a cosmic upheaval. What might occur if he were to take action? Such strength is truly awe-inspiring. Bai Yu resolves, I must persuade my grandmother to release Sister Huangdi and the Littletail upon my return. Deep down, she does not wish to provoke someone of Chen Chang'an's caliber. The oppressive aura is not directed at Bai Yu. Chen Chang'an understands that this matter does not concern her. As the pressure dissipates, the sky clears, as if the cataclysmic scene had never transpired. Chen Chang'an coolly remarks, "If I do not see Huangdi and the little tail in 3 days, I shall personally pay a visit, or rather, I shall summon your clan to Feishan Mountain for a discussion." Bai Yu promises to convey the senior's words to her grandmother, requesting a brief respite. Confident that her grandmother will indeed release Sister Huangdi and the little tail, she bows respectfully, "You may leave now." Bai Yu departs in haste. Once Bai Yu is gone, Chen Chang'an breathes a sigh of relief, pondering to himself whether his stern warning will yield any results. What if the Heavenly Demon Fox clan proves to be uncooperative? Would he truly need to pay them a visit? Such an action would be akin to courting death. Sighing, he decides to not dwell on it. Things will unfold as they must. If the Heavenly Demon Fox clan remains obstinate, he will have to wait until his invincible domain expands to encompass them before settling the score. Chen Chang'an, feeling somewhat helpless, disperses the celestial truths surrounding him. His figure materializes before Ling Bao'er. She is visibly agitated. "Master, the Heavenly Demon Fox clan is being unreasonable. Why grant them 3 days? I think we should visit them now, and if they refuse to comply, you can teach them a lesson." Chen Chang'an casts a sidelong glance at Ling Bao'er. "Your master wishes to do just that. However, your master is incapable of such feats." Of course, on the surface, Chen Chang'an appeared calm and composed, exuding an air of confidence. "Bao'er, I have my own plans in mind. You should focus on your cultivation." Having consumed 2 blood pills and practiced in the celestial realm, Bao'er had already surpassed the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. It would not be long before she achieved the Yuanying stage, granting her a measure of self-preservation. Yet, this was precisely what concerned Chen Chang'an. "Within the realm of invincibility, I am invincible, and you are free. There is no need to worry about Bao'er's safety." However, once outside that realm, Chen Chang'an felt powerless, akin to a toothless tiger. He was displeased, recognizing the limitations of the invincible realm and realizing the necessity of expanding it soon. Shaking his head, Chen Chang'an earnestly pondered how to deal with the ancient Fox clan of celestial demons. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not truly abandon the quest to rescue Huangdi and the little tail. He must devise a better strategy to compel the Celestial Fox clan to surrender the individuals. To make the Celestial Fox clan yield, they must come to fear and respect him. The pressure he had just exuded had already instilled some trepidation in Bai Yu. Yet it did not guarantee that the Celestial Foxes would feel the same unless they entered his realm of invincibility. Leaning back in his wooden chair, Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, contemplating his approach. At that moment, he noticed Bao'er practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard. The gleaming sword light and the surging sword energies danced like a fencer in the wind. Perhaps spurred by the matters concerning Huangdi and the little tail, she was diligently honing her skills. Bao'er, the daughter of the Sect master of the Nine-Sword Sect, had already made considerable progress in her swordsmanship at such a young age. Now, with the Holy Immortal Sword, her combat prowess had been significantly enhanced. Chen Chang'an secretly nodded in approval, realizing that the Holy Immortal Sword was indeed well suited for Bao'er. Just then, a spark of inspiration illuminated Chen Chang'an's eyes as he conceived a plan. Indeed, the Holy Immortal Sword. The descent of an immortal to the mortal realm would undoubtedly cause a stir across the Jiuzhou continent when the immortal came to Feishan Mountain to seize the sword. The Celestial Fox clan in the 10,000 Great Mountains would surely be aware of it. At that juncture, they would undoubtedly pay attention to this place. Chen Chang'an squinted, aware of what an immortal signifies to the practitioners and the myriad of demons on the Jiuzhou continent. Exalted, unmatched, and awe-inspiring. Should an immortal perish on Feishan Mountain, the Celestial Foxes would certainly recognize his formidable strength. Thus, they would be filled with dread, potentially surrendering Huangdi and the little tail without hesitation, even if he did not approach the Celestial Fox clan directly. Indeed, this was a brilliant strategy, a lesson for the masses, a distant strike against the bull. When the immortal falls, he could hardly believe the Celestial Fox clan would not tremble in fear. Chapter 50 Senior, I implore you to save the Nine-Sword Sect. The Nine-Sword Sect, one of the foremost powers in the Ghost State, is characterized by 9 towering peaks, each reaching a height of 1,000 zhang, forming a celestial sword array that embodies formidable sword might. This sect is steeped in spiritual energy, rightfully regarded as a paradise of ethereal beauty. With its sword peaks enveloped in swirling mists, exuding an extraordinary aura, Ling Bao'er, as the daughter of the Sect master, holds a position of considerable prestige. Today, the Sect master, Ling Qingshan, has made a significant decision, one that has received unanimous approval from the esteemed elders. They have resolved to take action against the Ghost Skull Sect. Even though the Ghost Skull Sect is backed by celestial beings, the Nine-Sword Sect intends to confront them head-on. The sole impetus for this audacious move is none other than Ling Bao'er's master, Chen Chang'an. Among the esteemed elders of the Nine-Sword Sect, there exists a destiny master, capable of divining fates and averting calamities. They initially sought to probe into Chen Chang'an's celestial secrets through divination, but were met with failure, resulting in a backlash that cost the elders a millennium of their lifespan. The elders were left in shock. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Thus, they deduced that Chen Chang'an must be an entity capable of contending with celestial beings. Consequently, they resolved to take action against the Ghost Skull Sect. After all, the sect master's daughter, Ling Bao'er, is a disciple of Chen Chang'an. Therefore, the Nine-Sword Sect stands united with him. Surely, the Nine-Sword Sect cannot allow Ling Bao'er to lose face. The Ghost Skull Sect has been arrogant and continues to threaten the Nine-Sword Sect. Today, they shall witness our might. Indeed, what does it matter if the Ghost Skull Sect has celestial support? The daughter of the sect master of the Nine-Sword Sect is a disciple of someone who can contend with celestial beings. Does the Nine-Sword Sect lack support in this matter? If this endeavor succeeds, Ling Hai, do you suppose that the senior will reward the Nine-Sword Sect with some blood-red celestial elixirs? Several esteemed elders of the Nine-Sword Sect were engaged in conversation as they journeyed toward the Ghost Skull Sect. Ling Hai chuckled, I cannot say for certain. But knowing the senior's disposition, he would certainly not neglect the Nine-Sword Sect. Suddenly, a rolling black mist surged ahead, darkening the heavens and earth. Accompanied by the haunting cries of the damned, we are about to enter the territory of the Ghost Skull Sect. We have finally arrived. Let us teach the Ghost Skull Sect a lesson, so they understand the might of the Nine-Sword Sect. The esteemed elders hastened their pace, their cultivation energies unabated, as their powers surged forth like a raging river. Soon, they plunged into the domain of the Ghost Skull Sect. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, a gentle purple mist descended from the east. Chen Chang'an was deep in slumber within the temple. Outside, Ling Bao'er tiptoed in, carrying a bowl of soup. Master, it's time to rise and enjoy some snake soup. Chen Chang'an yawned and sat up in bed. My dear disciple, you're up quite early. Ling Bao'er pouted. Master, it's nearly noon, you know. With that, she blew gently on the steaming bowl of snake soup. Master, last night you instructed Dugu to capture the earth python from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. I have prepared it into a soup this morning, as you requested. Would you care to taste it? Chen Chang'an smiled and replied, Bao'er's culinary skills surely make for a delightful snake soup. Just moments ago, the aroma wafted to me in a dream. He chuckled. Master, let me serve you the soup. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's praise, Ling Bao'er felt a surge of joy in her heart. There's no need for that, Chen Chang'an retorted, rolling his eyes. He had not yet sunk to such laziness. He took the bowl of snake soup from Ling Bao'er and stepped into the courtyard, with her obediently following behind. Bao'er, the weather today is splendid. How many more days do you think it will be until the celestial beings descend to Feishan Mountain? Ling Bao'er shook her little head and replied, it should be soon. Chen Chang'an nodded, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the celestial beings, planning to use the moment to intimidate the ancient Fox clan. Gazing at the steaming bowl of snake soup in his hands, a smile graced Chen Chang'an's face. Last night, Tuoba Yi returned from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, and Chen Chang'an had tasked him with locating the earth python. For a great demon king at the Yuanying stage, finding that earth python in the mountains was not a daunting task. Within just a few hours, the python was captured and brought to Feishan Mountain. The earth python, trembling in fear, curled up in a ball, anxious and bewildered as to why such a formidable demon king would target a mere little creature like itself. However, upon arriving at Feishan Mountain and encountering Chen Chang'an, it was struck with astonishment. It was the prey it had encountered during the day, and it realized its doom was sealed. Thus, it became the soup of the morning. After savoring a sip, Chen Chang'an found the flavor exquisite. Bao'er's culinary skills are indeed improving. Once the soup was finished, Chen Chang'an inquired, where is Tuoba Yi? Master, over the past few days, the Dragonfire Chicken King has been roasted, so he went to Chicken Chop Mountain to catch more chickens, she replied. Oh. Chen Chang'an's gaze fell upon the rejuvenating celestial tree in the courtyard. At present, the blossoms were gradually wilting, giving way to tender and unripe fruits. This extraordinary land, enhanced by Chen Chang'an's nurturing of all living things, would soon yield ripe, rejuvenating celestial fruits, he mused. He wondered about the situation in Yunzhou with the snake child. Just then, a spiritual rainbow streaked across the distant sky, swiftly approaching Feishan Mountain. As the rainbow dissipated, the figure of Ling Qingshan emerged. Ling Bao'er, filled with surprise, exclaimed, Master, why has father come? In no time, Ling Qingshan arrived at the celestial temple. His expression was grave and serious, his brows furrowed, giving off an air of urgency. Elder, I implore you to rescue the Jujin sect. Upon seeing Chen Chang'an, Ling Qingshan could hardly contain his excitement and rushed forward, nearly kneeling before him. Chen Chang'an waved his hand, an invisible force preventing Ling Qingshan from bowing. After all, he was Bao'er's father. How could he be made to kneel? Chen Chang'an furrowed his brows. What has happened concerning the Jujin sect? Ling Qingshan arrived at the Immortal Temple, where ethereal mist enveloped the surroundings. And the celestial aura surged forth, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of the extraordinary. He was utterly astonished, feeling as though he had stepped into a realm of immortality. However, this was not the time for such musings. He hastily declared, "Young master, the immortal has descended to the mortal realm. You must save the Nine-Sword sect." The immortal has descended? Chen Chang'an's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement upon hearing Ling Qingshan's words. This was indeed splendid news. He had finally awaited the immortal's arrival. Yet, he pondered, what connection did this hold with the Nine-Sword sect? Had he not instructed them to inform the Ghost Skull sect that any demands for the Holy Immortal Sword would be addressed at Feishan Mountain? Ling Qingshan's expression turned awkward as he absorbed Chen Chang'an's words. The Ghost Skull sect was arrogant, and they had initially intended to lead the charge against them to quell their haughty demeanor. Who could have anticipated that they would encounter an Immortal's descent? Now, the elders of the Nine-Sword sect had all been captured by the Ghost Skull sect, placing them in a dire predicament. Chen Chang'an was left speechless. They had intended to lead the charge, yet they had previously underestimated him. Now, they seemed to hold him in high regard, believing he could contend with an immortal. Beside them, Ling Bao'er wore a worried expression. "Father, has Grandfather Hai also been captured by the Ghost Skull sect?" Ling Qingshan sighed and nodded. "We did not foresee such misfortune, encountering an immortal's descent at this moment. Under normal circumstances, the elders of the Nine-Sword sect could handle the Ghost Skull sect without issue. However, this time is different. The immortal is formidable, and upon their arrival, they swiftly suppressed all the elders of the Nine-Sword sect. Should the immortal slay the elders, it would be a catastrophic blow to the Nine-Sword sect. At the very least, from this day forth, they shall never ascend to the ranks of top-tier powers in the ghost state." Ling Qingshan was beside himself with worry. He had no choice but to seek Chen Chang'an's assistance. "Master," Ling Bao'er gazed at Chen Chang'an with earnest eyes. Although she had already taken him as her teacher, Ling Qingshan was still her father, and she naturally wished for Chen Chang'an's help. Chen Chang'an felt exasperated, but, for Bao'er's sake, he decided to assist them. However, this was of little consequence, as he had already intended to take action against those immortals, aiding the Nine-Sword sect merely as an ancillary task. "Very well. Do not look at your master with such pleading eyes. I shall lend my aid," Chen Chang'an replied with a faint smile. "Thank you, master." Ling Bao'er expressed her gratitude sincerely. Yet, she felt a twinge of guilt, believing it was her fault for bringing trouble upon her teacher. Ling Qingshan, upon hearing this, finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Qingshan is grateful to the esteemed senior. Should you require anything from the Nine-Sword sect, please do not hesitate to command. Chen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. Since the immortal has descended in search of celestial treasures, why have they not yet arrived at Feishan Mountain? Resolving the plight of the Nine-Sword sect is quite simple for me. Eliminating the immortals will suffice. With my support, the Ghost Skull sect will certainly comply and release their captives. In this way, it appears to be a case of killing two birds with one stone. Senior, according to the time of celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, they cannot remain here for long. It must be nearly time for the 10,000 great mountains. That is good. You shall wait here for now. Once we have dealt with those celestial beings, you may then seek aid from the Ghost Skull sect. Should the Ghost Skull sect wish to avoid annihilation, they will undoubtedly comply and release the esteemed elder of the Nine-Sword sect. My heartfelt thanks to you, esteemed senior. Ling Qingshan expressed immense gratitude. Approximately an hour later, the originally clear sky transformed. Dark clouds gathered, casting a heavy shadow over the world, creating an atmosphere of immense oppression. A terrifying celestial might erupted like a torrent, enveloping the entirety of the 10,000 great mountains. All the demons and monsters within felt the weight of that overwhelming celestial aura. Even those deep within the mountain sensed it. Numerous closed-door cultivating demon kings, or prominent figures of the demon clans, were stirred from their meditations. How did such an imposing pressure arise within the 10,000 great mountains? This is bad. It is celestial might. Celestial beings have descended upon the 10,000 great mountains. This celestial aura is entirely different from the oppressive forces emanating from the cultivators of the 9 provinces or the demons. Such celestial might is exalted, possessed only by the celestial beings of the upper realm. It is astonishing that it has manifested in the 10,000 great mountains today. What on earth is happening in the 10,000 great mountains? The various demon clans deep within the mountains trembled in fear under the celestial pressure. The ancient Fox clan, an ancient and hidden lineage within the 10,000 great mountains, with a long-standing heritage and profound roots, dispatched 2 beams of demonic light that soared into the sky. As the light dissipated, the figures of an elderly matriarch and a woman in white emerged. The woman in white was none other than Bai Yu, who had just returned from Face Yin Mountain. Bai Yu gazed into the distance with a grave expression. Grandmother, could this aura be the celestial might? The elderly matriarch, her hair white and face aged, appeared hunched but possessed a piercing gaze, sharp as a blade. She spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, it is celestial might. It seems a celestial being has arrived in the 10,000 great mountains. When celestial beings descend, significant events are bound to unfold. Could it be related to the celestial treasure that descended a few days ago? Bai Yu expressed her concern. I heard from my sister and read that the treasure is in the hands of her master's disciple. Will they be in danger? The matriarch scoffed. Celestial treasures are precious. How could we mere mortals of the lower realm dare to covet them? If they have the audacity to lay claim to a celestial treasure, Bai Yu, do you think the celestial beings would spare them? Would they truly slay them? The path of the celestial is devoid of compassion, and celestial beings are even more heartless. Otherwise, why do you think our ancient Fox clan did not send anyone to seize the celestial treasure? If that treasure had fallen into our hands, today would surely mark the day of our clan's demise. Humph, Bai Yu, you say that the seniors on Face Yin Mountain are formidable, but can they rival celestial beings? It is fortunate that I, with foresight, kept the one in red and the little tail within our clan. Otherwise, upon their return, they would face certain death. Ultimately, they owe their gratitude to me. Bai Yu sighed, uncertain of what to say. Chen Chang'an left a profound impression on her. In her eyes, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure, and for the one in red to become his subordinate was indeed a stroke of fortune. Regrettably, no matter how extraordinary he may be, he cannot possibly be compared to an immortal. Having provoked the celestial beings of the upper realm, it seems he is destined for a path of demise. Suddenly, the old crone sensed something amiss. Her countenance shifted dramatically, her expression filled with agitation. Elder, what troubles you? 12 distinct celestial auras. How can this be? Could it be that 12 immortals have descended? The old woman murmured, her astonishment profound. She had anticipated the arrival of only one immortal. Yet this was unmistakably the presence of 12 formidable celestial auras, indicating the descent of 12 immortals. All for a single celestial treasure? The old crone was taken aback. She understood all too well the immense difficulty for an immortal to come down to the mortal realm. Moreover, the simultaneous arrival of 12 immortals. Even a single immortal could sweep through the entire 10,000 great mountains, let alone 12. Clearly, Chen Chang'an's acquisition of the celestial treasure from the flying immortal mountain has led to an unimaginable catastrophe. Chapter 52 Bower. Do you wish to witness your master slay an immortal? Senior, the immortals are approaching. Within the temple of the immortals, Ling Qingshan, who had been in a state of restless anticipation, felt the overwhelming celestial auras, causing his heart to tremble as he hastily informed Chen Chang'an. Standing at the mountain's peak with hands clasped behind his back, Chen Chang'an gazed into the distance with a serene demeanor. Beside him, Ling Bower appeared visibly anxious, as the very presence of these celestial beings had already triggered such a cataclysmic shift in the world. Chen Chang'an marveled at the sight. The heavens darkened. The earth trembled. A scene of impending destruction unfolded before them. The oppressive might of the immortals was so terrifying that the very fabric of reality struggled to withstand it. Thus, the laws of the Jiuzhou continent desperately resisted this celestial pressure. If even the laws of Jiuzhou could not contend with the might of the immortals, it would imply that they were overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing the very laws of the continent. Indeed, in their hands, annihilating the entire Jiuzhou continent would not pose a significant challenge. Of course, the Jiuzhou continent is a world in its own right. No matter how feeble, it could hardly fall prey to an ordinary immortal's destruction. Moreover, across the myriad realms and boundless celestial domains, the Jiuzhou continent is but a mere speck, a drop in the ocean of existence. Those mighty immortals would hardly cast their gaze upon such a trivial place. It is akin to a giant overlooking an ant, unless, by mere misstep, the giant inadvertently crushes the ant beneath its foot. Master, I feel a bit frightened, Ling Bower confessed anxiously, gripping Chen Chang'an's arm tightly. It seemed that only in this way could she quell her fears. Chen Chang'an smiled gently. Bower, with your master by your side, there is nothing to fear. I find myself rather eager to meet the immortals. Ling Qingshan, overhearing Chen Chang'an's confident anticipation, felt a deep respect for him. Such assurance from a senior must surely indicate that he could contend with the immortals. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated from afar like thunder. 12 ancient celestial war chariots thundered through the sky, shaking the very heavens, approaching with alarming speed. All the demons and spirits inhabiting the 10,000 great mountains beheld this scene, their faces transforming in sheer terror. The immortals have arrived. 12 celestial chariots indeed herald the presence of 12 immortals. Oh heavens! This is a monumental event. The arrival of 12 immortals to the mortal realm is news that cannot possibly be concealed. It will surely send ripples throughout the entire ghost state before long. Following these 12 chariots is a throng of individuals, led by the esteemed leader of the Ghost Skull Sect, Qiu, along with several elder sages of the sect. Their faces are adorned with expressions of triumph, accompanying their ancestor to assert their power and proclaim to the various forces within the ghost state that their sect holds ties with the immortals. It is to be expected that any other formidable forces in the ghost state contemplating action against the Ghost Skull Sect will have to weigh the consequences of incurring the wrath of the immortals. The 12 chariots, it seems, are likely to bear 12 immortals. Fascinating. A smirk graces Chen Chang'an's lips. He is not one to shy away from more immortals. After all, how else could he acquire greater domain value? This time, he intends to test the waters by slaying an immortal. Curious to see how much domain value he might reap from such an endeavor. These 12 chariots are of celestial artifact caliber, adorned with celestial inscriptions that now radiate an otherworldly brilliance. The dragon and phoenix characters twist and soar, emanating an ethereal aura. A formidable celestial might coalesces, causing the very void to tremble as if it could shatter at any moment. This overwhelming presence is unparalleled across the 9 provinces. It embodies the essence of the celestial, lofty, and transcendent. Lingbao, pass me the holy immortal sword, Chen Chang'an commands. Lingbao promptly hands him the sword. Atop the peak of the flying immortal mountain, Chen Chang'an grasps the holy immortal sword. As the wind howls around him, his white robe billows dramatically. With a mere thought, the power of the invincible domain surges into the holy immortal sword. Clang! A resonant sword cry reverberates through the heavens and the earth. The sword light is vast, illuminating the world with its dazzling brilliance. Among the 12 celestial chariots, the 12 celestial generals sense it, the holy immortal sword of the celestial sovereign. Indeed, it is here. To dare wield the celestial artifact of a celestial sovereign is to court death. 12 celestial rainbows surge forth, their celestial might spilling forth like an inexhaustible tide, permeating the entirety of the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, all the demons and monsters within these mountains tremble in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, rendered utterly motionless. Only Chen Chang'an, Lingbao, and Ling Qingshan, within the invincible domain, remain unaffected by this celestial might. Ling Qingshan is deeply moved. To confront an immortal is indeed terrifying. I feel not a trace of their celestial power. Lingbao blinks her eyes, unfazed by the celestial might. Her gaze upon the 12 immortals becomes less daunting. Lingbao, would you like to witness how I slay an immortal today? Lingbao's eyes sparkle with anticipation. Such a mere mortal dares to contemplate slaying an immortal. How audacious! Scoffs one of the celestial generals, his voice booming like thunder, echoing across the heavens. The 12 celestial generals stand against the firmament, casting cold gazes upon Chen Chang'an within the immortal temple. The celestial might radiating from them surges like a vast ocean, obliterating all living beings in their vicinity. Yet, what surprises the 12 celestial generals is Chen Chang'an, Lingbao, and Ling Qingshan surprisingly remained unaffected beneath the celestial might, much to the astonishment of the 12 celestial generals. Particularly notable was the young man in white, who had obtained the holy celestial sword from the celestial master. He exhibited no signs of fluctuation, appearing to be an ordinary person yet wielding such a formidable weapon. And his audacity was unexpected. Confronted by the 12 celestial generals, Chen Chang'an displayed no fear and calmly stated, there exists a distinction between the celestial and the mortal. Yet it does not imply that mortals are inherently weaker. Here, the notion of slaying celestial beings is not mere bravado. If you doubt, feel free to test it. The arrogance of the lower realms insects is indeed amusing. One celestial general scoffed, disregarding Chen Chang'an's words. In the distance, Qiu observed this scene, exclaiming in disbelief at the man's arrogance. Was he unaware that he faced beings from the upper realm? Qiu, having also witnessed the leader of the Nine-Sword Sect, Ling Qingshan, could not help but mock. What could the Nine-Sword Sect be thinking to stand alongside such a figure? Was this not courting death? With ambitions brewing in his heart, Qiu planned to strike once the ancestor retrieved the holy celestial sword for the celestial master. Beginning with the extermination of the few elders of the Nine-Sword Sect, followed by an assault on the sect itself. Once he occupied the Nine-Sword Sect, the strength of the Ghost Skull Sect would surge. With the support of the ancestor, within a few thousand years, they would undoubtedly surpass the mightiest force in Ghost State. The Fengyun Ancient Sect, compelling all powers within Ghost State to bow in submission. Chapter 53, The Foolish Dog. Left with nothing in the end in the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, the sky was darkened, the sun and moon obscured. The 12 celestial generals descended upon flying Immortal Mountain. The events of the day reverberated throughout the entire 10,000 mountains, capturing the attention of countless demons and monstrous beings. They were all eager to uncover who had summoned celestial beings to descend into the mortal realm. While a select few demon kings speculated that it was related to the celestial treasures of flying Immortal Mountain, the rest of the demons and monsters were utterly bewildered. Holding the holy celestial sword, Chen Chang'an faced the 12 celestial generals with unwavering composure. The atmosphere was thick with silence, so profound that even the sound of breathing seemed audible. "Surrender the holy celestial sword," one of the celestial generals commanded. Chen Chang'an replied coolly. "The sword is in my hand. If you possess the capability, come and take it." "Humph, these presumptuous insects." The 12 celestial generals advanced into flying Immortal Mountain. Chen Chang'an observed them calmly as they stepped into the realm of invincibility. Presently, Chen Chang'an's domain of invincibility had expanded to 83 meters, nearing 100 meters. The terrifying nature of this invincible domain remained undetected by the 12 celestial generals. Soon, they crossed into the realm of invincibility. Ling Qingshan felt a twinge of fear. His gaze filled with reverence, not daring to meet the eyes of the 12 celestial beings. Ling Baoer, too, was apprehensive. The inherent authority of the celestial beings instilled fear within her. However, upon witnessing her master's calm demeanor in the face of the 12 celestial generals, she gritted her teeth and resolved, "I am the disciple of my master. How can I show weakness and bring shame upon him? No, I cannot disgrace my master." Ling Baoer desperately suppressed the fear within her, widening her eyes and scrunching her nose, forcing herself to confront the 12 celestial generals. Chen Chang'an smiled, pleased with his disciple. Naturally, he wished for her to face the celestial beings without trepidation, and he admired her courage in the moment. Despite the fear lingering in her heart, Ling Baoer was brave enough to stand firm. He was confident that in due time, she would no longer fear the celestial beings, a fact that brought him great satisfaction. As the 12 celestial generals entered the realm of invincibility, their expressions abruptly changed, astonished. Celestial aura? How could such a thing exist in this humble lower realm? Before them stood a celestial tree, bearing fruit. One of the celestial generals gasped in awe. This enchanting tree was on the verge of ripening. Celestial essence. Celestial aura. Could it be that this was a celestial land? The 12 generals were stunned, engaged in fervent discussion. They could not sense the terrifying, overwhelming nature of the invincible realm. Instead, they felt an endless flow of celestial energy surging upon their arrival. The purity and richness of this celestial aura surpassed even the finest celestial lands within the Xuanwu celestial domain. How could such a celestial land exist in the lower realm? The shock was profound, momentarily diverting their thoughts from the intent to slay Chen Chang'an and seize the holy celestial sword. Chen Chang'an, along with Ling Qingshan and Ling Baoer, clearly overheard the celestial general's astonished remarks. With a smile, he thought, "Country bumpkins, have you descended from the upper realm without ever witnessing a celestial land? Is such astonishment truly warranted?" Ling Qingshan's eyes widened as the words of the celestial generals echoed in his mind. Celestial land, celestial land. It was indeed a celestial land. Now he understood why everything here felt so different from the outside world. This place was a celestial domain. Goodness! A celestial land existed in the lower realm. This was an unparalleled sacred ground for cultivation. He wondered if practicing here could lead to direct ascension. He could not help but admire his beloved daughter for having such a remarkable master. Ling Baoer blinked, puzzled. Celestial land? What celestial land? She had not heard of it before. She merely murmured, "Isn't this a treasure land? Last time, the Ghost Skull Sect and the Evil Dragon Cave sought to claim it. Who would have thought the celestial beings would also vie for it? Are such treasure lands scarce in the upper realm?" Hearing her words, the celestial generals internally scoffed. Indeed, they were merely country bumpkins from the lower realm, unable to distinguish between celestial lands and treasure lands. A celestial land nurtures celestial essence, serving as the ultimate sanctuary for celestial cultivation. Within the Xuanwu celestial domain, nearly every celestial lord possessed a realm for cultivation. Their esteemed master was no exception. Naturally, as subordinates of their celestial lord, they were also entitled to cultivate within these celestial lands, which explained their knowledge of such matters. Yet their astonishment was not solely due to the existence of a celestial land in the lower realm. More importantly, they had just entered one. Endless celestial energy flowed into their bodies, as if every pore was being baptized by this ethereal essence. This exhilarating sensation caused their innate celestial power to grow with every passing moment. They were compelled to exclaim, "By the heavens! This is true celestial ground." The celestial domain of the esteemed celestial sovereign was nothing but a mere trifle in comparison. It is evident how highly they regarded the celestial land transformed by Chen Chang'an through the eternal path of immortality. This divine territory must be brought back to the Xuanwu celestial domain. A celestial general, with fervent eyes, solemnly declared, "Indeed, it must be returned." All the celestial generals were ablaze with enthusiasm. In the distant sky, Xiao Qiantue wore a puzzled expression. Why had the ancestors and those celestial beings not yet taken action? What could they possibly be discussing? It was too far to hear clearly. If they were to learn that Feixian Mountain was indeed a celestial land, it would surely leave them in shock. The celestial land was already a rare treasure, and to discover the presence of the resplendent celestial tree would be a splendid contribution to the celestial sovereign, who would undoubtedly be greatly pleased. What a pack of sycophants! Why offer the celestial land and the resplendent celestial fruit to the sovereign when keeping it for themselves would be far more delightful? Chen Chang'an remarked disdainfully. "Master, what does sycophant mean?" Ling Baoer inquired, puzzled. "A sycophant, my dear, either ends up with nothing after all their flattery or possesses everything they desire. Yet, in my view, they belong to the former category," Chen Chang'an responded. "Why would they end up with nothing?" He glanced at the 12 celestial generals, murderous intent swirling around him, and smiled faintly as he spoke. "The reason they become devoid of all is that they will all perish here. Not a single one will escape." Chapter 54. A surge of killing intent, a world turned upside down. Sycophants, who end up with nothing in the end. Chen Chang'an's audacious words ignited the fury of the 12 celestial generals. "You, a mere ant from the lower realms, believe you can threaten us? With a single finger. I could crush you. What merit do you possess to challenge us?" Ling Qingshan observed Chen Chang'an standing alone against the 12 celestial generals, filled with admiration and reverence for him. Only a true elder would dare to speak thus. The 12 celestial generals regarded Chen Chang'an with a mix of disdain and derision, despite his lack of any discernible aura of cultivation. However, they did not underestimate him in their hearts, having obtained the holy celestial sword and commanding such a precious land. Along with the presence of the resplendent celestial tree, his boldness must surely be backed by formidable secrets. Though they did not look down upon Chen Chang'an, they were equally confident in their own strength. As celestial generals of the Xuanwu celestial domain, endowed with celestial power, they were incomparable to mere mortal cultivators from the lower realm. Thus, in the minds of these celestial generals, Chen Chang'an was already a dead man. "Should you wish to kill me, to seize this celestial land, the holy celestial sword, or the resplendent celestial tree, feel free to try," Chen Chang'an said calmly. In an instant, from the 12 celestial generals, an explosive surge of celestial energy erupted, radiating an endless brilliance. The 12 generals had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Chen Chang'an. Their intentions were clear, as they charged forth with overwhelming murderous intent. In the distance, Xiao Qiantue and his companions looked on, their expressions filled with excitement. The celestial beings had taken action. They eagerly anticipated the celestials' display of divine prowess to vanquish Chen Chang'an. Observing the 12 celestial generals advancing, Chen Chang'an smiled. Though he appeared dismissive, their coordinated assault indicated that they did not regard him with the disdain they outwardly projected. However, even united, they were not his match. With that thought, he wielded the holy celestial sword in his hand. Although he had not mastered any sword techniques on the Jiuzhou continent, in his past life on Earth, he had taken an interest in certain health-preserving sword arts, one of which he executed now, a sweeping strike that appeared rather mundane. The 12 celestial generals scoffed at his simplicity. This was the personal artifact of their celestial master. Only he could unleash the true power of the holy celestial sword. How could an insignificant being from the lower realms presume to wield such might? They were incredulous. Yet, in the next moment, their condescending smirks froze, replaced by expressions of sheer horror. As Chen Chang'an's sword swept forth, the holy celestial sword erupted in dazzling brilliance, a formidable force coalescing rapidly, enveloping the entire blade in a terrifying sword light. The 12 generals sensed the escalating power, their hearts gripped by unease. In an instant, the sweeping strike surged forth, the overwhelming sword light rising like a tumultuous ocean. The heavens brimmed with murderous intent, stars shifted from their orbits. The earth trembled with deadly energy. Dragons and serpents stirred upon the land. Humanity quaked under the threat, as if the very heavens had turned upside down. Feeling the myriad transformations within the strike, panic surged within the 12 celestial generals. One general's countenance changed drastically. Reacting swiftly, he shouted, "This individual is no mere mortal. Retreat at once." In that moment of confrontation with Chen Chang'an, they realized the gravity of their predicament, and fear took hold, compelling them to evade the oncoming assault of the holy celestial sword. With a flurry of movements, the 12 celestial generals swiftly retreated, transforming into streams of celestial light. Exerting all their strength to escape Chen Chang'an's strike, they retreated to the very edge of the invincible realm, only to find an invisible barrier behind them. Thwarting any further retreat, a heavy dread settled in their hearts. This was dire. Yet, amidst their peril, the only solace for the 12 celestial generals was that they had evaded Chen Chang'an's sword. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, each general's expression turned to one of utter horror, their faces paling significantly. Before their eyes lay a pitch-black rift in space, a remnant of the holy celestial sword's passage. Within that rift surged the devastating power of spatial annihilation. Even as celestial generals, they dared not approach this force lightly. In the Jiuzhou continent, the laws of the land reigned supreme. As celestial beings of the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, they possess their own principles. However, in the realm of the 9 provinces, they are subjected to the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how formidable they may be, it is impossible for them to rend the very fabric of space. To achieve such a feat, one must possess a power that transcends the laws of the 9 provinces. Yet, before them, Chen Chang'an accomplished this with a single stroke of his sword. At that moment, their long-buried memories seemed to awaken, and the expressions of each celestial general transformed into one of sheer terror. Could it truly be, a celestial being of unparalleled might? This 9 provinces realm has indeed witnessed the emergence of a celestial being of such power. A celestial being who has not ascended, yet whose combat prowess rivals that of the Immortals. And though they are immortals, due to their descent into the lower realms, they are bound by the constraints of its laws, rendering them incapable of unleashing their full might. Thus, for the celestial beings of the upper realms, encountering such a being in the lower realms is their greatest dread. Furthermore, this celestial being is nearly the bane of those from the upper realms. Good heavens! How long has it been since they last heard of such a being? They never anticipated their fortune would lead them to encounter one now. In Chapter 55, Threat, a slightly better demise, the 12 celestial generals found themselves in a state of utter disquiet, overwhelmed by an impulse to weep and flee. Yet, within this domain of invincibility, Chen Chang'an would not allow their escape. These celestial generals were of immense value to him. Sheathing his sword, Chen Chang'an curiously gazed at the spatial rift before him. What is this? With that, he reached his hand into the rift. Dark luminescence coiled around his hand, only to vanish swiftly. The 12 celestial generals widened their eyes in sheer astonishment. That dark radiance possessed the power of spatial obliteration, a force feared even by the esteemed celestial lords. Yet here was Chen Chang'an, boldly making contact without a hint of consequence. Soon, the rift began to mend itself. Chen Chang'an turned to the awestruck 12 celestial generals and remarked earnestly, "Indeed, celestial beings are remarkable. My sword did not claim your lives." The small courtyard outside the temple was enveloped in silence, with only Chen Chang'an's voice breaking the stillness. Aside from him, no other utterance could be heard. Ling Qingshan, the 12 celestial generals, and the distant observer Qiu Qianlu all stood like thunderstruck statues, their minds utterly blank. Each of them was engulfed in a profound shock, a sensation that words could scarcely encapsulate. How formidable! Ling Qingshan swallowed hard, murmuring. He speculated that Chen Chang'an was indeed a celestial being capable of confronting immortals. Yet, he had not foreseen the outcome. The 12 celestial generals could not withstand even a single strike from him, opting instead to evade his sweeping sword. How could this be? Qiu Qianlu's face turned pale as he stammered, unable to believe the spectacle unfolding before his eyes. Ling Bao's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, reflecting the image of her esteemed master. Chen Chang'an, clad in flowing white robes, with his black hair dancing in the wind, wielded the sacred immortal sword, embodying the essence of an unrivaled sword immortal, graceful and extraordinary. Truly, with a sword in hand, unchallenged by any, I shall raise my hand to sway the universe. Observing the 12 celestial generals, frozen in astonishment and fear, Chen Chang'an beckoned with a casual gesture. What are you all dawdling for? The battle has only just begun. Press on. One of the generals, suppressing his trepidation, spoke in a low voice. You are the horizontal strike immortal? What is the horizontal strike immortal? Is it formidable? Chen Chang'an inquired. The 12 celestial generals fell silent, sensing the insult in his tone. You are undoubtedly powerful. You must be the horizontal strike immortal, feigning ignorance. Regardless, the might of the horizontal strike immortal was something they felt utterly incapable of resisting, at least within the 9 provinces. They would no longer be foolish enough to engage the horizontal strike immortal in battle. One general declared solemnly, regardless of whether you are the horizontal strike immortal, it no longer matters. Surrender the sacred immortal sword in this realm, and we shall depart immediately. Chen Chang'an chuckled lightly. Ah, true to form. Immortals are indeed like peacocks displaying their plumage, so self-indulgent. Did I ever state you could leave? The expressions of the 12 generals darkened. One stepped forward, gravely stating, "Friend, let us leave a thread of fate for future encounters. If we shall not meet again, why leave any thread? Are you truly intent on making this so final? If you dare to slay us, our esteemed immortal lord will not spare you." Chen Chang'an replied indifferently. "So, you are threatening me? The might of your immortal lord, even if you are the horizontal strike immortal, is no match for me. Friend, the path to immortality is long. You cannot remain in this trivial realm forever. Contemplate this carefully." Chen Chang'an responded coolly, "The path to immortality may be distant, yet I revel in my freedom, unaffected by the allure of immortals. You are correct. I intend to remain here. Should your esteemed immortal lord wish to kill me, let him come." The 12 celestial generals fell into silence, their gazes toward Chen Chang'an now filled with resolve. Since compromise was unattainable, they would fight to the death. Buzzing, the 12 celestial generals, fully aware of the horizontal strike immortal strength, understood that only by giving their all could they grasp a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Chen Chang'an remarked, "Excellent. It seems you have resigned yourselves to death. Charge." The 12 celestial generals transformed into 12 radiant celestial rainbows, blindingly bright, as they surged toward Chen Chang'an. "Freeze." Chen Chang'an uttered a single command. In an instant, the 12 celestial generals, racing toward him, were all rendered immobile, as if turned into 12 statues, utterly motionless. Despair enveloped the 12 generals. The laws. It must be the power of the laws. Ling Qingshan marveled. Such formidable strength from my senior. I never anticipated that a mere word could render these 12 celestial generals powerless. In the distant sky, Xiao Qianlu and others bore expressions of disbelief. Feeling a chill wash over them, one thought echoed in their minds. These immortals are doomed. Chen Chang'an smiled. You are indeed celestial beings. Perhaps I shall grant you a more dignified demise. Chapter 56. The Sacred Martial Celestial Sovereign, Shattered Celestial Mirror. The 12 celestial generals were rendered immobile, their hearts filled with terror and their eyes reflecting despair. They were aware of the formidable power of the celestial beings, but could never have anticipated such overwhelming strength. With merely a single word, they found themselves powerless to move. This extraordinary display of prowess was a first for them, and indeed, it would be their last. Dare you to slay us? The celestial sovereign will not let you escape. They shouted in vain, invoking their sovereign in a futile attempt to intimidate Chen Chang'an. Alas, their threats bore no weight upon him. Whether it be the celestial sovereign or the celestial king, they were welcome to seek him out at Flying Immortal Mountain. Chen Chang'an smirked, a smile that sent shivers down the spines of the 12 celestial generals, instilling profound fear within them. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall now escort you on your journey. With a mere thought, an infinite brilliance erupted throughout the unrivaled domain, dazzling and blinding, rendering it impossible to behold. The onset of death was a torment for the 12 celestial generals, each passing moment an agonizing ordeal. With Chen Chang'an's words, the might of the unrivaled domain descended upon them, suppressing any semblance of resistance. Chen Chang'an exhaled forcefully, and in an instant, the 12 celestial generals ignited in flames. Writhing in excruciating agony, their cries resonating with despair. Such lamentations would chill anyone to the bone, sending tremors through their very souls. In the distance, Xiao Qian and others witnessed this harrowing spectacle, the once mighty celestial beings engulfed in flames, their luminous forms shrieking in torment, yet utterly immobilized. Their bodies became translucent as their internal organs charred in the inferno, soon followed by their flesh and bones. In that fleeting moment, the flames consumed them entirely, leaving no trace behind. The fire that burned these celestial generals was no ordinary flame. It was the fire of the celestial realms, the divine fire. The expressions of sheer terror on the faces of the 12 celestial generals instilled an overwhelming dread in Xiao Qian and his companions, causing their hearts to tremble in fear. It was over. It was all over. Ancestor. Xiao Qian and his companions turned pale, their minds blank, unable to utter a word. Ling Qingshan, too, was rendered speechless, yet his heart brimmed with exhilaration and the joy of survival. The prowess of the elder was unfathomable. The 12 celestial generals were no match for him. Within the flames, the celestial generals had met their end, as the cries ceased and their celestial aura dissipated. The tranquility that followed was palpable, drawing the attention of the myriad beasts and demons within the 10,000 mountains. They were perplexed, uncertain as to why the 12 celestial powers had suddenly vanished. Had the 12 immortals departed without notice? Such were their thoughts. However, had they known the true reason, they would have realized that the 12 celestial beings had not fled, but rather met a tragic end within the invincible realm. What would their reactions have been? In the upper realm, within the Xuanwu celestial domain, a resplendent palace stood in all its glory. The sacred martial celestial sovereign, clad in golden attire, sat cross-legged in meditation, surrounded by an overwhelming tide of celestial energy that flowed into his form. He was enveloped in an aura of the most formidable celestial might known to the world. Suddenly, sensing a disturbance, he awakened from his trance, his eyes snapping open. A piercing and frigid gaze shot forth from his eyes like a divine blade, instantly piercing the void before him. The 12 celestial generals of his true form had all perished in the lower realm. He murmured in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The sacred immortal sword, a treasured artifact of his, had been lost to the lower realm, and his celestial generals had perished there as well. What had transpired in the lower realm? At that moment, the sacred martial celestial sovereign's countenance darkened, his expression grim. A terrifying aura radiated from him, akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, celestial light flared, and the sacred martial celestial sovereign vanished from the palace. Thousands of miles away, he materialized within a celestial abode. Sensing the presence of the celestial sovereign, an immortal promptly emerged from within, clasping his hands in greeting and respectfully inquiring, "What brings the esteemed sovereign to our humble domain?" The Tianyuan Celestial King. "I require the use of your myriad manifestations celestial mirror," the sacred martial celestial sovereign stated. The Tianyuan Celestial King nodded, producing an ancient mirror no larger than a palm. With a flick of his wrist, the small mirror expanded to a size of 100 jam. "What location does the esteemed sovereign wish to observe?" "In the lower realm." "The Jiuzhou continent," the sovereign replied. "Please wait a moment." As the myriad manifestations celestial mirror shimmered, clouds and mist swirled, revealing the Jiuzhou continent. The Tianyuan Celestial King, intrigued, pondered why the sacred martial celestial sovereign would take an interest in such a humble realm. The sacred martial celestial sovereign fixed his cold gaze upon the Jiuzhou continent reflected in the mirror and addressed the Tianyuan Celestial King once more. "Can the myriad manifestations celestial mirror detect the presence of celestial beings?" The Tianyuan Celestial King closed his eyes for a moment before opening them in astonishment. "There are remnants of 12 celestial presences, but they are deceased. It won't be long before their essence dissipates into the cosmos." "Where are these remnants located?" the sovereign inquired. "Please show me." The image within the myriad manifestations celestial mirror shifted, revealing vast mountains and rivers, settling upon the towering peaks of the 10,000 great mountains. The sacred martial celestial sovereign and the Tianyuan Celestial King beheld the figures of Qiu, Qianlu, and others. Soon, they spotted Chen Chang'an, Ling Qingshan, and Ling Baoer within Feixian Mountain. The sacred immortal sword. The sacred martial celestial sovereign's gaze fixated on the sword in Chen Chang'an's grasp, his expression turning icy. Before Chen Chang'an, 12 blazing flames roared to life. The sovereign's pupils constricted sharply. The 12 celestial generals he had dispatched. Suddenly, the revered Saint Martial Celestial and the heavenly source Celestial King beheld the cold gaze of Chen Chang'an reflected in the myriad manifestations mirror, as if he were locking eyes with them. In the next instant, a crisp crack echoed, and the myriad manifestations mirror shattered, causing the image within to vanish. The heavenly source Celestial King's expression changed dramatically. How could the mirror have broken? This was beyond comprehension. Chapter 57. The Celestial becomes a pill. Astonishment engulfs Qiu Qian Tuesday. The myriad manifestations mirror, a 5th-grade celestial artifact, was renowned within the Xuanwu celestial domain for its remarkable functionality. It was unfathomable that, merely for the purpose of aiding the Saint Martial Celestial in assessing the situation in the lower realms, this mirror could shatter. This was an eventuality that the heavenly source Celestial King never anticipated. He could not fathom that someone in the lower realms could conceal celestial mechanisms so effectively that even the myriad manifestations mirror could not withstand such backlash. The heavenly source Celestial King spoke gravely. The Saint Martial Celestial snorted, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. How intriguing. He had not expected such a figure to exist in the lower realms. It seemed highly likely that it was the formidable Celestial who strikes from the shadows. To think that after all these years, the Celestial who strikes from the shadows has reemerged. The heavenly source Celestial King was taken aback. So it was indeed the Celestial who strikes from the shadows. He must perish. The Saint Martial Celestial, with a cold snort and a tide of killing intent, swept away. What shall I do about the shattered myriad manifestations mirror? The heavenly source Celestial King called out hastily as the Saint Martial Celestial departed. Unfortunately, the Saint Martial Celestial had vanished without a trace. Damn that Saint Martial Celestial. How shameless. Just because you are a Celestial, you think you can break things and not compensate? You're a so-called Saint Martial Celestial. Next time, I will have my son assist you again. the heavenly source celestial king, bereft of his previous reverence, erupted in curses. Then, gazing at his shattered myriad manifestations mirror, he felt an acute sense of loss. Oh, my myriad manifestations mirror. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, under a clear sky, atop the flying immortal mountain, Chen Chang'an furrowed his brow, a sense of unease washing over him. He had felt an inexplicable gaze upon him, albeit only for a fleeting moment. It appeared to be a mere illusion. Subsequently, his attention shifted to the 12 blazing flames before him. Ling Qingshan, Ling Bao'er, and the distant Xiao Qiantu, all fixated on those 12 flames. Although they could no longer sense any celestial might, the fate of the 12 celestial generals remained a mystery. Could it be that such esteemed beings from the upper realms had truly perished so easily? As all eyes were fixed upon them, the 12 blazing flames began to dissipate. Once they faded, 12 golden elixirs emerged, radiantly shimmering with golden light, adorned with celestial patterns, resembling divine pills, imbued with an astonishing celestial power. These 12 golden elixirs were the essence of the celestial general strength, meticulously condensed by Chen Chang'an through the invincible domain of all living beings. These elixirs, without a doubt, were the most precious celestial treasures of the Jiuzhou continent, formed from the essence of celestial beings, and could be deemed priceless. Ling Qingshan was left in a state of astonishment, gazing at the 12 elixirs. The extraordinary skill of his predecessor had indeed transformed these celestial beings into divine pills. But what purpose would these elixirs serve? If one were to refine the celestial elixir, would it not lead to an instantaneous breakthrough, ascending to immortality? After all, he has witnessed the profound intricacies of the blood elixir condensed by the formidable Yuan Ing Demon King. These 12 celestial pills are distinctly different from that blood elixir. They embody the essence of immortals. With a graceful gesture, Chen Chang'an summoned the 12 celestial pills into his palm, a smile gracing his face. The transformation of celestial beings into elixirs signifies a radiant culmination, a rightful end. Otherwise, to extinguish their lives so prematurely would indeed be a tremendous waste. In the distant heavens, Xiao Qiantu and his companions gazed in horror at the scene unfolding before them. The celestial beings had perished. Even their revered ancestor had met his demise. They had all been transmuted into the celestial pills held in Chen Chang'an's grasp. The elders of the Ghost Skull Sect stood by in sheer terror and astonishment. They had arrived full of vigor alongside their ancestor, anticipating to witness his celestial might and seize the opportunity to confront the Nine-Sword Sect. Little did they know that their ancestor would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the young man clad in white, resulting in their untimely deaths. Heavens above, the 12 celestial beings were utterly powerless before him. Just how formidable is this young man in white? They must hastily return and release the elders of the Nine-Sword Sect. At this moment, Xiao Qiantu felt no desire to provoke Chen Chang'an. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Chang'an was momentarily distracted, he and the elders of the Ghost Skull Sect hastily retreated, particularly the Nine-Sword Sect. They dared not provoke him further, for the young man in white, who had vanquished 12 immortals, stood as their formidable ally. Any attempt to confront them would be tantamount to courting disaster. Master, the Ghost Skull Sect has fled, Ling Bao'er exclaimed, having observed their retreat. Chen Chang'an cast a glance before averting his gaze. While he too yearned to confront the Ghost Skull Sect, they had retreated far beyond his reach. Now that they had fled, he could do nothing against them. They were likely gripped by fear, so let them escape. There would be ample opportunities to deal with them in the future. Saying this, Chen Chang'an returned the holy immortal sword to Ling Bao'er, who joyfully embraced the weapon. Master, they truly did not seize the holy immortal sword, she remarked. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly. Who would dare to take the sword from your hand? That would be courting death. But those immortals threatened you with the might of the immortal sovereign before their demise. Is the immortal sovereign truly so formidable? Ling Bao'er inquired, sensing the reverence these immortals held for the being they referred to as the immortal sovereign. Surely, the immortal sovereign must be powerful. Yet, Ling Bao'er was filled with unwavering confidence in Chen Chang'an. She believed that no matter how strong the immortal sovereign, he could not possibly rival her beloved master. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly. No matter how mighty the immortal sovereign may be, your master could effortlessly vanquish him with a mere gesture. Ling Qingshan, listening to Chen Chang'an's words, was overwhelmed with astonishment. The immortal sovereign, capable of dispatching 12 immortals to the mortal realm, must possess immense strength in the upper realm. Yet, he was taken aback by the confidence exuded in the elder's words. Just how powerful is this elder? Ling Qingshan could not fathom. All he felt was an ever-growing reverence for Chen Chang'an, akin to an unending river flowing forth. Similarly, the yellow river floods uncontrollably. Chen Chang'an addressed Ling Qingshan. You may leave now. It is likely that the Ghost Skull Sect will release the esteemed elder of the Nine Swords Sect. Ling Qingshan nodded eagerly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. Go. Bayer will be well guided by me. So rest assured, Chen Chang'an replied. Rest assured. Rest assured, 1,000 times assured, under your guidance, Bayer is truly fortunate. Chen Chang'an regarded even the Immortals with indifference. Although Ling Qingshan was the leader of a sect, he understood clearly that without the connection to his daughter, he would scarcely be regarded at all. If you have no other matters, I shall take my leave, Ling Qingshan stated. Chen Chang'an nodded, naturally not detaining Ling Qingshan. This time, Chen Chang'an did not present the immortal elixir as a gift. This was a potion distilled from the essence of immortals, incomparable in value to the blood elixirs of the Yuan-ing demon kings. Though Ling Qingshan was Bayer's father, Chen Chang'an was not generous to such an extent. After Ling Qingshan departed, only Chen Chang'an and Ling Bayer remained in the temple, and the flying immortal mountain returned to its former tranquility. Yet, despite the calm, the celestial might that had once dominated the heavens and the earth lingered in the air. Although the celestial might had dissipated, the entire expanse of the 10,000 great mountains remained oppressive and silent, devoid of any roars from demons or spirits. The celestial might had instilled a profound fear in those creatures, causing them to conceal their presence and retreat into hiding. It was likely that this state would persist in the 10,000 great mountains for some time. Chapter 58. The Conditions. Master of Flying Immortal Mountain, the ancient fox clan of celestial demons. Bai and the old crone continued to hover in the sky, gazing toward the direction of Flying Immortal Mountain. Grandmother, the 12 manifestations of celestial might have vanished, Bai remarked. The old crone's expression grew complex as she sighed. Indeed, it is a pity we cannot witness the majesty of the immortals firsthand. With their might gone, those immortals have likely departed from the 9 provinces. Celestial beings from the upper realms arrive without a trace and depart without a sound. They truly embody terror. Bai murmured, a sigh escaping her lips. She feared that the enigmatic and powerful youth in white, whom her sister in red fancied, might have perished. Yet, for reasons unknown, the image of that white-clad youth from the immortal temple resurfaced in her mind, his features shrouded in mystery and strength. She possessed an inexplicable feeling that the white-robed youth was not so easily vanquished. Bai, go and inform Huangdi and Xiao Wei about the happenings at Flying Immortal Mountain. They will surely remain in the ancient Fox clan and relinquish any thoughts of that individual, the old crone instructed. Bai hesitated for a moment before replying, Grandmother, I would like to visit Flying Immortal Mountain first. The old crone chuckled lightly. Very well, let us go together. Although the immortals have departed, one should still be able to sense their majesty in that sacred place. Bai nodded, choosing not to disclose to the old crone her true intention. It was not merely to experience the might of the immortals. She wished to ascertain whether the white-robed youth had indeed fallen at the hands of the immortals. If she were to voice such thoughts to her grandmother, the old crone would undoubtedly mock her for her fanciful notions. Bai was well aware of this. Yet she prefers to follow the desires of her heart, for only then can she find peace within. Master, could this possibly be an elixir of immortality? In the temple, Ling Baoer gazed curiously at the 12 golden pills before her. These 12 golden pills shimmered with an ethereal glow, exuding an extraordinary and mystical aura. Chen Chang'an chuckled. These are the essence of celestial beings condensed into form. If this is not an elixir, then what could it be? Master speaks with wisdom. Chen Chang'an picked up one of the pills, its size akin to a dragon's eye, resplendent in golden hue, radiating brilliant celestial light, and imbued with immense celestial power. Chen Chang'an was intrigued by the effects this elixir might impart. Baoer, would you care to try one? Ling Baoer licked her lips and asked, Master, if I consume this elixir, will I perhaps become an immortal? Chen Chang'an pondered thoughtfully, considering the possibility. What if Baoer consumed the elixir and unexpectedly ascended to immortality? He certainly did not wish for his beloved disciple to leave his side so abruptly. Then perhaps it would be wise to refrain from consuming it for now. The celestial lords above would likely be eager for your ascension. Should you ascend to immortality, they might strip you of your skin, devour your flesh, and drink your blood. This thought frightened Ling Baoer, causing her face to pale as she tightly clutched Chen Chang'an's arm. Master, I do not wish to eat the elixir or ascend. I want to remain here with you. Ha, dear disciple, you are quite timid. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her alarmed expression. Ling Baoer blushed, asserting, I am not afraid. I merely wish to stay by Master's side. If I were to leave, you would become a solitary figure once more. She recalled their first encounter when Master appeared as a beggar. Thanks to her attentive care, he had transformed into the striking and charismatic figure he was now. More importantly, following Master meant indulging in a life of luxury and delight. She had no desire to ascend alone to the celestial realms. Very well, Bauer, focus on your cultivation. With the holy immortal sword in our possession, and having vanquished those celestial beings from above, the celestial lord will not simply let it go. Your current skills are inadequate. Thus, I have a task for you. Master, what task is that? You must break through to the nascent soul stage within a month. A month? Master, I cannot possibly achieve that. Currently, Ling Bauer was at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, already progressing swiftly. Although she believed she could break through to the nascent soul stage, she had never anticipated accomplishing it in just 1 month. Chen Chang'an smiled confidently. Bauer, you are my disciple. If I say you can do it, you surely can. With Master S' unwavering confidence in her, Ling Bauer felt her resolve strengthen. Yes, Master. I will diligently cultivate and surely break through to the nascent soul stage within a month. For the time being, only by reaching the nascent soul stage could Ling Bauer ensure her own safety in the 9 provinces. Chen Chang'an understood that she was not a sheltered flower and could not remain by his side forever. Given a month, with Bauer's talents and this blessed ground, breaking through to the nascent soul stage would not be an insurmountable challenge. With a wave of his hand, the 12 celestial pills were tucked away. Regarding the 12 elixirs, what purpose do they serve? Do they enhance cultivation or possess other functions? Chen Chang'an was not inclined to allow Bauer to experiment with them. He had already formed a plan in his mind. Surely, it would not be long before Tuoba Yi returned from Jipashan. He chuckled to himself, thinking that Tuoba Yi should be the first to test the elixirs. Chen Chang'an instructed Ling Bauer to practice in the courtyard, leaving him alone in the temple. With a smile gracing his face and anticipation in his gaze, Chen Chang'an reveled in the triumph of having vanquished the 12 celestial generals, a significant harvest indeed. Now, he had the time to assess just how much domain value he had acquired. Through the system's feedback, Chen Chang'an discovered that he had amassed a total of 240,000 domain value. Each celestial general had generously bestowed upon him a remarkable 20,000 points of domain value. Truly, they were celestial beings, formidable in their contributions. Chen Chang'an was astounded by the wealth of domain value he had obtained. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward. Indeed, it had not disappointed him. With 240,000 domain value, he could expand his invincible domain by an impressive 400 meters. System, with my current 240,000 domain value, is it possible to upgrade the system? Chen Chang'an inquired. Upgrading to version 30 of the system required merely 5,000 domain value. Thus, with his current wealth of 240,000 domain value, upgrading to version 40 would surely be a trivial endeavor. In Chen Chang'an's view, the advantages of expanding the domain evidently paled in comparison to the functionalities acquired through upgrading the domain version. Whether it was the life force of all beings in version 20 or the profound truths of the celestial path in version 30. Even the delightful rewards of the salted fish gift pack and eternal celestial way offered considerable benefits to him. Therefore, it was only natural for Chen Chang'an to opt for an immediate system upgrade. The system prompted him to upgrade the Invincible Domain to version 40, a consumption of 50,000 domain value is required, along with a specific condition. What condition? Chen Chang'an asked, perplexed. The system responded, the host must acquire the title, Master of Feishan Mountain. What does Master of Feishan Mountain entail? Chen Chang'an was bewildered. The system clarified, the expansion of the Invincible Domain must encompass the entirety of Feishan Mountain for the host to attain the title of Master of Feishan Mountain. Chen Chang'an was taken aback. What on earth? I must expand to encompass the entire Feishan Mountain? He was aware that Feishan Mountain was vast and majestic. Even if he dedicated all 240,000 domain value to expanding the Invincible Domain, he could only cover a third of the mountain's expanse. This indicated that to envelop the entire Feishan Mountain, he would need at least another 500,000 domain value. Chen Chang'an found himself speechless. This confounded system. Chapter 59. The Celestial Fox Demon Emperor comes to Atonement Grandmother. Up ahead lies the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, not far from Feishan Mountain. 2 beams of demonic light streaked across the sky, belonging to Bai Yu and the ancient celestial fox matriarch. The matriarch's gaze was filled with anticipation. She would soon feel the majesty of the celestial beings. If Feishan Mountain bore traces of the celestial path, it would greatly benefit her comprehension of ascension. Bai Yu nodded in agreement. Yet, within Bai Yu's heart lingered a curiosity. What fate had befallen Chen Chang'an? The journey to Feishan was destined to unravel the mysteries that dwelled within her heart. Before long, the old woman and Bai Yu arrived at Feishan. Upon their arrival, they encountered several figures at the foot of the mountain. The old woman was puzzled. The immortal had only departed half a day prior. Yet it seemed that cultivators had already arrived here. Were they also drawn by the desire to experience the immortal's majesty? Among these cultivators were Qiu Qiantu and 3 esteemed elders from the Ghost Skull Sect, who had previously fled but returned. At this moment, their faces were etched with anxiety and fear as they made their way toward the temple of the immortal atop Confrontation. Suddenly, they sensed 2 formidable auras. Upon seeing the old woman and Bai Yu, the 3 elders from the Ghost Skull Sect were particularly taken aback by the old woman's presence. It was the celestial fox demon empress. They recognized her. She was the powerful transformation deity of the 10,000 mountains, the demon empress of the ancient celestial fox. 2,000 years ago, when the major forces of Guizhou conspired to seize the 10,000 mountains, it was this celestial fox demon empress who single-handedly thwarted their invasion. Under her protection, few human forces dared to tread the 10,000 mountains over the past 2 millennia, rendering it a sanctuary for demons and spirits. The celestial fox demon empress was undeniably renowned throughout Guizhou. The arrival of the immortal at the 10,000 mountains had indeed stirred the celestial fox demon empress. With a cold smile, the old woman spoke. The 10,000 mountains are the domain of my demon kin. You truly possess great audacity to trespass upon our territory. Are you weary of life? The overwhelming pressure of her transformation deity aura caused the faces of Qiu Qiantu and his companions to pale. Qiu Qiantu hastily clasped his hands in respect and said, Empress, we harbor no intention of offending your noble territory. We have merely come to Confrontation to seek forgiveness from another esteemed elder. After making amends, we shall depart the 10,000 mountains at once. The other 3 elders nodded in agreement. Empress, we deeply apologize for any offense caused, and we hope for your understanding. Of course, the old woman was merely speaking out of turn and had no intention of taking their lives, especially since they were 3 formidable nascent soul cultivators. Likely backed by a significant force, she was not keen on attracting unnecessary trouble. Although she was a transformation deity, she was not the only one of her kind in Guizhou. However, their words piqued her curiosity. The esteemed elder you mentioned. Could it be the immortal who previously graced the 10,000 mountains? In her eyes, only those immortals could truly be regarded as esteemed elders. They had come to seek forgiveness. Could it be that those immortals still lingered on Confrontation? The thought sent a jolt of surprise through the old woman's heart. As for Qiu Qiantu and the 3 elders, they shook their heads. Qiu Qiantu respectfully stated, Empress, the immortals you speak of have all perished. We did not come to seek forgiveness from them. What did you say? The old woman exclaimed in astonishment. Even Bai Yu, standing beside her, was equally taken aback. The immortals were dead. How could this be possible? The old woman refused to believe it. Qiu Qiantu sighed. Empress, we do not deceive you. Indeed. The 12 immortals have perished. One of them was the ancestor of my Ghost Skull Sect, yet he too has met his end. No one could have anticipated that the 10,000 great mountains concealed the existence of a venerable immortal. Bai Yu, taken aback, felt a stirring in her heart and couldn't help but inquire. Could it be that the elder you speak of is the one from the temple on Confrontation Mountain? Qiu Qian too nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is that esteemed elder. In this act of contrition, we can only hope that the elder will show mercy and overlook the transgressions of the Ghost Skull Sect. The old woman furrowed her brow and asked in a grave tone, The immortal did not depart, but has perished instead. What on earth transpired on Confrontation Mountain? Speak quickly. This old woman was a formidable being of the transformation god stage, and they dared not delay. They promptly recounted all the events that had occurred on Confrontation Mountain. Upon learning the truth, the old woman turned pale. As for Bai Yu, she was astonished that the elder's power was so fearsome that even immortals were no match for him. With a single sweep of his sword, he dismissed an immortal, and with a mere utterance, he halted another. With his own strength, he had slain 12 immortals. This was the young master that Huangdi had spoken of. The old woman's complexion drained of color, her heart trembling. Heavens! When did such a terrifying figure emerge from the 10,000 great mountains? More importantly, he has slain immortals. What does my transformation god cultivation amount to? It is over. I dared to imprison Huangdi and her companion. This is tantamount to courting death. After Qiu Qiantu and the others recounted the events, they noticed the change in the old woman's expression. They could not help but wonder if the Tianshu Fox Empress had also provoked that esteemed elder. The old woman took a deep breath, suppressing her inner panic and despair. Bai Yu, what are your thoughts? Bai Yu sighed, clearly perceiving the old woman's trepidation. Grandmother, the elder has granted us 3 days. If we can return Sister Huangdi and her companion safely to Confrontation Mountain within this time, I believe the elder will not hold us accountable. The old woman felt regret. Since they had come today, they might as well proceed to Confrontation Mountain to seek the elder's forgiveness. There is no other choice. Is there, grandmother? Bai Yu nodded in agreement with the old woman's words. Qiu Qiantu and the others fell silent. Now that they had arrived at Confrontation Mountain to seek forgiveness, there was no further conversation to avoid mutual awkwardness. They ascended towards the Immortals' temple, each burdened with heavy hearts. The elder's unfathomable prowess left them uncertain about what thoughts dwelled in his mind. Although they had come to make amends, would the elder truly show them mercy? With their heavy hearts, they reached the Immortals' temple and entered the realm of invincibility. The overwhelming celestial aura of this domain surged forth. The extraordinary and mysterious nature of this place was astonishing. This expanse contained such pure spiritual energy. The old woman marveled within her heart. Though it was Bayu's second visit to this celestial land, she too was deeply moved. As the celestial energy entered their bodies, their demonic cultivation methods activated on their own, filling their forms with an invigorating freshness. Even the old woman and Bayu felt this way. What of Qiu Qian too and the others? They were equally astonished. Could this be the celestial land spoken of by the immortal? At the time, they had not understood what the immortal meant by celestial land. It turned out to be this treasure. Qiu Qian too had visited before, but it had only been a treasure then. Now transformed into a realm of immortality, it stands in stark contrast to the treasured land of yore, evoking awe and wonder. Simultaneously, as the old crone, Bayu, and Qiu Qian too entered the Invincible Domain, Chen Chang'an sensed their presence immediately. His eyes widened in astonishment. The disciples of the Ghost Skull Sect had returned, accompanied by the aura of Bayu and another, even more potent energy. With a mere thought, Chen Chang'an vanished from outside the Immortal Temple, only to reappear before Qiu Qian too, the old crone, and Bayu. His sudden appearance caught the old crone completely off guard, leaving her astonished and terrified. Could it be the laws of space at play? In contrast, upon seeing Chen Chang'an, Qiu Qian too and the three esteemed elders turned pale with fear, bowing deeply in reverence as they hastily knelt before him. Senior, the Ghost Skull Sect has come to apologize and seek forgiveness. We implore you to spare our lives. Chapter 60. A clear resolution of grievances. Spare our lives? Chen Chang'an's expression remained impassive as he regarded the kneeling figures before him, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Only Qiu Qian too and his companions were tormented within. Their heads bowed, lacking even the courage to meet Chen Chang'an's gaze. They trembled anxiously, awaiting his judgment. Meanwhile, the celestial fox demon empress stood pale and shaken. Despite being a formidable being of transformation, she felt utterly incapable of resisting the presence of Chen Chang'an, who had slain 12 immortals. Upon their first encounter, Chen Chang'an exuded an aura reminiscent of the vast cosmos, boundless and infinite, akin to the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Bayu, filled with curiosity, gazed at Chen Chang'an, yet still could not discern his visage. Bayu, who is she? Chen Chang'an inquired, casting a glance at the old crone. Bayu averted her gaze, replying respectfully, Senior. She is the empress of the ancient Fox clan, and my grandmother, who has come to the flying immortal mountain to apologize and seek your forgiveness. The empress? Chen Chang'an mused, narrowing his eyes. To be deemed an empress, one must possess the power of transformation. Once perceived as an exalted figure, it was surprising to find her here, seeking atonement. The celestial fox demon empress felt an overwhelming fear, her complexion wan, as she forced a smile, bowing respectfully. Ning-Su of the ancient Fox clan has come to pay her respects to you, Senior. And where are Huangdi and the little tail? Chen Chang'an inquired with an indifferent tone, yet his words were laced with an undeniable murderous intent, causing Ning-Su's heart to tremble. Senior, please spare me. I acted recklessly, daring to imprison your companions. I shall release Huangdi and the little tail immediately upon my return. I implore you to quell your wrath. Even the celestial fox demon empress was rendered this way, and the fear within Qiu Qian too and his companions deepened, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they knelt. Bayu sighed inwardly, reflecting that had she known the outcome, she would have acted differently from the outset. The little tail possessed exceptional aptitude, capable of nurturing her elders, and thus could not be regarded lightly. The senior is indeed formidable, yet they had not anticipated his overwhelming strength. Even the immortals fell before him, perishing at his hands. Bayu stood beside the celestial fox demon empress, equally engaged in the act of apology and contrition. However, within Bayu's heart, there resided no sense of unease. Instead, she felt an extraordinary tranquility, akin to a serene acceptance of death. Even the prospect of dying seemed to evoke no fear within her. Chen Chang'an, intrigued by this demeanor, inquired, Bayu, how do you think I should deal with you? Esteemed senior, Bayu replied, during my journey to Facian Mountain, I encountered a mortal who spoke of the cycle of cause and effect, suggesting that one must complete the circle to attain resolution. Chen Chang'an chuckled, surprised that a demon king would recall the mortal incarnation he had crafted from the ephemeral reflections of reality. And then, he prompted, my sister in red, accompanied by her little tail, sought the cultivation techniques of our kind from the ancient Fox clan. This was initially a bond of goodwill between you and the clan, yet, due to the clan's arrogance and their desire to retain the gifted little tail, it has led to this entanglement of fate between you and us. Even should we perish at your hands, we harbor no resentment. All this is the fault of the ancient Fox clan. Listening to Bayu's words, the Heavenly Fox Demon Empress felt a deep sense of shame and remorse. Had it not been for her insistence on keeping the little tail, they would not have provoked the esteemed senior, thus bringing calamity upon the clan. Esteemed senior, all of this is my fault. I am willing to pay for my transgressions with my life. I only ask that you spare the ancient Fox clan. The Heavenly Fox Demon Empress knelt, her heart seemingly resigned to death. Bayu similarly bowed in supplication, expressing her willingness to accompany her grandmother in atonement, pleading for the esteemed senior to grant their clan a chance at survival. Bayu, this matter does not concern you, the Heavenly Fox Demon Empress exclaimed, her expression shifting in alarm. Grandmother, Bayu's resolve is unwavering. Very well, if you are so intent on death, I shall grant your wish. Chen Chang'an's countenance remained impassive as he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of supreme power that enveloped all present, instilling a sense akin to standing at the gates of hell. This overwhelming strength was insurmountable. Even the mightiest Heavenly Fox Demon Empress felt herself reduced to insignificance. Akin to an ant, acutely aware that if the esteemed senior wished to end her life, perhaps a mere fingertip would suffice. Such was the magnitude of the esteemed senior's power, formidable and terrifying, capable of vanquishing immortals. The Heavenly Fox Demon Empress could only lament, closing her eyes in acceptance, hoping that should her demise come, the esteemed senior would not seek retribution against the ancient Fox clan. Yet, death did not descend upon her. The torrent of supreme power dissipated in an instant. Esteemed senior, both Bayu and the Heavenly Fox Demon Empress wondered why Chen Chang'an had suddenly halted. Since you genuinely seek death, it shows that remorse has taken root in your hearts. I shall spare your lives. While both of you have earnestly desired to die, escaping this calamity inevitably leaves Bayu and the Heavenly Fox Demon Empress feeling a sense of relief. They expressed their gratitude for being spared. Chen Chang'an snorted coldly. Demon Empress, this time, I have spared you for Bayu's sake. Should you dare provoke me again, I shall ensure your demise and extinguish the ancient Fox clan. The Heavenly Fox Demon Empress, now acutely aware of Chen Chang'an's formidable prowess, nodded repeatedly, fully understanding the consequences of further antagonism. However, upon hearing this, Bayu was left momentarily stunned. She had only met her senior once, and they were not particularly familiar. Why did the senior say that it was for her sake? After all, the girl in red was a subordinate of the senior, and it seemed the senior was acting out of consideration for her. Bayu pondered this. Of course, Chen Chang'an's decision to spare their lives was not solely due to the girl in red. It was primarily because Bayu had once saved a fragment of his being in the 10,000 Great Mountains, although the fragment was ultimately lost to the earth python. This act of saving, however insignificant, was a debt of gratitude Bayu owed him. Chen Chang'an was always clear about debts and grievances. Since Bayu had saved his life, he would let them go today, allowing the girl in red and her companion to return, thus clearing their debts and leaving no obligations between them. Should they dare to provoke him again, Chen Chang'an would show no mercy. After dealing with the matters concerning the ancient fox of the celestial demons, Chen Chang'an shifted his gaze once more to Qiu Qian-tu and the others. They were filled with trepidation, yet felt a flicker of hope. The senior had spared the celestial fox clan. Surely, they would be granted mercy as well? Please, spare us. Senior. Chen Chang'an smirked, remaining silent. With a mere wave of his hand, Qiu Qian-tu and the others had not even uttered a cry before transforming into 4 blood pills. The celestial fox demon emperor was taken aback at the sight of the 4 blood pills. Thinking, to convert 3 nascent souls into blood pills with a mere gesture, what a terrifying ability. Could this be the power of the laws? Having effortlessly acquired 4 blood pills and over 1,000 domain points, Chen Chang'an felt elated. After a moment's contemplation, he flicked his fingers, sending 2 blood pills flying. The celestial fox demon emperor hastily caught them. Feeling the essence within the pills, she realized that, although they were merely condensed from nascent soul essence, their power was immense. Shocked, she thought, these blood pills are no ordinary items. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 61, Misfortune Lies in Fortune. Fortune lies in misfortune, Chen Chang'an replied indifferently. Even if you are at the transformation stage, consuming this blood pill will still benefit your cultivation. If given to a nascent soul demon king, breaking through to the next minor realm would be no challenge at all. Since I have instructed the girl in red to seek the cultivation methods of your celestial fox clan, consider these 2 blood pills a token of gratitude. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, the celestial fox demon emperor was moved. She hastily responded, Senior, this pill is far too precious. Please take it back. It is an honor for the Celestial Fox clan to impart our cultivation methods to her. The Celestial Fox clan is willing to serve you, senior. Chen Chang'an glanced at them without saying a word and turned to leave. The mist of immortality swirled, endlessly renewing. When the mist dissipated, the Celestial Fox Demon Emperor and Baiyu suddenly found themselves 1,000 meters away from the Immortal Temple. Both were astonished. The senior's abilities are truly extraordinary. Even the Celestial Fox Demon Emperor, a powerful figure, had not sensed the transition from the Immortal Temple to their current location. With a complex expression, the Celestial Fox Demon Emperor gazed at the 2 blood pills in her hand. She could only sigh in admiration. To consume this pill could indeed assist a nascent soul in breaking through. No wonder the girl in red's cultivation has significantly improved upon her return. She must have encountered a great fortune. Baiyu nodded, pondering the unfathomable prowess of her senior. Could it be that he was the legendary Huangdi Immortal? The Celestial Fox Demon Emperor was filled with profound sentiments. If the senior were not the Huangdi Immortal, how could he have possibly slain an immortal? It was truly astonishing that the Huangdi Immortal had concealed himself within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. This was not merely a stroke of fortune for Huangdi, but a blessing bestowed by the mountains themselves. As dusk descended and the sun sank beneath the western hills, Tuoba Ye's countenance bore a look of concern as he hastened toward the direction of Fei Xian Mountain. From a distance, he beheld the mountain and murmured, "Young master. Miss Bauer, with the immortal descending to the mortal realm, are you still alive?" When the immortal graced the 10,000 Great Mountains, Tuoba Ye was engaged in capturing the Dragonfire Turkey King amidst the Chicken Chop Mountain. At that moment, he sensed the overwhelming pressure of the immortal, a tremor of dread that immobilized him. Tuoba Ye understood that the immortal's arrival was undoubtedly in pursuit of the sacred immortal sword held by Miss Bauer. Yet, all he could feel was fear, leaving him powerless to act. The immortal was beyond his reach, and all he could do was pray that the young master and Miss Bauer had already fled before the immortal's arrival. The very aura emanating from the immortal throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains was terrifying. Tuoba Ye struggled to fathom the extent of the immortal's might, and he was acutely aware that the chances of survival for the young master and Miss Bauer were exceedingly slim. With a heavy heart, Tuoba Ye finally returned to the Immortal Temple. Soon, he encountered the ethereal Bauer practicing in the courtyard, as well as Chen Chang'an seated at a stone table beneath the Bodhi tree, engrossed in a game of chess on a densely arranged black and white board. Chen Chang'an sat upright, his black piece falling into place. Across from him, a Bodhi branch lifted a white piece, hesitating briefly before it too was placed down. With a slight smile, Chen Chang'an maneuvered another black piece. In a moment, 5 black pieces aligned in one corner of the board. "You have lost, Bodhi," he declared. The towering, flowering Bodhi tree responded with a human voice, reverently stating, "Young master, your wisdom is divine. Has Bodhi lost yet again?" Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. "The Buddha says, Bodhi awakens, wisdom unmatched. It is the tree of great wisdom and virtue. Now, I shall transform you into a demon. It seems you are not as clever as I had imagined, having lost 5 consecutive matches." The Bodhi tree dared not compare itself to the young master. Unsure of what strategy he had employed in this latest game of 5 in a row, Chen Chang'an replied with a gentle smile, "This is called striking the void. Listen well, Bodhi. Military strategy teaches us to avoid the solid and strike the void. The essence of 5 in a row lies in this principle. However, this approach values offense. If one can strike at the opponent's weaknesses with precision, the attack will be as swift as lightning, overwhelming the adversary and guaranteeing victory. In such an offensive, there is no way to evade, and thus defeat is inevitable." As Chen Chang'an spoke, the branches and leaves of the Bodhi tree swayed, imbued with an aura of immortality. The entire tree suffused with celestial essence. This was the 30 version true essence of the immortal path. Every action and word of Chen Chang'an contained the true meaning of the immortal way, while the Bodhi tree, a symbol of great wisdom and virtue, was further enlightened by him into a demon. Under the enduring influence of Chen Chang'an's teachings of the true essence of the immortal path, it was even conceivable that the demon tree might evolve into a celestial tree. Such a transformation was certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. The art of war teaches us to avoid the tangible and strike at the intangible. Bodhi murmured, lost in the profound understanding of the true essence of the celestial path. The blossoms of the Bodhi tree shimmered with ethereal radiance. Chen Chang'an was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that a mere casual remark would plunge the Bodhi tree into a state of enlightenment. Particularly, upon sensing the celestial aura within the Bodhi tree, Chen Chang'an felt a surge of curiosity. Could it be that this Bodhi tree was on the verge of transforming into a divine tree? At that moment, Tuoba Ye returned to the celestial temple, brimming with excitement and joy. "Young master." Upon seeing him, Chen Chang'an smiled and inquired, Tuoba Yi, you have returned. What of the Dragonfire Chicken King? Tuoba Yi, filled with remorse, knelt on one knee. I thought you were in peril, young master, and lost my focus on capturing the Dragonfire Chicken King. Now that I see you are unharmed, my heart is at ease. Please forgive my transgression. Chen Chang'an waved his hand. Rise, this matter is not your fault. He suspected that deep within Tuoba Yi's heart, he believed he could not contend with the celestial being and had likely perished at the hands of the immortal. You have returned just in time. I have something for you to taste, Chen Chang'an said. With that, a radiant celestial pill appeared in his hand. Gazing at the dazzling pill, Tuoba Yi was astonished. The pill, adorned with brilliant patterns and surrounded by an aura of immortality, was undeniably extraordinary. Young master, what is this? Tuoba Yi inquired, overwhelmed by an instinctual understanding. This is a celestial pill, forged from the essence of an immortal, though its effects remain unknown to me. Do you wish to try this pill? Chen Chang'an asked. Tuoba Yi's eyes widened. This is indeed a celestial pill forged from the essence of an immortal? It was precisely as he had surmised. Young master, how formidable you are to have slain an immortal and transformed their essence into this pill. Tuoba Yi was so astounded that words failed him. Chen Chang'an smiled. Tuoba Yi, fortune often lies within misfortune, and misfortune within fortune. I do not compel you to partake of this celestial pill. Reflect carefully before you respond. Regaining his composure from the shock, Tuoba Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He nodded fervently and respectfully declared, Young master, I have pondered this thoroughly. I am willing to try the celestial pill. It is a gift of destiny from you. I must seize this opportunity. Of course, even if consuming the pill resulted in his demise, he would have no regrets. Chen Chang'an was pleased. Very well. He then tossed the celestial pill to Tuoba Yi. As Tuoba Yi held the pill in his trembling hands, his excitement was palpable, to the point that even his voice quivered. Young master, when shall I consume this celestial pill? Right now? Let me observe the changes that occur within you after taking it. As you command. Tuoba Yi nodded. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the celestial pill in one gulp. Chapter 62. The Phoenix's rebirth. Amidst flames the winds and clouds converged, and the heavens changed hue. In a celestial realm, a sanctuary of divine beauty, Tuoba Yi sat cross-legged, his entire being infused with shimmering celestial light. Nearby, Chen Chang'an and Ling Bao'er watched intently. Ling Bao'er spoke, her voice laced with concern. Master, does taking this elixir pose any danger to Niu Ji's life? Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. It ultimately depends on his own destiny. The elixir is not a blood pill. Chen Chang'an was uncertain about its effects after consumption. However, after Tuoba Yi ingested the elixir, Chen Chang'an could sense the transformation of his physical form. The elixir merged with his body, unleashing boundless celestial energy, causing countless celestial patterns to emerge upon his flesh. Moreover, his body acted as an insatiable abyss, devouring the celestial essence from the realm. Infinite celestial energy was consumed by him, moment by moment. Tuoba Yi's aura was growing stronger. The winds and clouds darkened, and thunderbolts descended from the heavens. Each bolt of lightning was the most terrifying force in existence, capable of annihilating the world and obliterating all. The destruction near Facian Mountain resembled a hellscape. Only within the Invincible Domain atop Facian Mountain was there no impact. To think that taking the elixir would invoke such a fearsome thunder tribulation, had it not been for the Invincible Domain shielding everything. Tuoba Yi would have already perished in the tempest of lightning, his soul scattered to the winds. Chen Chang'an felt a surge of astonishment. This elixir was indeed extraordinary. Ling Bao'er was also taken aback by the terrifying scene of the thunder tribulation. The fierce winds raged, disheveling her hair. Roar! Tuoba Yi bellowed to the heavens, his entire being radiating infinite celestial power. His blood surged like a mountain torrent crashing against rocks, producing a resounding roar. The celestial patterns ignited, fully merging with his body, emanating an indescribable celestial might from Tuoba Yi. Could it be that Tuoba Yi was on the verge of ascension? Chen Chang'an was astonished. Dugu was about to become an immortal? Ling Bao'er gazed at Tuoba Yi with sparkling eyes. Crack! Suddenly, a clear sound emanated from Tuoba Yi's body, reminiscent of a flawless porcelain piece being struck, resulting in a crack. Chen Chang'an felt an ominous premonition. Crack, crack, crack. The sound continued to resonate from Tuoba Yi. His physical form was fracturing, unable to withstand the celestial power granted by the elixir. The celestial patterns contained the laws of the celestial path, which Tuoba Yi's body simply could not endure. Tuoba Yi let out a heart-wrenching scream as his vitality waned. He could not bear the power of the elixir, and the celestial flames consumed him, scattering his soul. Master! Dugu! Ling Bao'er's complexion turned pale. Chen Chang'an remained silent. his figure flashing as he instantly appeared before Tuoba Yi. I have disappointed you, young master. At that moment, Tuoba Yi was bleeding from all 7 orifices, weak and on the brink of death. In his final moments, he felt remorse for having wasted a precious elixir bestowed by the young master. All of this was in vain. No, you have done well, Chen Chang'an murmured. Celestial and mortal realms are distinct. To think one could defy fate and attain immortality with merely an elixir was perhaps a fanciful notion on my part. Tuoba Yi, in his weakened state, spoke. Young master, your benevolence is unmatched. I am willing to die. Chen Chang'an smiled. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. It is too early to speak of death. How could one simply give up like this? The celestial flames engulfed him, consuming his flesh and blood, marrow, essence, spirit, and even his very soul. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, his previously despondent heart ignited with fighting spirit. The young master was indeed correct, as long as he yet lived. How could he abandon hope and allow the young master to underestimate him? The flames raged around him, and Tuoba Yi's eyes gleamed with a demonic light, his pair of sharp, jet-black horns piercing the heavens. In that moment, Tuoba Yi reclaimed his monstrous form, a colossal bull, its glossy black hide ablaze with celestial fire, its 100-foot frame resembling a burning demonic mountain. He was unwilling to perish in such a manner, nor could he accept that a mere elixir could claim his life. At this moment, he embodied the unwavering resilience of a bull, his fortitude unyielding, and he continued to fight with all his might. Witnessing this scene, Chen Chang'an was reminded of a saying. Even the phoenix undergoes a rebirth through fire. Why should he be any different? A glimmer of determination sparked in Chen Chang'an's eyes, and a thought arose within him. Tuoba Yi, he bellowed, his voice akin to a thunderclap, jolting Tuoba Yi's spirit and compelling him to gaze upward at Chen Chang'an. The anxious Ling Baoer quickly covered her ears, nearly overwhelmed by the force of his shout. Today, I shall impart to you the nirvana of the nameless. Whether you survive depends upon your own fortune. The nirvana of the nameless was a Buddhist scripture Chen Chang'an had stumbled upon in his previous life, speaking of the phoenix's rebirth through fire, for reasons unknown. As he recalled this scripture in that moment, it vividly resurfaced in his mind. Moreover, Chen Chang'an possessed the unparalleled ability of the 30 versions of the immortal path's true elucidation. If every word and action could influence the Bodhi tree, then perhaps by articulating the nirvana of the nameless through the immortal path's true elucidation, he could affect Tuoba Yi. Chen Chang'an was uncertain, but he was willing to give it a try. Chapter 63. Tuoba Yi, you share a connection with the Buddha. Tuoba Yi stood in solemn respect. Ling Baoer and the Bodhi tree perked up their ears, eager to discern the profound mysteries within the nirvana of the nameless that could aid Tuoba Yi in his resurrection and alter the current predicament. Chen Chang'an's expression grew serious, his voice resonating like a mighty bell as he began to recite. The ultimate being is void and formless, yet all things are but my creations through time. From the beginning to the end, there is no distinction. The grand equilibrium is what we call nirvana. The scripture states, nirvana is attained without departing from the myriad laws. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Tuoba Yi and Ling Baoer were taken aback. The Bodhi tree trembled violently, as if sensing the profundity and boundless nature of Chen Chang'an's teachings. Soon, an extraordinary transformation unfolded in the world around them. Centered around Chen Chang'an, a fearsome aura of the great Tao radiated forth. Waves of violet light surged from the east, spreading across 30,000 miles. In the heavens above, the stars twinkled, each celestial body erupting with immeasurable brilliance that enveloped Chen Chang'an. In that moment, he resembled a fallen celestial being, descending into the mortal realm. At this instant, it was not only the realm of ghosts that felt the shift. Even the entire Jiuzhou continent bore witness to this extraordinary phenomenon, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the transformation of heaven and earth. The celestial manifestation. What individual could have summoned such a divine spectacle? Could it be that someone is destined to ascend to immortality today? Across Jiuzhou, voices rang out in disbelief, their shock palpable and uncontainable. Only the mightiest beings of Jiuzhou, the half-immortals, could evoke such celestial signs when they embarked on their ascension. It had been many years since a half-immortal had ascended. Yet today, one shall break through the supreme realm, shattering the void to transcend into immortality. The entire Jiuzhou continent erupted in fervor. Countless formidable beings, myriad demons and spirits, expressed their astonishment, including those of the transformation realm and even half-immortals. In this moment, they gazed toward the direction of Guizhou. It was Guizhou that had summoned this grand manifestation. Could it be that ancient figure from the Fengyan ancient sect? Indeed, it was rumored that this individual had obtained a chance for immortality a millennium ago. Once they shed their mortal coil, ascension would be within reach. In the upper realm, Within the Xiumi Immortal Domain, the resplendent light of Buddhism soared to the heavens, where a colossal Buddha statue rose majestically. Surrounding it were 99,999 celestial monks seated in solemnity, bodhisattvas, arhats, revered Buddhas, and immortal monks, gathered in unison. The Supreme Being is formless. Yet all things are but a creation of my own, akin to the phoenix's rebirth from the flames. Amidst the ancient and ethereal chanting, the voice of Chen Chang'an resonated through the heavens, reaching this sacred ground. The bodhisattvas, arhats, revered Buddhas, and immortal monks were stirred, visibly moved by the profound truths of Dharma. The truth of the Buddha's teachings shall surely bring forth a Buddha into existence within the myriad celestial realms. The emergence of a Buddha is essential for the governance of the Xiumi Immortal Domain. At any cost, we must seek out this Buddha. At Feishan Mountain, Chen Chang'an remained unaware of the tremendous commotion ignited by his first articulation of the Buddhist scriptures from earth in this realm. Beneath his feet, golden lotuses bloomed, a cascade of celestial light enveloping him, accentuating his extraordinary presence. The boundless principles unveil the limitless Bodhi, for the path to nirvana is concealed within subtle connections. Hence the phoenix's rebirth through fire. With parched lips, Chen Chang'an finally uttered the last line of the nirvana of the nameless. As the celestial manifestation dissipated, Lingbao air, the Bodhi tree, and the fire that consumed Tuoba Yi remained immersed in the profundities of the nirvana of the nameless. The profound truths of Dharma, intricate and unfathomable, require time to comprehend, for it is also known as the law of connections. As the saying goes, you are bound by fate to the Buddha. It now depends on whether Tuoba Yi shares such a connection with this nirvana of the nameless. This was the only means by which Chen Chang'an could assist Tuoba Yi. Under the consuming celestial flames, whether he could survive depended solely on himself. Tuoba Yi, like the phoenix, must rise anew from the flames. Though you are neither a phoenix nor possess the bloodline of immortals, I believe you can succeed. My lord, your subordinate shall not let you down. The fervent celestial flames burn eternally. In the fierce blaze, Tuoba Yi's body was engulfed in flames, consuming his internal organs, meridians, bones, and every strand of hair, including his very soul. At this moment, the words of Chen Chang'an regarding the nirvana of the nameless echoed in his mind. His heart found tranquility amidst the flames. The torment of celestial fire ceased to exist, granting him a profound sense of liberation and freedom. Subsequently, his fur and hair turned to ash in the divine fire. His flesh, followed by his internal organs and bones, all disintegrated into nothingness. Throughout this ordeal, Tuoba Yi remained composed and serene. Ling Baoer witnessed this scene. Wondering if Master was on the brink of death, Chen Chang'an offered no reply, merely observing. Ultimately, aside from the pair of pitch-black horns, everything that was Tuoba Yi had turned to ash. Even his breath had vanished. As the celestial fire dissipated, tranquility reigned. Ling Baoer's face paled as she gazed at the horns, and Chen Chang'an watched as well. The horns lay quietly on the ground, devoid of any energy fluctuations or remnants of Tuoba Yi's essence. Tuoba Yi, it seems you are fated to be apart from the Buddha, Chen Chang'an mused inwardly. Letting out a sigh, this was his first subordinate, tragically perishing on the path to immortality. Suddenly, a glimmer of light sparked in Chen Chang'an's eyes. He sensed a faint pulse of life emanating from the horns. Could it be that Tuoba Yi had not perished? As he concentrated, he discerned that the life force was exceedingly weak, teetering on the brink of existence and oblivion. If you yet live, then I shall lend you my strength. Chen Chang'an's eyes shone brightly as he invoked the essence of all living things. A surge of vitality flowed into the horns, causing them to burst forth with divine radiance. Merging into one, the brilliant light was blinding, compelling one to avert their gaze. Ling Baoer squinted in pain, tears streaming down her face, hastily closing her eyes, only to reopen them with effort, drawn to the radiant display. Within that celestial brilliance, the horns gradually transformed into a towering figure. Master, is that you, Brother Niu? Chen Chang'an smiled subtly, his certainty unshakable. It appeared he had misjudged. Tuoba Yi, you are indeed destined for the Buddha. Chapter 64, Golden Core Immortal. 9 white bone claw emerging from the resplendent celestial light. Tuoba Yi stood, transformed. His physique was now resplendent, devoid of any trace of demonic aura. With a pair of mighty horns and a robust stature, he exuded strength, having undergone a complete metamorphosis from his former self. Young master, your subordinate has fulfilled his duty. Tuoba Yi knelt on one knee, filled with reverence and admiration for Chen Chang'an. Ling Baoer blinked, observing Tuoba Yi, and remarked, Brother Niu, you feel different. Yet somehow the same. Chen Chang'an chuckled softly, ruffling Ling Baoer's hair. Baoer, take a moment to sense it. Oh, Ling Baoer concentrated intently, as if perceiving something profound, her eyes widening in astonishment. Master, it's the aura of an immortal. This essence was identical to that which emanated from the 12 celestial generals. Tuoba Yi spoke with a resonant clarity. Young master, my cultivation has not advanced, but my celestial power and celestial patterns have completely merged within me. Under the purifying flames of celestial fire, I have undergone a transformation and now possess the body of an immortal. The words struck Ling Baoer with astonishment. Indeed, how impressive. Chen Chang'an, however, displayed no surprise. Everything unfolded according to his expectations. Tuoba Yi, what is your current strength? Tuoba Yi shook his head and replied, Young master, my internal magical energy has been transformed into celestial power through the celestial body. Although my cultivation remains at the nascent soul stage, I am uncertain of my true capabilities. Ah, I see, Chen Chang'an mused thoughtfully. Tuoba Yi, I command you to visit the Tianyao ancient fox clan, retrieve Huangdi and the little tail, and engage in sparring with the celestial fox demon emperor. I obey. You are a demon king, and she is a demon emperor. Do you possess confidence? Chen Chang'an inquired with a smile. Reporting to young master, I am brimming with confidence. With my current immortal body and the celestial power within, I undoubtedly have the strength to contend with the celestial fox demon emperor. Very well, you have courage. Go forth. Understood. Tuoba Yi transformed into a radiant celestial rainbow, slicing through the sky, dazzling amidst the inky night, and soon vanished from sight. Hee, among golden elixir immortals, Tuoba Yi is likely a unique being in this world. Chen Chang'an chuckled as he retracted his gaze. Beside him, Ling Baoer asked, Master, has Gu truly become an immortal? Chen Chang'an pondered briefly before replying, yes and no. What does master mean? I do not comprehend, Ling Baoer confessed. Chen Chang'an elucidated, to say Tuoba Yi is an immortal is accurate. His celestial body has been established, and his celestial power has emerged. Thus he is indeed an immortal. Those who claim otherwise overlook that his cultivation remains at the nascent soul stage. A nascent soul immortal, such a feat, is unprecedented. Ling Baoer finally grasped the concept. Indeed, the path to immortality is fraught with challenges, beginning with refining qi, defying the heavens, progressing to the realm of transformation, and ultimately achieving the half-immortal state. Only then can one encounter a glimmer of celestial fate to ascend to immortality. Yet, how many in this world can reach the realm of transformation? Thus, Tuoba Yi is truly the first golden elixir immortal of his kind. Of course, the journey to immortality is arduous. Even though Tuoba Yi has attained the immortal body, he nearly lost his life. Thankfully, he succeeded in his rebirth. However, this does not imply that others can achieve the same. In Chen Chang'an's possession lay 11 celestial pills, yet he dared not administer them again. The power contained within these pills was beyond their capacity to bear. The only possible outcome would be death. Chen Chang'an felt fortunate not to have allowed Ling Baoer to consume a celestial pill directly, instead permitting Tuoba Yi to test it first. Otherwise, Ling Baoer might have already met the king of hell. By the way, master, the nirvana nameless theory you imparted earlier is quite profound. I listened, but my mind feels muddled and I do not fully understand. Chen Chang'an smiled gently. Buddhist teachings are faded. It indicates you are not suited to be a nun. Ling Baoer shook her head. I have no intention of shaving my head to become a nun. Master, it has been quite some time. Yet you have never taught me how to cultivate. Chen Chang'an's smile faltered, and he stifled a yawn. Ah, my dear Baoer, I find myself weary and shall take a rest. Ling Baoer pouted, tugging at Chen Chang'an's sleeve, her little head tilted upward, her eyes gazing at him with longing. Master, you have already imparted knowledge to Brother Niu. I am your obedient disciple, ever so well behaved. Do you not like me anymore? Have you cast me aside? At this point, she appeared woefully pitiful, her eyes reddening. Chen Chang'an could not help but feel that if he uttered a negative response, tears would instantly stream down her cheeks. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he had indeed brought this upon himself. When he first took Baoer as his disciple, his intention was to have her as his tool. Little did he know that what he taught her would return to haunt him. Fortunately, he found solace in his ability to comprehend the true essence of immortality. Perhaps now he could impart some knowledge to her. Gently stroking Baoer's small head, he spoke softly. How could I ever forsake you, my dear Baoer? Tonight, I shall contemplate, and tomorrow I will teach you the ways of cultivation. Is that truly the case, master? Baoer's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed. Chen Chang'an replied with a smile. Thank you, master. Baoer exclaimed joyously, wrapping her small arms tightly around him. Chen Chang'an chuckled helplessly. At times, he felt as if he had not merely taken on a disciple, but rather a daughter. Nevertheless, he found this sentiment quite delightful. Reflecting on it, he pondered what he should teach Baoer in her cultivation tomorrow. The kite flower scripture practiced by the undefeated in the East, proclaiming, with the sun rising in the East, I remain unconquered. No, that would not do. To master this skill, one must first undergo castration. And Bauer would have to sever her ties to emotions. How could that be feasible? He shook his head, contemplating further. What else could he consider? Perhaps he might explore whether the true essence of immortality could enable Bauer to genuinely cultivate the martial arts from her previous life, or even those seen on television. Master, what are you pondering? Seeing Chen Chang'an lost in thought, Bauer inquired. I am contemplating what to teach you. Curious, she asked, what do you wish to impart, master? For I have traversed the realms of immortality for countless years, possessing an abundance of techniques and scriptures, such as the kite flower scripture, the 6 meridians divine sword, the 1 yang finger, the 18 dragon subduing palms, the dual-handed combat technique, and the 9 white bone claw. Master, what is the 9 white bone claw? Bauer suddenly interrupted. Her curiosity piqued. Chen Chang'an's expression shifted. The 9 white bone claw was a skill of treacherous and vicious nature. With her asking about this instead of others, was she truly interested in learning it? Bauer, please do not tell me you wish to learn the 9 white bone claw. Chen Chang'an's lips twitched involuntarily as he questioned her. Bauer blinked innocently. Master, the 9 white bone claw sounds incredibly formidable. I wish to learn it. The 9 white bone claw, derived from the 9 manual, is a technique I acquired during my extensive years traversing the internet. However, this martial art employs the fingers to shatter bones with a venomous and ruthless approach, which may not be suitable for you. Chen Chang'an chuckled. Yet, he remained intrigued by how these martial skills would manifest through the true essence of immortality in this world. However, Chen Chang'an was reluctant to allow Bauer to master such a wicked martial art. It was simply unthinkable for her to wield the 9 bone claw against her adversaries in future confrontations with other cultivators and demons. Such a notion was undeniably gruesome. How could a delicate young girl embody such cruelty? Yes, master, I shall heed your words, Bauer replied obediently, nodding her head. Go and rest. I shall contemplate this thoroughly tonight and teach you tomorrow. In the upper realm, within the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, lies Wanzhou City, a bustling celestial metropolis, grand and imposing, resembling a slumbering behemoth from a primordial age. Presently, a celestial gathering was underway in Wanzhou City, known as the Xuanwu Assembly, convened once every millennium, drawing together immortal lords and kings in a spectacular display of power and prestige. Amidst the assembly, the countenance of the holy martial immortal lord was icy as he sat in a corner, draining his cup of celestial wine. The loss of his innate celestial treasure and the downfall of 12 celestial generals to the lower realm weighed heavily upon him, a grievance he could scarcely swallow. Striking against the rebellious immortal posed its own challenges. If this individual were in the upper realm, he could effortlessly annihilate him. Yet, in the lower realm, protected by the laws of the 9 provinces, sending celestial generals would prove futile. The upper realm is divided into 3 great secret realms, human, earth, and heaven, also referred to as the realms of human immortals, earth immortals, and heavenly immortals. The human immortal realm houses celestial soldiers, generals, and cultivators. The earth immortal realm comprises celestial commanders, kings, and lords, while the heavenly immortal realm is home to celestial emperors, sovereigns, and domain rulers. The rebellious immortal did not belong to any of these, having neither ascended to immortality nor received the celestial teachings of the upper realm. Although capable of defying the heavenly beings in the lower realm, he could not surpass the human immortal realm. Most likely, his strength in the upper realm would be comparable only to that of a celestial general or cultivator. The laws of the lower realm suppressed the powers of the upper realm immortals, limiting their capabilities to the utmost threshold permitted by the lower realm's laws, capping them at the pinnacle of the 9th level of void refinement. Thus, when facing the rebellious immortal in the lower realm, the upper realm immortals found themselves utterly defenseless, rendering the rebellious immortal a true nemesis to their kind. Moreover, many years ago, a decree was established within the immortal domain, forbidding any celestial beings above the human immortal realm from descending to the lower realm. Consequently, the holy martial immortal lord found himself powerless against this adversary. Even dispatching celestial cultivators to confront Chen Chang'an would likely result in their demise. Presently, the holy martial immortal lord was at a loss for a solution, naturally leading to his gloomy disposition. Brother Xingwu, why do you sit alone in the corner, drowning your sorrows in wine? Have you encountered some trouble? A voice filled with mirth reached the ears of the holy martial immortal lord. He turned to see the celestial lord Lung Ming, with whom he shared a cordial relationship. The holy martial immortal lord remained silent, offering no response. Lung Ming took a seat beside him, lifting another cup of celestial wine, and chuckled, Brother Xingwu, we pledged brotherhood 3,000 years ago. If you are facing any difficulties, do not hesitate to share. Given our past camaraderie, I will certainly assist you in any way I can. It is but a trivial matter. The holy martial immortal lord shook his head in response. With a hearty laugh, the esteemed Cold Ming immortal said, "It's merely a trivial matter. Why not share it with me?" This incident, though a source of embarrassment for the holy martial immortal, was disclosed after a moment's hesitation, as they were sworn brothers. Upon hearing the tale, Cold Ming immortal expressed his astonishment at the audacity of such an individual in the mortal realm, though he regarded this person as a mere insect. The realization that he was powerless against such a creature from the lower realms was indeed a disgrace to his title. The holy martial immortal chuckled at his own predicament. Cold Ming immortal, placing a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder, declared, "Brother Xingwu, this individual is audacious beyond measure, having not only stolen your life as treasure, but also slain your subordinate. Allow me to assist you in avenging this wrong." Surprised, the holy martial immortal inquired, "You?" With a proud demeanor, Cold Ming immortal replied, "I happen to have the perfect candidate under my command, one who specializes in dealing with such beings. You need not worry. Brother Xingwu, within 3 days, I shall return with the head of that scoundrel and your sacred immortal sword." The holy martial immortal responded with a smile. "I am grateful for your assistance, Cold Ming." With a booming laugh, Cold Ming immortal replied, "As brothers, we should not concern ourselves with such trivialities. It has been many years since we last met. Let us rejoice with wine until we are intoxicated." At that moment, amidst the grandeur of the Xuanwu assembly, the lively chatter abruptly ceased. All the immortals fell silent, their gazes converging upon a celestial figure that had appeared at the gathering. She was a woman of striking beauty. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her graceful neck reminiscent of a lotus flower, embodying ethereal elegance. Upon her arrival, nearly every immortal's attention was captured, including that of the Xuanwu immortal and Cold Ming immortal. Adorned in a gown of pristine white, her skin glowed like jade, casting an enchanting aura that seemed almost surreal, akin to a dream. Cold Ming immortal, raising his cup, regarded her with fervent admiration, proclaiming her beauty as transcendent. A vision of perfection that rightfully earned her the title of the most beautiful in the Xuanwu immortal domain. The holy martial immortal too was captivated, murmuring, "She is Jiang Yuchan, the pride of the Jiang clan, known as the Jade Cicada Fairy. Truly, she is as flawless as the legends describe, an exquisite beauty." As all eyes were fixated upon her, an intoxicating fragrance emanated from Jiang Yuchan, ensnaring the hearts of those present. She moved gracefully, as if stepping out of a painting, her delicate steps leading her toward a corner of the assembly. The assembled immortals were filled with curiosity. Could she be seeking someone? The heavenly source immortal gazed at Jiang Yuchan, utterly entranced and lost in admiration. At that moment, he noticed her approaching him, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Could it be? Was the Jade Cicada Fairy truly coming for him? In disbelief, he touched his face, wondering if his own handsome visage had drawn her attention. Soon, the celestial maiden Yuchan approached the heavenly source immortal king, her voice resonating like a divine melody, gentle and enchanting. "Are you the heavenly source immortal king?" The heavenly source immortal king was taken aback. "No way, this can't be a dream, can it?" To his astonishment, the celestial maiden had indeed come for him. "Indeed. It is I. May I inquire what brings the esteemed Yuchan to me?" The heavenly source immortal king quickly donned a sheepish grin, eager to please. To be in the presence of the most beautiful being in the Xuanwu immortal domain was an unparalleled honor. "I have heard that you possess a celestial mirror known as the Wanshang immortal mirror, capable of observing myriad phenomena." The corners of the heavenly source immortal king's mouth twitched at this thought, inwardly cursing the Saint Martial immortal sovereign, whom he deemed a foolish turtle. To assist that Xuanwu immortal sovereign in locating someone from the mortal realm, the Wanshang immortal mirror had been damaged, and he had expended considerable celestial stones to restore it without compensation. It now appeared that the celestial maiden had come seeking the Wanshang immortal mirror. With the beauty speaking, the heavenly source immortal king dared not delay and nodded enthusiastically. "You are correct, esteemed Yuchan. The Wanshang immortal mirror is indeed in my possession. What would you have me do?" "I seek a celestial tree." Chapter 66. Bestowing Supreme Skills. The 9 Swords of Dugu. As dawn broke in the east, the Bodhi flowers blossomed, and the youthful celestial fruits upon the rejuvenation tree exhibited signs of ripeness, shimmering with celestial light. The entire courtyard was filled with the fragrant aroma of flowers, creating an unparalleled earthly paradise amidst the boundless celestial essence of the Jiuzhou continent. Ling Baoer stood beneath the rejuvenation tree, gazing longingly at the celestial fruits, her mouth watering in anticipation. "Master, how much longer until these rejuvenation fruits ripen?" Chen Chang'an yawned. Just having risen, his eyes decorated with dark circles. He had spent the previous night searching for a suitable martial technique for Baoer, sacrificing precious sleep in the process. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit, as he had selected an exceptional swordsmanship technique for her. This was largely due to his past life as a reclusive individual with a profound interest in traditional Chinese culture. Having devoured the works of renowned martial arts authors from the Jin, Gu, Wen, Liang, and Huang dynasties, which provided him with ample knowledge. Just as he had previously imparted the nirvana of the Nameless to save Tuoba Yi from a dire situation. A technique he had stumbled upon during a moment of boredom online, memories from his former life resurfaced in vivid clarity. Unexpectedly, under the influence of the true understanding of the celestial path, the nirvana of the Nameless had indeed proved effective. Thus, Chen Chang'an felt confident that the swordsmanship technique he was about to impart to Bauer would undoubtedly be beneficial. What he remained unaware of was the significance of teaching this swordsmanship technique in the Zhejiu continent. After another yawn, Chen Chang'an exited the temple, only to recline on a wooden chair in the courtyard. Bauer, do not fixate on these rejuvenation fruits. They will take some time to ripen. Ling Bauer, wearing a sweet smile, hurried to Chen Chang'an's side. Master, you worked hard last night. Allow me to massage your shoulders. With that, her delicate hands gently began to knead his shoulders. Quite nice. Chen Chang'an smiled with satisfaction. Dearest Bauer, after a night of meticulous selection, I have prepared for you a masterful swordsmanship technique. However, I am curious to see the results of your training. Master, what is this swordsmanship technique? Bauer's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Chang'an's expression grew solemn as he rose from his wooden chair. This technique can be regarded as a peerless legacy, known as the Dugu Jiujian. I have chosen to impart this unparalleled skill to you, for I see your affinity for the sword. Dugu Jiujian? Bauer's eyes widened in astonishment. With hands clasped behind his back, enveloped in an aura of regal purple, Chen Chang'an emanated a proud demeanor. The Dugu Jiujian, conceived by the legendary swordsman Dugu Qiubai, known as the Sword Demon, has vanquished countless foes and heroes alike, in realms both celestial and terrestrial. Few can rival its might. Today, I shall bestow this swordsmanship upon you. Upon hearing this, Bauer felt a surge of reverence. Master, I shall diligently train in this sword technique, ensuring that I do not tarnish the esteemed legacy of our forebears or your name. Listen closely. This is the heart of the Dugu Jiujian's sword formula. Etch it into your memory and never forget. Gui Mei Chu Wu Wang Chu Tong Ren. Tong Ren Chu Diyu, Jiazhuan Bing, Bing Zhuan Gong, Gong Zhuan Gui, Zichou Ji Jiao, Chen Si Ji Jiao, Wu Wei Ji Jiao. Feng Lei Shi Ibian. Chen Chang'an spoke with eloquence. As the heart of the sword formula was unveiled, the entire Fei Xian mountain was enveloped in an awe-inspiring spectacle. Clang! The holy immortal sword from Bauer's storage ring surged forth, its radiant blade illuminating the heavens. The sword light, boundless as the cosmos. Astonished Bauer as she gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon around her. Little did she anticipate that her master's imparting of sword techniques would invoke such a remarkable manifestation. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, observing the wondrous display while continuing his discourse. After detailing the essence of the sword formula, he elucidated the various sword moves and techniques inherent in the Dugu Jiujian. Under the revelation of true swordsmanship, an endless array of sword light materialized into a human-like sword figure. This figure grasped the holy immortal sword, executing the myriad transformations of the Dugu Jiujian. The path of immortality flourished within, revealing its profound essence. The intricate mysteries of the Dugu Jiujian ensnared Bauer, drawing her deeper into its enchanting grasp. Upon concluding his exposition, Chen Chang'an exhaled softly. He had conveyed all he knew of the Dugu Jiujian from his past life through the lens of true swordsmanship. Now, the extent of Bauer's comprehension and her ability to master this technique lay solely in her own hands. He did not interrupt Bauer's reflection and returned to his wooden chair, observing intently. At last, the human-like sword figure dissipated, having fully expressed the entirety of the Dugu Jiujian. Bauer, how do you comprehend it? Chen Chang'an finally inquired. Snapped back to reality, Bauer tilted her head. Her cheeks flushed. Master, this Dugu Jiujian is profoundly intricate. In all my experiences at the Jiujian Sect, I have never encountered a sword technique that rivals what you have imparted. This swordsmanship legacy, I shall commit to memory with utmost diligence. Chen Chang'an smiled gently. Remember this well, my disciple. Your innate talent is exceptional. Mastering the Dugu 9 swords will not be arduous. However, bear in mind that the essence of learning this profound skill lies in understanding rather than rote memorization. Ling Bauer pondered for a moment before inquiring, but master, I sense the formidable power of this swordsmanship, filled with numerous attacking maneuvers and lethal techniques, devoid of any defensive tactics. Is it truly an offensive art without any means of defense? Upon hearing Ling Bauer's words, Chen Chang'an smiled faintly. recalling his past life when Feng Qingyang imparted the Dugu 9 swords to Ling Huchong, who had posed a similar question. Thus, Ling Baoer's confusion was not a challenge for Chen Chang'an. Baoer, the Dugu 9 swords, is all about offense. Each move is a strike, compelling the enemy into defense, which naturally frees oneself from the need to defend. With your perceptiveness, you will surely grasp its fundamental principles. First and foremost, you must comprehend the sword intent of the Dugu 9 swords. Ling Baoer nodded earnestly. Master, I shall diligently practice and swiftly attain enlightenment in the sword intent. Then go forth and refine your skills, Chen Chang'an thought, relieved that he had successfully guided Baoer in her training. As for the level she could achieve with the Dugu 9 swords, it was of no concern to him. In the days that followed, Chen Chang'an's life returned to its usual tranquility. Ling Baoer, having received the Dugu 9 swords from Chen Chang'an, practiced daily, delving into the profound meanings of the sword techniques. Each day, she felt her mastery of the sword arts steadily advancing. Even though Ling Baoer possessed remarkable internal power, she could not sustain her sword practice for long. Soon, her internal energy would be depleted, leaving her utterly exhausted. This only fueled her excitement, making her more astonished at the terrifying nature of this swordsmanship. What kind of power would she wield once she fully mastered it? Furthermore, to what heights would her swordsmanship ascend? As Ling Baoer immersed herself in her training, she no longer frequently sought Chen Chang'an's company. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'an found himself somewhat bored, playing a game of Go with Bodhi or teaching him chess. However, Chen Chang'an felt a sense of frustration. Despite having taught Bodhi these games, he often found himself losing more than winning. Eventually, winning even once against Bodhi became a daunting challenge. The Bodhi tree truly embodied the wisdom that appears foolish. Previously, Chen Chang'an had mocked Bodhi, but now he felt as though his intellect was being thoroughly outmatched. Consequently, Chen Chang'an reduced the frequency of their chess matches as he developed new interests. Indeed, after witnessing Baoer practice her swordplay, Chen Chang'an found himself inspired to revisit a sword technique he had not practiced in ages, the Tai Chi health sword. He felt that if he did not engage in physical activity soon, his body would begin to rust. I am getting old. It is time to focus on my health. Thus, tranquility enveloped the next 2 days. On the third day, Tuoba Yi returned accompanied by Hong Yi and the little tail. Aya Aya, the little tail exclaimed, flailing its arms joyfully. After a brief absence, she felt an increase in the demonic energy within her. Yet, despite her efforts to articulate, she could only produce incoherent sounds. Chen Chang'an smiled softly, remarking on her unchanged stature. My little tail, you remain so small, showing no signs of growth. In response, she emitted her usual sounds. Your subordinate, Hongyi, pays her respects to the young master. The events surrounding the ancient fox of the celestial demons were unforeseen by Hongyi, and she is willing to accept any punishment from you. At that moment, Hongyi displayed an even greater reverence towards Chen Chang'an than before. Although she had not been by his side in recent days, she had learned from Tuoba Yi about the myriad occurrences at Feishan Mountain. The 12 immortals descended to the mortal realm, aiding Tuoba Yi in his ascension to immortality. Though Tuoba Yi remained at the nascent soul stage, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the clan of the ancient fox of the celestial demons, he had challenged the elder heavenly fox empress, astonishing everyone by defeating her. Hongyi could scarcely fathom the extent of Tuoba Yi's power. To think that in just a few days, he had attained immortality left her with a sense of unreality. In her heart, she harbored deep admiration for Tuoba Yi. If she had not joined the ancient fox clan, but had stayed by the young master's side, would she have been the one to achieve immortality? Of course, such thoughts were merely fleeting reflections. From Tuoba Yi, she had also learned of the arduous path to immortality, where one could easily perish. In the end, he had been reborn through the flames of the immortal fire. Yet, merely listening to Tuoba Yi recount his journey, Hongyi could sense the life and death peril he faced, instilling fear in her heart. Hongyi acknowledged her mistakes, and Chen Chang'an, far from punishing her, bestowed upon her a blood pill. This is not your fault. You have endured much on this journey. Take this blood pill. Grateful, Hongyi expressed her thanks. Thank you, young master. Can the ancient fox clan impart the demon cultivation techniques to my little tail? Chen Chang'an inquired. Hongyi nodded in affirmation, reporting to the young master. My little tail has indeed learned the demon cultivation techniques of the ancient fox clan. Her innate talent is exceptional, and she has already reached the 5th level of chi refinement. It won't be long before she breaks through to foundation establishment. Well done. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an inquired about Tuoba Yi's situation, particularly regarding the confrontation with the Heavenly Fox Empress, reporting to the young master. The Heavenly Fox Empress was not a match for your subordinate. I never expected that even a being of transformation would be unable to contend with you. Tuoba Yi, what do you believe your current strength to be? Tuoba Yi shook his head, admitting ignorance. However, The Heavenly Fox Empress remarked that my strength is comparable to that of a semi-immortal, suggesting that I am likely at the semi-immortal stage. Chapter 68. News of Shi Zian'ai and the Celestial Aristocracy, Semi-Immortal Stage. Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. To reach the stage of Qi transformation is to be a semi-immortal. Those who transition from Qi transformation to immortality can perceive the subtleties of the celestial path, possessing the mysteries of ascension. Such individuals are referred to as semi-immortals. Having attained the 9th level of Qi transformation, capable of encompassing all of heaven and earth, with boundless ethereal light, they can harness immortal power within their physical forms. Drawing near to ascension, it was astonishing that Tuoba Yi, despite only being at the nascent soul stage, had already approached the combat prowess of those on the verge of ascending to immortality. Certainly, having a general understanding of one's strength is commendable. Chen Chang'an nodded, indifferent to the true might of Tuoba Yi. At least, it seemed that Tuoba Yi could traverse the ghost state without much difficulty. Tuoba Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the young master's words. Following the return of Hong Yi and Xiao Wei, the atmosphere around Fei Xian Mountain became lively once more. Bauer was diligently practicing, while Hong Yi took on the role of Chen Chang'an's attendant, serving him faithfully. As for Xiao Wei, having acquired the ancient Fox clan's demonic cultivation techniques, she delved into a deep slumber, seeking to comprehend her own path of demonic cultivation. Tuoba Yi had 2 primary tasks. One was to venture out for hunting, ensuring a steady supply of food for Fei Xian Mountain, and the other was to accompany Ling Bauer in her training of the Dugu 9 swords. With Tuoba Yi's formidable celestial physique, he was the perfect sparring partner for Ling Bauer. During their practice sessions, Tuoba Yi was astounded by the prowess of Ling Bauer's Dugu 9 swords. Though she only possessed golden core cultivation, her swordsmanship was exquisite and her power remarkable, yet it posed no threat to him, thanks to his celestial body. His strength was comparable to that of a half-step void refinement practitioner. He dared to believe that had he retained his former nascent soul strength, he would have been unable to withstand Ling Bauer's terrifying sword techniques. The might of this sword art left Tuoba Yi in sheer awe, and he surmised that this profound sword technique must have been imparted by the young master. His heart swelled with admiration for the young master, feeling nothing but reverence. As time passed, the turmoil surrounding the sacred immortal sword seemed to dissipate. No demons or monsters ventured to Fei Xian Mountain, nor did any human cultivators arrive. The celestial beings from the upper realm also fell silent. Fei Xian Mountain truly resembled a paradise, tranquil and harmonious, a hidden realm of immortals. At the peak of Fei Xian Mountain, as the sun set and dusk approached, Chen Chang'an donned a flowing white robe, his black hair dancing in the wind as he gazed skyward. The upper realm remained quiet, indicating that no celestial beings had descended. His invincible domain had expanded by over 2,000 meters, covering a third of Fei Xian Mountain. Yet, this was still insufficient. He craved more domain value. Should a celestial being be dispatched to trouble him, it was a scenario he eagerly anticipated, for slaying a celestial would yield substantial domain value. However, in recent days, there had been no sign of celestial beings descending. Chen Chang'an sighed, somewhat taken aback by the celestial beings' timidity. They were indeed like turtles retreating into their shells. At that moment, a flash of demonic light appeared. Hong Yi approached respectfully, stating, "Young master, there is news from Shi Zian'ai." She presented a jade slip with reverence. This jade slip had been sent back from Yunzhou by Shi Zian'ai. As Chen Chang'an examined the slip, his brow furrowed upon reading its contents, which detailed the intelligence Shi Zian'ai had gathered during this period in Yunzhou. Firstly, it has come to light that the demise of the longevity sect may be intricately linked to the 3 illustrious families of Yunzhou, known for their celestial lineage. This speculation suggests that their interest lies in acquiring the longevity body contained within the sect. The celestial families are those from which individuals have ascended to immortality, leaving behind a profound legacy of celestial heritage. Each of these families boasts a lineage that has endured for millennia, establishing their formidable presence in Yunzhou, making them seldom challenged. Secondly, there are whispers regarding his master, Feng Qiyun. Reports indicate that a month ago, Feng Qiyun appeared in Yunzhou, daring to confront the 3 celestial families single-handedly. Ultimately, he was overpowered and fled into the ancient Bronze Mountains, after which he vanished without a trace. Thirdly, it has been revealed that Shi Zini's exceptional talent has incited jealousy from the current holy son of the Golden Python clan, resulting in a life-threatening predicament for him. He has since sought refuge in the ancient Bronze Mountains, resolved to search for Feng Qiyun while evading the relentless pursuit of the Golden Python clan, hoping that Chen Chang'an might send reinforcements. Upon receiving this news, a weight settled heavily upon Chen Chang'an's heart. His master has ventured into the treacherous ancient Bronze Mountains, a place notorious for its lethal dangers. The three celestial families of Yinzhou? A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Chen Chang'an's eyes. He is aware that they covet his longevity body. The three families, Tang, Shi, and Zhong, possess celestial lineage. And should anyone within their ranks cultivate to the 9th level of void refinement, their chances of attaining immortality would significantly increase, albeit not without uncertainty. Thus, they have set their sights on him, aiming to seize his longevity body. This was a cautionary tale his master had imparted to him, and Chen Chang'an had long harbored suspicions. Indeed, all of this is entwined with the three great families. If ever given the chance, he would not let them escape unscathed. To his surprise, Shizini finds himself in peril as well. Chen Chang'an instructed, Huangdi, accompany Tuoba Yi to Yunzhou and lend your support to Shizini. Should the Golden Python clan act foolishly, ensure they face the consequences. With Tuoba Yi's strength, they shall find you formidable. Understood, my lord, Huangdi replied, departing promptly. After her exit, Chen Chang'an exhaled deeply, musing, Master, the ancient bronze mountains are fraught with peril. You cannot have perished, can you? Rest assured, should you meet your end, I shall obliterate the Tang, Shi, and Zhong families to accompany you in death. Chapter 69. The blue-haired, evil spirit of the lower realm, transcending tribulation in the Jiuzhou continent. Above the skies of Yuzhou, in the city of Tianlong, the heavens shifted hues, and the void trembled as a celestial gate materialized, slowly opening. Instantly, it stirred the entire assembly of cultivators within Tianlong city. They lifted their gazes in astonishment, beholding the legendary celestial gate. Could it be that an immortal has descended to the mortal realm today? The multitude of cultivators surged with excitement, their discussions bubbling over. Amidst this spectacle, a man clad in a blue robe emerged from the celestial gate, a serene smile gracing his features. With his left hand clasped behind his back and his right hand elegantly fanning himself with a golden fan, he stepped forth. This individual possessed a fair complexion, sharp, narrow eyes, and thin lips that exuded an aura of malevolence, all while radiating an imposing authority. A chilling aura emanated from his being, instilling a profound unease within the hearts of all cultivators in Tianlong city. Curiously, he gazed down upon the city. This was the Jiuzhou continent. 3 radiant spiritual rainbows shot forth from Tianlong city, bowing before the man in the azure robe, humbly welcoming the immortal who had descended to their realm. These 3 individuals were the most formidable cultivators of Tianlong city, 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom had attained the Yuaning realm. The arrival of the azure-robed man filled them with trepidation, yet simultaneously sparked a sense of awe and excitement, accompanied by an undercurrent of anxiety. What could be the reason for the immortal's descent? This place was known as Ghost State, the 10,000 Mountains. The azure-robed man cast a glance at the trio, his expression warm and amiable as he inquired, Might I be informed of where I stand? Esteemed immortal, they replied, we are in the ethereal Tianlong city, not in the 10,000 mountains of Ghost State. Which direction does the Ghost State lie? The azure-robed man continued to inquire. Esteemed immortal, the Ghost State lies in that direction. 1 Yuan Ing cultivator promptly gestured. His smile broadened. Thank you. It is our honor to guide you, esteemed immortal. The 3 Yuan Ing cultivators were taken aback, responding with utmost reverence. Excellent. It seems you are eager to serve this immortal, he remarked. The 3 Yuan Ing cultivators felt a surge of exhilaration. To serve an immortal was not only a tremendous honor, but also a rare opportunity for celestial fortune. Seizing this chance might even grant them a whisper of hope for ascension. Thus, the 3 Yuan Ing cultivators hastened to reply, their words filled with respect and vigor. We shall serve the esteemed immortal with unwavering dedication, to our last breath. What if this immortal grows hungry? He posed suddenly. The 3 Yuan Ing cultivators were momentarily stunned before hastily responding. We shall prepare sustenance for the esteemed immortal at once. Is there anything else we require? Is this not readily available? Yet, the smile upon the azure-robed man's face suddenly morphed into a sinister and cold expression. A frigid aura enveloped the 3 Yuan Ing cultivators, sending shivers down their spines, their hearts gripped with fear. In an instant, the azure-robed man transformed, radiating a brilliant azure light, morphing into a fearsome blue-haired specter, its visage terrifying and malevolent. The 3 Yuan Ing cultivators, along with the onlookers of Tianlong city, were left utterly dumbfounded. This was no immortal. This was unequivocally a malevolent spirit. The blue-haired specter opened its gaping maw, grotesque and menacing, and in one swift motion, devoured the 3 Yuan Ing cultivators whole. With a sickening crunch, blood and shattered bones splattered from its mouth. The specter let out a chilling cackle, reveling in the delectable taste of the mortals below. How delightful! Today, I shall feast to my heart's content. The cultivators of Tianlong city stood frozen in horror, witnessing this gruesome spectacle. The three esteemed Yuan-ing cultivators had been consumed by this monstrous blue-haired specter. As the specter swallowed the remnants of flesh and blood, its eyes gleamed with a sinister crimson light, surveying the entirety of Tianlong City. Still unsatisfied, still insufficient to satiate my hunger. A palpable aura of death and despair enveloped Tianlong City, plunging it into darkness. The wails of anguish erupted, echoing endlessly. As a stick of incense burned down, the cries faded into silence, and the once vibrant Tianlong City transformed into a desolate ghost town, littered with countless corpses, piled high in a gruesome spectacle, resembling a hellish nightmare. The azure-haired demon once again transformed into a man clad in blue robes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he fanned himself with a golden fan. Muttering to himself that having satisfied 2/10 of his hunger, he would first fill his belly on the way to the ghost state before accomplishing the task entrusted to him by the immortal sovereign. Before Chen Chang'an lay a map of the 10,000 great mountains and the flying immortal mountain. He furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Suddenly, the sky darkened and thunderclouds gathered. From within the 10,000 great mountains, the thunder tribulation of the nascent soul manifested. Boom, boom, boom. Strikes of heavenly lightning rained down from above. Ling Baoer, wielding the sacred immortal sword, transformed into a spiritual rainbow, dashing into the midst of the nascent soul tribulation. In the temple, the little tail was frightened by the sounds of the tribulation and hurriedly scampered out of the immortal temple, seeking refuge beside Chen Chang'an. Eek, eek. Chen Chang'an chuckled softly, reassuring, "Fear not, it is merely Baoer undergoing her tribulation." As bolts of thunder descended, each contained an overwhelming force of destruction. Yet, they posed no threat to Ling Baoer at all. She effortlessly deflected these terrifying strikes with her sacred immortal sword. After casting a glance, Chen Chang'an felt no concern for her safety. It appeared she had nearly perfected the Dugu 9 swords, and her swordsmanship was such that even the nascent soul tribulation could not withstand it. Truly, she was endowed with extraordinary talent, her power formidable. This nascent soul tribulation was not perilous for her. It seemed Baoer was on the verge of becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Redirecting his gaze, Chen Chang'an resumed his contemplation and continued sketching on the map. Eek, eek. The little tail stared curiously at the map before Chen Chang'an, seemingly inquiring what it was. Little tail, this is a blueprint intended for the reconstruction of the immortal temple, including the renovation of the flying immortal mountain. Previously, Tuoba Yi had repaired the immortal temple once, but it remained too small, unsuitable for a transcendent being such as himself. After all, the temple appeared rather ordinary, lacking any grandeur. More importantly, it was his home. Should Tuoba Yi, Shizi and Hong Yi arrive, along with Baoer and the little tail, the entire immortal temple would feel rather cramped. Thus, he had conceived the idea of reconstructing the immortal temple, even contemplating a complete overhaul of the flying immortal mountain. After all, his invincible domain had now expanded by 1/3 of its original area. The little tail blinked, not fully comprehending. Chen Chang'an smiled gently. "If you don't understand, go play for now, and see when you can break through to the nascent soul like Baoer." Eek, eek. The little tail clenched her tiny fists, seemingly conveying her determination to Chen Chang'an. She would surely strive to achieve it. Ordinarily, the process of transcending from the golden core to the nascent soul realm was fraught with difficulty. In the Jiuzhou continent, many cultivators remained trapped at the peak of the golden core, while nascent soul practitioners were quite rare, largely due to the formidable nature of the tribulations. Many cultivators, even demons and spirits, found themselves unable to withstand the power of the tribulation during their ascension, leading to their demise. Yet for Ling Baoer, none of this posed any significant challenge. She possessed an array of formidable trump cards, including the immortal sovereign's lifebound artifact, the sacred immortal sword. Possessing a talent that surpasses the 9th rank, even acquiring the legendary Dugu 9 swords taught by Chen Chang'an. Moreover, what is even more significant is that during this period, Ling Baoer has been cultivating in the immortal realm. At every moment, the ethereal energy is refining her body, transforming her mortal form. Other cultivators, even some formidable demon kings, would likely pale in comparison to Ling Baoer. With the final bolt of heavenly tribulation descending, Ling Baoer successfully transcends the tribulation. Chapter 70. Ling Baoer descends the mountain to rebuild the immortal temple as the storm clouds dissipate from the sky. A smile graces Ling Baoer's face. She has finally broken through to the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, upon her breakthrough, a notification echoes in her mind. System notification. The disciple of the host, Ling Baoer, has achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. The host has received a reward of 50,000 domain points. Upon hearing this announcement, Chen Chang'an is rendered utterly speechless. 50,000 domain points? System, are you mistaken? It is known that slaying an immortal only grants 2,000 domain points. Yet, as his disciple, Ling Baoer merely breaking through to the nascent soul stage has bestowed upon him an astonishing 50,000 domain points, a prospect Chen Chang'an never anticipated. He momentarily wonders if the system has made an error. In his mind, the system responds. System notification, the host need not worry, the system has not erred. Chen Chang'an, puzzled, queries, then why does slaying an immortal yield only 2,000 domain points, while Baoer's breakthrough to the nascent soul grants me 50,000 domain points? System notification. Immortals hail from the upper realm, and their powers are suppressed. According to the system's evaluation, they can only provide the host with 2,000 domain points. System notification. Due to the Invincible Domain transforming the immortal realm, and with Ling Baoer bound to the host as a disciple, after the system upgrades to version 30. Breakthroughs in realm will grant the host additional domain point rewards. As Ling Baoer breaks through to the nascent soul, the host should receive 500 points, which, with the 100-fold reward multiplier, amounts to 50,000 domain points. Chen Chang'an's eyes widen in astonishment. Why wasn't this feature mentioned sooner? System notification, the host did not inquire. Chen Chang'an reflects. No wonder I felt that Baoer's recent breakthroughs in the Golden Core realm seemed to yield more domain points than usual. This must be the reason. A smile graces Chen Chang'an's face. This is indeed delightful news. He has been troubled about how to accrue domain points to expand his invincible domain over the entire Feixian mountain. After all, covering a third of the mountain has already consumed over 200,000 domain points. To envelop the entire mountain, approximately 500,000 domain points are still required. It now appears that the rewards from slaying immortals do not compare to the benefits of taking on disciples. Originally, Chen Chang'an had little interest in accepting disciples. However, witnessing the gains from Baoer's breakthrough to the nascent soul has piqued his interest. If he were to accept a few more disciples and facilitate their breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage, with the 100-fold reward for the 500 domain points for breaking through from Golden Core to nascent soul, just 10 disciples would yield 500,000 domain points. Master, I have broken through to the nascent soul. At this moment, Ling Baoer's voice, filled with excitement, echoed as she descended from the heavens, eager to share the delightful news with Chen Chang'an. Naturally, Chen Chang'an was elated. Well done, Baoer. Your progress in breaking through to the Yuanying stage has exceeded my expectations. Ling Baoer giggled. It's all thanks to Master for enhancing my aptitude. Otherwise, achieving this breakthrough would have been far more challenging. Beside them, Xiao Wei, chirping joyfully, celebrated Ling Baoer's success. Xiao Wei, your aptitude is no less than mine. You too shall surely reach the Yuanying stage. Ling Baoer earnestly encouraged her. Chen Chang'an's eyes gleamed with realization. He had yet to take Xiao Wei as a disciple. If he were to accept her, her breakthroughs would yield significant domain value. However, at that moment, a notification from the system resonated in his mind, informing him that his current authority permitted him to accept only 5 disciples. It further clarified that he need not formally accept anyone as a disciple, whether they were cultivators or mystical beings, as long as they cultivated within the Invincible Domain. Any breakthrough would contribute domain value, albeit capped at a 50-fold enhancement. For instance, if a powerful demon transcended from the Golden Core to Yuanying, transforming into a demon king, the reward would increase from 500 to 25,000 points of domain value. Chen Chang'an found this arrangement quite satisfactory. While he had the desire to take on disciples, he recognized the complexities involved. It would be impractical to accept anyone he encountered. Especially since he was currently limited in capacity, he could only accept 5 disciples, necessitating careful consideration. Master, what are you pondering? Ling Baoer inquired curiously, noticing the blueprint before him with a hint of confusion. Master, what is this? Chen Chang'an returned to the present, smiling. I have decided to undertake the reconstruction of the Immortal Temple, even the entire Feixian Mountain, transforming this place into a realm of immortality that truly embodies its essence. Would you not agree, my disciple? Indeed, Master, your reasoning is sound. A realm of immortality is remarkable and inherently filled with divine essence, Ling Baoer responded, already experiencing the numerous benefits of cultivating within this sacred domain. However, there was one shortcoming. It lacked grandeur. At times, it seemed unworthy of Master's transcendent demeanor. It dawned on her that Master had been preoccupied with this task for several days. Chen Chang'an nodded, reflecting, after several days of effort, we are finally nearing completion. Baoer, Chen Chang'an instructed. Yes, Master, what task do you require of me? She replied eagerly. Since you have been at Feixian Mountain for nearly a month now, having achieved your breakthrough to Yuanying, I have a task for you. Please, Master, go on, she urged. Chen Chang'an cast a glance at the spiritual herbs in the courtyard. These were merely wild grasses with little use. To restore Feixian Mountain, It was imperative to plant genuine spiritual herbs. In due course, they would transform into celestial medicines within this sacred realm, elevating the entire atmosphere. Bauer, I need you to procure some seeds of spiritual herbs. Seeds of spiritual herbs? Ling Bauer blinked in surprise. Master, there are quite a few medicinal herb seeds within the sect. How about I return to the sect and bring them back? Chen Chang'an nodded slightly. Very well. It's been quite some time since you've been home. A visit would be good. With a gleeful chuckle, Ling Bauer exclaimed, I've already broken through to the nascent soul stage. When Father sees my cultivation, he will surely be astonished, and so will my senior brothers and sisters. Excitement and anticipation bubbled within her. She could hardly contain her eagerness to witness their expressions upon seeing her current prowess. A proud smile emerged at the corners of her lips as she pondered this. Chen Chang'an playfully flicked her forehead. You must behave yourself after descending the mountain. Stay low-key and return promptly. Rest assured, Master. I will return as soon as I acquire the medicinal seeds, she assured him. Then, Ling Bauer turned to Xiao Wei. Would you like to accompany me outside, little tail? Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, yet lingered with reluctance as she gazed at Chen Chang'an, not wishing to part from his side. With a gentle smile, Chen Chang'an encouraged. Come along with Bauer. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to remain here while she visits the sect during the reconstruction of Feixian Mountain. Nodding vigorously, Xiao Wei agreed. Soon after, Ling Bauer packed her belongings and set off with Xiao Wei back to the Jiujian sect. Alone on Feixian Mountain, Chen Chang'an found himself unexpectedly disconcerted by the solitude. With Bauer having advanced to the nascent soul stage and protected by the sacred immortal sword, few could pose a threat to her unless a powerful deity intervened. Thus, he harbored little concern for the safety of Ling Bauer and Xiao Wei. After their departure, Chen Chang'an devoted an entire day to finalizing his designs. Stretching his limbs, he prepared to commence the reconstruction of the Immortal Temple. Ascending into the skies, he arrived at the edge of the Invincible Realm, overlooking Feixian Mountain below. With a snap of his fingers, a resounding crack echoed. The invisible force instantaneously collapsed the entire Immortal Temple, reducing it to ashes, rendering it non-existent. The Bodhi tree observed in bewilderment. What is the young master attempting to accomplish? Destroying the Immortal Temple. Does he not intend to remain here? As the Bodhi tree pondered, the entire Feixian Mountain trembled violently, a sensation it acutely felt. Suddenly uprooted, it soared into the clouds. Bodhi. Chapter 71. Transformation, the true hidden immortal abode indeed, besides the towering Bodhi tree. The celestial beauty tree also thrived in the heavens, along with the various spiritual herbs in the courtyard, and even the flora and fauna of Feixian Mountain. These beings were the natives of Feixian Mountain, and Chen Chang'an had no intention of eradicating them, though he planned to modify only a third of Feixian Mountain. It sufficed. More importantly, the flora and fauna nurtured by the celestial energy in the invincible realm had transformed entirely from their former selves. Every moment brought forth their metamorphosis. As he gazed upon the scene, Chen Chang'an's lips curled into a smile. With a mere thought, the entire region of flying Immortal Mountain, enveloped by the Invincible Domain, underwent a transformative upheaval. The true flying Immortal Mountain was in the midst of reconstruction. Naturally, this grand restoration unfolded from the mountain's base to its peak. The winds howled and stones flew as everything disintegrated, only to be reformed anew. The mountain, with its irregular shapes and jagged corners, was meticulously reshaped. Anything deemed unsightly was obliterated into oblivion. The towering peaks, once formidable, now stood even more majestic and splendid, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Even the Bodhi tree marveled at Chen Chang'an's extraordinary craftsmanship. Before him, the flying Immortal Mountain, though only a third of the way rebuilt, was utterly transformed. Everything radiated freshness. The abyss was unfathomably deep, the cliffs sheer and smooth, as if hewn by a divine axe. Chen Chang'an planted ancient, withered pine trees upon the precipices, while the vast chasm was shrouded in swirling mists, with birds soaring gracefully within. Additionally, he undertook renovations within the mountain itself. The ancient woodlands flourished in organized splendor, lush and vibrant with blooming flowers. Pathways of jade stones led from the edge of the Invincible Domain to the mountain's summit. Further beyond, terraced fields sprawled in an orderly fashion, suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs or medicinal plants. Everything harmonized with the principles of nature, embodying the essence of the Tao. The entire flying Immortal Mountain had undergone a magnificent metamorphosis, now teeming with life and ethereal energy, completely transformed into a celestial sanctuary. In the void above, the floating birds and beasts gazed in astonishment at the changes of flying Immortal Mountain. They sensed that the current mountain was an entirely different entity compared to its former self, grander and more imposing than before. Chen Chang'an smiled and snapped his fingers, summoning all the creatures back to the mountain. However, he had yet to commence the reconstruction of the summit. Flying Immortal Mountain was exceptionally tall, one of the most prominent peaks among the myriad mountains. From the summit, the view stretched infinitely into the horizon, a sight that delighted Chen Chang'an. Following the architectural plans, he began the reconstruction of the Immortal Temple. First, at the entrance leading to the peak, he materialized 2 stone pillars. Within these pillars, the essence of the immortal spirit thrived, each a yard wide and 10 yards high. Moreover, the pillars were intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, vivid and lifelike. The concentrated immortal essence within these pillars was so rich that they could be regarded as 2 celestial columns. Ascending the staircase to the summit, one was met with a grand and imposing sight. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an crafted a new plaque. The previous plaque of the Immortal Temple was worn and antiquated. He replaced it with a fresh one, inscribing the words Longevity Temple. Indeed, Chen Chang'an had renamed the Immortal Temple to the Longevity Temple. Henceforth, there would be no Immortal Temple upon flying Immortal Mountain, only the Longevity Temple. After completing all these endeavors, Chen Chang'an proceeded with the reconstruction of the entire summit. Countless ordinary stones, infused with ethereal energy, shimmer with a radiant brilliance akin to celestial gems. They are arranged into a majestic 3-zhang-wide avenue that traverses the summit of the mountain. On either side of this grand thoroughfare, intricately carved railings and pavilions stand proudly. At the heart of the mountain's peak, a celestial pool emerges, nearly enveloping the entire summit area. Within this pool, mystical mists swirl and ethereal energy liquefies, transforming into the water that soon fills the celestial basin. In the future, one could nurture fish within the pool or cultivate aquatic spiritual herbs, particularly lotus roots, which would render the scenery breathtakingly beautiful. Next, the creation of the Longevity Temple unfolds. With a wave of his hand, Chen Chang'an summoned the essence of all living things. Palatial structures, formed from celestial stones, arose above the celestial pool. 9 palaces appeared, spaced apart, yet interconnected by clusters of celestial stones that encircled the entirety of the pool. Surrounding the celestial pool, spiritual herbs flourished abundantly. Naturally, Chen Chang'an retained a modest courtyard, where a towering Bodhi tree and an enchanting rejuvenation tree thrived above the celestial pool. The courtyard seamlessly connected with the palaces, forming a cohesive entity with the celestial pool. Compared to the previous Immortal Temple, this transformation was nothing short of monumental. Surely, when Ling Bao'er, Xiao Wei, and the 3 demons returning from Yunzhou behold this scene, they will be utterly astounded. Within the courtyard, beneath the Bodhi tree, there exists a pavilion with 4 corners. At this moment, Chen Chang'an finds himself within this pavilion, gazing with satisfaction at the renovated Longevity Temple. From his perspective, following the reconstruction of the temple, he felt a profound sense of contentment. Of course, while some details may still lack perfection, these can be gradually refined in the days to come. A smile graced Chen Chang'an's lips as he murmured, Feishan Mountain, Longevity Temple. This truly embodies a hidden sanctuary for immortal cultivation. Chapter 72. Plunder, the Wrath of the Demonic Hordes. Meanwhile, as Chen Chang'an rebuilt Feishan Mountain and reshaped the Longevity Temple, a tremendous upheaval rippled through the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Within the realm of invincibility, although it is a sacred land, the process of reconstructing Feishan Mountain consumed an immense quantity of ethereal energy from this domain. Even the monumental stone pillars supporting the grand signboards at the mountain's peak expended a substantial amount of celestial essence. Moreover, the celestial stones utilized in the reconstruction of the Longevity Temple, including the water coalesced within the celestial pool, contributed significantly to this depletion. It is evident that the vast consumption of ethereal energy throughout the invincible realm was largely attributable to the celestial pool. The sheer volume of ethereal energy required to fill the entire pool is beyond comprehension. Consequently, the celestial pool now appears shrouded in mist, radiant with a myriad of colors. Ethereal energy envelopes it, showcasing its extraordinary nature. Even if Chen Chang'an were to introduce ordinary fish into the pool, over time, they could develop sentience and transform into celestial fish, a feat not beyond possibility. However, the substantial drain of ethereal energy from the invincible realm necessitates replenishment. Typically, such replenishment occurs through the natural emergence and nurturing of the sacred land itself. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. The ethereal essence consumed cannot be spontaneously generated and nurtured by the celestial realm in such a brief span of time. At this moment, within the flying Immortal Mountain, the Invincible Domain unleashes a terrifying and boundless force of devouring. It is exceedingly tyrannical, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of the external world. This phenomenon can be described not merely as absorption, but rather as plunder. Through this mechanism, the spiritual energy from the outside world, is forcibly converted into ethereal essence. The entire expanse of the 10,000 mountain spiritual energy is being ruthlessly siphoned, surging violently into the flying immortal mountain. The indigenous beings residing within the 10,000 mountains, be they demons, spirits, or the myriad of monstrous tribes dwelling deep within, are all profoundly disturbed. It is essential to recognize that spiritual energy forms the foundation of cultivation. It is the essence of the universe, absorbed through practice and transformed into magical power within one's being. Much like the ethereal essence of the upper realms, it embodies the laws of various worlds, rendering it of utmost importance. The concentration of spiritual energy naturally varies from place to place. In the cities inhabited by cultivators, the energy is relatively sparse. However, they construct spiritual gathering formations to concentrate the energy for easier absorption. In contrast, mountainous regions and vast lakes, where celestial materials and spiritual herbs flourish, boast a far richer spiritual essence. This is precisely why many demons and spirits choose to dwell in such terrains. Indeed, numerous sects and esteemed schools opt to establish their foundations in these fertile lands. Likewise, this explains why accomplished practitioners prefer to carve out hidden sanctuaries within the mountains. The 10,000 mountains stand as a magnificent expanse, abundant with precious lands, and it is only natural that many formidable demons seek seclusion within, including numerous powerful beings of the demon clans. Under ordinary circumstances, the depletion of spiritual energy would go unnoticed by the great demons within the 10,000 mountains, as the energy consumed would swiftly be replenished from other sources. Yet, the current situation is entirely different. The tyranny of the Invincible Domain has nearly drained the spiritual essence from the entire expanse of the 10,000 mountains. Consequently, the impact on the various demon clans dwelling deep within is profound. In a certain black water pool, originally rich in spiritual energy and one of the rare treasures hidden in the depths of the 10,000 mountains, a black dragon coiled there in meditation. This dragon possesses astonishing demonic power, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer of the Yuanning realm, poised to ascend to divine transformation and become a legendary demon emperor within the 10,000 mountains. However, the sudden plundering of spiritual energy has rendered its cultivation impossible. Enraged, the black dragon roars in fury, demanding to know, where has the spiritual energy vanished? Which wretched fiend is responsible for this? With a face full of wrath and a murderous aura, it soars into the skies, gazing toward the direction from whence the spiritual energy has been siphoned. It is from the outskirts. At this moment, numerous figures of demons and spirits emerge. Each of these apparitions is a demon king in their own right. They have cultivated for millennia, with many of these kings having secluded themselves within their precious caves for a century or even a millennium without re-emerging into the world. In this present age, the essence of heaven and earth has been completely plundered, compelling them to emerge from their seclusion. The demon kings of today are perplexed by the disappearance of this vital energy, and their anger is palpable. Above the ancient Fox clan, the heavenly Fox demon emperor and Bayou stand suspended in the void, gazing towards the distant direction of flying immortal mountain. The expression of the heavenly Fox demon emperor is grave. It seems as if the heavenly and earthly essence has been siphoned off, all flowing towards the periphery of the 10,000 great mountains. Could this be related to the ancient ones? The sudden depletion of the abundant spiritual energy from the 10,000 great mountains is unprecedented. Apart from the elder residing at flying immortal mountain, she cannot fathom who else could accomplish such a feat. Bayou nods in agreement with the heavenly Fox demon emperor's thoughts. Elder, should we venture to the outskirts for a closer look? Just as the heavenly Fox demon emperor is about to respond, several beams of demonic light streak across the sky, converging upon her. Your Majesty, do you know what is happening? As the demonic light dissipates, the figures of a dozen demon cultivators emerge, among them a black serpentine dragon. These demon cultivators are among the mightiest in the entire 10,000 great mountains, nearly rivaling the heavenly Fox demon emperor herself. Some of them have even reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the nascent soul, on the verge of breaking through to the divine transformation realm. These formidable demons have gathered within the ancient Fox clan, and upon observing their expressions, it is evident that each one is seething with rage, ready to unleash their fury. The essence of heaven and earth is the foundation of their cultivation. Without it, how can they continue their practices? The one who has robbed them of this energy is akin to severing their lifeline. They are filled with a furious desire for vengeance. If it were not for the earlier decree of the heavenly Fox demon emperor, instructing them to remain low-key due to the recent arrival of celestial beings at the outskirts of the 10,000 great mountains, they would have already rushed forth to uncover the culprit behind this audacious theft of spiritual energy. Naturally, Concerning the recent demise of the 12 celestial beings and the news of Chen Chang'an, the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor has withheld this information, fearing it might disturb the Elder's seclusion. To this day, the various demon clans and powerful demons within the 10,000 Great Mountains remain oblivious to Chen Chang'an's existence, believing instead that the celestial beings simply departed. However, witnessing the furious countenances of these mighty demons, the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor realizes that if she does not clarify the situation, these demons may storm the outskirts in wrath, seeking retribution against the Elder, which could provoke her ire. It is clear that should they anger the Elder, no one would escape unscathed. Yet, if the truth remains concealed, it seems impossible to quell the flames of their fury. The Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor has already devised a plan and speaks up. There is no need for such outrage regarding the plundering of the heavenly and earthly essence. The Black Serpentine Dragon retorts angrily, "Your Majesty, do you know which damned scoundrel has perpetrated this theft? I, Heishui, must slay him. Indeed, indeed. This is an affront to our very essence. It is akin to murdering our kin. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance." A crocodilian creature, entirely enshrouded in scales, nodded in agreement with Heishui's words, gritting its teeth as it spoke. It must be a practitioner of the human race who has infiltrated the 10,000 Great Mountains, utilizing some arcane artifact to siphon away the spiritual essence. We cannot allow this transgressor to escape, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. A cadre of demon kings seethed with rage, deliberating with fervor on how to dismember the audacious thief of celestial energy, their collective fury rendering them nearly irrational. Baiyu exchanged a glance with the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor, their expressions tinged with exasperation as they observed the wrathful demon kings. Had they witnessed the formidable prowess of their esteemed predecessor, who had vanquished 12 celestial beings, would they still dare to utter such reckless proclamations? Chapter 73. The Revelation of Truth. Baiyu and Amiao the demons, inherently savage and combative, exhibited even greater ferocity among the ranks of the nascent soul demon kings. Many among them possessed particularly volatile tempers, were it not for the deterrent presence of the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor. The depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains would surely witness daily bloodshed among the monstrous denizens. Such casualties would render the existence of so many demon kings untenable. Yet today, these nascent soul demon kings congregated, ablaze with fury, their eyes glinting with a fierce light, seemingly poised to descend into chaos over the theft of spiritual energy. They contemplated a march toward the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains to confront Chen Chang'an, only to be met with his swift and decisive retribution. As the demon kings, driven to a frothing rage, prepared to storm the outer realms of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor let out a disdainful snort, unleashing an aura of terrifying power that quelled the assembly of demon kings. Silence. The demon kings, struck by the overwhelming might of the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor, fell into stunned silence, recognizing the insurmountable strength of a transformation deity. They promptly closed their mouths, refraining from further discourse, and the atmosphere grew tranquil. Baiyu sighed in relief. At last, there was peace. With a slight bow, Baiyu addressed the gathered demon kings. Esteemed ones, the situation beyond the 10,000 Great Mountains is intricate. I implore you to maintain your composure. Should you venture to the outskirts, you may unwittingly invite ruin upon yourselves. Her words elicited confusion among the demon kings, who failed to comprehend her caution. The Black Flood Dragon interjected, its voice cold and laced with restrained fury. What danger could possibly lurk in the periphery? Moreover, the celestial beings have departed. While we once held fear of them, they are gone now. What is there to fear? The Black Flood Dragon's assertion garnered nods of agreement from the other demon kings. Indeed, echoed a cat demon, who swiftly materialized behind Baiyu, wrapping her arms around her waist. Baiyu, it has been an age since we last met. Baiyu, her face flushed with discomfort at the unexpected embrace, softly protested, Amiao, please let go. Dear Baiyu, it has been a century since our last encounter, and I have ascended to the 5th layer of the nascent soul. Amiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The cat demon tilted her head with a smile, her golden short hair framing a figure that was both alluring and slender. Adorned in a garment resembling animal skin, she sported petite feline ears and a gracefully swaying tail. However, her smile quickly faded, releasing her embrace of Baiyu, her expression turning fierce as she extended her right hand. With a swift sound, 5 glistening claws emerged between her slender fingers, her hair standing on end, resembling an irate kitten. That wretched scoundrel. I was so close to breaking through to the 6th layer of the Yuaning stage, and then the spiritual energy in the cave suddenly vanished. Amiao's words resonated among the demon kings present. The previously quiet assembly of demons erupted in fury, baring their fangs and exuding a palpable aura of menace. Eager to charge out and confront their adversary. We have tasted Chen Chang'an's flesh, drunk his blood, and absorbed his marrow. Baiyu, observing the agitated Miao, offered a gentle smile. Miao, do not be angry. Let me explain the reason. The heavenly fox demon emperor ceased her concealment, her voice deep and solemn. The spiritual energy of the 10,000 great mountains has been entirely plundered, likely connected to a senior from Feixian Mountain. Her words sparked a flurry of discourse among the demon kings. Feixian Mountain, it seemed, was a towering presence on the periphery. The elder spoken of by the demon emperor. Could their cultivation surpass that of the demon emperor herself? The demon emperor was a formidable being of the transformation stage. Thus, anyone deemed an elder by her must also possess significant prowess. Could it be that another demon emperor is secretly residing within the 10,000 great mountains? Yet what does that matter? They have ravaged the spiritual energy of the mountains, leaving us no path to cultivation, protested one demon king coldly. The heavenly fox demon emperor continued. Recently, 12 celestial beings descended, and their presence abruptly vanished. Baiyu and I initially assumed they had departed, but upon investigation, we discovered that all 12 met their demise at the hands of the elder. At this revelation, the crowd of demons was struck as if by lightning, falling silent in astonishment. Celestial beings had perished. Miao trembled in fear, retracting her claws and ceasing her agitation, clinging tightly to Baiyu. Meow, 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 how terrifying. Baiyu, resigned, allowed Miao to hold her. The gathered demons understood the heavenly fox demon emperor's character. She would never utter falsehoods. Since she spoke, it must be the truth. In an instant, the assembly was left speechless, their expressions frozen in shock. This hidden elder from Feixian Mountain was indeed formidable. Even the exalted celestial beings of the upper realm could not escape death. The thought of seeking retribution against such an elder felt like courting doom. As this realization dawned upon them, they swallowed hard, trembling with fear. Some bowed their heads, others fell silent, and those with tails even tucked them away, entirely shedding their previous displays of anger and arrogance. The heavenly fox demon emperor, anticipating this response from the demon kings, shook her head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Baiyu then spoke. The elder is gentle and refined, exhibiting a calm demeanor. There must be a reason behind the complete plunder of the spiritual energy of the 10,000 great mountains. The celestial fox demon emperor nodded in agreement with Baiyu. Since you are all present, let us pay a visit to our esteemed elder. By the way, are you aware that the 3 demon kings, Huangdi, Shizi and Tua Baiyi, have already become the subordinates of our elder? The demons were taken aback upon hearing this. They were certainly familiar with these 3, who, among the demon kings, were regarded as the weakest. It was astonishing that they had become subordinates of the elder. Such news was indeed enviable. However, the following words from the celestial fox demon emperor profoundly moved the assembly of demons. With the elder's assistance, Tua Baiyi had ascended to the realm of Yuanying Immortal. And even I am no match for him now. At this point, the celestial fox demon emperor expressed her deep admiration. Even she felt envious and yearned to become Chen Chang'an's subordinate. Fortunately, Huangdi from the ancient fox clan is a subordinate of the elder, indicating some connection between the ancient fox clan and the elder. During this time, the celestial fox demon emperor had also engaged in conversation with Baiyu. If she could become a subordinate of the elder like Huangdi, it would indeed be a splendid outcome. Baiyu, is this truly the case? Miao exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. An immortal of the Yuanying realm? She had never heard of such a thing. Yet, any association with an immortal must be extraordinary. It was surprising that even the celestial fox demon emperor was not a match for the elder. Miao's tail flicked with envy, overwhelmed by admiration. Chapter 74. The gathering of demons visits the celestial mountain. 12 beams of demonic light sliced through the sky as they arrived at the foot of Feixian Mountain. As the light dissipated, leading them was none other than the celestial fox demon emperor, followed closely by Baiyu and Miao. Trailing behind them were all the demon kings from the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Upon learning of Chen Chang'an's whereabouts and hearing the celestial fox demon emperor's counsel, they resolved to pay a visit to this eminent figure who had slain immortals. According to the demon emperor, this elder was quite possibly a formidable force capable of striking down immortals. Truly formidable. Winning the elder's favor would be immensely beneficial for them. Thus, they felt no resentment towards Chen Chang'an for having extracted the spiritual essence of the 10,000 mountains. In fact, before their arrival, each had returned to their lairs to prepare gifts. After all, this was the elder. On their first visit, they must leave a good impression. Looking at the majestic mountain before them, shrouded in mist, they could not discern what lay within. The assembly of demons trembled, their former bravado completely vanished. This was Feixian Mountain, unlike any they had seen before. Indeed, It appeared even more grand and solemn, befitting the elders' secluded sanctuary. They felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, although Bai Yu had described the elder as gentle and refined. What if he took a disliking to them and decided to eliminate them? A demon king with beady eyes expressed his fear. A Miao curiously gazed at the towering mountain. Blinking her eyes, Bai Yu, is the elder residing within this mountain? Bai Yu nodded. A Miao, you all wait here at the foot of the mountain. I will ascend with my grandmother first, and if the elder permits, I shall bring you up. With that, Bai Yu and the celestial fox demon emperor ascended the mountain, leaving the assembly of anxious demon kings to whisper among themselves. A Miao gazed at Feixian Mountain, her tail swaying, her heart filled with curiosity about what the senior mentioned by Bai Yu looked like. At that moment, the black Jiao dragon approached. A Miao, what gift have you prepared for your visit to the senior? Why do you ask, Miao? The black Jiao dragon smirked proudly, producing a gift of his own, a lotus seed radiating with 5-colored celestial light. This is a precious lotus seed I acquired 3,000 years ago in the immortal jade pool. It contains immense power and even the essence of the Tao. I cultivated to the 6th level of the Yuan Ying stage using this seed. If I present it to the senior, surely I can become one of their subordinates like Tuobi Yi and the others. Oh, a Miao nodded. Your gift is truly valuable. Miao? The black Jiao dragon carefully stored the 5-colored lotus seed. Now, a Miao, let me see what you have prepared. A Miao smiled, her eyes narrowing. As she flicked her fingers, and a transparent vial glimmered. Inside, a plump golden carp swam. A fish? The black Jiao dragon's eyes widened. Yes, it's a dragon carp. My favorite. The senior will surely enjoy it too, Miao. The black Jiao dragon sighed, a hint of concern in his voice. A Miao, the senior is an extraordinary immortal. Do you think offering just a dragon carp will please them? Upon hearing this, a Miao's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the Tianhu demon empress and Bai Yu had entered Feixian Mountain. Although they came to visit, an air of apprehension loomed over them. Would the senior hold any grievances against them? However, as they ventured deeper into Feixian Mountain, witnessing its magnificent visage, both were profoundly moved. The Tianhu demon empress was awestruck. Is this truly an immortal mountain? Within Feixian Mountain, clouds and mist entwined, celestial energy enveloped the surroundings. With a 1,000-foot waterfall cascading down, creating a veil of mist. Verdant waters meandered around the mountains, and birds and beasts roamed freely, rendering the entire Feixian Mountain a tapestry of vibrant flora and ethereal spirit, akin to an authentic immortal realm. Bai Yu, equally astonished, gazed dreamily at the mountain, contemplating how divine it would be to cultivate amidst such splendor. With lush vegetation and enchanting waters, they chose not to transform into ethereal forms, but instead ascended from the foot of the mountain to its summit on foot. Throughout their journey, the pristine landscapes appeared to cleanse them of worldly dust. At last, they reached the peak, where 2 celestial pillars stood tall, and a plaque came into view. Changxing Temple. The Tianhu demon empress exchanged a glance with Bai Yu. The Tianhu demon empress refrained from advancing further and respectfully announced. The ancient fox clan of Tianyao Ningxu has come to pay respects to the senior. Bai Yu added respectfully. Bai Yu of the ancient fox clan of Tianyao has come to visit alongside my grandmother. Come up, came the ethereal voice of Chen Chang'an, resonating with a celestial essence. The Tianhu demon empress and Bai Yu exhaled in relief and ascended to the summit, arriving at Changxing Temple, where they found Chen Chang'an engaged in a game of chess with Bodhi. Upon noticing their arrival, he rose and smiled. What brings you both to Changxing Temple? Chen Chang'an appeared calm on the surface, though inwardly he felt a sense of pride. Ever since the Tianhu demon empress and Bai Yu entered the realm of invincibility, he had been closely observing them. Indeed, after the reconstruction of the flying immortal mountain, its current grandeur has left them utterly astonished. The sensation of having personally rebuilt the flying immortal mountain is bittersweet, as Bauer and the others are absent, leaving no one to share in his emotions. Fortunately, the celestial fox demon emperor and Bai Yu arrived on this day, making it a delightful opportunity to share the moment with them. Before the 2 demons could respond, Chen Chang'an smiled and remarked, I have selected the flying immortal mountain for secluded cultivation and have undertaken a modest reconstruction of its essence. Quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? The methods of the esteemed senior are nothing short of extraordinary. The flying immortal mountain now resembles a celestial paradise, evoking a sense of wonder within us. Being amidst such splendor feels like a dream, the celestial fox demon emperor candidly expressed, still reeling from the transformation of the mountain. The ethereal aura permeating this realm is overwhelmingly rich, surpassing the natural spiritual energy of the world. Remaining here evokes an indescribable sensation of transcendence, making it difficult to depart from this divine land. Bai Yu nodded in agreement with the sentiments of the celestial fox demon emperor. However, She noticed that the longevity temple seemed to house only the esteemed senior. What of the crimson-clad sisters? As if reading Bayu's thoughts, Chen Chang'an chuckled. The crimson-clad ones have ventured out on matters of their own. For now, I remain the sole occupant of the flying immortal mountain. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the longevity temple? The celestial fox demon emperor hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether inquiring about the spiritual energy siphoned from the flying immortal mountain would provoke the senior's ire. Chen Chang'an flashed a gentle smile, reassuring her. There is no need for discomfort. Let us discuss matters at ease. In the longevity temple, Chen Chang'an conversed with the celestial fox demon emperor, gaining insight into the circumstances beyond. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, not anticipating that the reconstruction of the flying immortal mountain would create such ripples in the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains. Naturally, while the spiritual energy of the 10,000 mountains may be depleted, it will soon replenish, albeit requiring time. Nonetheless, this has significantly impacted the demons cultivating within that realm. With this knowledge, Chen Chang'an formulated his own plans, assuring the celestial fox demon emperor that he would personally address this issue. The celestial fox demon emperor and Bayu exhaled in relief. The second matter at hand concerned a visit from the demon king residing deep within the 10,000 mountains. Chen Chang'an was taken aback by this piece of news, surprised that the demon king would seek him out. Meanwhile, a gathering of demons awaited at the foot of the flying immortal mountain, seeking Chen Chang'an's counsel. He did not decline their visit. Initially, he had contemplated eliminating the demon kings within the 10,000 mountains to acquire domain value, but his perspective had shifted. Moreover, with the demons extending a gesture of goodwill, he saw no justification for slaughtering them for mere domain value. Now, Chen Chang'an envisioned a more refined approach to obtaining domain value from these demon kings. Since they had come to pay their respects, it was the perfect opportunity to execute his forthcoming plans. Let us invite them up the mountain, Chen Chang'an declared. The celestial fox demon emperor and Bayu felt a profound sense of ease, conveying Chen Chang'an's consent for the demons to ascend the mountain. Upon hearing this, the demon kings experienced a mix of joy and trepidation, and subsequently followed the celestial fox demon emperor and Bayu into the flying immortal mountain. Much like the celestial fox demon emperor and Bayu, these demon kings were utterly astounded upon entering the flying immortal mountain and stepping into the realm of invincibility. A paradise of earthly immortals, a treasure beyond compare. This was indeed the hidden sanctuary of the esteemed predecessors. Even before encountering Chen Chang'an, they were filled with boundless reverence and admiration for him. After all, some demon kings were aware of the previous state of the flying immortal mountain, which was once merely an ordinary mountain. However, it had now transformed into a sacred mountain for cultivation, undoubtedly the work of a venerable figure. The predecessor was truly worthy of being able to slay immortals, enigmatic and profound. Soon, they arrived at the longevity temple, where they encountered Chen Chang'an. Clad in a flowing white robe, he exuded a detached ethereality, resembling a celestial being, seemingly melding with the very fabric of heaven and earth. His presence commanded immense respect. The group of demon kings adopted a proper and cautious demeanor. A meow, the black flood dragon, the earth-skin serpent, dog egg, and iron pillar all paid their respects to the venerable one. Chen Chang'an smiled, noting that it was indeed his first time witnessing such a decorous and cautious display from these typically ruthless demon kings. It appeared that the recent events at the flying immortal mountain had been relayed by the celestial fox demon emperor. Chen Chang'an, unfazed, was surprised to discover so many demon kings within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains. The group of demon kings wore awkward smiles, feeling quite constrained. There is no need for such formality, esteemed ones. Please, make yourselves comfortable, he said with a smile, snapping his fingers. The Bodhi tree rustled, dropping a dozen or so Bodhi fruits. Indeed, under the nurturing of all living beings, the Bodhi had ripened and borne fruit. I have not been here at the flying immortal mountain for long, and currently lack exquisite offerings to entertain you. Thus, I present these Bodhi fruits as a humble token of hospitality. As the Bodhi fruits fell into the hands of each demon, they were of considerable size, radiating a celestial glow and exuding an enticing fragrance that made one's mouth water. Do let me know how these Bodhi fruits taste, Chen Chang'an encouraged with a smile. The demon kings sampled the fruits, discovering not only their delightful sweetness, but also the immense power they contained, leaving them astonished and deeply moved. Such pure energy. Could this be a celestial fruit? Bayu remarked, savoring the treat. A meow, with half-closed eyes and a languid expression, leaned against Bayu, her tail playfully entwining with Bayu's foxtail. Bayu's face flushed, and she quickly withdrew her tail. A meow. Could you behave normally in the presence of our esteemed guest? She murmured softly. All right, but these fruits are simply too delicious, a meow replied cheerfully. Chen Chang'an, enjoying a Bodhi fruit himself, smiled as he observed the group of demon kings, taking note of the playful antics of a Miao and Baiyu, a cat demon and a fox demon. The creatures of this mountain were indeed charming and delightful, perfectly embodying every fantasy one could imagine. Chen Chang'an mused internally, recalling that Baiyu had previously given him an impression of being like an ethereal orchid in a secluded valley, serene and detached from worldly affairs. However, it seemed her relationship with this cat demon was quite amiable, revealing a side of her that differed from his initial perceptions. After indulging in the Bodhi fruits, the demon kings felt their magical powers significantly enhanced, leading to an even greater respect for Chen Chang'an. To know, they are indeed the demon kings at the nascent soul realm, and to enhance their cultivation is no trivial matter. Yet, with merely a single Bodhi fruit, their powers have surged. Gazing at a Bodhi tree, they could not help but swallow hard, for it bore hundreds of Bodhi fruits. If they were to consume them all, how effortless would it be to transcend to the transformation god stage? How envious they were of Tua Baiyi, Hong Yi, and Shizi and I, for they surely indulge in such fruits daily. The Bodhi tree sensed the covetous gazes of the gathered demons, shivering in trepidation, its branches trembling. What intentions do these creatures harbor? I belong to the young master. They should not act rashly. It was time to converse with the demons regarding serious matters. Chen Chang'an's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Instantly, the assembly of demons sat upright, attentive, having overlooked the celestial essence of the 10,000 mountains. This oversight was rather careless. In recompense, I invite you all to cultivate on flying Immortal Mountain before the spirit energy is restored at any time. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's proclamation, all the great demons present were taken aback. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they regarded him. This flying Immortal Mountain is a legendary treasure, a realm akin to paradise. Never had the entirety of Ghost State, or even the entire 9 provinces continent, heard of such a celestial abode. During their visit to the mountain, they had only dared to dream. What a splendid affair it would be to cultivate within the confines of flying Immortal Mountain. Yet, such a notion seemed fanciful. For this was the secluded sanctuary of a venerable one. How could they presume? It was merely a thought. However, they never anticipated that Chen Chang'an would actually permit them to cultivate on the mountain. How could they not be astonished? How could they not be moved? Esteemed elder, this. Chen Chang'an offered a faint smile, fully aware of the significance of this celestial realm to these demon kings. Cultivating here, their ascent to transformation god would not be a mere fantasy. Of course, the advantages for Chen Chang'an were immense. Allowing these demon kings to train on flying Immortal Mountain was a decision he had pondered deeply. As long as these demon kings cultivated within the invincible domain of the mountain, Chen Chang'an would accumulate vast amounts of domain value, whether in minor realms or major ones. The value he would gain would be substantial. In such a manner, it would not be long before Chen Chang'an amassed sufficient domain value to entirely expand the invincible territory. Much like the adage, a chicken lays an egg, and an egg hatches a chicken, there would be a continuous influx of domain value. Otherwise, relying solely on slaying demons and cultivators, how many would he have to vanquish to encompass the entirety of flying Immortal Mountain? The generosity of the elder, permitting the assembly of demons to cultivate within this divine land, would foster profound admiration among these demon kings for Chen Chang'an. They understood what this represented for them, a grand opportunity. The prospect of cultivating here filled them with elation. The elder truly embodies the gentle, unpretentious, and refined nature that Baiyu described. They held a deep fondness for him. Beside them, Baiyu was startled by a Miao's words and hurriedly covered her mouth. A Miao, do not be disrespectful to the elder. The assembly of demon kings was tense, some trembling with trepidation. How audacious of a Miao to utter such words to the elder, utterly reckless and devoid of decorum. What should one do if they inadvertently offend a senior? Chapter 76. The green-haired ghost immortal, stirring the ghost state. The myriad demons were filled with apprehension, fearing that a Miao might incite the displeasure of the elder. After all, the elder possessed profound cultivation and would surely frown upon such impudence from a demon. Little did they know, Chen Chang'an was no extraordinary figure. He was merely an invincible homebody from Earth. A Miao's words certainly did not provoke Chen Chang'an. He merely found the cat demon somewhat endearing and rather absent-minded, perfectly embodying the image of a cat demon in his mind. No need for concern, Chen Chang'an stated. A Miao's cat ears twitched, and her eyes sparkled with delight. The elder is truly easygoing. In the future, when I catch fish, I shall be sure to share the first catch with you. The myriad demons sighed with relief. They had not anticipated that such a powerful elder would be so affable, which only deepened their respect and alleviated their initial fears. Then it's settled. You may come to flying Immortal Mountain to cultivate at any time, Chen Chang'an declared. The myriad demons expressed their gratitude, thanking the elder profusely. Elder, as newcomers, we have brought gifts for you. The myriad demons presented their offerings, which included precious spiritual ores and rare spiritual vines, treasures collected by the demon kings. These items shimmered with ethereal light, displaying a spectrum of colors. Chen Chang'an was somewhat taken aback, well aware that these treasures were not ordinary. If planted on flying Immortal Mountain, they might even mature into elixirs of immortality. However, being a distinguished figure, he understood the importance of modesty. Clearing his throat, Chen Chang'an remarked, "Now that you're here, there is no need for gifts." The myriad demons, perceiving the elder's unfathomable cultivation, assumed he must lack for such treasures. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, they inwardly sighed, realizing that their carefully prepared gifts were not to the elder's liking. Yet, at that moment, they heard Chen Chang'an speak again. "Since you have brought them, I shall graciously accept your heartfelt offerings." With a wave of his hand, Chen Chang'an collected all the treasures from their hands, subsequently planting them near the Hall of Longevity. Even the dragon carp presented by a meow was directly cast into the celestial pond. The demon kings stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The treasures that could be planted were sown, while those that could not were gathered by Chen Chang'an. The myriad demons did not linger at the Hall of Longevity, fearing they might disturb Chen Chang'an, and therefore took their leave. More importantly, they were eager to return and prepare themselves thoroughly for cultivation on flying Immortal Mountain. They resolved to bathe, cleanse their feet, don fresh garments, and rid themselves of any impurities, approaching this sacred place with a sincere heart, ensuring not to taint the elder's celestial domain with their demonic aura. Otherwise, it would be a grave offense. Chen Chang'an wore a smile, feeling quite content. With the myriad demons cultivating within the Invincible Domain, he would accrue a substantial amount of domain value. The Invincible Domain would soon encompass the entirety of flying Immortal Mountain, and then extend to cover the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Then came the Ghost State, the land of the 9 continents, even extending to the upper realm. The mere thought of it stirred Chen Chang'an's heart, leaving him in a state of exhilaration that was hard to quell. Of course, for the present Chen Chang'an, the most anticipated moment was the expansion of the Invincible Domain after it enveloped Fixinchen, thus earning him the title of Master of Fixinchen and upgrading the Invincible Domain to version 40. Chen Chang'an was indeed curious and eager about the functionalities that each version upgrade would unveil. From the Heavenly Dragon City in Yuzhou to the Ghost State, the journey was marked by cities of all sizes, which had transformed into realms of despair. All cultivators, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul had perished, leaving no survivors. News of the blue-haired, evil spirit had swept across the entire Ghost State. Such a malevolent entity had wrought havoc, naturally attracting the attention of various forces within the Ghost State. However, they were utterly powerless against the blue-haired, evil spirit. Instead, those who dared to confront it suffered total annihilation, perishing within its jaws, not a single one escaping alive. Even a formidable figure from the Fuangyan ancient sect, a powerful deity of transformation, ventured forth to slay the blue-haired, evil spirit in an act of divine justice, only to meet a tragic end at its hands. In no time, the infamous reputation of the blue-haired ghost immortal spread throughout the Ghost State. Various factions observed with trepidation, refraining from further attempts against the blue-haired ghost immortal, hoping instead that it would satiate its hunger and depart from the Ghost State. Ultimately, after devouring the lives of 1,000,000 souls from the 23rd city, the blue-haired ghost immortal finally felt satisfied, resting for 3 days and nights in the desolate city. Just when the forces of the Ghost State believed it was about to leave, the blue-haired ghost immortal unleashed a shocking proclamation. It declared that it had descended from the Xuanwu immortal domain of the upper realm, with a singular purpose, to establish its dominance and seek vengeance. How audacious that an insignificant Ghost State dared to slay the celestial generals under the command of an immortal sovereign and seize their treasures. Thus, the blue-haired ghost immortal consumed lives to assert its authority, reminding all that the immortal sovereign is exalted, not to be trifled with by mere mortals. Moreover, its sole objective in the Ghost State was to annihilate Chen Chang'an, the audacious immortal who had slain 12 celestial generals and appropriated the sovereign's artifacts. In 3 days, it would proceed to the 10,000 great mountains, intent on obliterating Chen Chang'an completely. It aimed to demonstrate that the celestial beings reigned supreme and that mere mortals should never dare to insult them. Upon hearing this news, all factions within the Ghost State were left in utter disbelief. After all, no one had known that the 12 celestial generals had fallen to the mortal realm. They had assumed they had departed, only to discover they had perished in the 10,000 great mountains. This explosive revelation plunged all forces in the Ghost State into a state of shock and commotion. When had such a brazen immortal emerged in the Ghost State? Soon, this news spread like a tempest, reaching every corner of the ghost state within a mere half-day, igniting fervent discussions among countless individuals. Various factions turned their attention to the 10,000 Great Mountains, eager to discern how the immortal in question would respond to the blue-haired ghost immortal. Would this immortal be able to confront the blue-haired ghost immortal, who hailed from the lower realm? As dusk fell, a radiant sword beam pierced the void, heading towards the direction of the Nine-Sword Sect. Above the sword rainbow, there descends the ethereal Ling Baoer. In her embrace, the little tail eagerly gazes at the vast landscapes beyond. He, little tail, in just half a day's time, we shall arrive at the Nine-Sword Sect. By then, Father and the others will surely be astounded by my cultivation. The little tail nods in agreement, chattering with delight. As they approach the territory of the Nine-Sword Sect, a sudden emergence of several spiritual rainbows encircles Ling Baoer and her little companion. 5 cultivators at the Golden Core stage, clad in the garb of the Ghost Skull Sect, confront them. Among them stands an elder. Having attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, his countenance twisted in malice. Ah, is this not Ling Baoer, the daughter of the sect master of the Nine-Sword Sect? Did you not pledge your allegiance to a lofty master in the 10,000 Great Mountains? Why have you returned? Is that not permissible? Ling Baoer queries, a hint of confusion in her voice, as she attempts to don a fierce expression, her sparkling eyes wide with defiance. You of the Ghost Skull Sect surround me with ill intent. Are you seeking death? Ling Baoer, obedient to her mentor Chen Chang'an, refrains from revealing her true strength, concealing her aura unless confronted by someone more powerful. To these 5 Golden Core cultivators, she appeared merely as a foundational or early-stage Golden Core practitioner. Thus, her words evoke a chorus of laughter from them. Is that so? You think you can threaten us? Ling Baoer, still puzzled, is met with mockery. Yet, with a swift motion, she unsheathes the holy immortal sword, unleashing a brilliant sword light. The Ghost Skull Elder, taken by surprise, finds his head severed before he can react, blood splattering upon the remaining 4 cultivators. Their smiles freeze, replaced by expressions of disbelief as they gaze at Ling Baoer. Is there anything amusing about killing? She mutters. Chapter 77. The late yet earth-shattering revelation, the elder at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm has been slain in a single stroke, leaving the 4 remaining cultivators of the Ghost Skull Sect in shock, as if caught in a surreal dream. You of the Ghost Skull Sect truly lack memory. Both your sect leader and grand elder have perished at the hands of my master. Why do you court trouble? Ling Baoer declares, executing 3 more sword strikes. Having cultivated the Dugu 9 swords, Ling Baoer's swordsmanship has reached terrifying heights. Even those who have dedicated millennia to mastering the sword would find it hard to rival her prowess. With remarkable speed, her 3 strikes result in a crimson mist, leaving the 3 Golden Core cultivators no chance to react. Such power is truly awe-inspiring. The pungent scent of blood fills the air as the last remaining Golden Core cultivator, paralyzed by fear, faints, his eyes rolling back as he plummets from the sky. Why are they all so weak? Ling Baoer murmurs, a smile gracing her lips. Little tail. It is not that they are weak. I must simply be too strong. The little tail nods vigorously in agreement. The fallen Golden Core cultivator crashes to the ground, waking from his unconsciousness in a state of utter disarray. Glancing at the ethereal Ling Baoer in the sky, she swiftly fled, her tail tucked in fear. How formidable Ling Baoer was. It was absurd for them to seek retribution against her. They were merely courting their own demise. Whoosh! A spectral rainbow cleaved through the void. Ling Baoer confronted the last of the Golden Core cultivators. Did you not wish to slay me? Why then do you flee? The cultivator, trembling and pallid, promptly sank to his knees, bowing his head in contrition. Esteemed lady, I beseech your magnanimity, spare my life. Though still youthful, Ling Baoer was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of the martial world. Had she not broken through to the nascent soul stage, she might have met her end today. Logically, her master had slain the leader and the venerable elders of the Ghost Skull Sect, sacrificing their lives to grant the sect a fleeting chance at survival. Hence, her master refrained from pursuing further conflict with them. Ling Baoer believed this to be the case. Yet, she was astonished that the Ghost Skull Sect dared to provoke her. Were they not fearful of her master's wrath, which could annihilate their entire sect? Indeed, it echoed the saying, the skies have cleared, the rain has ceased. And I find myself emboldened once more. Ling Baoer inquired of the Golden Core cultivator, why? The hesitance to kill him was rooted in this very question. The Ghost Skull Sect, if not foolish, would not act against her without cause. There must be a reason. The cultivator, unable to conceal the truth, hastily divulged. It is due to the Qingmao Ghost Immortal that we dared to lay hands upon you. The Qingmao Ghost Immortal? Ling Baoer asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. The cultivator soon revealed all he knew, for the tale of the Qingmao Ghost Immortal was already common knowledge throughout the Ghost Province, requiring no concealment. Upon hearing this, Ling Baoer was struck with understanding. So that was it. The Qingmao ghost immortal had descended to the mortal realm to target her master. A fact that had become widely known across the ghost province. With the backing of the Qingmao ghost immortal, the Ghost Skull Sect, which had initially intended to maintain a low profile and avoid trouble with her master, had quietly made their move. They lingered near the Nine Swords Sect, hoping to seize Ling Baoer upon her return to the sect. To their astonishment, they succeeded. Their intention was to capture Ling Baoer and present her to the Qingmao ghost immortal. After all, she was a disciple of Chen Chang'an, and the immortal would surely be pleased. In doing so, the Ghost Skull Sect might even rise to prominence with the immortal's support. Yet, they never anticipated Ling Baoer's extraordinary strength, which allowed her to swiftly vanquish them all. Once she comprehended the entire situation, Ling Baoer showed no mercy to the Golden Core cultivator. Regardless of his pitiful pleas for mercy, she executed him with a single stroke of her sword. Just like her master, who had so boldly struck down the celestial beings, he had slain so many in the Ghost Province and sought to kill her master. Humph. He was certainly no match for her master. Ling Baoer scoffed. The little tail nodded in agreement with Ling Baoer's sentiments. Then, Ling Baoer addressed the little tail. Let us hasten back to the sect to retrieve the medicinal seeds that our master requires. Once we have them, we shall swiftly return to Feishan Mountain and inform our master of the Qingmao ghost immortal's news. Meanwhile, at Feishan Mountain, Chen Chang'an stood upon the pavilion, gazing at a tender sprout rising from the celestial pond. A tender sprout, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of celestial light, will soon unfurl lotus leaves and blossom into exquisite flowers. Will it not? In the pond, numerous splendid and plump dragon carps swim gracefully. He recalls that this was a gift from Amiao. Initially, Amiao had intended to present a single dragon carp to Chen Chang'an. However, after heeding the words of the black-scaled dragon, she deemed that one might not suffice to please Chen Chang'an. Thus, after a moment of resolve, she decided to bestow upon him all the dragon carps she possessed. Hence, there are now 10 dragon carps in this celestial pond. Since the visit from the myriad of demons yesterday, Chen Chang'an has opened the gates of Feishan Mountain. From this day forth, the mountain has welcomed a multitude of creatures. The entire Feishan Mountain is indeed vibrant with life. The mystical aura of the celestial realm has left the demons in awe and captivated them, filling them with gratitude towards Chen Chang'an. They have all engaged in cultivation, cherishing the opportunity to refine themselves in this divine locale, unwilling to squander a moment as they strive to elevate their powers. The celestial energy here is vastly superior to the earthly spiritual essence found in the Jiuzhou continent. These demons, having languished in the earthly energies for centuries, some even for over a millennium, suddenly find themselves cultivating in Feishan Mountain, absorbing celestial energy, accumulating their strength. And some have achieved breakthroughs in a remarkably short time. With each breakthrough of a major demon, Chen Chang'an is rewarded with a significant increase in his domain value. Senior, are you home? Suddenly, Amiao's voice echoed from outside the Changxing temple. Upon hearing her, Chen Chang'an smiled softly. Come in. He then vanished from the pavilion, appearing before Amiao. Startled by his sudden presence, Amiao exhaled in relief, patting her chest. Even Chen Chang'an could not help but steal a few glances. Her figure was notably remarkable, aptly described as tumultuous waves. Observing that Amiao had lost some weight, he pondered whether it was exhausting for her. Although she had only cultivated for a single day in Feishan Mountain, her inner demonic energy and magical power had undergone significant transformation. It would not be long before she likely achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of Yuanying. Amiao, what brings you to Changxing Temple? Chen Chang'an inquired once more. Senior, I ventured out to the 10,000 Great Mountains to fish today and learned of a shocking revelation, so I hurried to inform you, Amiao replied. Pray tell me. Recently, a formidable figure known as the Qingmao Ghost Immortal has emerged in Guizhou, wreaking havoc and annihilating over 20 cities, consuming countless lives. He claims to hail from the upper realm and intends to confront you in 3 days at the 10,000 Great Mountains. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's eyes gleamed with anticipation. After such a long wait, he had begun to wonder if the upper realm had decided to remain passive. Now, at last, there was movement. Chapter 78. The lazy Amiao fishing. Amiao relayed all she knew to Chen Chang'an. The entire Guizhou is now rife with turmoil. Due to the actions of the Qingmao Ghost Immortal, various factions are keenly observing the 10,000 Great Mountains, eager to discover how Chen Chang'an will respond to this formidable adversary, engaging in combat with the azure-haired specter, or perhaps choosing to flee. After all, both the azure-haired specter and Chen Chang'an, who had slain 12 celestial beings, possess formidable strength. Yet, there exists a singular distinction. The azure-haired specter hails from the upper realms, while Chen Chang'an is of the lower realms. Despite both being capable of contending with celestial beings, a considerable disparity in power is inevitable. Many in the ghost state express skepticism regarding Chen Chang'an's chances, believing him ill-suited to confront the azure-haired specter. Before long, it is likely that the myriad demons within the 10,000 mountains will learn of the external developments. As the first demon king privy to this information, Miao hastened back to the 10,000 mountains to inform Chen Chang'an. Her concern for his safety palpable, for she harbors deep feelings for him. The elder's generosity and open-heartedness are rare virtues in this world, complemented by his refined demeanor. Unlike other cultivators who often exhibit arrogance and disdain, he remains humble despite his profound abilities. Thus, Miao fervently wishes for Chen Chang'an's well-being and fears he may fall victim to the azure-haired specter. Yet, upon her arrival, she finds Chen Chang'an wearing a serene smile, exuding tranquility, devoid of any trepidation. "Master, are you not afraid?" she inquires. "Why should I fear? Should he dare to provoke me, I shall vanquish him," he replies with an air of inherent confidence that inspires trust. Reassured, Miao smiles, placing her faith in her esteemed elder. Then, a radiant light emanates from her hands, revealing 3 dragon carps. "Master, these 3 dragon carps are for you," she announces. "Did you not bestow 10 dragon carps upon me yesterday?" he queries. Miao, licking her lips in curiosity, responds, "Did you not finish the 10 from yesterday? These carps are remarkably tender and delectable. I consume several each day." Her enticing tongue gliding over her luscious lips carries an allure of its own. Chen Chang'an muses to himself. Indeed, the cat demon lives up to her nature. He finds himself wishing to caress the swaying tail behind her, though it remains but a fleeting thought. Chuckling, he replies, "Those dragon carps are currently residing in the celestial pond. I have yet to consider consuming them. Master, please enjoy these 3 carps today. They hail from the immortal Yao pool, and I exerted considerable effort to catch them," Miao insists. "Very well. Let us sample the flavor of the dragon carps." Chen Chang'an nods in agreement. "Master, I shall take my leave now," she says. "Since you claim these carps are exquisite, do not rush off. Stay and dine with me," he invites, a hint of playfulness in his tone. A blush graces Miao's cheeks as she hesitates. "Will this not displease you, master?" Chen Chang'an smiles gently. "How could sharing a meal displease me? Stay a while. It has been ages since I last savored fish. Today, I shall treat you to my culinary skills." Miao's cat ears perk up. "Master, can you cook fish?" "Merely a trivial matter. Steamed, braised, spicy, whatever you desire." "I can prepare," he assures her. Miao gazed at Chen Chang'an with admiration. Within the Eternal Life Temple, he showcased his remarkable culinary skills, diligently preparing 3 dragon carps. As for the rumors of the external Qingmao ghost immortal, he swiftly cast them aside, paying them no heed. While everyone outside believed his cultivation was that of a formidable immortal, he was merely an ordinary person endowed with an invincible domain. Regardless of who dared to enter his invincible realm, be they immortals or otherwise, they would meet their demise should they provoke him. Inside the Eternal Life Temple, as Chen Chang'an displayed his culinary prowess, the tantalizing aroma of fish wafted through the air, causing Miao to salivate uncontrollably, her gaze fixed upon him in awe. "What a delightful fragrance! I never imagined dragon carp could be prepared in such a manner. My senior truly is remarkable. This enticing dragon carp must be exquisite," she mused. Unable to resist, Miao approached Chen Chang'an, her eyes sparkling as she observed the vibrant broth bubbling in the pot. "Senior, may I have a taste?" she inquired eagerly, her tail wagging in anticipation. "Of course," Chen Chang'an replied with a nod. It had been quite a while since he had cooked fish, and he was uncertain of the flavor. With his permission granted, Miao eagerly dipped her finger into the broth, tasting a small amount before bringing it to her lips. Her eyes widened in delight as she sucked her finger clean, a contented smile gracing her features, her tail wagging incessantly behind her. Such a delicious flavor. Observing Miao's reaction, Chen Chang'an felt an urge to jest, thinking, "Miao, I suspect you have ulterior motives." Clearing his throat, he inquired, "How does it taste?" "Oh, senior, it is incredibly delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite broth before. The dragon carp you prepared must be delightful." "Is that so?" Chen Chang'an sampled a bit himself, offering his assessment. "Although many of the seasonings are lacking, it is still acceptable, though slightly bland." He then added a pinch of salt before serving the dragon carp from the pot. "This is braised dragon carp. Do give it a try." "Thank you, senior." They proceeded to enjoy their meal together. Upon tasting the first bite of fish, tears welled in Miao's eyes, and she bowed her head, trembling with emotion. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if Chen Chang'an had done something untoward. "What's wrong?" Chen Chang'an asked, taken aback. Wiping away her tears, Miao replied, "Senior, after living for so many years and having eaten countless fish, I have never tasted anything as delightful as this. It fills me with such happiness." Chen Chang'an smiled. "If you find it delicious, then indulge yourself. Should you wish to eat more, You are always welcome at the Eternal Life Temple, and I shall prepare it for you. Miao's eyes widened in surprise and joy. Senior, is that truly the case? Chen Chang'an nodded nonchalantly. However, you must procure the ingredients yourself. Oh, Senior, you are too kind, Miao exclaimed, devouring the fish and rice with fervor. Before long, she had eaten to her heart's content and lay lazily beside him. Senior, I am so full, I wish to lie down. Go ahead, Chen Chang'an replied, observing the now empty plates on the table, with only 3 complete dragon carp skeletons remaining. Chen Chang'an held deep admiration for Miao. Truly, she was a master at fish preparation, capable of assembling 3 complete skeletons. Evidently, Miao's culinary skills were quite popular, as suggested by her successful efforts. Were it not for his possession of the eternal body, as an ordinary person, he could surely thrive by opening a restaurant in the Jojo continent. At that moment, however, Miao unexpectedly began to snore, having fallen asleep beside him. Chen Chang'an turned to look, only to find her curled up, exuding a sense of laziness and contentment. Her cat ears twitched occasionally, and her long cat tail swayed gently. Suddenly, the swaying tail brushed against Chen Chang'an. Chapter 79, still lacking that feeling? Senior, I think I should take my leave now, Miao. Miao's face flushed crimson, her tail hidden behind her, head bowed, cat ears drooping, too bashful to meet Chen Chang'an's gaze. Well, if you ever wish to enjoy fish again, you are always welcome at the Eternal Temple, Chen Chang'an said, striving to maintain his composure, his expression calm. All right, Miao. Miao replied, her cheeks still red, hastily departing from the Eternal Temple. Once Miao was gone, Chen Chang'an finally exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, he had not intended for any of that to occur. As for what transpired during that moment, he swore he merely removed Miao's tail from his person. There was truly no peculiar inclination on his part. Miao, should you doubt me, the esteemed onlookers can attest to my innocence. Shaking his head, Chen Chang'an chose not to dwell on it further and checked his current domain value. At present, he had accumulated nearly 100,000 domain points. Indeed, this was merely the first day. Many of the monsters had been stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation for an extended period. Upon entering Feishan Mountain to train, the influx of celestial energy facilitated breakthroughs for numerous creatures, thereby allowing Chen Chang'an to swiftly amass significant domain value. It was worth noting that each day, many monsters came to Feishan Mountain to cultivate. They were not exclusively powerful demon kings at the nascent soul stage, some were at the golden core stage, or even the foundation establishment stage. Chen Chang'an had not limited entry to only demon kings. After all, even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Thus, in just one day, he had garnered a considerable amount of domain value. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but admire his own decision. He was indeed exceptionally clever. It wouldn't be long before his invincible domain enveloped the entirety of Feishan Mountain, at which point he would become the master of the mountain. Standing atop the peak, Chen Chang'an gazed into the distance, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Qingmao Ghost Immortal, come to Feishan Mountain and meet your demise. Meanwhile, Miao, having left the Eternal Temple, felt as if her heart were racing like a startled deer. Her face flushed, head bowed, exuding an air of guilt. Within the mountain, she encountered several formidable demons. Some recognized her and greeted her warmly, yet she offered no response. The demons exchanged puzzled glances, sensing that Miao appeared quite different from her usual self. Suddenly, a familiar and melodious voice resonated through the air. Baiyu and the Celestial Fox Demon Emperor arrived at Feishan Mountain. Miao lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, striving to regain her composure. Baiyu, grandmother, what brings you here? She inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Baiyu smiled gently. Our clan, the ancient fox tribe, has learned of significant events occurring in the ghost state, related to our esteemed elder, and we have come to inform you of these matters. The Celestial Fox Demon Emperor's expression grew serious as she spoke. The elder possesses great virtue, having opened Feishan Mountain for the training of myriad demons. Such a tremendous favor is met with boundless gratitude from the 10,000 mountain range. Now, with the upper realm sending celestial beings to seek your aid, we, the 10,000 mountain range, are determined to lend our support. Miao appeared dazed. Miao, what occupies your thoughts? Baiyu asked. Her curiosity piqued as she sensed something amiss with Miao. The Celestial Fox Demon Emperor also regarded her with interest. Miao quickly shook her head. I'm not thinking of anything. Grandmother, could you perhaps seek the elder alone? I have a matter to discuss with Baiyu, if that is all right. The Celestial Fox Demon Emperor smiled. Very well. She departed, leaving behind a blushing Miao and Baiyu. Baiyu smiled gently. Miao, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Miao glanced around, ensuring no one else was present. With her cheeks still flushed, She leaned closer to Bai Yu's ear and recounted the incident that transpired at the Longevity Temple. Bai Yu's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing a meow. You mean the elder touched your tail? A meow hurriedly covered Bai Yu's mouth. Shoo, lower your voice. The elder said it was unintentional. It was my fault for being careless, indulging too much and wanting to sleep, which resulted in my tail resting upon the elder. When the elder attempted to move it, that is when the contact occurred. Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to the sound of a mosquito, and as she spoke, her face and cat ears grew even redder. What do you plan to do about it? Bai Yu inquired, well aware of a meow's background. A meow, originally a princess of the mist state, was the offspring of its ruler, who was rumored to possess the prowess of a celestial being. It was said that a meow had fled to the 10,000 mountain range to escape an arranged marriage. Centuries ago, her father had stirred a tempest across the entire 9 provinces in search of her, yet ultimately failed to find her, leading him to relinquish hope. A meow had once confided in Bai Yu that her tail, known as the initial tail, was extraordinarily sensitive, with only her future husband permitted to touch it. This aspect bore resemblance to the customs of the ancient fox tribe. However, it was unexpected that a meow, with her carefree disposition, allowed the elder to make contact. This explained her unusual blush and demeanor. Bai Yu, what should I do? A meow lamented, her mind in turmoil. The mere thought of the elder's touch on her tail sent shivers throughout her body, causing her heart to race. The elder did not mean it, a meow. Do not dwell on it. Bai Yu reassured her, noticing a meow's face redden further. A meow, why is your face even redder now? She questioned. I am fine. Really? A meow exclaimed, covering her face, feeling the heat radiate from her cheeks. Bai Yu, has your initial tail ever been touched by anyone? A meow asked curiously. Yes. It has been touched by yours, Bai Yu replied. What was it like? A meow pressed eagerly. It felt somewhat itchy, Bai Yu answered. Does one not experience a tingling sensation or an overwhelming weakness throughout the body? Bai Yu shook her head in denial. A meow suddenly grasped Bai Yu's tail with a slight force. An unusual feeling surged within her heart. Bai Yu's cheeks flushed, and she quickly broke free. A meow. What are you doing? Do you still not feel that sensation? No. Chapter 80. The Immortal Lady Yu Chan. Attention from all sides in the upper realm. At the Tianyuan Immortal Mansion, Jiang Yuchan made her entrance. The Tianyuan Immortal King promptly came forth to greet her. The arrival of the Immortal Lady Yu Chan at my humble abode is an honor, and I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly. Jiang Yuchan produced a storage ring. Your Majesty Tianyuan, I must apologize for the damage to the Wanxiang Immortal Mirror. Here are 5 superior immortal stones as compensation. The Tianyuan Immortal King was overjoyed. Thank you, Immortal Lady Yu Chan. In truth, the repair of the Wanxiang Immortal Mirror requires only 2 superior immortal stones. Very well. Then 2 it shall be. Under the gaze of the Tianyuan Immortal King, Jiang Yuchan retrieved 3 superior immortal stones. The corners of the Tianyuan Immortal King's mouth twitched, feeling as if he had shot himself in the foot. Actually, Immortal Lady Yu Chan, I was merely jesting. The Tianyuan Immortal King, somewhat shameless, wore an awkward smile. However, there was little he could do. 3 superior immortal stones were exceedingly precious in the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, even if he had to forego his pride. Obtaining those 3 stones was worth it. Jiang Yuchan could not help but chuckle at the Tianyuan Immortal King's shameless demeanor and returned the 3 superior immortal stones. Upon witnessing Jiang Yuchan's smile, the Tianyuan Immortal King was utterly entranced, and a poem involuntarily formed in his mind. When the embroidered lotus smiles, a treasure duck flits to embrace the fragrant cheeks. As her gaze stirs, one cannot help but guess. Thank you, Immortal Lady Yu Chan. By the way, I have a piece of insider information worth a medium-grade immortal stone concerning the youth-enhancing immortal tree. Would you care to know? With a swift motion, a medium-grade immortal stone landed in the Tianyuan Immortal King's hand. He chuckled, reflecting in his heart, truly, the foremost immortal family of the Xuanwu Immortal Domain possesses immense resources, casually producing 5 superior immortal stones. Such wealth is indeed impressive. The youth-enhancing immortal tree you seek may soon fall into the hands of the Shengwu Immortal Sovereign if you delay. What do you mean? Recently, the Shengwu Immortal Sovereign tasked me with finding a certain individual, which attracted the backlash of the heavenly mechanism, damaging the Wanxiang Immortal Mirror. Immortal Lady Yu Chan, you too seek the youth-enhancing immortal tree, which has likewise resulted in damage to the Wanxiang Immortal Mirror. Coincidentally, the owner of that youth-enhancing immortal tree is the very person the Shengwu Immortal Sovereign intends to eliminate. Immortal Lady Yu Chan, should you descend later, and the person sent by the Shengwu Immortal Sovereign succeeds in killing that individual, the youth-enhancing immortal tree shall undoubtedly slip through your fingers. Upon hearing this, Yu Chan expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your warning. This information is indeed worth a medium-grade immortal stone. After speaking, she did not linger and promptly departed. Once Immortal Lady Yuchan had left, the Tianyuan Immortal King chuckled to himself. Shengwu Immortal Sovereign, when the time comes, that descending immortal will have the protection of Immortal Lady Yuchan. Let us see how you shall respond. I shall make you furious. In the ghost state. At Wind Thunder City, various forces were watching closely. This was a city of death, with countless corpses littering the ground, an atmosphere thick with despair. Serving as a temporary refuge for the Qingmao Ghost Immortal, he inhaled deeply, a terrifying turbulence coursing through his entire being, while around him, wails of spirits echoed. An endless realm of phantoms enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sinister glint flashing within them. 3 days had passed. Boom. The corporeal form of the green-haired ghost immortal erupted like a slumbering volcano, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of power that cascaded forth like a torrential flood, obliterating the entire city in an instant. He soared into the sky, swirling a vast expanse of ghostly mist as he headed towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. The emergence of the green-haired ghost immortal sent ripples through the myriad factions that had been observing closely. They began to murmur amongst themselves, some even stealthily following, intent on witnessing the unfolding events at the 10,000 Great Mountains. After all, this involved two formidable immortals clashing. Should they engage, it would undoubtedly be a spectacle of earth-shattering proportions. Previously, at the 10,000 Great Mountains, Chen Chang'an had vanquished 12 immortals, an event unbeknownst to them. Yet, they could not afford to miss the confrontation between Chen Chang'an and the green-haired ghost immortal. The green-haired ghost immortal was on the move, making his way toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. Indeed, 3 days had elapsed without any sign of activity or response from the mountains. Did they intend to sit idly by? One individual remarked, I beg to differ. If that figure did not flee from the 10,000 Great Mountains, he must possess a hidden card, showing no fear of the green-haired ghost immortal. Another added, however, I have heard that the myriad monsters of the 10,000 Great Mountains remain, and even the heavenly fox demon emperor has proclaimed intent to stand alongside that immortal to confront the green-haired ghost immortal. Have the creatures of the 10,000 Great Mountains lost their wits? Is it not preferable to maintain neutrality rather than align with that immortal? Not only the 10,000 Great Mountains, but I have also heard that even the esteemed Nine-Sword Sect of Ghost State dispatched their forces there yesterday. I have been told the entire sect mobilized, and even their protective formation was moved to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Goodness, how audacious. It is said that the protective formation of the Nine-Sword Sect was constructed by the first sect leader before his ascension. An unparalleled array that even the immortal cannot breach. Incredible. How come I have never heard of this before? Ah, that is due to your ignorance. I have a friend from the Nine-Sword Sect. I also heard that the sect leader's daughter, Ling Baoer, is a disciple of that immortal. At this point, the cultivator displayed an expression of profound envy. It is said that Ling Baoer had only recently become a disciple of that immortal while still at the foundation establishment level. Yet upon returning to the sect in these few days, she astonishingly reached the nascent soul stage, astonishing all disciples and elders of the Nine-Sword Sect. It must be noted that her father, Ling Qingshan, has yet to break through to the nascent soul. Upon hearing this, some gasped in disbelief. From foundation establishment to nascent soul, how had she achieved this? It goes without saying, it must be related to that immortal. The identity of the immortal from the 10,000 Great Mountains remains shrouded in mystery, as no information has surfaced in recent days. Perhaps today's battle against the green-haired ghost immortal would unveil his true visage. Many had already departed, and we must hasten as well. In Ghost State, a tempest brewed, as countless factions, cultivators, and even great demons and spirits surged toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. On this day, the majestic 10,000 Great Mountains are destined to capture the attention of all, becoming the focal point of the entire Ghost State. Chapter 81, The Heavenly Net. The dragon-subduing immortal array. In contrast to the turbulence of the Ghost State, Feishan Mountain has recently exhibited a tranquility that is quite serene. Regarding the impending confrontation with the azure-haired ghost immortal, Chen Chang'an has not allowed it to weigh heavily on his mind. 2 days prior, Ling Baoer and Littletail returned from the Nine-Sword Sect bearing a wealth of spiritual herb seeds. These past couple of days, Chen Chang'an has been diligently nurturing these seeds. Under the nurturing embrace of the celestial realm, many of the spiritual herb seeds have taken root and begun to flourish. Remarkably, during this cultivation process, Chen Chang'an refrained from employing any external forces. After all, he finds immense joy in nurturing the growth of these herbs. Furthermore, not only did Ling Baoer bring back herb seeds from the Nine-Sword Sect, but the formidable beasts inhabiting Feishan Mountain have also noticed his keen interest in horticulture. Thus, They have generously brought forth various precious and rare spiritual herbs from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains to present to Chen Chang'an. Among these, he has even discovered that many of these spiritual herbs bear a striking resemblance to medicinal plants found on Earth. For instance, the spiritual herb known as red jade heart, brought by the Black Flood Dragon, is unmistakably akin to a carrot from Earth. The only distinction lies in the fact that red jade heart is a spiritual herb imbued with profound spiritual energy, beneficial for cultivation, while Earth's carrots merely serve as a source of vitamins. In summary, having acquired these spiritual herbs and seeds, Chen Chang'an has been busily engaged in the mountain-s medicinal fields alongside Ling Bao'er and Littletail, leading a fulfilling yet industrious life. Under the blazing sun, after planting the 99th root of the flesh-toned systanch, Chen Chang'an finally exhaled in relief and emerged from the fields. By the edge of the spiritual fields, Ling Bao'er promptly offered him a flask of water, while Littletail hopped onto Chen Chang'an's shoulder, wiping the perspiration from his brow. "Master, you have worked hard," she exclaimed. Chen Chang'an smiled slightly, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, cultivating this plot of systanch has proven arduous. I feel as though my back may give out." Ling Bao'er, perplexed, inquired, "Master, why do you not employ your magical powers, or allow me to assist? With your powers, you could cultivate these herbs in mere moments." Chen Chang'an shook his head, saying, "My dear disciple, you do not understand. I relish the process of tilling the land." "Master, I do not quite grasp this," she replied. Chen Chang'an surveyed the entire medicinal field, filled with flourishing systanch, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he could not resist reciting a poem. "My dear disciple, do you know the toil of weeding at noon, the sweat dripping into the soil? Who knows the meal on the plate, each grain a product of hard work?" He continued, "This medicinal field was sown by my own hands, and when these systanch mature, I shall partake of them at every meal. But master, these are merely ordinary spiritual herbs. They should hold little significance for you." Chen Chang'an shook his head, rubbing his aching back, and responded earnestly, "Disciple, you are mistaken. This herb holds great value for me." Ling Bao'er could not help but inquire, "Master, what great use does it hold?" Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, revealing an enigmatic expression. "This profound significance can only be understood intuitively, rather than conveyed through mere words, for should I attempt to articulate it, you would not comprehend." Then, Chen Chang'an expressed his confusion once more. "Bao'er, did not the green-furred ghost immortal indicate he would come to Feishan Mountain today? Why has he yet to arrive even at noon? You don't think he has flaked out on us, do you?" Ling Bao'er, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Master, the green-furred ghost immortal is surely intimidated by you. Moreover, with the grand array of 10,000 great mountains now in place, should he dare to approach, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise." Upon hearing Ling Bao'er's words, Chen Chang'an could only shrug in resignation. Just a few days prior, the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor and Ling Bao'er's father had arrived, offering their assistance. They had brought the protective formation of the Nine-Sword Sect, reputed to withstand assaults from even the most formidable immortals. The Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor, grateful for the benevolent deeds of his predecessors, had pledged unwavering support to aid Chen Chang'an in confronting the green-furred ghost immortal. After all, the green-furred ghost immortal hailed from the upper realms. And even though the predecessors shared the status of formidable immortals, their strength was immeasurable. Yet, concern lingered in their hearts for the safety of their elders, fearing that they might not be a match for the green-furred ghost immortal. Naturally, Chen Chang'an declined their offers of assistance. He was aware of his own Invincible Domain system. No matter how powerful the green-furred ghost immortal might be, should he dare to approach, his fate would be sealed. Thus, Chen Chang'an reassured them, "I have my own arrangements. There is no need for you to intervene. Let the green-furred ghost immortal come to Feishan Mountain." However, he felt a twinge of helplessness knowing that before informing him, the Nine-Sword Sect and the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor had already prepared to confront the green-furred ghost immortal. The Nine-Sword Sect had expended all its spirit stones to establish the protective formation, which could not be retracted. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor had begun utilizing a powerful artifact, with countless demons infusing it with their magical energy daily to restore its strength against the green-furred ghost immortal. Upon learning all this, Chen Chang'an was at a loss for words, though he felt a swell of gratitude. It was surprising that the green-furred ghost immortal, a formidable immortal, had garnered such support from both the Nine-Sword Sect and the 10,000 great mountains to oppose him. Should he falter in this battle, both the Nine-Sword Sect and the 10,000 great mountains would surely fall victim to the green-furred ghost immortal. Clearly, the actions of the Nine-Sword Sect and the 10,000 great mountains reflected their unwavering faith in him. In light of this, Chen Chang'an refrained from further protest. He accepted their goodwill. He could only advise the demons of the Nine-Sword Sect and the 10,000 great mountains that if they encountered peril while engaging the green-furred ghost immortal, they should swiftly retreat to Feishin Mountain and leave the confrontation to him. Suddenly, ominous clouds swirled in the air, casting a shadow over the 10,000 great mountains, and the winds howled fiercely as darkness descended. An overwhelming, chilling aura swept through the region, akin to a dam bursting, permeating the entire expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, instilling a sense of dread in all living beings within. Instantly, a shiver ran down their spines as they instinctively looked up toward the distant sky. Chen Chang'an raised his head, narrowing his eyes. "Bauer, the darkness has fallen." Ling Bauer nodded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "Master, it must be the arrival of the green-furred ghost immortal." Chen Chang'an placed his right hand gently on Ling Bauer's small shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from beside the spiritual field. In the next moment, Chen Chang'an, accompanied by Ling Bauer and Xiao Wei, appeared atop the peak of Feishin Mountain. At the summit, amidst the howling gales, Chen Chang'an's black hair danced wildly, and the Taoist robe he wore flapped dramatically. With his hands clasped behind him, he gazed into the distance. Far away, a massive, grotesque visage resembling a monstrous mountain emitted a chilling cackle as it approached the 10,000 great mountains. Suddenly, 9 resplendent beams of sword light erupted across the skies of the 10,000 great mountains, forming an extraordinary array that enveloped the fearsome visage. Chen Chang'an inquired, "Bauer, is that the protective array of your 9-sword sect?" Ling Bauer nodded earnestly. "Yes, master. It was my father who activated the Zhenlong Fazhen array." Chapter 82. One of the great treasures of Juzhou, the Wuzhou Ding in the 10,000 great mountains. The green-haired ghost immortal was utterly unprepared for the perilous array that ensnared him upon his arrival. His expression turned icy. "This array is formidable. It seems I have underestimated the might of the immortals in the 10,000 great mountains." In the distant sky, various factions, along with powerful demons and specters, watched from afar, murmuring amongst themselves. "What a fearsome array. It has ensnared the green-haired ghost immortal in an instant. This must be the protective array of the 9-sword sect, truly a creation worthy of the first-generation sect master. However, it will not be easy to subdue this green-haired ghost immortal with just this array. Why has the immortal from the 10,000 great mountains yet to reveal himself?" Within the 10,000 great mountains, Ling Hai, Ling Qingshan, and all the esteemed elders of the 9-sword sect stood at the corners of the array, channeling their energies into it. Ling Hai bellowed, "Elders, we of the 9-sword sect shall ensure that this green-haired ghost immortal sees the consequences of his actions. Our most powerful Zhenlong Fazhen array must not be underestimated. Indeed, we cannot disappoint our forebears." The 9 terrifying sword energies, akin to 9 colossal dragons, surged forth, shaking the heavens with their might, as they unleashed their destructive force upon the green-haired ghost immortal, leaving him with no means of escape. Within the array, power erupted. Not far from the Zhenlong Fazhen array, the heavenly fox demon emperor observed coldly, accompanied by 18 demon kings, including Bai Yu and a Miao. The heavenly fox demon emperor intoned, "The Zhenlong Fazhen array has been activated. We too must take action." The assembly of demons nodded in agreement. "Our benefactor has opened Feishin Mountain for our cultivation. We must contribute in return. Indeed, while we demons may be inherently savage and cruel, we are also bound by gratitude. Our benefactor has shown us kindness, and we shall repay it," exclaimed the Black Flood Dragon. Though the demons had only been cultivating on Feishin Mountain for a brief period, their cultivation levels had significantly advanced, with more than half of the demon kings achieving a minor breakthrough. Such immense grace had effectively saved them centuries of arduous training. How could they not be grateful to Chen Chang'an? The heavenly fox demon emperor nodded approvingly. "Excellent. You have not brought shame to the 10,000 great mountains." Then, he turned to a Miao. "A Miao, have you brought the treasured artifact?" "Yes, grandmother, I have," a Miao replied, taking a deep breath as she formed a hand seal. In an instant, a radiant golden light emanated from the chest. A golden small cauldron emerged from the heart, surrounded by swirling strands of golden mist, exuding a terrifying aura. "Grandmother, this is the Mist State Cauldron." The myriad of demons gazed at the cauldron in awe. Had it not been for today's assistance to the elder, they would have never known that a Miao was the daughter of the Mist State Lord. In the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, the 9 cauldrons are said to govern the fate of all beings, and the Mist State Lord's cauldron residing within a Miao is indeed an eye-opener for the demons. It is rumored that the 9 cauldrons are crafted from heavenly materials, possessing unparalleled power to suppress the 9 provinces. Whosoever possesses a cauldron can become the lord of a state. The truth of this remains uncertain. A Miao nodded earnestly. "Indeed, but those capable of wielding the 9 cauldrons are all formidable celestial beings. Grandmother, we must act swiftly, otherwise Father will sense the presence of the mist state cauldron and will undoubtedly seek out a meow. Understood. The heavenly fox demon emperor's gaze was piercing as he commanded. All demon kings, heed my orders. Channel your demonic power into the mist state cauldron to awaken its strength and confront that azure-haired ghost immortal. The demon kings present, including the heavenly fox demon emperor, ceased their idle chatter and unleashed their power, which surged into the mist state cauldron like a torrent breaking through a dam. The cauldron's brilliance intensified, radiating an unsettling energy that sent shivers down the spine. Within the dragon suppression celestial array, 9 raging dragons relentlessly assaulted the azure-haired ghost immortal. Yet, the ghost immortal remained unfazed, casually raising his fist and unleashing a series of strikes. Each punch seemed to embody unfathomable strength, causing the very void to tremble, as if it could collapse at any moment. When his fist struck against the furious dragons, they were obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Within the array, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, the dragons faltered, and a multitude of swords materialized, transforming the realm into an endless sea of blades, where slaughter resumed. Mountains crumbled, and the ground fractured, presenting a cataclysmic tableau. Observers from afar marveled at the array's dreadfulness. The Nine-Sword Sect truly exemplified the pinnacle of power in the ghost state, boasting profound heritage. With this array, it seemed few could withstand its might. Even the azure-haired ghost immortal, facing this array, would likely meet a grim fate, they mused. However, when they beheld the azure-haired ghost immortal within the array, their astonishment was palpable. There he stood, unharmed amidst the overwhelming slaughter, adorned in a radiant azure celestial garment. The blue light flickered, effortlessly shielding him from the terrifying forces of the dragon suppression celestial array. Could it be that the azure-haired ghost immortal wore a celestial garment? A solemn voice spoke, acknowledging that although the ghost immortal was indeed a celestial being, it was not surprising for one from the upper realm to possess celestial artifacts. Yet, the power of this artifact was unexpectedly formidable. Clearly, the Nine-Sword Sect's array was futile against him. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, those controlling the dragon suppression celestial array, such as Ling Hai, wore grave and weary expressions, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Manipulating such a grand array demanded immense reserves of both their magical power and vitality, and they were nearing their limits. Why is the heavenly fox demon emperor yet to take action? An elder inquired anxiously. We must wait a moment longer, Ling Hai replied solemnly. Ling Hai, the formation of the dragon suppressing and celestial extermination has already consumed 60% of the spirit stones from the Nine-Sword Sect's treasury, and the remaining 40% may not last much longer. Taking a deep breath, Ling Hai felt the exhaustion of his energy manifesting his age more prominently. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from the depths nearby, illuminating the heavens. Ling Hai's eyes gleamed with intensity as he bellowed. The celestial fox demon emperor is ready. Elders, exert all your strength to activate the dragon suppressing and celestial extermination formation. Chapter 83, A Cunning Ambush. No honor in combat within the dragon suppressing and celestial extermination formation. A resounding and piercing sword cry erupted abruptly. A colossal sword, towering like a mountain, gradually materialized, capturing the awe of countless onlookers. The terrifying waves of energy spread like a tide. Even those distant cultivators and various fiends, despite their considerable distance, felt their hearts race in trepidation upon sensing the dreadful aura emanating from the formation. Some swallowed hard, acknowledging the formidable sword's might. Indeed, it was evident that the Nine-Sword Sect was making a desperate gamble. Many cast glances at the sneering blue-furred ghost immortal, pondering whether this tactic would prove effective against him. Why had the celestial who could strike down the 10,000-strong mountain army not yet made an appearance? Was he merely biding his time, hoping to avoid confrontation while the Nine-Sword Sect braced for battle? The crowd murmured, particularly disappointed by the absence of Chen Chang'an, who had previously slain 12 immortals. They had anticipated his arrival, but now, doubts arose. Had he quietly fled? Inside the dragon suppressing and celestial extermination formation, the towering sword manifested itself, yet the blue-furred ghost immortal remained unfazed, sneering coldly. It seemed the true nature of this tactic had been revealed, as he believed it would be ineffective against him. With a thunderous shout, the colossal sword descended, locking onto the blue-furred ghost immortal's essence, leaving him no avenue for retreat. This strike crushed mountaintops, causing the very earth to tremble and crack beneath its weight. It was a scene that struck awe in the hearts of all who beheld it. The blue-furred ghost immortal, clad in a radiant azure robe, retaliated with a punch just as the sword was about to collide with him. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed the overwhelming power contained within the gigantic sword. Recognizing the imminent danger, this sword's might was beyond his expectations. He could not afford to confront it directly. He prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, a voice rang out from behind him. Do not flee. It was a meow, summoning a colossal golden cauldron, as immense as a mountain, crashing towards him. This was none other than the Mist State Cauldron. The blue-furred ghost immortal's expression changed dramatically. What kind of treasure was this? Even he felt a sense of dread from the Mist State Cauldron's power, surrounded by the towering sword in front and the mountainous cauldron behind. He cursed under his breath. He was outmaneuvered. A group of cunning old-timers had promised a one-on-one duel, yet here he was, facing an ambush without honor. Enraged, the blue-furred ghost immortal realized he had no option to evade and had to summon all his strength to defend with his celestial robe. The sword struck forward, and the cauldron crashed down upon him. With a splatter, even the formidable blue-furred ghost immortal could not withstand the onslaught. Blood surging within him as he felt his organs threaten to rupture, and he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. Notably, his azure celestial robe bore several cracks from the force of the blows. In this moment, the Qingmao ghost immortal was far removed from his previous composure and indifference. His expression twisted into a grimace of fury, a face marred by violence. A horde of wretched lower realm insects had dared to wound him. Such a humiliation, a profound disgrace. The Qingmao ghost immortal roared in rage, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury. How dare these insignificant creatures harm me? I shall devour you all. Like a dormant volcano erupting, his terrifying power surged forth like a torrential flood, akin to a raging river unleashed. Instantly, under the cataclysmic force erupting from within the Qingmao ghost immortal, the towering giant sword shattered into fragments, and the misty state cauldron was pushed back 100 feet. The onlooking cultivators and various demons were struck by the overwhelming force emanating from the Qingmao ghost immortal, their faces paling in fear, their hearts quaking in terror. What an awe-inspiring power! This is the true strength of the Qingmao ghost immortal, someone murmured, their voice trembling. Even from afar, they could scarcely endure such dreadful might, and were compelled to retreat further to observe. Meanwhile, the dragon suppression and immortal extermination array dimmed, its power nearly exhausted. Beginning to collapse, the esteemed elders of the Nine-Sword Sect suffered the backlash of the Qingmao ghost immortal's might, sent flying, their faces ashen, many grievously injured. The icy glare of the Qingmao ghost immortal swept across the scene as he reached out and seized one of the elders. Insects, mere insects. He tightened his grip. A cry of agony escaped the elder's lips as his body crumbled in the clutches of the Qingmao ghost immortal, blood spilling forth. The Qingmao ghost immortal snorted disdainfully, opening his mouth wide, prepared to consume the elder whole. Ling Hai and the other elders, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, felt a surge of anxiety. Damn it! This foul creature intends to devour Ling Song. Yet, their heavily wounded bodies rendered them powerless to intervene. Just then, the void trembled as Amiao manipulated the misty state cauldron to strike again. The Qingmao ghost immortal scoffed, releasing Ling Song and vanishing from sight to evade the cauldron's assault. The cauldron crashed into emptiness, obliterating a mountain peak. Where is he? Amiao's expression grew grave, her cat ears quivering as she recalled the cauldron while searching for the Qingmao ghost immortal's presence. Ling Hai swiftly caught the falling Ling Song, relieved to find him bloodied, yet still alive. In the sky above, Amiao continued her search fruitlessly for the Qingmao ghost immortal. At that moment, a weak and anxious warning from the celestial fox demon emperor reached her. Amiao, be cautious of what lies behind you. However, being a nascent soul, her reflexes were too slow before the Qingmao ghost immortal. Behind her, a sinister laughter echoed. Amiao quickly turned around, only to find the Qingmao ghost immortal had inexplicably appeared behind her. Before she could react, his ghastly claw tightened around her throat, leaving her no time to wield the misty state cauldron. Words failed her. The Qingmao ghost immortal's eyes glimmered with a blood-red light as he coldly remarked, "Little kitty. Engaging in a sneak attack lacks martial virtue." Chapter 84. A battle that would leave you unrecognizable. The Qingmao ghost immortal grasped Amiao's throat, rendering her pallid, unable to utter a word. Her expression was one of agony, enveloped by the specter of death. Despair settled heavily in Amiao's heart. Is this the rhythm of demise? Amiao, by you, the celestial fox demon emperor, and a host of demon kings swiftly charged forth. Humph, they overestimate themselves. The green-haired ghost immortal raised a hand and grasped. A swirling abyss of dark, ghostly mist surged forth, crackling with thunder and lightning, transforming into a ghostly iron whip that lashed out in a series of 5 strikes. Swift as lightning, leaving no trace, ethereal and elusive. It was one of the green-haired ghost immortal's formidable techniques, the 5 lightning whips. Beneath the onslaught of 5 whips, the void was rent asunder, and mountains were utterly obliterated. How could the celestial fox demon emperor and the others withstand such celestial prowess? They were all sent flying. The The might of the green-haired ghost immortal was now unmistakably evident. No one could stand against him. Buzzing echoed through the air as the celestial fox demon emperor and the others took action, granting Miao a moment of respite. She hastily manipulated the mist state cauldron again. The cauldron expanded 1,000-fold, transforming into a colossal mountain that obscured the sun and descended to suppress once more. Simultaneously, a droplet of golden blood appeared between Miao's brows. This golden blood radiated brilliant light, emanating mysterious power. Unbeknownst to Miao, she invoked some arcane technique, vanishing from the grasp of the green-haired ghost immortal. When she reappeared, she was already 100 feet away. Miao's face was ashen, her body weak, on the verge of collapsing from the heavens. Fortunately, Baiyu appeared and supported her. Miao, are you alright? Miao managed a strained smile. I'm fine, Miao. It was the life-saving essence left by my father that allowed me to escape. She glanced at the green-haired ghost immortal. The mist state cauldron flowed with terrifying mist threads, exuding immense power, suppressing the green-haired ghost immortal. His expression grew cold as he countered the cauldron. His aura was formidable, though the cauldron was powerful. This time the green-haired ghost immortal was prepared, and it failed to harm him. The cauldron cannot hold him for long. We must depart, Miao, Miao said gravely. The members of the Nine-Sword Sect, Baiyu, Miao, and the celestial fox demon emperor, along with the gathered demons, had witnessed the overwhelming strength of the green-haired ghost immortal. Such terrifying power was beyond their capacity to contend with. Remaining here would surely lead to their demise. Without hesitation, they all fled towards flying Immortal Mountain. Under the suppression of the mist state cauldron, the green-haired ghost immortal was temporarily immobilized. His countenance darkened, eyes fierce. A bunch of insignificant ants. Wait until I devour every last one of you. None shall escape. In a short time, the power of the cauldron waned significantly. The green-haired ghost immortal unleashed a mighty fist, sending the cauldron flying, and then swallowed it whole. He transformed into a streak of immortal light, swift as lightning, pursuing the direction in which the Nine-Sword Sect and the demons fled. In the distance, on the horizon, the observing cultivators, demons, and spirits exchanged glances, murmuring in discussion. They had not anticipated that the Nine-Sword Sect and the monsters of the 10,000 Great Mountains could inflict injury upon the green-haired ghost immortal. Yet, it seemed they had thoroughly provoked his wrath. The green-haired ghost immortal would not let them go. Look, the people of the Nine-Sword Sect and the creatures from the 10,000 Great Mountains are fleeing towards that mountain. Could it be that the immortal hidden among the 10,000 Great Mountains resides within that very mountain? Atop flying Immortal Mountain, Chen Chang'an, Ling Baoer, and the little tail were observing the battle. Ling Baoer wore a worried expression. Master, the dragon-suppressing and immortal-vanquishing array has been breached. Will father and the others be safe? Chen Chang'an gently patted Ling Baoer on the head. Rest assured, your father and the others are not foolish. If they sense they are outmatched, they will retreat. Chen Chang'an sighed inwardly, certainly hoping for their safety. Indeed, the might of the immortal was formidable, far beyond the capabilities of the Nine-Sword Sect and the myriad beasts of the 10,000 mountains. Chen Chang'an could only remain invincible within the confines of flying Immortal Mountain. Beyond its borders, he could offer no assistance. He could only hope they would return to flying Immortal Mountain before being annihilated by the Qing Mao Ghost Immortal. Master, its father and the others. Suddenly, Ling Baoer's eyes brightened as she spotted the figures of Ling Qingshan and the others hastening towards flying Immortal Mountain. Fortunately, the distance from where they had set up the dragon-suppressing and immortal-vanquishing array was not great, and they quickly made their way back. They're back. Chen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. As the members of the Nine-Sword Sect and the myriad beasts of the 10,000 mountains entered his invincible domain, Chen Chang'an's thoughts shifted, and he suddenly appeared atop flying Immortal Mountain. Senior, we have disappointed you. They looked at Chen Chang'an with deep remorse. Initially, they had hoped to assist him, but they had not anticipated the terrifying power of the immortal. Even with the dragon-suppressing and immortal-vanquishing array and the assistance of the Wuzhou cauldron, they were utterly ineffectual. They felt they had brought shame upon him. Chen Chang'an surveyed the group. The Nine-Sword Sect had suffered severe losses, their energies waning, especially the esteemed elder Ling Song, cradled in Ling Hai's arms, who was drenched in blood and unconscious, with only a faint pulse remaining. As for the myriad beasts from the 10,000 mountains, their demonic powers had been drained into the Wuzhou cauldron, leaving them pale and extremely weak. Notably, Miao, the one who had activated the Wuzhou cauldron, had suffered the most. Having been captured by the Qing Mao Ghost Immortal, her life force was notably diminished, though still better than Ling Song's condition. Chen Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. There is no cause for disappointment. The Qing Mao Ghost Immortal is not easily dealt with. It suffices that there are no casualties. With a thought, He summoned a torrent of ethereal energy to coalesce above them, transforming into rain that cascaded down upon them. Each droplet was akin to celestial water, infused with abundant spiritual essence, greatly aiding in their recovery from injuries and replenishing their expended magical energy. Thank you, Senior. The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude, feeling even more remorseful. They had not only failed to assist Chen Chang'an, but had inadvertently added to his troubles. At that moment, a Miao spoke up, Senior. The strength of the Qing Mao Ghost Immortal is formidable. Even the Immortal is likely at the pinnacle of power. Please, exercise caution. A Miao was deeply concerned. The Wuzhou Cauldron was one of the 9 heavy artifacts, and her father, possessing it, was indeed powerful, certainly among the top ranks of the Immortals. Yet, during her confrontation with the Qing Mao Ghost Immortal, she had profoundly sensed its might. She had an instinct that even her father, wielding the Wuzhou Cauldron, would struggle against this formidable foe. Chen Chang'an smiled lightly, nodding in acknowledgement. In the realm of celestial combat, one must tread cautiously, for the formidable adversary lies in wait. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, akin to the clamor of divine thunder. Having sought refuge within this mountain, could it be that the assailant who vanquished the 12 celestial generals lurked here? Humph, come forth. The members of the 9-sword sect were filled with trepidation. The myriad of demons felt a heavy weight in their hearts, fists clenched, teeth gritted. Amidst this tension stood Chen Chang'an, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the approaching azure-haired, ghostly immortal with an air of calmness, murmuring to himself. This azure-haired, ghostly immortal indeed bore an arrogant demeanor. He would soon learn a lesson he would not forget. Chapter 85. My moniker unrivaled across the land's majestic Feishan mountain, shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal charm. The azure-haired, ghostly immortal arrived, casting a cold gaze. As the mist dissipated, the summit of Feishan mountain revealed itself to the outside world. There stood a young man clad in white robes, hands behind his back, black hair flowing, his expression serene. He emanated an aura of simplicity and authenticity, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Yet, there was also a sense of utter ordinariness about him. However, upon the first glance at the white-robed youth, the azure-haired ghostly immortal felt an instinctual recognition. This must be the one who had slain the 12 celestial generals under the command of the holy marshal celestial. A glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes as he sneered. So this is where he hid. In the distance, the onlooking cultivators, demons, and spirits also beheld Chen Chang'an standing atop Feishan Mountain. Who was this white-robed youth? Could he truly be the fabled assailant? Yet, he appears so youthful. Is it truly him? To attain the status of an assailant, could any but ancient beings who have lived for tens of thousands of years achieve such prowess? Altering one's appearance would be a trivial matter for them. Some cultivators marveled that at last, the 2 great assailants were to meet. Yet it remained uncertain who held greater strength, the azure-haired ghostly immortal or the white-robed youth. This speculation plunged many cultivators into silence. The azure-haired ghostly immortal had committed numerous slaughters in Ghost State, and they naturally hoped for Chen Chang'an to be the more formidable, capable of defeating him. Yet, the might of the azure-haired ghostly immortal had already revealed a mere glimpse of its vastness. Coming from the upper realm, he surely possessed numerous celestial treasures and mastered an array of celestial arts, such as the lightning whip of 5 strikes, its power capable of dimming the mountains and rivers, annihilating all in its path. How many could withstand such a force? At this moment, countless gazes converged upon Chen Chang'an at the summit of Feishan Mountain. He was the center of attention. In this instant, the enigmatic assailant who had slain 12 celestial generals finally unveiled his true self before the expectant crowd. The world fell into a profound silence, as if only Chen Chang'an and the azure-haired ghostly immortal existed. The azure-haired ghostly immortal coldly spoke. Are you the one who has slain the celestial beings? His voice thundered, shaking the very fabric of the void. Within Feishan Mountain, the heavenly fox demon emperor, by you, a Miao, and the gathering of demons, including those from the 9-sword sect, were filled with concern. Ling Bao'er and Xiao Wei were also present. Ling Hai solemnly inquired, Bao'er, can our elder truly contend with the azure-haired ghostly immortal? Ling Bao'er nodded with confidence. Yes, indeed, Grandfather Hai. Master is the mightiest. He has assured us that he can handle the azure-haired ghostly immortal, so we must trust in his abilities. The crowd turned their gazes towards Chen Chang'an's silhouette, which, though not imposing in stature, possessed a slender grace. Yet it seemed like an insurmountable mountain, towering and infinite. It was akin to a boundless ocean, vast and unfathomable. Observing Chen Chang'an's silhouette, the onlookers found their hearts inexplicably lightened. Indeed, the elder would surely prevail. The elder is the strongest. A Miao believed in the elder. Chen Chang'an caught the words of the green-furred ghost immortal and smiled. You speak truly, "It is indeed I," he declared. The green-furred ghost immortal bellowed. "Who are you? State your name, for I do not slay nameless and faceless celestial beings." Everyone perked up, eager to discern the identity of the young man in white robes. They had never encountered him on the continent of Jiuzhou, had it not been for the incident involving celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. They would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a formidable celestial being hidden within the ghost province. "You inquire about my identity?" Chen Chang'an's lips curled upwards as he spoke aloud. "I am Chen, my given name is Chang'an, and I am known as the invincible hand that strikes across the world." He added silently in his heart, "I also bear the moniker, the jade-faced little overlord." In that instant, all present became aware of the name Chen Chang'an and etched into their memories his thunderous title, the invincible hand that strikes across the world. The green-furred ghost immortal was momentarily taken aback by Chen Chang'an's proclamation. The distant onlookers, including various demons and spirits, were equally stunned. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. The members of the Zhujian sect and the myriad demons of the 10,000 mountains exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward, as this title seemed both exaggerated and trite. "Oh, so the elder's nickname is indeed the invincible hand that strikes across the world." Ling Baoer's eyes sparkled with delight, finding it neither exaggerated nor trite, but rather impressive. "Master's title sounds remarkably formidable. What does formidable mean?" Ling Qingshan inquired. "Master tells Baoer that when one encounters something so extraordinary that words fail to encapsulate it, that is what formidable signifies." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly comprehended. The elder is indeed formidable. Chen Chang'an felt a swell of pride as he observed the green-furred ghost immortal rendered speechless for a time. It seemed his moniker had struck a chord. It was worth the days spent pondering it. During these days of tilling the fields, Chen Chang'an had been contemplating his title. After all, as Baoer mentioned, he appeared to be quite renowned in the ghost province, and thus needed a fitting moniker. From the initial title of bloodied-handed butcher, to the one who strikes at midnight, the master of flying immortals, and the jade-faced young lord, he had considered many options. Ultimately, inspired by the concept of invincibility, he settled upon a title he found most satisfying, the invincible hand that strikes across the world. He envisioned the future when someone would encounter him and respectfully clasp their fists, asking, "Are you not the illustrious invincible hand that strikes across the world of Jiuzhou?" Indeed, he would reply, "I am the one above and below, singularly esteemed, throughout history, the invincible hand that strikes across the world." The green-furred ghost immortal, regaining his composure, spat disdainfully. "Pa, what a ridiculous title this is. It is the first time I have ever heard such drivel. Compared to titles like the holy martial immortal sovereign, the cold bright immortal sovereign, and the jade cicada fairy, this invincible hand that strikes across the world is utterly banal. Truly, a mere insect from the lower realms cannot even devise a proper nickname. You dare to insult my title." Chen Chang'an's gaze suddenly turned icy, his expression darkening. Death. The azure-haired ghost immortal wasted no time on idle chatter with Chen Chang'an, unleashing the lightning 5 whips of the immortal arts, striking fiercely towards him. The 5 whips tore through the heavens and the earth, causing mountains to collapse and the sky to change color. They transformed into 5 raging dragons of lightning, plunging towards Chen Chang'an. Yet, Chen Chang'an remained expressionless, exuding an aura of an esteemed sage. The 5 lightning dragons surged into flying immortal mountain, and the azure-haired ghost immortal watched intently. This move utilized 60% of his power, serving as a test of Chen Chang'an's strength. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Chen Chang'an stood unwavering against the azure-haired ghost immortal's lightning 5 whips, making no move whatsoever. The distant cultivators watched anxiously. How could this invincible figure still be idle? Suddenly, as the 5 lightning dragons entered flying immortal mountain, Chen Chang'an uttered a single phrase. Earth explodes, stars extinguish. In an instant, the 5 lightning dragons were utterly obliterated. The azure-haired ghost immortal's eyes widened in disbelief. How had he managed to dismantle my attack in an instant? Chapter 86. A gentleman's word is hard to retract. Silence enveloped the world. Not a soul dared to speak. The distant cultivators were left in shock by the spectacle. They all clearly heard Chen Chang'an utter only one sentence, yet it had caused the azure-haired ghost immortal's attack to crumble into dust. How he achieved this feat remained a mystery to them, leaving them in awe of the terrifying power of earth explodes, stars extinguish. Some speculated that it might be the power of the heavenly laws. The expression of the azure-haired ghost immortal grew grave. Chen Chang'an's might exceeded his expectations. Indeed, he had slain 12 celestial generals under the holy martial immortal, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Chen Chang'an's voice resonated. "Azure-haired ghost immortal, what are you pondering? Are you afraid? Did you not come to slay me? Where has your previous arrogance gone? Chen Chang'an, do not be so complacent. The azure-haired ghost immortal retorted in fury. He spat forth the mist state cauldron, which he had seized from a meow. The cauldron possessed immense power. Even the azure-haired ghost immortal regarded it with caution. Alas, even with the aid of the myriad demons, a meow could not fully unleash its potential. Now, in the hands of the azure-haired ghost immortal, its power was amplified several-fold. The mist state cauldron transformed into a massive mountain, shattering the void as it surged forward, easily capable of obliterating not just the small flying immortal mountain, but even the entirety of the 100,000 great mountains. A meow was distraught, her little tiger teeth itching with frustration. My mist state cauldron. Originally intended to confront the azure-haired ghost immortal, it had now turned against her elder. A meow felt both guilt and anger, yet was powerless to intervene. No matter her efforts, she could no longer control the cauldron. However, Chen Chang'an remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as a still pond. The mist state cauldron was formidable. But so what? As it bore down upon him, he raised his hand, conjuring a colossal hand that obscured the sky above flying immortal mountain. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped the mist state cauldron in his palm. The mist state cauldron unleashed an unfathomable fury, yet was swiftly quelled by a colossal hand, subdued with ease. Ultimately, this formidable cauldron diminished to the size of a fist, resting in the palm of Chen Chang'an. How could this be? At that moment, the azure-haired ghost immortal was genuinely taken aback. He was acutely aware of the immense power the mist state cauldron possessed. Had he been in its place, he would have needed to exert at least 80% of his strength to withstand its might. Yet, the invincible Chen Chang'an before him effortlessly suppressed the cauldron and even seized it. This was beyond his wildest imagination. Upon witnessing this scene, a meow finally exhaled in relief. If that cauldron had harmed her senior, she could never face him again. A meow, secure your mist state cauldron. Do not let it slip away again. Chen Chang'an's voice resonated, and the cauldron returned to a meow's grasp. Her cheeks flushed as she wagged her little tail. Thank you, senior. Chen Chang'an then turned his gaze back to the azure-haired ghost immortal and spoke coolly. Do not linger in astonishment. Proceed. As one who has vanquished all adversaries, I stand here atop the flying immortal mountain without striking a blow. Go ahead and show me the extent of your abilities. His words incited a ferocious expression on the ghost immortal's face, resembling a fearsome demon. He glared at Chen Chang'an from the celestial expanse beyond the mountain, wishing he could devour him whole. Yet, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Chen Chang'an's strength surpassed his expectations. He was not so easily dealt with. Caution was imperative. Otherwise, he might share the fate of the 12 celestial generals before him, perhaps even perishing at Chen Chang'an's hands. In the distance, the onlooking cultivators were astounded, murmuring amongst themselves, Chen Chang'an is remarkably formidable, truly deserving of the title of Invincible. His terrifying prowess effortlessly dismantled the azure-haired ghost immortal's 2 powerful assaults. Indeed, it appeared that he was not inferior to the ghost immortal. Atop the mountain peak, Chen Chang'an yawned. Why do you not make your move, azure-haired ghost immortal? Are you perhaps afraid? The ghost immortal roared in response. Silence. I am a being of the upper realm. How could I fear a mere ant from the lower realm? Very well, commendable courage, Chen Chang'an replied, vanishing from the mountaintop. He reappeared in the celestial expanse, at the edge of the Invincible Domain, a distance of 1,000 zhang separating him from the ghost immortal. Gazing at Chen Chang'an, the ghost immortal could perceive no trace of his aura, yet felt an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to an endless abyss. Taking a deep breath, the ghost immortal pondered with gravity. No matter how powerful the striking immortal may be, he cannot possibly be my match. Now, I must unleash my full force to eradicate him. Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, the ghost immortal's thoughts were steeped in trepidation. He mistook them for fear. How about this? Chen Chang'an declared, I shall grant you 10 strikes without retaliating. Let us see if you can eliminate me within that span. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Chen Chang'an's audacity was unparalleled, his confidence staggering. To challenge the azure-haired ghost immortal, a being of the upper realm, with 10 unopposed strikes. Was this not an invitation to doom? They wished to say to Chen Chang'an, has a salted fish entered your mind? The members of the Nine Swords Sect and the Heavenly Fox Demon Emperor were equally astonished. Just how formidable was the prowess of their senior. To dismiss the azure-haired ghost immortal with such nonchalance was remarkable. Ling Baoer's eyes sparkled with admiration. Master is truly impressive. The others echoed her sentiment. Indeed, our senior is extraordinary. In the heavens above, Chen Chang'an stood in confrontation with the azure-haired ghost immortal. Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's words, the ghost immortal could not help but erupt into laughter. Chen Chang'an, you wish for me to let you have 10 strikes? Are you certain? He taunted. A gentleman's word is as unyielding as 4 horses cannot chase it down. Regardless of how many horses pursue, since you dare to make such a claim, have the courage to stand by it. The azure-haired ghost immortal's gaze turned icy, a sneer etched upon his face. Initially concerned about his ability to contend with Chen Chang'an, he now felt assured that he could slay him within 10 strikes, given the latter's foolishness. Chen Chang'an, irritated, retorted, "Do I appear to be the kind of person who goes back on his word? To hell with you." The ghost immortal bellowed and transformed into an ethereal rainbow, charging toward Chen Chang'an. With narrowed eyes, Chen Chang'an stepped back. "Do not flee." The ghost immortal morphed into a ravenous specter, his enormous maw aiming to engulf Chen Chang'an entirely. "Fine, if you say I want to escape, then I shan't." Chen Chang'an halted and smiled slightly. For the ghost immortal had entered his realm of invincibility. As the ghost immortal's fangs closed in on him, the onlookers were filled with trepidation, believing the ghost immortal would devour Chen Chang'an whole. Suddenly, a scream of agony pierced the air as the ghost immortal reeled back, bloodied and with shattered fangs. His visage contorted in pain and tears streaming down his face. "My teeth." Chapter 87. Smoke Without Harm. A true immortal blood flowed from the ghost immortal's mouth as he glared at Chen Chang'an, who merely smiled faintly. His entire being radiated with golden light, reminiscent of the legendary Cheng Shifei. This was the indestructible divine skill, invulnerable and unyielding. "With your feeble fangs, you cannot bite anywhere. I will kill you." The azure-haired ghost immortal roared, his eyes wide with fury. He opened his mouth and spat out 9 black skulls, which began to converge upon Chen Chang'an. "What is this?" Chen Chang'an inquired, intrigued as he reached out to touch the nearest skull. The moment his finger made contact, a cataclysmic explosion resonated, shaking the very heavens. Clouds of dust billowed forth, an overwhelming power enveloping Chen Chang'an. The ghost immortal gazed expectantly into the swirling smoke. With this attack, he unleashed all his might, certain it would grievously wound Chen Chang'an. Yet, from within the billowing smoke, a voice emerged. "As the saying goes, smoke without harm, I remain unscathed. This is merely the second strike." Indeed, as the dust settled, Chen Chang'an appeared unscathed, a serene smile gracing his face. "No, no, no. I refuse to believe it." The azure-haired ghost immortal howled, unleashing his full power as he charged at Chen Chang'an once more. The third strike, the fourth strike, the ninth strike. The azure-haired ghostly immortal stood drenched in sweat, his internal power nearly depleted, his complexion as pale as death. At this moment, he had transitioned from initial pride and confidence to sheer terror, rendered utterly speechless. In stark contrast, Chen Chang'an wore a serene smile, standing majestically beneath the heavens, his white robe billowing and his black hair dancing like a celestial being, untouched and unharmed. "Azure-haired ghostly immortal, you still possess one final move." Chen Chang'an extended his right hand, beckoning with a teasing finger. This provocative gesture left the azure-haired ghostly immortal at a loss, caught between rage and fear. Having exhausted all his trump cards in the previous 9 moves, he had once felt assured of victory, yet found himself utterly ineffective against Chen Chang'an. With only 1 move remaining, would it prove useful? For reasons unbeknownst to him, the azure-haired ghostly immortal trembled. "Are you shivering? Is it cold?" Chen Chang'an chuckled. "Silence." The azure-haired ghostly immortal roared in a fit of embarrassed fury. "I shall kill you. Kill you. Then come forth, for I am eagerly awaiting you." In a frenzy, the azure-haired ghostly immortal consumed a blood-red elixir. In that instant, his power seemed to transcend the limits of the 9 provinces. A celestial gate swung open in the heavens, unleashing a cascade of divine light that enveloped the azure-haired ghostly immortal. His aura surged dramatically as a 9-colored thunderbolt descended from the celestial portal. Such a terrifying presence stirred the entire 9 provinces, except for Ghost Province. The powerful beings from other provinces were awakened, gazing towards the direction of Ghost Province. 9-colored heavenly lightning, a celestial tribulation. Someone was about to ascend to immortality in Ghost Province. In the vast 10,000 mountains, those observing, cultivators, demons, and spirits, could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the azure-haired ghostly immortal. This was true celestial might. They were left in utter shock. Could it be that the azure-haired ghostly immortal was on the verge of becoming an immortal? Ha ha ha, Chen Chang'an. Now that I am ascending to immortality in the 9 provinces, the laws of this realm hold no sway over me. I am in my prime. This 10th move shall be your demise. Chen Chang'an replied coolly. How intriguing. Let me witness the true extent of an immortal's power in their peak state. Bathed in the ascending thunder tribulation, the azure-haired ghostly immortal's cultivation realm surged from the pinnacle of the 9th level of the void refinement to the secret realm of human immortals. He reached the 1st level of celestial weaponry, then the 2nd level. The azure-haired ghostly immortal could have easily transcended to immortality in the upper realms through the celestial lineage. Yet, unwilling to settle for being an ordinary immortal, he had been biding his time, and now Chen Chang'an had forced him into a corner. No matter what he did, he could not contend with Chen Chang'an. His only option was to ascend. In the fleeting moment of his peak immortal state during the Thunder Tribulation, he broke through, ultimately stopping at the 9th level of Celestial Generals, just one step short of becoming a Celestial Scholar. Damn it, you scoundrel! The azure-haired ghostly immortal seethed with rage, blaming Chen Chang'an for forcing him into the tribulation. If only he had waited a little longer, he would have surely broken through to the realm of Celestial Scholars. Chen Chang'an, you shall die. The azure-haired ghostly immortal roared, his voice crashing like a colossal wave. The observing monks, along with the monstrous creatures, screamed in agony as they were struck by sonic waves, suffering severe injuries. The void shattered, creating immense rifts in the fabric of space. This scene terrified everyone present. Just the roar alone had inflicted such devastation. If a physical confrontation were to ensue, their annihilation would be inevitable. High above, the Qingmao ghost immortal looked down upon Chen Chang'an, regaining the initial calm demeanor he once possessed. His strength was now unfathomable. He felt as if a mere finger could extinguish Chen Chang'an's life. Yet, Chen Chang'an remained unperturbed, observing with tranquil composure. Among the peaks of Feishan Mountain, the members of the Nine-Sword Sect and the Celestial Fox Demon Emperor were consumed with worry and even despair. The current situation was ever-changing. The Qingmao ghost immortal had ascended through the Thunder Tribulation to become an immortal, temporarily free from the constraints of the laws governing the Jiuzhou continent. Now, he wielded the full combat prowess of an immortal, unrestrained. Could the elder withstand such might? Chapter 88. One strike is sufficient to deal with you. The Qingmao ghost immortal, with the cultivation of the 9th layer of the immortal general, stood with his nostrils flared, brimming with confidence, exuding pride and abundance. He harbored no fear of Chen Chang'an. It is your honor to perish at my hands, he proclaimed. With a fist clenched tightly, boundless immortal energies surged within him, causing the very void to tremble before ultimately collapsing. The strength of this punch transcended all imagination. Perish! The Qingmao ghost immortal unleashed his fist, crushing the void and obliterating everything in its path, forming a vast chasm in the fabric of space. This blow was destined to leave Chen Chang'an in utter ruin. Meanwhile, high above the 10,000 great mountains, another portal to the immortal realm opened. Jiang Yuchan emerged, sensing the laws of the Jiuzhou continent. The jade pendant around her neck glimmered with a dim light, indicating that the powers of immortals were being suppressed. In that instant, Jiang Yuchan sensed an astonishing surge of immortal energy. There were fluctuations of power akin to that of an immortal general descending to the lower realms. How could this be? She vanished from her original location, only to reappear near Feishan Mountain. It seemed that the use of the Thunder Tribulation to genuinely unleash immortal power was indeed, as the Tianyuan Immortal King had described, someone sent by the Holy Martial Immortal Sovereign. Soon, Jiang Yuchan spotted Chen Chang'an not far from the Qingmao ghost immortal. It was him, the one she had seen through the Wuxiang Immortal Mirror in the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, the one possessing the Eternal Youth Immortal Tree. At that moment, the Qingmao ghost immortal was hurling a punch toward Chen Chang'an. With the strength of the 9th layer of the immortal general, the youth in white robes from the lower realms seemed incapable of withstanding such force. It appeared he was doomed. Jiang Yuchan's brow furrowed slightly, and a piece of immortal jade materialized in her hand. This was a life-preserving immortal artifact known as the Heart of the Jade River, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an immortal. Without hesitation, she shattered the jade. Immortal light erupted, transforming into a cascading Milky Way that descended from the heavens, positioning itself before the Qingmao ghost immortal. Initially brimming with confidence, the Qingmao ghost immortal intended to obliterate Chen Chang'an with a single punch. Yet, the sudden appearance of the celestial river before him, infused with immense immortal energy, revealed the formidable power of an immortal artifact. With a single strike, the blue-haired ghost immortal failed to penetrate the vast expanse of the 9 heavens galaxy before him. How infuriating! How could there be a life-saving artifact such as the Jade River Heart? The blue-haired ghost immortal seethed with rage. Chen Chang'an, bewildered, wondered what the Jade River Heart was. He was equally curious about the sudden emergence of the 9 heavens galaxy. Initially, he intended to confront the formidable power of a true immortal head-on, but unexpectedly, an interference occurred outside the realm of invincibility, employing some artifact to thwart the blue-haired ghost immortal's attack. Of course, Chen Chang'an could have intervened, yet he felt no threat or hostility from this power. Thus he refrained from doing so. Little did he know that it would halt the blue-haired ghost immortal's 10th assault. Had he been aware, he would have certainly intervened. In the distance, Jiang Yuchan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for her timely arrival that had saved his life. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Chang'an was presently quite vexed. It was agreed upon, 10 strikes, and 10 strikes it should be. As an undefeated champion, renowned as the jade-faced little overlord, he did not require assistance at this critical juncture. Turning to the blue-haired ghost immortal, Chen Chang'an declared, "That 10th strike does not count. Let us restart," aiming that previous punch directly at my handsome visage. The blue-haired ghost immortal remained silent, staring intently at Chen Chang'an. At this point, if Chen Chang'an were not a fool, he must possess some hidden strength that rendered him unafraid. The earlier life-saving artifact, the Jade River Heart, was the best testament to that. From afar, Jiang Yuchan, witnessing Chen Chang'an's confident yet frustrated demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking to herself, "Such confidence, perhaps I ought not to intervene." She gazed curiously at Chen Chang'an, eager to discern whether he truly had the means to contend with the full power of the blue-haired ghost immortal, or if he was merely boasting. Noticing the blue-haired ghost immortal's unwavering gaze, Chen Chang'an's patience waned. "Will you not make a move?" The blue-haired ghost immortal sneered, fixating on Chen Chang'an. "You audacious one, must have some reliance to act so arrogantly. I am not so foolish as to comply. If you wish for me to strike, I shall refrain." Chen Chang'an's lips twitched with irritation. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Now it was clear why Chen Chang'an remained unafraid in the presence of a true immortal. He must possess a hidden card capable of confronting such a formidable being. What could that hidden card possibly be? As the crowd scrutinized Chen Chang'an with intrigue, the blue-haired ghost immortal declared, "It appears you are compelling me to become a man of contradictions. If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige you." Chen Chang'an fixed his gaze upon the blue-haired ghost immortal, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Just based on you?" The blue-haired ghost immortal scoffed. Though he believed Chen Chang'an might have some means to deal with him, he could not fathom that a mere ant from the lower realms could pose a threat to his full strength. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. If there were, the azure-haired ghost immortal would gladly eat upside down. Jiang Yuchan, from a distance, shook his head in disbelief. The immortals of the 9 heavens are simply unmatched in the mortal realm. This young man in white is exceedingly arrogant. Chen Chang'an remained silent, steadily advancing towards the azure-haired ghost immortal. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he approached the figure before him. The ghost immortal continued to smirk coldly, emanating an aura of terrifying power. "This time, I shall grant you 10 moves. 10 moves? Chen Chang'an murmured. "Is that insufficient?" The ghost immortal asked, his pride evident. Chen Chang'an shook his head, declaring, 10 moves are excessive. 1 move is all that is necessary to deal with you." "1 move?" The ghost immortal paused, then burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world. "Ha ha ha, you think 1 move will suffice against me? Yet." Chen Chang'an slowly raised his right hand, palm facing the ghost immortal, unremarkable and devoid of any visible power. "I said 1 move, and it shall be 1 move. But can you withstand it?" As the words left his lips, a cataclysmic force erupted from his palm, tearing the heavens and earth asunder, rendering all things colorless. As the ghost immortal felt the destructive energy emanating from Chen Chang'an's hand, the mockery on his face abruptly froze. A sudden wave of deathly aura enveloped him, causing uncontrollable tremors throughout his body, leaving him paralyzed. "Are you ready?" No, no, no. The ghost immortal exclaimed in sheer terror, but before he could finish his plea, the power from Chen Chang'an's palm surged forth like an unstoppable avalanche, instantly reducing the ghost immortal to a mist of blood, leaving not a trace behind. In that moment, a profound silence blanketed the world, devoid of sound, as if time and space had come to a standstill. Everyone stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide in shock as they gazed at Chen Chang'an in the heavens. Even Jiang Yuchan was left speechless, his expression one of awe. The annihilation of an immortal with a single strike would forever be etched in their memories. Chapter 89. A stirring of recognition. Who in the world does not know you? The most unsettling silence suddenly enveloped the air. With 1 move, Chen Chang'an obliterated the azure-haired ghost immortal, delivering a profound shock to the hearts of all present. The impact left them in awe, an unforgettable experience. Above, Chen Chang'an gazed upon the swirling crimson mist, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Azure-haired ghost immortal. I told you 1 move would suffice. Why then did you laugh?" Shaking his head, he withdrew his hand and clasped it behind his back. Standing tall in the celestial expanse, gazing at the onlookers outside flying Immortal Mountain, he silently invoked the winds. With a whoosh, a fierce gale swept through flying Immortal Mountain, sending Chen Chang'an's black hair swirling and his garments fluttering. Above, the dark clouds dispersed, golden beams of light pierced through the heavens, showering him in a resplendent glow, transcending the ordinary. In that moment, Chen Chang'an had become a golden deity in the hearts of the onlookers, igniting an impulse within the cultivators to prostrate themselves in reverence. Under the collective gaze, everyone stared at him in awe, their thoughts converging on a singular notion. Invincible across the world, Chen Chang'an truly is unmatched. This title is far from an exaggeration. As the viewing concluded, the audience began to disperse, still in awe of the spectacle. In that moment of astonishment, Chen Chang'an spoke softly before vanishing into the heavens. The entirety of flying Immortal Mountain was once again shrouded in ethereal mist, obscuring its interior from view. It wasn't until several breaths had passed since Chen Chang'an's departure that the distant onlookers, who were also practitioners, finally emerged from their state of shock. Soon engulfed in a fervent clamor of discussion. Can you believe it? That celestial-level Qingmao ghost immortal was slain just like that? One exclaimed. This venerable Chen Chang'an is truly formidable, dispatching the Qingmao ghost immortal with a single strike. Just how powerful must his true capabilities be? The audacity of the Qingmao ghost immortal, having taken countless lives in ghost state, has met with a fitting end at the hands of this elder. Another remarked. This elder is invincible. It incites a desire to revere him. A fair-skinned female cultivator gazed longingly towards flying Immortal Mountain, her eyes glistening with admiration. She bit her crimson lip and murmured softly, if only I could bear a child for such an extraordinary elder. Today, Chen Chang'an has vanquished a celestial-level Qingmao ghost immortal in the 10,000 Great Mountains. This feat will surely resonate throughout Ghost State, and before long, even the other 8 states will become acquainted with the name Chen Chang'an. Undoubtedly, the Qingmao ghost immortal shall serve as a stepping stone to his burgeoning renown. After today's battle, it is no exaggeration to say that none shall remain unaware of his identity. Swiftly, news of the events in the 10,000 Great Mountains surged like a tempest across Ghost State, spreading into the other 8 states. Have you heard of the esteemed elder Chen Chang'an? He has subdued a true celestial in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Indeed, I have heard this news. On that day, the 9-color celestial tribulation resonated throughout the entire 9 states continent, indicating its veracity. However, I heard that this elder claims to be unmatched across the world. Yet, how could he possibly have subdued a true celestial? Is this news genuine? It is indeed true. I was an eyewitness in the 10,000 Great Mountains, witnessing the elder's unparalleled form. With a mere palm strike, he dispatched that Qingmao ghost immortal. This conversation unfolded in a tea house within Ghost State, and such news was rapidly disseminating, spreading far and wide. The elder is magnificent. Not only did he subdue a celestial, but he had previously slain 12 immortals from the lower realm. His deeds are unparalleled in the annals of the 9 states continent. He is truly the foremost figure of all time. Surely you jest. A celestial from the upper realm, so lofty and untouchable, could fall to his hands? That seems utterly preposterous. Indeed, it is astonishing. Just who is this Chen Chang'an? While the 12 immortals' demise could be attributed to the laws of the 9 states continent, which allow for the slaying of immortals, the Qingmao ghost immortal was a celestial undergoing tribulation, embodying true celestial strength. How could he have perished at the hands of Chen Chang'an? This is nothing short of incredible. Indeed, it is nothing short of astonishing. And I long to witness the unparalleled grace of the elder firsthand. The rapid dissemination of this news has sparked fervent discussions among countless cultivators across the Jiuzhou continent. Many are left in disbelief, feeling as though the events unfolding before them are too surreal to comprehend. In their minds, immortals represent invincibility. Even the most formidable of immortals in Jiuzhou, when confronted with their counterparts from the lower realms, bow their heads in submission, harboring a deep-seated fear of these celestial beings, let alone the notion of vanquishing them. If even the mightiest among them exhibit such trepidation, what can be said of the other cultivators, demons, and spirits who inherently revere and submit to the immortals? Now, with Chen Chang'an having accomplished such a feat, how could it not stir their hearts profoundly? Yet, amid their astonishment at Chen Chang'an's audacity in slaying an immortal, a sense of unease looms. The immortals, high above, perceive the cultivators of the lower realms as insignificant as ants. Yet now, an immortal has fallen to one such as them. The celestial beings from above will undoubtedly seek retribution. Can Chen Chang'an withstand their impending vengeance? Chapter 90. Suspicion, the origins of Chen Chang'an? Amidst the tumultuous atmosphere enveloping the Jiuzhou continent, Feixian Mountain remains as tranquil as ever. After slaying the Qingmao ghost immortal, Chen Chang'an felt neither pride nor surprise. For all that transpired was within his expectations. The Qingmao ghost immortal had ventured into his realm of invincibility, and death was the only path that lay ahead. This is the terrifying power of the system. Alas, in an attempt to flaunt his prowess, he regretted the loss of an immortal pill. Feeling somewhat at a disadvantage for having obliterated the Qingmao ghost immortal in a single strike, However, there was a silver lining. The elimination of the Qingmao Ghost Immortal had yielded him a substantial amount of domain value. Previously, when he had slain an immortal, he merely acquired 20,000 points of domain value. Yet, upon vanquishing the Qingmao Ghost Immortal, he astonishingly received 253,000 points. This revelation left Chen Chang'an utterly astounded. The bounty for slaying an immortal unbound by the laws of the Jiuzhou continent is indeed remarkable. Thank you, Qingmao Ghost Immortal. Upon reviewing his current holdings, Chen Chang'an discovered that he was now nearing 400,000 points of domain value, just shy of a few thousand. Sufficient to completely envelop Feishan Mountain. Once achieved, he could continue to elevate his system. Each upgrade brings forth new functionalities, which Chen Chang'an eagerly anticipates. In recent days, Feishan Mountain has remained serene, while the 10,000 great mountains buzz with activity. On that momentous day, when Chen Chang'an effortlessly vanquished the Qingmao Ghost Immortal, the shockwaves reverberated not only through the external cultivators, but also among the myriad of demons and the members of the Jujin Sect. They were aware of their elders' formidable strength, yet they never anticipated such a terrifying level of power. After the initial shock, a sense of joy akin to surviving a calamity washed over them, accompanied by boundless admiration for Chen Chang'an. Subsequently, the members of the Jujin Sect were finally able to depart with satisfaction and peace of mind. Their decision to align themselves with Chen Chang'an was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Moreover, following this event, it became abundantly clear to the outside world the intricate relationship between the Nine Swords Sect and Chen Chang'an. With Chen Chang'an's formidable backing, it is likely that few factions across the Jiuzhou continent would dare to provoke the Nine Swords Sect. Given time, and relying on Chen Chang'an's current resplendent prestige, the Nine Swords Sect might even have the opportunity to ascend as the most powerful force in the Ghost Prefecture. On another front, while Feishan Mountain remained tranquil, the surrounding 10,000 great mountains buzzed with activity. The great demons residing within the mountains held Chen Chang'an in profound admiration, an admiration that was unwavering. Particularly after witnessing Chen Chang'an's might, they felt grateful that they had not antagonized him, but rather aligned themselves with his side. Now, with Chen Chang'an opening Feishan Mountain for the demons to cultivate, their powers were surging at an astonishing rate each day. Previously, they would never have dared to dream of attaining the status of a demon sovereign in the transformation realm. Yet, while cultivating within Feishan Mountain, they felt a palpable intuition that if they continued their training there, they would undoubtedly reach the transformation realm and perhaps even ascend to even greater heights. Thus, their reverence for Chen Chang'an was accompanied by boundless gratitude. In the eyes of the myriad demons of the 10,000 great mountains, Feishan Mountain had transformed into a sacred sanctuary, divine and unassailable, revered by countless beings of the demonic realm. What truly lay within Feishan Mountain? Not far from its exterior, a peak stood where Jiang Yuchan observed, murmuring to herself. At this moment, 3 days had passed since Chen Chang'an had slain the Qingmao Ghost Immortal, an entity of the ninth heaven. On that day, Chen Chang'an's act of slaying an immortal left Jiang Yuchan utterly astounded. Logically, aside from the laws of heaven, no one on the Jiuzhou continent should have been capable of defeating the Qingmao Ghost Immortal. Yet, Chen Chang'an accomplished this feat with ease, vanquishing the immortal with a mere strike. Indeed, it was an instantaneous kill. Even though Jiang Yuchan hailed from the upper realm, Chen Chang'an's strength surpassed her comprehension. For a fleeting moment, she even questioned whether he might be an immortal from the earthly immortal secret realm, or perhaps even from the celestial immortal secret realm. However, this thought was swiftly extinguished. It was impossible. The laws of heaven in the Jiuzhou continent would never permit the existence of immortals above the earthly immortal secret realm. Thus, during these 3 days, Jiang Yuchan refrained from approaching Chen Chang'an and instead observed Feishan Mountain, seeking to uncover the origins and secrets surrounding him. Regrettably, over the course of 3 days, she gleaned nothing of value. All her inquiries yielded naught. Chen Chang'an remained shrouded in mystery, further piquing Jiang Yuchan's curiosity. Gazing at the enigmatic Feishan Mountain, she pondered what truths lay hidden within its misty shroud. Throughout these 3 days, she had learned from conversations with the demons of the 10,000 great mountains that Chen Chang'an had opened Feishan Mountain, a remarkable sanctuary for cultivation. Within its confines, spiritual energy abounded, fostering rapid advancement. Yet, the demons were unaware that what permeated Feishan Mountain was not merely spiritual energy, but rather celestial energy. Similarly, Jiang Yuchan discovered that every demon that had cultivated in the immortal flying mountain bore traces of celestial charm to varying degrees. This revelation astonished her. It is essential to note that the celestial essence possessed by these demons was not innate, but rather cultivated through effort, which could aid them in their future ascension to immortality. Undoubtedly, this phenomenon was closely linked to the immortal flying mountain and to Chen Chang'an. Who exactly is this Chen Chang'an? Chapter 91. The embodiment of heavenly Tao, the son of heaven? To be frank, as she was about to encounter a mysterious figure capable of slaying celestial generals of the ninth heaven, even Jiang Yuchan could not help but feel a sense of trepidation towards Chen Chang'an. Thus, during these 3 days, she merely sought information about him and refrained from making a direct approach. However, it was now clear that there was no alternative. The laws of the Jiuzhou continent dictated that her time there would be limited. She needed to conclude her affairs promptly to attain her desires. Gazing upon the immortal flying mountain, Jiang Yuchan suppressed the unease within her heart and made her way to the foot of the mountain. This time, she did not deliberately conceal her cultivation. Instead, her celestial aura radiated outward. Instantly, the demons within the mountain sensed her presence, filling them with fear and trepidation. The aura of an immortal. Another immortal has descended to the mortal realm. Could it be that she has come to settle scores with the senior? The demons were greatly concerned. Fortunately, they were somewhat relieved to find that the aura emanating from Jiang Yuchan was calm and devoid of any murderous intent, suggesting she was not there for confrontation. Furthermore, Jiang Yuchan did not allow her origins from the upper realm to inflate her pride. Rather, she adopted a humble demeanor. Having already witnessed the formidable power of Chen Chang'an, should she choose to act arrogantly in this place, she would be inviting her own demise. May I trouble you to announce my presence? I am Jiang Yuchan, a disciple of the Jiang family from the Xuanwu celestial domain. Jiang Yuchan's visage was a blend of reality and illusion, ethereal and enchanting, difficult to perceive clearly. However, should her breathtaking beauty be revealed before the assembly of demons, it would undoubtedly captivate countless hearts. The demons, not daring to delay, hurriedly conveyed the message to the immortal flying mountain, informing Chen Chang'an. Upon receiving the news, Chen Chang'an was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the arrival of a celestial being from the upper realm. Nearby, Ling Baoer was munching on a fully ripened immortal fruit. Master, what brings the immortal to the immortal flying mountain? Chen Chang'an shook his head, catching a dragon carp from the celestial pond. Regardless of her intentions, if she sought her own demise, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Master is absolutely correct. In the realm of invincibility, Chen Chang'an felt no concern. It was fortuitous that he was just a step away from upgrading his realm of invincibility. At the foot of the immortal flying mountain, having received Chen Chang'an's approval, Jiang Yuchan exhaled in relief and entered the mountain. As she stepped into the immortal flying mountain, she abruptly halted, her beautiful eyes betraying her shock. Celestial energy? How rich and magnificent it is. The sheer density of the celestial essence moved even Jiang Yuchan. This must be a celestial realm. Even the celestial realm of my Jiang family does not possess such abundant and grand celestial energy as that found within the immortal flying mountain. In that moment, tumultuous waves surged within Jiang Yuchan's heart. To understand the Jiang clan status as one of the most esteemed celestial families in the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, one must recognize the unparalleled cultivation grounds they possess. However, upon entering the Feixian mountain, she sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. The quality of this celestial land was by no means inferior to that of the Jiang family's cultivation grounds, and perhaps its quality surpassed them by many magnitudes. How could this not astonish Jiang Yuchan? It also ignited her curiosity about Chen Chang'an's true origins, for he seemed to command such a remarkable celestial domain in this humble lower realm. With this intrigue, Jiang Yuchan ascended the mountain. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the Changxing Temple. Senior, Jiang Yuchan greeted respectfully. Come in, came Chen Chang'an's voice. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuchan felt no fear towards Chen Chang'an before witnessing his ability to effortlessly annihilate the Qingmao Ghost Immortal. She had merely regarded him as a minor celestial being from the lower realm. Yet, after observing his prowess in vanquishing the Qingmao Ghost Immortal and now discovering that he possessed an extraordinary celestial cultivation ground in the lower realm, she could not afford to underestimate him any longer. In her heart, Chen Chang'an had become the very embodiment of the heavenly Tao in the Jiuzhou continent. If the heavenly Tao did not permit it, such a celestial domain could not possibly exist in the lower realms. If he were not the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, then he must be the favored son of the heavenly Tao of Jiuzhou. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? How could he easily slay the Qingmao Ghost Immortal? Thus, two thoughts lingered in Jiang Yuchan's mind. Was Chen Chang'an the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, or was he the favored son of the heavenly Tao? Upon hearing Chen Chang'an's voice from within the Changxing Temple, Jiang Yuchan dared not delay and entered. Soon, she beheld a celestial pond within the temple. Chen Chang'an, holding a fishing rod, was engaged in fishing. Nearby, a bonfire crackled, roasting a dragon carp. Beside him sat a charming young girl, exuding an ethereal aura, her delicate feet splashing in the water. The little girl was nibbling on a fruit. Upon seeing this fruit, Jiang Yuchan's heart trembled. An everlasting beauty fruit. This little girl was indeed consuming an everlasting beauty fruit. At that moment, Jiang Yuchan heard another voice and turned her gaze. It was the little tail. The little tail had grown considerably, now the size of 2 fists. She lounged lazily beneath the everlasting beauty tree, grinding a fruit pit with her tiny teeth. While several other fruit pits lay scattered on the ground, it was well known how precious these everlasting beauty fruits were in the upper realms. She distinctly recalled that there were only a handful in the myriad realms. Now, only 3 remained on the tree after so many had been consumed. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuchan felt a pang of anguish, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, she found solace in the fact that there were still 3 everlasting beauty fruits left on the tree. If even those 3 were devoured, Jiang Yuchan would truly be plunged into despair. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure, and bowed gracefully, saying, "I am Jiang Yuchan, a disciple of the Jiang clan from the Xuanwu Immortal Domain. I have come today to seek an audience with you, esteemed senior." At that moment, the fishing rod quivered slightly, and Chen Chang'an lifted his hand to reel in yet another dragon carp. Only then did he turn to face her. And within the realm of invincibility, he instantly perceived Jiang Yuchan's beauty, momentarily taken aback by her stunning allure, unable to suppress a silent admiration. Her phoenix-like eyes, half-curved and glimmering like amber, and her cherry-red lips, revealed the presence of such exquisite beauty in the upper realms. Indeed, had one known that Jiang Yuchan was renowned as the most beautiful in the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, it would be entirely justified. Chapter 92. Do you look down on me? The beauty of Jiang Yuchan differed from that of Baiyu. One seemed to be a divine gift, possessing an ethereal quality of ice-like skin and flawless form, while the other, though a fox spirit, exuded an air of tranquil elegance, reminiscent of an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, untouched by worldly affairs. Chen Chang'an gazed at Jiang Yuchan with an appreciation for beauty, assessing her with great admiration. Indeed, she was remarkable. At that moment, as she stood before Chen Chang'an, Jiang Yuchan, who had weathered countless storms in the upper realms, felt an unexpected pang of nervousness, uncertain of what troubled her heart. In fact, she began to regret her journey to the Jiuzhou continent. Soon, Chen Chang'an withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Was it you who assisted me 3 days ago?" He sensed a familiar aura emanating from Jiang Yuchan, akin to that of Yu Hexin. Jiang Yuchan nodded, her voice tinged with remorse. "You are correct, esteemed senior. It was indeed I who offered assistance. However, I did not anticipate your profound strength, rendering my help unnecessary. I greatly overestimated the situation." As he spoke, Chen Chang'an proceeded to gut the dragon carp he had caught. "It seems you are not allied with the Qingmao Guixian. Now, tell me what brings you here." Jiang Yuchan glanced at the gutted dragon carp, feeling a surge of trepidation. "What is your intention, esteemed senior? Surely, you do not intend to use this dragon carp to intimidate me?" "I come with goodwill, harboring no ulterior motives," she hastily added. Noticing her silence, Chen Chang'an grew puzzled. "What troubles you?" "Ah, I am fine, esteemed senior," Jiang Yuchan replied, steadying her emotions. "I have come seeking the Ziyuan immortal fruit. I hope you might be willing to exchange one with me." "Really?" Chen Chang'an was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jiang Yuchan had traveled a great distance from the upper realms solely for the Ziyuan immortal fruit. "What do you need the Ziyuan immortal fruit for?" Jiang Yuchan explained. "The ancestral vitality of my Jiang clan is on the verge of extinction. We require the Ziyuan immortal fruit to concoct a longevity elixir to sustain our life force. Thus, I have descended to the lower realms in hopes of making an exchange." She continued, "I am willing to offer immortal artifacts, elixirs, or even immortal stones in trade." Meanwhile, Ling Baoer, who had been eagerly nibbling on a Ziyuan immortal fruit, paused upon hearing Jiang Yuchan's words. She stared blankly at the beautiful older sister before her, then glanced at the Zin immortal fruit in her hand. Realizing that this enchanting figure had mentioned the possibility of exchanging it for immortal artifacts, elixirs, or even immortal stones. Upon hearing these words, Ling Baoer felt that the rejuvenating celestial fruit in her hand had lost its allure. Over the past few days, she had consumed 5 or 6 of them. If that were the case, did it not imply a loss of 6 or 7 celestial artifacts? Chen Chang'an was equally astonished by Jiang Yuchan's remarks. He had initially believed that the rejuvenating celestial fruit was merely an ordinary celestial fruit. To his surprise, Jiang Yuchan had come down specifically to exchange for it, indicating that this fruit was anything but commonplace. After eviscerating the dragon carp, Chen Chang'an skewered it with a branch and began to roast it over the campfire. He maintained a composed demeanor and continued, "If you wish to exchange for the rejuvenating celestial fruit, I shall, of course, oblige. However, I have a question that I would like to pose to you." Jiang Yuchan listened with utmost respect. "Please, speak, esteemed one." That green-haired ghost immortal hails from the upper realm. How much do you know of him? Jiang Yuchan pondered for a moment before responding, Esteemed one. I do not possess extensive knowledge of the green-haired ghost immortal, but I am aware of who dispatched him. Who? The Saint Martial Immortal Lord. Please elaborate, Chen Chang'an urged. Presently, the enmity between Chen Chang'an and the Saint Martial Immortal Lord was considerable. The Saint Martial Immortal Lord surely harbored a deep-seated hatred for him and would wish to eliminate him. This presented a perfect opportunity for Chen Chang'an to glean further insight into the Saint Martial Immortal Lord. Jiang Yuchan nodded and shared all that she knew regarding the Saint Martial Immortal Lord. From her account, Chen Chang'an garnered a partial understanding of the Saint Martial Immortal Lord, who commanded a formidable faction known as the Saint Martial Sect within the Xuanwu Immortal Domain. The Saint Martial Immortal Lord himself was exceptionally powerful, ranking among the elite within the realm of Immortal Lords. However, upon learning that he was incapable of descending to the lower realm to settle scores with him, Chen Chang'an could not help but sigh in disappointment. The Saint Martial Immortal Lord would undoubtedly be many times more formidable than the green-haired ghost immortal. If he were to descend in his prime, how much domain value could he possibly acquire by eliminating Chen Chang'an? The thought left him in a state of dread. You demonstrate great sincerity. Partake in a grilled fish. Chen Chang'an offered the previously roasted dragon carp to Jiang Yuchan. She was taken aback and quickly replied, No, thank you. Esteemed one. Chen Chang'an shot her a stern glance. Do you hold me in disdain? Startled, Jiang Yuchan hastily accepted the grilled fish, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. Only then did Chen Chang'an smile. My culinary skills are quite commendable. After you enjoy the fish, we shall discuss the matter of the rejuvenating celestial fruit. Chapter 93. The Fragrance of Chaos. The sudden awakening of inherited memories. Jiang Yuchan, trembling with trepidation, savored the grilled fish. Its flavor was exquisite. Initially lacking appetite, she found herself captivated after the first bite, her desire for more ignited. Nearby, Ling Baoer watched with eager eyes, salivating at the delicious aroma of the fish. Master, I wish to have a second grilled fish, she exclaimed. At that moment, Little Tail, hugging a fruit pit while gnawing at her tiny teeth, approached, yearning for a taste of the grilled fish as well. There's no need to rush. The fish isn't fully cooked yet. But master, I am hungry. Ling Baoer protested, sniffing the air with her delicate nose, unable to resist casting longing glances at the grilled fish in Jiang Yuchan's hands. This fish was meant for her and Little Tail, roasted by master. Ling Baoer felt a pang of neglect as master seemed to forget her in favor of the beautiful sister. Little Tail nodded in agreement. Chen Chang'an playfully tapped Ling Baoer on the head. Speak nonsense again, and you shall be punished with 3 days of fasting. Master, I have realized my mistake. Ling Baoer quickly covered her mouth after speaking. Beside them, the Little Tail, witnessing Ling Baoer's predicament, erupted into giggles. Chen Chang'an shot a glare at the Little Tail, then lifted it using his thumb and index finger. Is this amusing to you? With wide eyes, the Little Tail mimicked Ling Baoer, hastily covering its mouth. Chen Chang'an, observing the Little Tail, found himself perplexed by how such a small creature could consume the age-preserving celestial fruits. Jiang Yuchan, while savoring grilled fish, watched the harmonious interaction between Chen Chang'an, Ling Baoer, and the Little Tail, a smile forming on her lips. She gradually felt less intimidated by Chen Chang'an. Suddenly, a mysterious fragrance emanated from Chen Chang'an's being, and since Jiang Yuchan was not far from him, she soon caught a whiff of it. The moment she inhaled that aroma, a shiver coursed through her body, halting her eating as if a long-forgotten memory had been unearthed. She abruptly lifted her gaze towards Chen Chang'an, her eyes brimming with astonishment. And deep within them lurked an unprecedented terror. Indeed, it was fear. Even her body trembled uncontrollably at that moment. This fragrance, this intoxicating scent. Initially, Jiang Yuchan speculated that Chen Chang'an might be the embodiment of the Dao, or perhaps a favored son of the Dao. However, upon encountering that fragrance, clarity flooded her mind. Now, Jiang Yuchan finally comprehended why Chen Chang'an was able to possess such a divine realm in the lower world and effortlessly slay the Qingmao ghost immortal of the 9 heavens. It dawned on her he was. Just as the answer surged forth in her heart, Chen Chang'an's voice interrupted. Are you all right? At that moment, while reprimanding Ling Baoer and the Little Tail, Chen Chang'an noticed Jiang Yuchan's pallor and inquired. I am fine. Jiang Yuchan desperately tried to suppress her fear, knowing she must not reveal her discovery of his true identity. Otherwise, her life would be in jeopardy. Despite having numerous life-saving trump cards and the backing of the top celestial family of the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, this individual before her could undoubtedly end her life. Yet, the tumult within her heart only intensified the potency of the mysterious fragrance emanating from Chen Chang'an. Though she exerted all her strength to contain herself, she still trembled uncontrollably. her entire being chilled to the core. Even her voice quivered. At this moment, her mind was a blank slate, save for a segment of a long-buried memory that resurfaced. As a distinguished daughter of the Jiang clan, Jiang Yuchan had inherited the celestial lineage since birth. Within that lineage lay a memory intrinsically linked to the enigmatic fragrance. In the Dark Ages, the Buddha demon lord, the immortal demonic body. And this mysterious scent was indeed emanating from that immortal demonic body, known across myriad celestial realms as the fragrance of chaos. 100,000 years ago, in that dark epoch, the demon sovereign held dominion over the heavens and earth, subjugating all for eternity. The scent of the chaotic divine incense emanating from him permeated the vast expanse of the demon realm. And every lineage of the celestial families recorded it in their ancestral teachings. But is he not already dead? Why does he appear here? That fragrance is undoubtedly the chaotic divine incense. It cannot be mistaken. It must be him. The Dark Age was a time when all beings in the celestial realms were engulfed in fear and despair, merely through the celestial teachings. The typically composed Jiang Yuchan found herself gripped by terror. What expressions would those who truly experienced the Dark Age display if they caught a whiff of this chaotic divine incense? Hearing Jiang Yuchan insist that she was fine, Chen Chang'an was rendered speechless. Jiang Yuchan, are you jesting with me? Do you think I am blind? Anyone with sight could see the uncontrollable fear etched on her face. Her pallor devoid of color, her voice trembling, and her body quaking. You tell me you are fine? Chapter 94. Though she is beautiful, she is afflicted. Chen Chang'an could not help but inquire of Ling Bao'er and the little tail beside him. Are you cold? They shook their heads, replying that they felt warm, with the temperature being just right for slumber. They gazed at the trembling Jiang Yuchan with curiosity, sensing something amiss about her demeanor. Chen Chang'an could not resist asking again, Jiang Yuchan, are you truly all right? Predecessor, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Jiang Yuchan stammered, hastily finishing her roasted fish. The chaotic divine incense indicated that this individual before her could very well be that supreme being, a matter of great significance. She needed to return to the Xuanwu celestial realm promptly to inform her clan. Yet, at this moment, her primary concern was her own safety. Leaving? Chen Chang'an questioned, perplexed. Did you not wish to exchange for the eternal youth immortal fruit? Jiang Yuchan's face was ashen, her body drenched in cold sweat, especially her stunning visage, which now appeared sickly pale, her head bowed, lacking the courage to meet Chen Chang'an's gaze. It seemed she feared that he might discern her realization of his true identity. So it turns out, the origins of this predecessor are thus. One cannot help but gasp in trepidation. How terrifying. The predecessor mentioned exchange. Jiang Yuchan hurriedly removed the storage ring from her hand, without a moment's hesitation, erasing the celestial consciousness imprint within. Predecessor, the exchanged celestial artifacts, elixirs, and celestial stones are all within. They are yours, all yours. Chen Chang'an regarded the seemingly deranged Jiang Yuchan with a peculiar expression as he stepped forward to accept the ring. Do not come closer, Jiang Yuchan cried, her complexion paling further as she recoiled in fear, believing Chen Chang'an intended to harm her. The little tail and Ling Bao'er exchanged glances, deeply skeptical. Did Master truly do something to this beautiful elder sister? Chen Chang'an felt exasperated, wishing to ask, fair lady, is it that my appearance frightens you? Am I truly so unappealing? His countenance darkened slightly. You may say whatever you wish, but do not dare to call me ugly. I hold my visage in high regard, believing it could captivate countless maidens. Do not presume that your beauty grants you the right to be conceited. As for Jiang Yuchan, who was already frightened to the point of losing her composure by Chen Chang'an's mere approach, upon seeing his now grim countenance, her heart quivered violently, and a singular thought consumed her mind. I am doomed. Overwhelmed by emotion, Jiang Yuchan cast a feeble glance at Chen Chang'an. Confronted with such an exalted being, she felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she fainted. Chen Chang'an, accompanied by Ling Bao'er and Xiao Wei, observed the unconscious Jiang Yuchan, his lips twitching in silence. Unbidden, he touched his own face and murmured, am I truly that unattractive? The fact that Jiang Yuchan fainted merely from a glance at him instilled a profound sense of self-doubt within Chen Chang'an. He turned to Ling Bao'er and Xiao Wei, asking, Bao'er, Xiao Wei, do you truly believe I am hideous? Ling Bao'er, with her bright and lively eyes, shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, Master, you are not ugly at all. Really? He inquired, to which she nodded earnestly, affirming, yes, indeed. Xiao Wei also nodded in agreement, chirping her approval. In truth, Chen Chang'an's appearance was far from unattractive. He was tall and donned a flowing white robe. While he may not be deemed exceptionally handsome, he possessed a refined and elegant demeanor, exuding an ethereal quality. In the eyes of Ling Bao'er, Xiao Wei, and even the monsters and mortals of the outside world, Chen Chang'an embodied the image of a transcendent celestial being. If he were to conceal his formidable prowess, one might easily perceive him as a remarkably gifted gentleman. From Ling Baoer and Xiao Wei, Chen Chang'an gradually regained his confidence. Gazing at the fainted Jiang Yuchan, he drew a conclusion. Although she was indeed beautiful, she was unwell. It had not occurred to him that even celestial beings could fall ill. With a sympathetic glance at the unconscious Jiang Yuchan, he shook his head, lamenting her misfortune. At that moment, Ling Baoer inquired, "Master, what has happened to her?" "I am uncertain," Chen Chang'an speculated. "It appears she has contracted a sort of intermittent mental affliction." Although Ling Baoer and Xiao Wei did not fully grasp Chen Chang'an's elevated terminology, they understood the essence of his words. Jiang Yuchan was unwell. Ling Baoer muttered, "Master, even celestial beings as powerful as you can fall ill?" Chen Chang'an nodded, reflecting, "Even immortals may not attain eternal life. Life is fraught with suffering, birth, aging, illness, and death, separation from loved ones, enmity, and unfulfilled desires. Even celestial beings are not without their flaws." Upon hearing this, the profound wisdom contained within Chen Chang'an's words resonated with Ling Baoer and Xiao Wei, inspiring them with a newfound respect. "Master, you are truly remarkable. Even your casual remarks are imbued with deep truths." Unbeknownst to Chen Chang'an, Ling Baoer and Xiao Wei had gleaned valuable insights from his words. He silently pondered. What a pity for such beauty and allure. It seems that fate is indeed impartial. Chapter 95. The movement of mist state in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Lies Yunzhou, a land shrouded in mist and enveloped in ethereal waters. Springs emerge every 10 miles, rivers meander every 100, and verdant mountains and expansive lakes abound, nurturing a rich harvest of dragon carp. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the clouds overhead were violently dispersed. As if a colossal and terrifying creature were emerging from the depths of Yunzhou, heading toward Guizhou, a deep and distant horn sounded, piercing the heavens and the earth. A massive ancient bronze ship appeared, resembling a mountain, its bronze surface shimmering with a heavy, oppressive aura. Observing this magnificent vessel, several cultivators within Yunzhou gasped in astonishment, recognizing it as the golden mist immortal ship of the Lord of Mist State. It seemed to be en route to Guizhou. Indeed, it was rumored that half a month prior, an unparalleled master in Guizhou had slain an immortal, prompting the Lord of Mist State to sense the aura of the Mist State cauldron. Upon hearing this, someone exclaimed in disbelief, "Isn't the Mist State cauldron in the possession of Her Highness the Princess? Could it be that she is hiding in Guizhou?" Without a doubt. At the prow of the ship stood a solitary figure, adorned in resplendent golden robes that fluttered in the wind. With flowing golden hair and a tall, handsome stature, he bore a string of relics around his neck, an aura of the great Buddha beginning to manifest. His gaze was calm and profound, hands clasped behind him as he gazed into the distance, speaking softly to himself, "Miao, I have finally found you. The unrivaled master who vanquished the immortal, Chen Chang'an. How intriguing." In the blink of an eye, the golden mist immortal ship pierced through the clouds and vanished into the vast sky. Not far from the ancient bronze mountain, a grand city in Yunzhou sprawled across countless miles, its historic relics weathered by the passage of time. Within the city, cultivators of diverse backgrounds, humans, demons, and spirits, mingled, engaged in animated discussions about the recent events in Guizhou. In an inn, 3 figures, Shizi and Hong Yi, and Tuoba Yi, sat together, listening intently to the conversations of other cultivators. The 3 demons' eyes sparkled with admiration. Hong Yi, with a dreamy gaze, lamented, "It is truly unfortunate that I cannot witness the unparalleled grace of our esteemed master during his battle with the immortal." Shizi and Tuoba Yi gazed at him with reverent admiration and profound respect for Chen Chang'an. Shizi remarked, "I never expected news of our master to have reached Yunzhou. He is extraordinary. When he chooses to remain silent, he is unremarkable, but when he speaks, he astounds all." With envy, Shizi looked at Tuoba Yi, who had previously been on par with their strength, but had now ascended to the realm of Yuanying Immortal. The formidable beings sent by the Golden Python clan had been effortlessly vanquished by Tuoba Yi's hand. Such immense power was bestowed by their master. Immortals, though exalted and distant, seemed almost ordinary in the presence of their master. Tuoba Yi spoke, slightly dejected, "Shizi have you gathered any news about the leader of the Eternal Life Sect? The task entrusted to us by our master must be fulfilled. It would be best to locate the leader within the ancient bronze mountain. Though there are clues, the path leading to the depths of the bronze ancient mountain is fraught with peril, making it exceedingly difficult to locate him. The treacherous nature of the mountain forbids any casual exploration, especially with the heavenly python sacred son of the Golden Python clan obstructing the way." The countenance of Shizi is grim. He initially believed that, With his current capabilities, returning to the Golden Python clan would earn him recognition, allowing him to assist in the search for the leader of the Eternal Life Sect. However, he found himself instead targeted by the Golden Python clan, all because his displayed talents posed a threat to the sacred son of the clan, evidently endangering his status. Damn it, this has delayed the young master's mission. Shizi Ni's gaze glimmers with a cold light as he clenches his fists. This time, Tuoba Yi and Hong Yi arrived just in time. Since the Heavenly Python's sacred son has meddled and thwarted the young master's endeavors, we must eliminate him. I shall swiftly seize control of the Golden Python clan, and then, with the might of the entire clan, we shall undoubtedly locate the leader of the Eternal Life Sect within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Tuoba Yi nods in agreement. Very well. There is no time to waste. We shall act immediately. Hong Yi interjects, though she has only just arrived in Yunzhou. Her eagerness to return to the 10,000 Great Mountains to witness the young master's extraordinary prowess is palpable. Days have passed. Yet the commotion caused by Chen Chang'an's slaying of the immortal has not subsided on the Jiuzhou continent. Indeed, it has only intensified, garnering the admiration of countless cultivators. Particularly among the female cultivators who witnessed that battle, many found themselves entranced by Chen Chang'an's unparalleled display of power, obsessively captivated. Numerous cultivators aspire to take Chen Chang'an as their teacher. Such a peerless figure, battling against immortals. If one could become his disciple, the future would be limitless. Hence, many cultivators have gathered around the 10,000 Great Mountains, some hoping for another glimpse of Chen Chang'an, while others wish to become his students. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains are treacherous, rife with monsters. Given their current strength, recklessly venturing inside could lead to dire consequences. As for the various powerful factions in Ghost State, aside from the Nine-Sword Sect, the other major forces have remained silent, refraining from visiting Chen Chang'an. They are acutely aware that he has provoked the celestial beings of the upper realm, who would not simply let matters rest. Although Chen Chang'an is formidable, they prefer to maintain their distance from him. Chapter 96. The annihilation of the Ghost Skull Sect and Amiao's departure. Though the major powers in Ghost State dare not easily befriend Chen Chang'an, they are nonetheless keen to cultivate good relations with the Nine-Sword Sect. These influential factions, possessing deep roots, are well versed in the nuances of human interaction and adept at navigating social currents. In their view, establishing rapport with the Nine-Sword Sect inherently means fostering a connection with Chen Chang'an. Even in the event of celestial beings descending to subdue him, they would remain insulated from direct repercussions. Consequently, during this period, various powerful factions in Ghost State have arrived at the Nine-Sword Sect bearing precious gifts. Indeed, even the mightiest faction, the Fengyun Ancient Sect, has dispatched a distinguished elder to pay a visit to the Nine-Sword Sect. From this, it is evident that various factions within the Ghost State regard Chen Chang'an with considerable respect and trepidation. Naturally, the status of the Nine-Sword Sect has risen correspondingly, gaining prominence and reputation. However, despite this elevation, the Nine-Sword Sect remains humble and restrained, refraining from recklessly invoking Chen Chang'an's name to instigate trouble. Instead, they focus on nurturing their strengths and continuously developing their foundation. Moreover, while the Nine-Sword Sect maintains a low profile, they have nonetheless accomplished a significant feat, the annihilation of the Ghost Skull Sect. They cannot afford to let their enmity with the elders go unpunished. The destruction of the Ghost Skull Sect has instilled fear in the rival faction, the Evil Dragon Cave, making them tremble in apprehension. Having also provoked the elders and the Nine-Sword Sect, the Evil Dragon Cave realizes that with the demise of the Ghost Skull Sect, they are likely to be the next target. Thus, on the night of the Ghost Skull Sect's destruction, the Evil Dragon Cave hastily retreated from the Ghost State, abandoning all their roots there. In the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, within the sacred grounds of the ancient Fox clan, tranquility reigns. A sanctified aura permeates the air, growing more intense as one ventures deeper, where the surroundings shimmer with a holy light. The vegetation here appears as if sculpted from gold, radiant with extraordinary colors. This area, a forbidden zone for the ancient Fox clan, encompasses a lake that glistens with ethereal brilliance. From afar, one can observe a purple mist swirling, dotted with twinkling lights. Under the moonlight, amidst the lake, two flawless maidens bathe, a Miao and Baiyu. Both are breathtakingly beautiful, their eyes like tranquil waters, appearing even more exquisite under the soft moonlight. Baiyu rises from the lake, her figure graceful like winter snow cascading from the mountains. Her skin luminous like a lotus emerging from water, naturally adorned. Draped in a jade robe that accentuates her elongated silhouette, she addresses a Miao in the waters. A Miao, I must take my leave. A Miao, her head barely above the water, replies wistfully, Baiyu, it will be so lonely here without you. Baiyu smiles gently. This is the forbidden ground of the ancient Fox clan. I cannot linger. I shall return to accompany you during the next sacred bathing. A meow sighed softly. Had I known the elders were this formidable, I would not have resorted to using the mist state cauldron. I later fell into the hands of the Qing Mao ghost immortal and had to use the life-saving blood bestowed by my father. Now he must know where I am. As long as you remain within this forbidden ground, those sent by your father will not be able to find you. Let us hope so. A meow buries her head beneath the water, leaving only her adorable cat ears visible. Baiyu hesitates momentarily before not departing, asking a meow. I have never inquired. Why did you choose to leave home? A meow surfaces, pouting in frustration. My father intends to marry me off to a monk from the mist state Fuxianzi, which infuriates me. Thus, I ran away. Baiyu is taken aback. Marry a monk? A meow nods vigorously. Yes, my father claims that this monk is a reincarnated immortal with an astonishing background. If I were to marry him, I would surely ascend to immortality. But I do not like him. I refuse to marry a monk, and I certainly do not wish to ascend to immortality. Upon hearing Amiao's words, Baiyu suddenly comprehended the situation. It was no wonder. Unbeknownst to her, an image of a monk had already formed in her heart. The monk donned a cassock, his head shaved bald, hands clasped in prayer, his face radiating kindness and compassion, exclaiming, "Benefactor, Amitba." With this thought, Baiyu couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for Amiao. It was understandable that Amiao had chosen to leave home and had steadfastly refused to return all these years. Rest assured, Amiao, you shall come to no harm. As long as you remain within the forbidden grounds, your father's emissaries will not find you. Baiyu smiled gently, her confidence unwavering. All right, meow. After Baiyu departed, Amiao found herself alone in the forbidden territory of the Celestial Fox clan. With a sigh, she rose from the lake, her ethereal beauty captivating, her delicate tail trailing in the water, exuding an irresistible allure. She caressed her tail, murmuring, "Father, why must you force Amiao to wed someone she does not love?" As she gazed at her tail, a thought crossed her mind, and her enchanting eyes glimmered slightly. Under the hazy moonlight, her cheeks flushed with a soft hue. Chapter 97. Black Chicken Ginseng Soup. I am poisoned. Jiang Yuchan lay on a bed, her eyelashes fluttering as she roused from a deep slumber. A dull ache throbbed in her head, and her complexion remained pale, prompting her to rub her temples. She recalled having experienced a terrifying dream, one that involved the demon lord of the Dark Age and the scent of chaotic divine essence emanating from an immortal body. At this recollection, Jiang Yuchan smiled faintly. The demon lord had been eradicated at the cost of the lives of 38 realm masters. How could he possibly still be alive? Just then, a voice broke through her thoughts. Ling Baoer chimed, "Sister, you're awake. Do you feel any better?" Ling Baoer's words caused the smile on Jiang Yuchan's face to freeze instantly. She turned her head stiffly and spotted Ling Baoer and her little tail not far from the bed, indulging in roasted fish with great delight. In an instant, everything that had transpired rushed back into her mind. It dawned on her that none of this was a dream. Despair washed over Jiang Yuchan. Even within the confines of her room, she could still perceive the faint chaotic divine essence belonging to the immortal body. This chaotic fragrance, like a beacon in the dark, ensnared the hearts of many celestial beings, leading them to their demise at the hands of the demon lord. Was today her turn? Seeing Jiang Yuchan lost in thought and unresponsive, Ling Baoer regarded her with a sympathetic gaze. "Sister, you seem so unfortunate," she lamented. "Oh dear." The little tail beside her nodded in agreement. The sight of a sick celestial being, especially one as woefully delicate as Jiang Yuchan, evoked the image of a frightened fawn. Pale and weary, Jiang Yuchan heard Ling Baoer's words, and her delicate frame trembled involuntarily. Was she truly deemed pitiful by that figure? No, I must escape at once. Without hesitation, Jiang Yuchan seized the opportunity while Chen Chang'an was absent from the room and shattered the jade pendant around her neck. This was the Jiang family's most precious talisman. By breaking it, she could traverse the void and instantly return to the higher realms. Upon reflecting on her situation, Jiang Yuchan felt a slight sense of relief. As the life-preserving celestial jade shattered with a crisp sound, a liberated smile graced her face. If she could just return to the Xuanwu Immortal Domain, she should be safe. However, while the imagination painted a vivid picture, reality proved to be starkly different. The shattered celestial jade yielded no response. There was no surge of ethereal energy to transport her away from this place. She remained lying in bed, blinking her beautiful eyes. "Little one, do you have many questions?" she mused. "Ah, woman, in the realm of invincibility, do you still wish to rely on the life-preserving celestial jade? Do you look down upon Chen Chang'an or the very realm of invincibility itself?" Outside, Chen Chang'an had prepared a dish of chicken stewed with ginseng. The chicken, a 1,000-year-old hen captured by a creature from the 10,000 Great Mountains, had been living a tranquil life laying eggs and raising chicks, only to meet such a fate. The ginseng, recently harvested from the mountains, was a young 1,000-year spirit root that had already begun to accumulate a significant amount of celestial essence. When Chen Chang'an excavated this ancient ginseng, it had been terrified and attempted to flee. Alas, the Faxian mountain was Chen Chang'an's territory, and even the most nimble ginseng could not escape his grasp. Thus, this ancient ginseng, along with the pitiful hen and a small quantity of celestial elixirs, was transformed into a nourishing broth. Within the Changxing temple, the rich aroma of the soup permeated the air. Soon, this delightful scent reached the keen senses of Ling Baoer and Xiao Wei, causing their eyes to light up with excitement. How delightful! This is the soup prepared by Master, they exclaimed, scampering out of the room. In the room, only Jiang Yuchan remained, gazing at the lifeless fragments of the life-preserving celestial jade in her hands. Despair enveloped her completely. Yet, despite her desolation, she was not one to resign to her fate. With the celestial jade rendered useless, her only option was to flee. However, just as she attempted to rise from the bed, the voices of Ling Baoer and Xiao Wei reached her, accompanied by the increasingly intoxicating scent of the soup. Oh no! He has arrived too. Panic surged within her, akin to being caught in a compromising situation. With no escape in sight, she hastily returned to her bed. I cannot escape. What should I do to leave? At that moment, Chen Chang'an, Ling Baoer, and Xiao Wei entered the room. Beautiful sister, it's time for soup, Ling Baoer announced, serving Jiang Yuchan a bowl of chicken and ginseng stew. Chen Chang'an observed Jiang Yuchan, whose complexion was pale and whose spirit seemed lost. He thought to himself, it appears her condition is still afflicting her. How unfortunate. I hope this chicken ginseng soup proves beneficial for her ailment. After all, this soup was a potent tonic. Enhanced by the addition of celestial elixirs, it could be considered almost a divine broth, with a mindset to treat her as a guest. Since Jiang Yuchan was suffering in his territory, he felt a sense of responsibility. Jiang Yuchan, of course, could sense the rich aroma wafting through the air, but alas, no matter how fragrant the chicken ginseng soup was, it could not compare to the chaotic scent emanating from the indestructible demonic body. As Chen Chang'an entered the room, an outrageous thought ignited within Jiang Yuchan's heart. She swallowed hard, yearning to bite into Chen Chang'an, to taste his flesh. Even she was taken aback by this wild notion. Surely, I must have fallen victim to the intoxicating fragrance of chaos. Chapter 98. I haven't found my husband, and I do not wish to die ultimately. Jiang Yuchan managed to suppress this frenzied thought. Gulping down the bowl of black-boned chicken and ginseng soup, she found it extraordinary, delicious, and imbued with immense celestial energy. Upon finishing, her spirits were considerably rejuvenated. He, beautiful sister, isn't Master black-boned chicken ginseng soup delightful? Chimed Ling Baoer, grinning gleefully. She and her little companion eagerly indulged in the nourishing soup, resembling two adorable little gluttons. Chen Chang'an smiled. This soup was indeed intended to compensate Jiang Yuchan and hoped to alleviate her ailments. More importantly, it was meant to nurture Ling Baoer and her little companion, aiding in their transformation into celestial beings in the future. He still possessed 10 celestial pills, each containing formidable power. Although a single pill had enabled Tuoba Yi to ascend, the process had been fraught with peril, leaving him on the brink of death. Thus, Chen Chang'an had no intention of bestowing the remaining pills upon Ling Baoer or her little companion. Of course, he had consumed one of the pills himself. But to his dismay, it proved ineffective, akin to ingesting an ordinary tablet. He was perplexed as to why this was so. The only solace he found was that after consuming the pill, the mysterious fragrance emanating from his longevity body had diminished considerably. Consequently, Chen Chang'an could not afford to let the remaining 10 pills go to waste. He resolved to gradually incorporate a small portion of the pills into the medicinal soup, ensuring that the celestial energy within would not be overwhelmingly potent. Even Ling Baoer and her little companion would be able to withstand this slight infusion of celestial power, allowing them to absorb it gradually. Remember, you too, do not overindulge, he cautioned. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Baoer and her little companion had already downed 3 large bowls each, their faces flushed as if intoxicated, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Burp. Master, I am so full. My body feels so warm all of a sudden, they exclaimed. Chen Chang'an's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. These 2 gluttons truly resembled foolish disciples of a wealthy landlord. I intended for you to drink the soup to nourish your bodies, not to consume it like a meal. On the bed, Jiang Yuchan watched this scene in silent disbelief. Were these 2 children truly the disciples of the one who instilled fear in countless beings across the celestial realms? Having consumed the soup, they ought to diligently cultivate and refine the celestial power within. Ling Baoer and her little companion promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning their cultivation. The mystical power within her body was astonishing, causing an uncomfortable sensation in her abdomen that necessitated immediate refinement. Regardless of Ling Baoer and Xiao Weiba, Chen Chang'an turned to Jiang Yuchan and inquired, "How do you feel now?" Jiang Yuchan, cautious and wary, replied to Chen Chang'an with trepidation. She could not fathom why he had yet to end her life, but she was certain he had his own motives. I feel much better. Thank you for the soup, senior." "That's good to hear," Chen Chang'an replied, returning the storage ring that Jiang Yuchan had dropped when she fainted. "Senior, what is this?" Jiang Yuchan asked, perplexed yet appearing more composed. At this moment, she had resigned herself to her fate, understanding that escape was futile in the presence of such a transcendent being. Whether he chose to kill or to spare her, she would accept it without resistance. Unbidden, a phrase from an ancestor echoed in her mind. Rather than resist, it is better to savor the experience. With this thought, Jiang Yuchan felt a sense of relief. "This is your storage ring. You dropped it when you collapsed," Chen Chang'an remarked, noticing the transformation in her demeanor, reminiscent of their first encounter, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. "It seems that the black chicken ginseng soup has indeed been beneficial to your condition." "Condition? What illness?" Jiang Yuchan's eyes filled with confusion, her heart perplexed. Sensing the rich aroma of the soup wafting through the room, she resolved to heed her ancestor's wisdom. Senior." "Yes, go ahead. The soup is quite delicious. May I have another bowl?" "Of course," Chen Chang'an smiled, pleased that Jiang Yuchan recognized the soup's benefits and desired more. "Your recovery is paramount. If you find it enjoyable, drink as much as you wish. Afterward, we shall discuss matters of importance." "Discuss matters of importance? So, it is indeed a decision to end my life," Jiang Yuchan thought with a sigh, resigned to her fate as she silently nodded. Subsequently, the accepting Jiang Yuchan began to drink bowl after bowl of the black chicken ginseng soup. Fortunately, the exquisite concoction prepared by this supreme being was quite palatable. To perish at his hands would be an honor in itself. After all, if death was inevitable, she might as well indulge. As she sipped the soup, thoughts of her impending demise filled her mind, and without realizing it, her eyes began to redden, tears welling up, betraying her sorrow. "Am I truly to die? Yet I have not found my husband. I do not wish to die yet." Chapter 99. Senior, it is time to discuss important matters. Within the Longsheng Temple on Feishan Mountain, Jiang Yuchan, having descended from the Xuanwu immortal realm, wept as she consumed the black chicken ginseng soup. Beside her, Ling Baoer and Xiao Weiba stared at her in shock. Chen Chang'an also gazed at her in astonishment. Ling Baoer and Xiao Weiba exchanged glances filled with deep suspicion before directing their eyes toward Chen Chang'an. Their expression conveyed profound doubt. "Master, did you take advantage of our recent cultivation to do something to this beautiful sister?" The accusatory glances from Ling Baoer and Xiao Weiba instilled a sense of guilt within Chen Chang'an. However, upon reflection, he thought, "I have done nothing at all. Why should I feel guilty?" With a sigh, he pondered the situation. He initially believed that the black-boned chicken ginseng soup would be of some benefit to Jiang Yuchan's illness. However, it now appeared that not only was it ineffective, but it had also exacerbated her condition. This realization ignited a flicker of guilt within Chen Chang'an. "Cough, cough. Jiang Yuchan, perhaps you should refrain from drinking this black-boned chicken ginseng soup." At that moment, Jiang Yuchan had just finished her final bowl of the soup, crying as she let out a contented burp, then wiped away her tears. With tear-filled eyes and a pitiful demeanor, she resigned herself to fate. "Senior, the soup is finished. Let us attend to serious matters." Chen Chang'an coughed lightly, feeling quite flustered. "In this state, the way you speak may easily lead Ling Baoer, Xiao Weiba, and the esteemed spectators present to misunderstand. Indeed, it is time to discuss important matters." Chen Chang'an's expression turned solemn as he raised his hand, summoning 3 radiant longevity fruits from the rejuvenating celestial tree in the temple. These longevity fruits, along with the celestial artifacts and elixirs. "What do you intend to offer in exchange?" Jiang Yuchan was taken aback, yet her pitiful appearance stirred deep sympathy in Chen Chang'an. He thought to himself, "Do not presume that your beauty, illness, tears, and feigned helplessness will lessen your payment. The worth of these longevity fruits is fixed. You must pay accordingly." Then, Chen Chang'an spoke, "I am well aware of the market value of the longevity fruits in the higher realms. You must provide what is due. If this collaboration proves pleasant, there will be ample opportunities for future endeavors." Jiang Yuchan fell silent, initially suspecting that Chen Chang'an was mocking her. However, observing his earnest demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he would jest with someone of her insignificance, especially given his status as the demon lord of the floating pagoda. "Senior, is this what you refer to as serious matters?" Chen Chang'an inquired, puzzled. "Otherwise, what purpose would your visit to the flying immortal mountain serve? You do not intend to kill me, do you?" Jiang Yuchan hesitated before speaking. "Why would I wish to kill you?" Chen Chang'an expressed his bewilderment. And both Ling Baoer and Xiao Weiba wore similar expressions of confusion. Sister Beauty, indeed, Master has no reason to harm you. Jiang Yuchan turned to Chen Chang'an. At that moment, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. Perhaps she would not have to face death. With newfound respect, she rose from the bed, addressing Chen Chang'an, Senior. I can swear an oath upon the great Tao, vowing not to disclose your identity to the outside world. Should I reveal even the slightest information about you, may the great Tao erase me from existence, my soul and form obliterated. I implore you, grant me my life. Upon hearing Jiang Yuchan's words, Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed as he recalled his own longevity body. This statement led him to ponder whether his longevity body was not only coveted in the lower realms, but also sought after in the higher realms. Is my longevity flesh truly so desirable? Chen Chang'an sighed and addressed Jiang Yuchan. It seems that many in the higher realms are indeed searching for me. Jiang Yuchan nodded. However, she interpreted this to mean that countless beings from the celestial domains were aware of his existence and would surely unite against him. All the while pondering how this supreme being had managed to escape previously. However, now concealed within the majestic peaks of Feishan Mountain. It is evident that his strength has yet to reach its zenith. Should he be besieged by the multitude of beings from the immortal realm, his demise would be inevitable. Contemplating this, Jiang Yuchan felt an even deeper admiration for Chen Chang'an, the elder, renowned as the Buddha demon lord who once suppressed an entire era. Despite his ruthless and sanguinary nature that claimed countless lives across the immortal realm, demonstrated remarkable foresight by seeking refuge in the mortal realm. It is no wonder he has survived to this day, had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances that led me to the Jiuzhou continent. Bearing the esteemed lineage of the Jiang family's celestial heritage, it is likely that a mere celestial lineage would have failed to recognize the elder's true identity, believing instead that the Buddha demon lord had long perished in the annals of history. As for Chen Chang'an, upon noticing Jiang Yuchan's nod, he mused silently. I never anticipated that my situation in this world would be even more perilous than I had envisioned. It is one thing for the mortals of this realm to seek my flesh. It is another altogether for the celestial beings of the upper realm to covet it as well. Fortunately, I presently possess an invincible domain. Otherwise, in this vast expanse of heaven and earth, I would truly have no sanctuary.